Quagsire and Corviknight later, and the more fast attack damage you get on this Togekiss also is getting into range of foul play. Well, this Chilling Water might actually knock out as well. It's not a hard hitting charge.
Oh,
Togekiss barely hangs on and keeps the charge stick. I love that. That might be so good for that Alolan sensors later.
Yeah, because you only need 1 HP and 40 energy on that Togekiss to beat the Alolan Sandslash. I think Bestiamax, he knows that this could be a great play.
Well, he doesn't know yet that there's the Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back, so maybe Bestiamax might not exactly play to that position. But let's take a look here. He doesn't really look like he's weak to Alolan Sandslash to begin with. In comes Malamar again, which has energy to spare. Do you protect Corviknight at some point here? He lets the first foul play go.
Oh, and it does so much damage. Jeez, now I understand why Malamar players are playing Malamar, even into Steel types, Fairy types, and a Quagsire.
There goes Corviknight. Bestiamax is keeping 2 shields for Quagsire. It's not the most powerful Pokemon, but this is not exactly what Chris wants to see. But if you look at his team, he just doesn't really have that great of an answer for the Shadow Quagsire anyway. Shields up the foul play. There's still 1 Protect Shield on both sides, however.
And he needs to throw the Aqua. Oh, perfect counting by Bestiamax. He's certainly aware of
I love it.
Oh, yes.
Muy bueno.
Muy bueno, Bestiamax. So let's take a look. There is an Alolan Sandslash in the back.
But there's an Aura Sphere stored, right? There was an Aura Sphere stored.
I think you... Oh, yeah. Double Aqua Tail here will strip the shields away from this Sandslash.
Oh, he shields though!
It shields already!
Do we now see the switch? No. Maybe I saw it wrong. There might not be an Aura Sphere, but if there is
an Aura Sphere.
Then he has this match in the back, basically, unless Chris can make a crucial catch here.
I think catch or no catch, as long as you can shield up this attack and throw the Aqua Tail, depends on how
I mean, you outpace anyway.
You outpace anyway, as long as their Florges does not have a charge attack in the back.
Okay, he gets the catch here on the floor. Just very nice play from Chris here.
Very important. Bestiamax needs to preserve his cool. Don't swap in the Togekiss. Let the Sandslash take out the Quagsire, because, I mean, you're farming down if not. Chris knew.
I love that.
I love it. I love it from Chris. I love it from Bestiamax. Both of them knew what their win condition was, and they both went for it, and Bestiamax was best in this scenario.
Excellent play from Bestiamax, and very heads up by Chris there. He knew that his only win condition is Bestiamax trying to swap in that Togekiss during a Shadow Claw, because then the Shadow Claw would land before Bestiamax could launch the Aura Sphere from the Togekiss, and then you get the farm down and you can launch a Charge Sack into Quagsire. Bestiamax realized, okay, I just gotta be cool, listen to Marcus, just let him take out my Quagsire, then I won't lose a turn when my Pokemon comes in. This only happens when you switch mid-battle. If you switch when you launch a Charge Attack or when your Pokemon has fainted, then you will not lose a turn, you will not have a delayed switch.
And Bestiamax knew. I've experienced that so many times, trying to be clever, swap in the middle of a charge attack. Oh, my Pokemon would, with maximum energy just faints without being able to do anything. So Bestiamax kept his cool, and he went for the win.
Smart.
Very
going
smart.
For the win is the play.
Sometimes I want to be smart as well. As smart as Bestiamax, maybe.
Malamar players, what did I say?
Oh yeah, they're going to play Malamar.
They play Malamar.
Yeah.
Chris tried, but it looks like Bestiamax was very much prepared. I mean, what is Malamar even targeting here?
I mean, it targets the Medicham and the Twos, I guess.
Only so much though. Like, you take so much damage from Dynamic Punch.
You know
I don't think this is even a team you might want to play Medicham in, especially if you lose the 2-shield scenario to Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, and why
you need a bait, I think. And who baits Ice Punch into Alolan Sandslash?
And why would you play Alolan Sandslash into this team? There's the Togekiss that just one-shots. It's the Fortress that's not as good. Quagsire usually wins. That's at least not a...
It's not the worst. It's more playable, for sure.
For sure, but it's not really a positive matchup. Corviknight, not a positive matchup. Ghostlord, I guess positive, but you need to land 2 Ice Punches, and you probably can't even take 2 Brutal Swings.
All right, well, if you know everything, what would you play here?
I would play Malamar, of course. I'm a Malamar player. Yes, obviously.
Which 2 Pokemon would you pick?
I would play Florges, and I would play Quagsire, and I would play Corviknight or Malamar. Malamar just because I have a Malamar.
Correct.
But the How can you go
I think
wrong?
Corviknight is just a really good generalist that we've seen all over the whole weekend, right? It's probably like the best offensive typing that you can find, Steel and Flying, and it just makes sense to bring Corviknight into many of these matches.
I agree. It's just that if you go with both, and that's the thing with Florges though, it's not as bad into Fortress as a lot of the other fairies like Wigglytuff or Togekiss. So I think there's no chance Chris forgoes his Florges here. I think, at least in my opinion, that would be a mistake.
Well, we'll see.
Maybe Chris is smarter than I am.
Chris already has locked in his team. It's Bastiamax who still needs a moment to think. How can he lock down this match? Chris is top 4 in Europe currently, so this is not an easy player to take down. Looks like Bastiamax has decided on 3 Pokemon here, and we are getting ready for game number 2. Is Bastiamax going to take down Chris, or is Chris going to make the comeback?
Bastiamax has the round in his hand. There is the Togekiss into Malamar. We see it again. And Chris is bringing it back. He's I might have spoken too soon. He benched the Florges.
Man, that Fortress in the back of not to go ahead too quickly here, but that Fortress in the back of Bastiamax looks kind of wicked.
It looks wicked as wicked gets. I think the Fortress might be in a prime position to take this game.
Let's take a look at Bastiamax over farming there. He probably wasn't expecting Chris to... I think he was expecting Chris to swap out there.
Yeah.
But, so that's why he didn't throw a charge deck. Do you expect it now? Oh, throws the Aura Sphere immediately. And Chris, like the Malamar player he is, double shields Malamar immediately.
So as he's supposed to.
Yes, that's exactly what you do.
But Bastiamax, I think he's prepared for this. But the Togekiss is getting dangerously low. And now...
Are we watching a rocket battle here?
They're both shielding the first charge stack. Throw the Aura Sphere immediately.
Win charge stack priority tie. Very smart.
Very smart. But now the Alolan Sandslash can farm this Togekiss down before it gets to an Aura Sphere. Very, very clever play by Chris, neutralizing
this Togekiss. Can Togekiss get there? No, it does not get there. You come in with a full Ice Punch. This might just be exactly what you need. Let's see what Bastiamax predicts here. Might be in the back. If he brings in Fortress, this might actually be very playable for Chris. If Bastiamax decides to bring in Quagsire, that Corviknight is going to have a very tough time. And there is the Quagsire.
And what are the players' plan? I think Bastiamax needs to go up and throw the Aqua Tail immediately. Well, I guess he might be able... Yeah, throws the Aqua Tail immediately. Just wants damage into this Alolan Sandslash, so the Fortress can maybe clean up in the endgame.
I'm not sure about keeping that Alolan Sandslash around, though, because it might be able to get to another charge into the Fortress. Oh, the catch, though! This is such a good play by Bastiamax. I think it was kind of risky, too, because a drill run here would have lost you the game. But putting this Fortress ahead in this match might just be the key to win it all. Are you in payback range? I think that you might hang on after this Rock Tomb.
Incredible play by Bastiamax. I wonder, can he pull it back? I mean, going 2-0 against Christian, he's dreaming about it. Here comes the payback from the Corviknight. Can it knock out this Fortress with a debuff? I don't think so.
This will get really close, but Bastiamax also has the opportunity otherwise to just build up energy. It is actually barely not knocking out here. Has the Sand Tomb ready to go. The thing is, if that Alolan Sandslash can get energy, it might be able to knock out Shadow Quagsire. So let's take a look what Shadow Quagsire can do here. Oh, this is great from Bastiamax. He can actually get an energy advantage. Can he get the Mudshot down? Oh, he doesn't even throw the energy just yet. What if you threw the energy there?
I think he didn't want to take an air cutter because then he could have been knocked out.
No, the air cutter. What if Chris went through the air cutter there?
Oh, and he gets... Oh, it's a charge stack priority. And Chris is on 1 HP. Can the Volt Switch of Bastiamax knock out this Sandslash? Volt Switch, it takes 4 turns.
Yeah, but Fortress is so low. And
it's a tie! They both get knocked out at the same time.
The best / worst case scenario for both trainers there. But I think that if you had thrown the air cutter there as Chris, you may just have farmed down that Shadow Quagsire instead.
I'm very curious why Chris did not want to throw the air cutter immediately. Because when you have I think maybe he wanted... Yeah, he wanted to farm down with the Sandslash into the Fortress, but Fortress was so far away from a charge attack anyway.
And it had no health. You could probably even almost sand attack down the Fortress, and if not, the Shadow Claws adding up would also just knock out.
And Chris is really, I think he will be upset with himself about not making it. being able to win this game. Because if he's looking back at this game, I believe he will realize that he had an opportunity to take out that Quagsire.
We'll see for game number 2. Chris, as confident as he is already locked in for the next match. And Bastiamax still is thinking just a bit there. I mean, this wasn't a loss for either trainer, so we're still at 1-0 for Bastiamax.
So, when it's a tie in Pokemon Go, that game is null and void. That means it's basically as it never happened. None of the players get an additional point to their score, and it's a brand new game, and they both get to pick brand new lines and brand new teams and do whatever they think is best.
Bastiamax still needs a moment there. Do you bring that Togekiss again? I think it's just being such a solid pick here. Maybe it's Axon in Houston was onto something, because we've seen more of the Togekiss this tournament as well. Just being such a good core breaker to like Medicham and Guzzlord. I mean, so is Wigglytuff, but you also have like more neutral play into Steel type Pokemon. Togekiss does better against Empoleon, against Corviknight, and even Fortress. You can actually hit for neutral attacks with Peck and R-Sphere. Let's take a look. We're heading into game number 3, technically. However, the score is 1-0 for Bastiamax.
It's Malamar again, trainers, against the Malamar, against the Togekiss. We see Malamar into Fairies, does not matter. Malamar players will play Malamar, but there's no Corviknight this time.
Let's take a look. R-Sphere is coming through. We've seen this lead for the 3rd time now between these trainers, and every time it has played different. In the first game, Chris actually caught an attack on his Florges. Well, that you can't do that again if there's no Florges on the line. So Foul Play is coming in. It is resisted, but Bastiamax keeps shielding it, because if you don't shield this, Malamar can actually just use 2 shields and Psywave down this Togekiss.
I think Malamar would be awfully annoying if you're not dealing with it immediately. So I support Bastiamax's play here. Just try to get rid of the Malamar, because it could be really annoying.
And playing it out, I mean, Chris just wants to get rid of it here because he has the Alolan Sandwich in the back, and perhaps we might just see this matchup play out the exact same, because we know that Togekiss wins Charge Security tie, and then you can get the Farna with exactly 5 Shadow Claw on the Alolan Sandslash.
So Bastiamax, will he allow this Alolan Sandslash farm down this time as well? That is no, he does not. He goes immediately into his Quagsire, and Chris catches on his Quagsire, building up energy on his Alolan Sandslash.
I was about to say, if you keep Quagsire in the back, perhaps that Fortress might have a tough time later, but now you give up the Shadow Quagsire in this matchup. It really comes down to how good is Shadow Alolan Sandslash exactly into Fortress in the end game.
And this Volt Switch, Shadow Fortress, and here we see Chris's Quagsire. It's getting really low. Maybe Bastiamax wants to farm it down with this Togekiss.
The timer's also almost up, but I think Chris has to throw immediately here to prevent that. Oh, and we saw Bastiamax try to reach for the switch, but not up just yet. Now you lose your Shadow Quagsire. It's now all in the hands of Shadow Fortress. Keep in mind, Togekiss will not be able to get to a charge stack. Oh, but comes with Togekiss anyway. Bastiamax realizes he doesn't get there, so he has to go to Fortress immediately. But this Shadow Alolan Sandslash has so much energy.
And now Bastiamax, how is he going to play this? Because now the Sandslash is basically at 2 drill runs. How much does it do?
I think you have the Sand Tomb here. You have to throw. No, he tried to go for the Rock Tomb instead. This will definitely knock out the Alolan Sandslash. You need to get to the R-Sphere, but I'm pretty sure that this Togekiss won't be able to get there.
And Togekiss, 3 away, 2 away, 1 away, and Alolan Sandslash does win it for Chris. He takes it 1-1.
Who thought? Especially when Marcus said, why would you bring Alolan Sandslash here? He brought it 3 games so far. Yeah. He's like, you know what? I brought this Pokemon to Sevilla for a reason. I'm going to make it work now as well.
He's only won 1/3 of those games that he's brought Alolan Sandslash, so not a great stat so far. But Chris...
But 1 win and 1 draw is not terrible either.
Okay, so let's say 50-50 then. But I would say Chris he's proving why he's bringing the Alolan Sandslash. Even though it faced off against Quagsire here, he moved around with his pieces, making sure that the Sandslash got enough energy to deal with the Fortress in the back. Great play by Chris.
This man already locked in, by the way.
I mean,
he's so quick.
There's no reason to doubt yourself when you have all the answers in the world. There's going to be a Malamar and there's going to be a Sandslash.
All right, anyone in chat thinking that he leads Malamar the 4th time? Like, at some point, the opponent's going to be like, there's no way he does it again.
But what is he doing into that Malamar except, I guess, the Guzzlord? I mean...
I mean, that's not even a great matchup.
Oh, I think it's a great matchup.
For Malamar?
Is it not?
I don't think so.
The superpower does not knock out.
So it's good for Guzzlord.
I think it's good for Guzzlord.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's why you lead Guzzlord.
Are you listening to me or no?
No, preferably not.
I can tell.
Yeah, I like the Guzzlord lead here. As long as you're just not against the Forges, it's pretty fine.
Well, we're about to find out. Game number 3, and yes, there it is again. Shadow Malamar into Togekiss. What are we watching here?
I mean, guys, if you just want to play the same game all the time, then, well, this is a good time to do it, I guess.
At least the backlines are different, okay?
Yep, I noticed.
We're about to find out how they're going to play it this time. Chris has brought Florges in the back, so perhaps we see a catch attempt another time.
And this is a Trailblaze Florges. So if...
Oh, the Florges looks so good in the back as well.
If shields go down and Bestiamax does not get to Psy Shock into the Florges after winning CMP against the Malamar, which...
The charge priority tie, yes.
A charge priority tie, obviously. Maybe Chris saves the foul play and catches the final Aura Sphere this time.
Let's find out. The shields are down for this Malamar because you are supposed to use your protect shields on this fragile Pokemon. And we see Bestiamax also double shielding again. This is Rocket Battles all over again. Let's take a look if Chris is going for the catch. He's going to attempt. And yes, there it is. Marcus was ready to call it out here. The catch comes in resisted on Florges. How do you even answer this Pokemon? I think you have to stay in and try to go for... No, it goes into Quagsire!
I believe that Togekiss could have built up here to... a Psy Shock, and
I mean, you also got a Fairy within even, so the Florges would outpace anyway.
You're correct.
I love this over-farming though. Trailblaze, I think will knock out this Shadow Quagsire, then you have energy to spare. Perhaps you come in with Togekiss to take the energy, but if you then don't get the Psy cut down, you're debuffed for the remainder of this match as the Medicham. And you still have a foul play here as Chris as well on Shadow Malamar, so this is looking really good for Chris.
Chris loves this situation because that Malamar with a foul play, it's such a threat. It's going to do so much damage into this Medicham. Oh, and the switch timer was not up for Bestiamax. He wanted to catch on this low HP Togekiss, but no, he's taking it on the Medicham. How is he getting rid of this Malamar even?
Chris has had it with Bestiamax. He's playing so aggressively. You go with Togekiss, I'm just gonna go for the Psywave down. Where's that Medicham? Come here, Medicham!
Come here, Medicham. You're suspect to foul play, and here it's coming through. There's nothing you can do, and Malamar, just play it if you have it. It will win you games.
He's top 4 in Europe for a reason. You're not gonna knock out Chris just that easily. He takes this match after losing the first game, barely tying it up in the second one, and then he's finally able to get the reverse sweep here. Bravo to Chris here. I believe that means that all of our players to watch have made it to day.
Against it, and then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that wanna battle them? Then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show 'em what you got.
Looking at his final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road.
He goes on the high speed! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Put your hands
Bienvenidos a España, trainers. We are here in the colorful and magnificent city of Sevilla, and we are looking at day 2 of the special event championship. I'm Marcus, also known as Arceus Aurelius, and I'm here with Martijn Adequins, Matthias Pokegains, and what are we,
Wiggly Lionheart.
Wiggly Lionheart. That is exactly who I'm here with. So we are ready for a brand new day of Pokemon. But are we done with yesterday? It was an incredible day for me. How did you guys enjoy?
Yeah, I mean, we saw some familiar names. We saw some names rising up again. I'm super curious to see if a Spanish trainer can actually win in a Spanish championship, because for the past 3 tournaments here, we've had a trainer from Belgium, from Germany, and from the UK win here.
But every time, the finalists have been a Spanish trainer. Let's take a look at how far we've come so far this season. We have been to several locations already.
Yeah, we're currently in Seville. We've been prior to in London, EUYC, but next up is Prague, Utrecht, Turin,
Good pronunciation.
New Orleans, and exciting Worlds at San Francisco.
And when we finish off in San Francisco, it's going to be a brand new experience there in the city with the Pokemon XP. And for all the trainers who've been to all the locations that we've already gone to and that want to qualify for the World Championship, they need championship points.
And you can get those by placing in these tournaments. If you get first place, then of course you also get the golden ticket, but those 350 points won't go to waste. We'll get into that later. But of course, second place 325 whopping points, third to fourth 300, and so on and so forth. And when it comes to how many players can qualify for the World Championship from each region, you can see that on the right side. For example, if you're playing in Europe, 65 players will make it to the World Championship. And of course, the players who win a golden ticket before, they just add up to that. So some invites will be passed down.
So you say the winners get a golden ticket. Is that what you said? So that means when we take a look at the leaderboard, there will be trainers with a golden ticket to their name, as we see here.
Right, we take a look at the leaderboard here. Some of these players are actually here, and the players that have a gold ticket next to their name already have been qualified for the World Championship. Of course, the leaderboards and the championship points, they carry a lot of weight for these trainers, not just for the flex, but also for like travel awards.
And one trainer will be eternally grateful for a Stone Collection because he snatched one golden ticket from the NA region. So we're going to have one more European player at the World Championship.
That is incredible. And the 8 players on the left here, they are looking to win the travel award for Europe. As you can see, the first to 5th tier gets a big 3,500 for their finish.
Yeah, if you take a look here, the qualification time period is between international championships. So right now, trainers that are gathering those championship points for the travel award will be gathering this for the international championship, the first one coming up next season.
There are also prizes on the line here in Sevilla, and there are a lot of booster boxes and that coveted golden ticket and automatic invitation to the World Championship.
Yeah, that golden ticket is definitely what you're after, getting that special invite, like you said, but also the booster packs you get. First place gets 108 booster packs. That is so many cards you can open. So much fun opening those cards with your friends and family.
Are you enjoying opening those cards, Matthias?
I'm not a card guy, but if I get the booster pack, I'm always excited to open because I don't know what to expect.
Oh yeah, I mean, I love the designs as well, and I think Pokemon cards have just gotten more exciting over the years, but I'm also a sucker for the nostalgic ones. I think Pokemon cards, always great art. That's what they're known for. But let's talk about yesterday. That's what it says here. Do they have my script? At least I'm following it. I really had a great time yesterday not watching Pilot Swine. There was so many Pilot Swines on so many teams, but only once did it show up on stage.
Okay, but what about Shadow Malamar? Do we think that Shadow Malamar is still the sauce? I saw Chris making some good moves with it, but it is on the loser side of the bracket. Is that Pokemon going to make it far? What do you think, Gaines?
I think like if you manage energy really well and use energy and place it where it actually matters, on an Azumarill, you can dance around like Malamar does, and then potentially get your way into the finals and win it in this season, yeah.
The thing is, we have seen so many players win with Spice in Europe, and I feel like at this point it is somewhat needed to have this one special breakout pick on your team that can core break other teams. So we have also seen yesterday that Chris had a really, really good showing of Malamar. So I think if you have the right opponents, Malamar can get you to victory.
But you are not dressed as a Malamar, are you? You're dressed as Malamar's worst nightmare.
Yes, I'm dressed as Wigglytuff, and I just love this Pokemon. I love how dominant it is, and it is not that polarizing anymore when it comes to its matchup. I think it's a very neutral Pokemon that can help you in a lot of situations. It's so good at setting up other Pokemon by debuffing something and dealing some damage with Charm, or you can give it 2 shields and just charm through your entire opponents.
Honestly, I don't think Wigglytuff was ever polarizing. That is my hot take.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there because that take is too hot for me. Actually, I think I need to scoop way more over. But I agree, Wigglytuff more neutral now. It's not as divisive as before, and there is a reason why so many trainers are opting for it. We had a great day yesterday, but we're gonna have an even better day today.
Oh.
As Martijn said, there are so many trainers who are looking to win here and fight for their first ever title, or some returning champions. Pokémon, he obviously has a lot of trophies and medals from before. Zizwalas also has a few. He maybe only has one.
It's his best record ever, he said.
Yeah, it was in Barcelona 2 years ago. So maybe, but also maybe we can have a new champion like Dianoski. He went 2nd place in Stuttgart a few years ago.
Yeah, I think for a game, it is always a very nice sign of skill when you see some similar names in multiple top cuts, right? Because it shows, hey, these are the best trainers. Skill actually does matter in this game. It is not as much luck-based as some people think. And if you're just looking at the list of players, right? Patoman, Zizwiles, Snorek, who has been fantastic this season as well, Stone Collection, who also just won a medal over in NA. So many trainers that we have followed throughout the years. It's so hard to pinpoint one trainer who would be my favorite in this tournament because all of them have the potential to win.
Yeah, everyone prepared really hard, and Patoman wins the tournament.
That seems like to be the chorus here in Europe. I just want to mention Mark Star 06 as well, tearing up the losers bracket on an incredible run and hasn't dropped around for, I can't remember exactly how many, but for many, many battles. Facing off against V Tenacity with that regular for Alligator, I think, and then Joninho against Chris. Every game...
Hold up, those loser final competitors are not playing against each other. They're playing against the loser of the winners finals.
I'm glad you corrected me there, Martijn. You are absolutely correct, and I was wrong, which is the first time in my entire life that has happened.
Gallon of water.
Thank you. That's a great suggestion. Some of these trainers rely more on some of their Pokemon more than others. For example, we saw Pokémon lean into that Togekiss, not that Pilus one as much. So they have their own MVPs, don't you think?
I would definitely say so. And we, of course, looked out for those MVPs. And as you can see, I think Strange TOP did so well with his Wigglytuff. What a Pokemon!
It looks like Gaines is a Pilot Swine believer, huh?
I mean, if we look at the winners finals, 8 players in the winner finals, 3 Piloswines also in the winners finals. So it has to mean something, right? They are cooking something that we don't know, Martin, that you don't know most likely because you're not believing in it.
Wait, hold up. I just want to ask you one more question. Do you believe in Piloswine or Patoman? Because I'm not sure. I didn't see any Piloswine yesterday.
I believe in the driver trainer equals Paddleman, and also in the car equals the Piloswine. So if you combine the two, I think, yeah, he can get far.
Okay,
Maybe Piloswine is the
save,
trainer.
pal.
Maybe Piloswine is the trainer here, and he's just unleashing Pataman onto everyone, which would be equally as scary.
This is true. This is very true. You were saying right now, yes.
And there's so many picks that we could have chosen. I went with the Shadow Malamar from Chris. He really, even against the Fairy type yesterday in his final game of the day, he used Malamar to really knock out Bestiamax. So if you don't want to miss any of this action, trainers, you need to get following. Follow us on YouTube, follow on Twitch, and make sure to get all the action on Pokemon.com/broadcast. That's where all the information is about what tournaments are coming up and where to catch all that action. Here, that YouTube channel, it's one of my favorites. It's up top on my list is where I get all of my battle action. And then I go into Twitch to type in comments and cheer for my friends in the comment section. But trainers, let's not keep the audience waiting anymore. We want to see some battles. Let's get ready for day 2 of the Seville Special event.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6 Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
And thank you so much for that wonderful intro, Marcus. I am Marcus, and I'm here with Matthias. And it's not Matthias, it's Matthias.
Matthias.
I love the ring of that name. And it's not just names that we're here for, trainers, but there are some names that we should be mentioning. It's Potoman.
Potoman, man.
And it's Dianoski as well.
And it's Piloswine.
It's Piloswine. And it's Dual Blade. Dianoski, I think, is the only person in this tournament actually still remaining that is running that Dual Blade. It's not the Aegislash. Aegislash has been so renowned recently because it's got that form change and that special mechanic where it goes from shield form being incredibly tanky to being in sword form where it's just all-out attack and knocking out Pokemon left and right. No, it's not that. It's Dual Blade. Tell me, what do you know about Dual Blade?
I know that Doublade is a Pokemon that has the moveset of Sacred Sword and Gyro Ball. It is incredibly strong, very attack-weighted, doesn't have a lot of bulk, but when it's paired up against a Wigglytuff, with that Shadow Claw, you get to those charge moves really, really quickly. It hits so hard, but I feel like it's really hard to use in this meta.
I agree, because the lack of bulk, it really comes to show in its less good matchups, but with that incredible typing of Ghost and Steel, you get some artificial bulk, to put it that way, in some of these matchups because you resist so many attacks. Then even though the stat product of Dual Blade is not the highest, it still means that it can hang on just from its sheer amount of resistances.
Yeah, and then if we say Doublade into Piloswine, we all know how that goes. I mean, there's no more Piloswine after that Gyro Ball.
No more Piloswine at all, but there are a lot of Piloswine left in the tournament. I believe we have 3 still left in the tournament.
3 still up there. Even though we didn't see much action from it yesterday, I do believe I don't think you believe like you believe in Piloswine today, but I do believe we're gonna see it like play so well today. I have a feeling it will like destroy certain Pokemon.
I'm not a believer in Piloswine, but
we have to believe. We have to believe.
I'm ready to be proven wrong. So, is Piloswine a meta call for this tournament, you think? Because we took a look at the most popular Pokemon on Elam's team from Houston last weekend, and Piloswine looked incredible. Volt Switch Fortress. Yes, it's the Quagsire, but that's also playable for Piloswine. Wigglytuff playable, Corviknight playable. I mean, it was a very neutral pick.
Yeah, I feel like it's a very niche pick that they use to like core break lots of these Pokemon that they use in Houston. So like, I feel like at first I thought it was more of a troll. I feel like for using Piloswine, but it shows that it's actually pretty good.
Yeah, and if we take a look at the usage from day one, we can see that Piloswine, how does it match up into these? Not at all bad into the top 5, but Medicham, that would be a terrible matchup. And Medicham really proved how great it is in this meta, at least to me, yesterday.
Yeah, but if we see in this top 6, Piloswine is not that strong, maybe against Fortress because of that Volt Switch being heavily resistant, and obviously Altaria, I mean, it doesn't want to tank an Icicle Spear. We see also Guzzler and Clodsire, so like, I feel like Piloswine has some play, but it might be used as a bench warmer more often, or like as a niche pick, as we said earlier. But But if we talk about like the top 6, top 12 Pokemon, very stabilized meta Pokemon.
And one of the picks that disappointed me the most, maybe, is that Empoleon. It was the king of the meta for a while, and now it's down to 22% day 1. But let's take a look at day 2 and see if there are any Empoleon left. And in the top 12, I don't believe there is any Empoleon at all. It is that Feraligatr that people prefer as their water type here.
Yeah, no more Empoleon. I think people forgot about Feraligatr for a while, and now it has a comeback. Like yesterday, Paulasha used it so well. I was very impressed by the Feraligatr. But we also see Piloswine in the top 12 here, but Quagsire dominating along with Corviknight. What a perfect core that is.
I think, yeah, Quagsire and Corviknight is going to be very hard to break them apart. You will see 100% Shadow Quagsire, and does that tell you something about regular Quagsire? Why are people opting for the Shadow, you think?
I think they're using the Shadow because Aqua Tail is not the strongest of move. Quagsire already has some bulk, so if you pair that with the Shadow form, does 20% more damage. Aqua Tail actually adds up quicker, and you can most likely two-shot a lot of the time more Pokemon. Then otherwise you have to use a third Aqua Tail if you're the regular form.
Another thing that I'm seeing is that Wigglytuff's performance is going down here in day 2. It was a 47% usage in day 1, but now it's only on a third of teams. So we see Florges actually performing similarly to Wigglytuff. And I think that says something about the flexibility of picks in this meta, but also here in Europe, that people are willing to experiment not just with the established meta Pokemon, but more about finding the perfect synergy in the team.
Yeah, those two fairy types, Wigglytuff, more fast move pressure with the charm, and then Florges is more like a Pokemon where you use the energy from the Chilling Water and the Trailblaze. Sometimes we saw Disarming Voice and Moonblast have a very versatile moveset, but like, yeah, Florges is more the Pokemon where you use the energy then instead of the fast move from Wigglytuff. But here we see a huge matchup, Powderman versus Dinoski.
And Dinoski with that Dual Blade, it looks really good into Powderman here, I think. I mean, that Togekiss does not want to see that Dual Blade at all. It can only throw resisted energy and resisted damage at all into that Dual Blade. As I mentioned, the typing is just incredible for it. But here you see, this is the 6th Pokemon that Powderman has decided to bring. He is the prodigy. He is, from his first ever tournament, he looked like he was destined for great things, and here he is, trying again to win a tournament, and he's still on the winner's side, undefeated.
Unbelievable player. But as we can see, like if we look at the team from Powderman, there is actually not a true answer to the Dual Blade. besides the Quagsire, but the Quagsire does have access to Mud Bomb. This is not a regular Aqua Tail Stone Edge. This is a Mud Bomb Quagsire. Actually be able to handle that Doublade of Dinoski. We also see the Piloswine, the Corviknight, the Fortress. And as we look at the Dinoski team, we talked about the Doublade earlier. Very strong and off-meta pick here. Very strong into Powderman. We see also the Altaria and the very beefy Licky.
See, the Dual Blade is very weak to that Quagsire, as you mentioned. It's also not great into Corviknight or into the Corsola. But Altaria has played into all three of those, so maybe Dinoski is looking for a way to pair up Altaria with that Dual Blade, because if you get the Altaria on the Shadow Quagsire from Pokémon, then you're very happy, because that Quagsire is not running Stone Edge. The Quagsire can't really touch Altaria at all. Aqua Tail Stone Edge being the more common moveset for Quagsire usually, but and Dinoski's running that, so Altaria could be a really good pick.
Yeah, let's see what his trainers are thinking here. We have Togekiss for Pokémon and Licky for Dinoski in the lead.
I think this is looking... This is a pretty neutral matchup probably, because the Togekiss has that super effective Aura Sphere, while Dinoski going straight for the Body Slam.
The Body Slam is going to land on Togekiss. Spider-Man knows I don't have to shield this. Body Slam will chip a little bit, but Togekiss is not the bulkiest mon around. Rollout being super effective. Aura Sphere also being super effective. We're going to see Spider-Man going for perfect timing here, landing the first Aura Sphere on Licky.
Dinoski can hit his Body Slam immediately after this if he wants to threaten the Togekiss. Oh, and here comes a Corviknight. This is a great swap by Pokémon. Dinoski tried to be patient and wait, but Pokémon caught him off guard with this catch.
What a great catch it was. And here comes Altaria into Corviknight. These Dragon Breaths are not super effective, but Altaria does have access to Flamethrower, which will hit for super effective damage. Here comes the payback from Corviknight. It's not going to do as much damage. The Corviknight definitely needs 2 paybacks to take out the Altaria, but Altaria has a little bit of a head start here on the Flamethrower.
And it might look weird to throw a Dragon into a Steel type, but Altaria actually has a really good matchup into this Corviknight. Dinoski, he wants to get this Flamethrower on this Corviknight. Will Pokémon put up a shield to keep his Corviknight healthy? It boosted for him, but will it go down? Okay, Altaria gets the Flamethrower through.
And here comes the Togekiss into Altaria. A nice combination play by Powderman here, putting a little bit of pressure on Dinoski. Here comes the Side Shock. Altaria might not hang on. Actually does hang on and gets the Sky Attack off on the Togekiss. Is Powderman opting going for his shield here? We're going to let it go.
Incredibly bulky Altaria hanging on through that attack. And now, Powderman, he is trusting in his Fortress. What does he believe is in the back? Is he gambling on it being the Dual Blade? But it is the Quagsire, and it's the Volt Switch Fortress facing off now against this Quagsire. Dinoski has outpicked Pokémon in this game number 1.
Yeah, Volt Switch heavily resisted on Quagsire. Here comes the first Aqua Tail from Quagsire on the Fortress. Does a good amount of chip damage here. And here comes the Sand Tomb. So I think like Pokémon is going to try to stall as long as possible, try to debuff the Quagsire with these Sand Tombs and try to do some damage with the Volt Switch. But as you can see, this is not a Shadow Fortress, so the damage is not that big.
And catching an attack on a different Pokemon when you have a 4-turn Volt Switch is going to be incredibly hard. Dinoski has all the time in the world to make sure that his Aqua Tail is actually landing on the Fortress.
Yeah, and Dinoski still has 3 Pokemon of Pokémon, only 2. Here comes the second Sand Tomb on the Quagsire. Dinoski opting to shield. I mean, he has 2 shields. He has to use his shields somewhere. I think it's a great time to use it because the Sand Tomb will do more damage. Try to kill for a catch, but I mean, Dinoski is showing a tremendous amount of patience here.
There's no reason to doubt Dinoski in this matchup. He knew what he was bringing in game 1, and he played it perfectly. Dinoski, he has a lot of performances to his name as well, finishing second in Stuttgart a few years ago, and now he is looking for his first ever title, and he has to take down Pokémon on the way.
Yeah, Pokémon didn't bring Quagsire. I don't think he was that afraid of the Doublade, or they were playing mind games, thinking like, okay, Dinoski preparing for, okay, he's definitely gonna bring the Quagsire because my Doublade is so strong, but Pokémon didn't even bring it. So I feel like, I mean, like you talked about, the Sand Attack from Corviknight might be enough to wiggle down the Doublade there, but yeah, definitely very hard for him. The Quagsire on the Fortress, very unfortunate for Pokémon, but really good for Dinoski, obviously.
Yeah, I think Dinoski he went kind of weak to that Pilus one, maybe. He had the Altaria, and he had the Licky Licky. And, I mean, it's probably playable for Licky Licky as well. So, Pilus one, does it look good here, or does it not? It's not that great into Quagsire. It's obviously horrible into Dual Blade and Annihilate. It's not great into the Forges either. So it's just the Altaria that really is the target for Pilus.
Yeah, Paddleman needs to make a call and have it perfectly in line, I feel like, in this game. I don't think it does that much play. But maybe, I mean...
Sounds risky.
These players make a lot of risk, so they could potentially do that for sure. But we see right here, like the Licky Licky on the Togekiss was very strong for Dianoski as well. So I do recall it's going to be return of the Licky Licky. But these trainers look to be locked in for game number 2, Fortress into Licky Licky.
And here, the trainers are tapping away on their phones. This is a very devious matchup. You'd think the Steel type is good into the normal type Licky Licky, but the Shadow Ball from Licky Licky hits so hard. I think this... Oh, Pokémon puts up a shield. Fortress needs to go down in shields to have a shot of winning this matchup, because in the zero shield scenario, Licky Licky actually ruins Fortress.
Yeah, Pokémon tries to Rock Tomb first, making sure the heavy hitting move gets shielded, and now the Rock Tomb lands, so the Shadow Ball won't do as much damage. Perfect timing as well, doing 2 Voltages for 3 rollouts. And here we see the Quagsire Sacer from Dianoski. Very aggressive play here.
And here comes the Corsola. Actually, bold play by Dianoski, trying to... he gets rid of the debuff on his Licky Licky and goes into his flexible Quagsire. Now is bursting with energy, just getting ready to blast off into this Corsola.
Yeah, Corsola, very, very bulky Pokemon, as well as a great moveset of Astonish and Nightshade. Here comes another Aqua Tail from Quagsire. As you can see, Corsola does not really care about these Aqua Tails. And here comes another Aqua Tail from Quagsire. Quagsire is so spammy, but he knows Corsola can still hang on. And there's Nightshade loaded already on the Corsola.
And Pokémon does one more Astonish and throws the Nightshade. He wants to get rid of this Quagsire. Dianoski, he believes in his Altaria. Oh, he puts up a shield. He's putting the pressure on because he knows now the Quagsire. Oh, and here comes the Body Slam combination play from Dianoski. The Licky Licky is so safe into Pokémon's team. There's no reason to not just throw it in. And now he keeps the energy on his Quagsire.
Yeah, very, very smart. He really loves his Quagsire. Here comes Fortress. Again, perfect timing here from Pokémon, doing 2 Volt switches, getting up the Rock Tomb here. I think the Rock Tomb will be enough to take down this Licky Licky. So finally, the Licky Licky is out of...
No,
he doesn't even knock out!
On.
He takes another Shadow Ball. Man, this Licky Licky is so bulky. It is a great Licky Licky for Dianoski here. Here comes another Shadow Ball. It is debuffed, but it does a good amount of chip damage, and there is still a full Altaria left and a Quagsire with so much energy. Let's see what Dianoski wants to do here.
And now Dianoski can threaten the knockout on the Fortress with the Aqua Tail, but here comes a Rock Tomb from this Fortress. Dianoski, he's safeguarding himself. If there is a Pilus one in the back, he's keeping his Quagsire for it. He doesn't know that there is a Corviknight.
Here comes another Rock Tomb from the Fortress. He gonna let the Altaria go. I don't know what it thinks what's in the back here. This Rock Tomb probably not gonna knock out the Altaria. He's gonna swap out into the Quagsire, and here comes a Corviknight. I mean, Quagsire is so overloaded by energy here, but it only takes 1 Air Cutter to take down this Quagsire now.
What was looking so good for Dianoski at the start is now fading away from him because his Pokemon are so low, and now the Air Cutters from Corviknight are threatening knockouts on all of his Pokemon.
Yeah, Corviknight is so tanky as well. The Mudshots are double resistant. And another, we see a boost from the Air Cutter. I mean, Dianoski has 2 Aqua Tails left to show here, but it is just not enough. The Corviknight is too bulky. The Mudshots are resisted. Aqua Tail doesn't do as much damage. We only need to get 1 Air Cutter done. And here comes another Aqua Tail, Quagsire. I don't know how many Aqua Tails he threw in this game, but it has to be like 7 or 8 so far.
And Pokémon, does he decide to shield? Yes, he does. And does it come a combination play? Yes. Oh, but Corviknight wins charge attack priority against the Altaria. Dianoski, he was looking for the way back, but the Altaria with the energy, it fainted with it. And now, it's the Quagsire, and he cannot do it by himself. Pokémon pulls it back 1-1.
Pokémon brings it all the way back now. He anticipated the combination play from Dianoski there, and Corviknight winning charge attack priority was huge. So Altaria didn't even able to use that energy. It got double debuffed by the Fortress earlier, swapped out, kept the move, but it wasn't successful.
And throwing immediately was this a recipe for Pokémon there. Either you take out the Quagsire so your Fortress can win, or you take out the Altaria so the Corviknight can win. So no matter which Pokemon you threw that Air Cutter into, it's the win condition for Pokémon. It's a great recognition by him.
Exactly. If he didn't throw the Air Cutter, then it would have been a totally different game there. But he knew, like, okay, my only win con is just to click my move when I actually have it and throw the Air Cutter. So it was a great play. We saw some Corsola actually handling that Quagsire really, really well. The Astonish does so much damage, but that Quagsire is so spammy. So many Aqua Tails have been thrown, but I don't know if we're gonna see a Piloswine because Dinosky loves his Altaria, brought it twice in a row, so maybe, Marcus, we'll see the Piloswine.
Maybe, but I know that Dinosky, he's recognizing that Pokémon is not going very weak to that Altaria. Yes, he will bring the Corviknight, which is good for Altaria, but there are also punishes for it. I think Dinosky wants to be stronger into that Fortress, which was so annoying for him in this game.
Yeah, that Fortress was really strong. But Dinosky really, like, if you look at the team bottom end, there's actually no answer for Licky. Licky is very safe for Dinosky, so I would assume he would bring it definitely back. We haven't seen Annihilate yet. Annihilate, I mean, after we see the Togekiss and the Corviknight and the Corsola, we're probably not gonna see it there. But let's see how these trainers decided to use for game number 3, deciding game number 3.
So these trainers are deep in thought, and will they change it up? I believe we will see the Licky from Dinosky. There's no reason not to bring it on the safe swap or in the lead. It will come for sure. But how does he accompany it? Will he go with a more risky Doublade, or is he running that Altaria again? One thing for sure, I believe there's going to be also a Quagsire.
That definitely big. Quagsire was so good for Dinosky, spamming all those Aqua Tails. There were so many on the screen, but it looks like Padoman is locked in. Dinosky is locked in. Let's see for game number 3 what his players will be playing. And we see Corviknight into Licky of Dinosky.
And this is the tournament life on the line for these trainers. Do they want to go on to win? This might be the game they need to win. You need to keep watching here, trainers. This is the game you don't want to miss.
Here comes the Shadow Ball from Dinosky. Shadow Ball, a really good move here on the Corviknight. Corviknight definitely tanks this very easy, doesn't have to shield. This is a very neutral matchup to bulky Pokemon, but look at the damage. Look at the damage. There was really good damage. We see here the first payback. Payback, a no stab there, no same type tech bonus, but does way more damage than Air Cutter.
And Dinosky, well, and there's a catch!
It is Piloswine, baby!
It is the Piloswine, and Dinosky is launching a Shadow Ball into it. This is going to hurt it badly. And how does Dinosky play? He goes for the Body Slam. Licky outpaces and puts the pressure on the Piloswine immediately.
I love this play because, like, Piloswine is not the bulkiest Pokemon around. You definitely want to get some shields, and here we see, oh no, it's a Doublade, and this Piloswine is running Stone Edge, not a high horsepower, so let's see how much an Icicle Spear actually does. Doublade, not the bulkiest, Piloswine, Shadow, Icicle Spear. Let's see, like, obviously not gonna shield here, doesn't know, because there's no, it actually does some meaningful damage. Here comes another Icicle Spear, Piloswine putting up a show, kinda.
I think Dinosky wants to shield here, yes. The Dual Blade does not take this damage well, and Pokémon is going back into his Corviknight. This Sacred Sword is probably not enough to threaten a knockout. But can Pokémon decides not to shield? How does Dinosky go about this? Yeah, here comes an Air Cutter.
Pokémon playing very aggressive, like swapping, dancing left and right. Here comes an Air Cutter. Dinosky shields the Air Cutter. He knows, like, oh no, damn it. It could have been a payback, but here comes another boost, and then comes another Air Cutter. The Sanitex doing damage. Air Cutter is boosted now. This is perfect for Pokémon.
And Dinosky grimacing. He knows this is not what he wanted. And here comes the Quagsire, getting the farm down, getting a head start against the Togekiss. And now, I think Dinosky needs to threaten the Stone Edge because he has a Gyro Ball on his Doublade, so he needs to land the heavy energy. And Pokémon, he knows he cannot shield here. It's a Stone Edge, and Pokémon knows this is game. Dinosky found the win condition, and Dinosky knocked him himself on the chest. He's knocked down Pokémon to the loser's bracket. What a way to put pressure on the Wonder Boy, the Prodigy, Dinosky, celebrating his win and for good reason. What a show by these two trainers.
What a game. Pokémon, no, my only win con here is to call an Aqua Tail bait because the Gyro Ball was already loaded on the Doublade. So like the only way I can win, call a bait here. If it's a Stone Edge, I mean, it's GG's, trainer.
And at the end of that game there, at the final end, when the Quagsire came in, you saw how Dianoski realized when he tapped on the screen, he immediately went for that Stone Edge. You can see the moment when he's realizing how his finger is moving across the screen. I just got to put the pressure on. Get rid of that shield or take out the Togekiss. No doubt in his mind, just going straight for that Stone Edge.
Yeah, I love how Polyman was dancing around, trying to maneuver around. He used the Piloswine, wasn't that great for him, but at some point I was like, wait a minute, it looks like pretty good for Polyman here. He baited with the Air Cutter for the payback on a Doublade, then he got the boost, so the next Air Cutter was already loaded and boosted, but Dianoski was so smart to keep all that energy on his low HP Doublade. Having a Gyro Ball to threaten a knockout on the Togekiss would definitely one-shot, but it was game over by then. Here we see the Shadow Ball and Fortress. Fortress, Licky Licky, very neutral matchup if you shield the first move.
And I just want to note, Dianoski's Pokemon, the Altaria hanging on with a single HP against the Togekiss to get off the Sky Attack. Licky Licky hanging on with a single HP to get off the Shadow Ball and get into the Fortress. Perfect bulk from Dianoski in all his games. And here you see great sportsmanship by these trainers. They don't even want to shake hands, they want to hug it out.
Yeah, these are really good friends. I mean, they know each other for such a long time already. These trainers have faced each other so many times, especially Polyman and Dianoski, very known players in this community.
And it's that specific Pokemon, that unique pick from Dianoski that ended up being the most valuable pick in the end. It got lined up against the Piloswine and it had so much pressure into the Togekiss in the end because it hung on through the Air Cutters, a boosted Air Cutter, and Icicle Spear from a Shadow Piloswine. So the Steel and Ghost typing, it makes it have a really good matchup into so many different Pokemon, and it's really hard to take it out. It's only weak to Dark, Ghost, Fire, and Ground.
Yeah, and as we see here, the key win in Kila is a key win against Cordilli, obviously because of the Gyro Ball doing so much damage and resisting everything that Cordilli can show. And the Kilos versus Jellicent, even though he has Shadow Claw for super effective damage, the Sacred Sword, double resisted, Gyro Ball, single resisted. I mean, the charge moves don't go where, so like, but Doublade, what a great Pokemon to use in this current meta. It's like, it's very outside the box thinking.
And Doublade, not an easy Pokemon to get a hold of, but if you play your Go Battle League sets, you can have, and if you win 3 battles, you get an encounter with a Pokemon. And then you can encounter that Honedge, which is the first stage evolution of Doublade. And then you can evolve it into the Doublade and then get more wins in the Go Battle League, just like Dianoski is.
Yeah, and if you come to these regionals, you can trade those Honedges for better IVs to use in the Great League. You can evolve them and have like a better stat product, but what we have here, we have the winners finals. We have Z's Wireless. We have Snorlax. And we have Piloswine.
Oh, even more Piloswine. Let's see if Piloswine can actually pull out a win this time. Z's Wireless gives great insights to his team. He does not have a Ghost Resist because he wanted to play neutral into Ghost-type Pokemon. If the opponent has a Ghost, he's ready for it. He's willing to play soft and neutral into those picks. He also has, in my opinion, no great answer for Wigglytuff. So if there is a Wigglytuff on the opposing side, I assume it is coming just to keep the Medicham and Corsola under control.
Yeah, we see also the Charger Bug from Z's Wireless. Z's Wireless has used Charger Bug many times before. He knows how to use a Pokemon. Charger Bug, not that easy to use. I feel like a 4-turn fast moves like Volt Switch. It is really hard to maneuver around some certain Pokemon. And you're seeing Snorlax. We do see Snorlax has a Wigglytuff. So we probably gonna see a Corviknight maybe on the side of Z's Wireless. We also see the Guzzlord with the Sludge Bomb coverage to threaten those Fairy types. And Medicham as well. Medicham had put up a show yesterday as well. But again, the Quagsire with Aqua Tail and Mud Bomb, no Stone Edge.
I think, oh, that Mud Bomb, it hits hard, but that also means the Charger Bug is maybe slightly safer from Z's Wireless. Snorlax, he's back-to-back day 2, so he is very happy with his performances so far this season, and he's looking for a medal. I think Snorlax, if he can manage his more meta team, to call it that, against Z-Swallows, he has a real shot at going the furthest he ever has in a play Pokemon tournament.
Yeah, he played super well yesterday in day one. Snorlax was very locked in, very precise plays. He knows exactly how to use his Guzzlord as well. We saw yesterday Guzzlord, the opponent trying to catch a move from the Guzzlord. Guzzlord already overload on energy. Sludge Bomb does really hurt those fairy types, even though there's no same type attack bonus. It does really hurt. And we see here, I don't know if we're gonna see, if you look at the Piloswine for Z's Wireless, if it's even that strong, it will be strong into the Guzzlord. A little bit into the Corviknight as a neutral matchup, but besides that, I don't really see as much play.
In my opinion, it's just the Medicham that is the horrible matchup. Because I know that Piloswine can hang on through an Aqua Tail from the Shadow Quagsire, and the Mudshots aren't doing that much damage. So the Quagsire matchup is playable for the Piloswine. Wigglytuff is playable, and Volt Switch Fortress and Guzzlord are really good matchups for that Piloswine. So I think Snorlax needs to bring his Medicham here, and then we'll see. I think Medicham and Wigglytuff are probably coming, but that also makes Z-Swallows' Corviknight really good. Z-Swallows, he was a European International finalist in 2025. I think if there's anyone who can find a solution to his problems, it is Z-Swallows. He has been top cutting so many tournaments.
Yeah, it's actually insane amount of tournaments that he top cutted in, and he's always like locked in. He's so precise, he's so analytic with his Pokemon and how he uses it, and like his stink work. He is so precise in his gameplay. And I also want to mention that Z's Wireless is not using Shadow Piloswine, he's using the regular, so like a little bit more bulk on that Piloswine to tank a little bit more moves, because Piloswine is not the bulkiest of Pokemon. We also see the Corsola from Z's Wireless as well that Panoman had. So I feel like there's lots of similarities in those teams that those both trainers had. But Charjabug, I'm actually interested in seeing Charjabug. Charjabug also into Guzzlord. Very interesting matchup. X's are being super effective. It does a lot of damage, and then there's Volt Switch, which is resisted. So it makes it like kind of like a neutral-ish matchup in some way. But like you can't take only more than one X-Scissor for the Guzzlord as well.
Yeah, so the Volt Switch is not doing enough. That means Charjabug will win if it lands 2 X-Scissors, or if the Guzzlord has taken more damage elsewhere. But Guzzlord usually wins the 1 and 2 shield scenario. But here we see Medicham into Medicham from these trainers. They have the same idea.
The most neutral matchup we can see here. So these trainers up to usually go for Dynamic Punch. Dynamic Punch being a resisted charge attack, but Dynamic Punch slightly does more damage, a little bit more efficient than the Ice Punch. Here we see trainers overloading. Z-Swallow is going for the Ice Punch and Snorlax going for a Dynamic Punch.
Very different strategies from these trainers, and here we see Snorlax winning charge attack priority. Curious to see if it was coincidental, or if Snorlax Medicham has a higher attack stat than Z-Swallows.
Yeah, this is actually very value information for Z-Swallows and also for Snorlax, knowing that, okay, I win charge deck priority, so like if I keep overloading on energy in the end game of this matchup, I know I win charge deck priority, so I can just like throw my move when he throws his move, and I know I'm gonna win the charge deck priority. But here comes another Ice Punch, and then ZZ goes for the Dynamic Punch. So I think like you need to land some Dynamic Punches and some Ice Punches to win this matchup.
1 Dynamic Punch and 1 Ice Punch, probably not enough. But this is great for Z-Swallows because he has the Piloswine in the back, so getting rid of Snorlax Medicham here is exactly what he wanted.
Here comes a Quagsire, quick snipe from Snorlax. The Medicham loads up his energy, and here comes the Azumarill. Azumarill very bulky, but this Quagsire has Mud Bomb, so this is a save time attack bonus from the Mud Bomb, and it doesn't need to reach for a Stone Edge, so he can like spam these Mud Bombs, and this is actually kind of good for Snorlax in this matchup.
Yeah, this is a significant improvement for Snorlax, because these Mud Bombs are coming out so much faster than the Stone Edge. I think the Azumarill, yeah, it barely maybe can hang on through 3, but not. I think it only takes 3 Mud Bombs, and then the Quagsire can farm down. Here comes a shield from Snorlax. He values this Quagsire.
Yeah, he values the Quagsire, knowing how spammy he can get. So like, Quagsire cannot go for Aqua Tails, which is resisted. I don't think Mud Bomb might KO here. Mud Bomb is an okay move, but
I think it KOs.
Azumarill is such a bulky Pokemon. Let's see if it actually KOs. It might KO.
And Snorlax now has another stored up as well. So he needs to find a way to threaten this. Oh, and here comes the Medicham. Aqua Tail coming through. Will Zwalis shield up his Metagem here, or does he just want to get rid of the energy? Just expends the energy, keeps the shield.
Here comes Piloswine. Piloswine, baby, overloading on some energy. Here comes the first Aqua Tail. I mean, Piloswine is his last Pokemon. He has 2 shields. He's gonna put everything on the line for Piloswine. He knows there's still a Wigglytuff in the back, and here is a Wigglytuff. Oh no! But Icicle Spear does a good amount of damage, and Piloswine has the advantage here of pacing. So here comes the first Icicle Spear from the Piloswine.
And now, oh, no shield from Snorlax, because I mean, he can go for the Swift or the Icy Wind. Zwalis has no way to clear the debuffs that Wigglytuff will apply, but Snorlax, it looks like he's reaching for that Swift.
Yeah, a little bit less energy needed for that Swift. He might actually go for the Ice. No, actually goes for the Swift here as well. Piloswine, he is literally overloading our energy. So Piloswine, spacing is so strong. Zwalis knows he needs to have some energy for the backline because there's still a Metagem left and there's still a healthy Quagsire left as well. But here comes the Swift from Wigglytuff, and this will be out for Piloswine.
I think Zwalis knew that he needed more energy on his Piloswine to be able to win this game. Therefore, he decided not to throw against the Wigglytuff, because no matter what he does, if Snorlax throws the Swift, then he cannot win. And that's why he decided to go for his win condition, that the Swift was not ready, and keep the energy on the Piloswine so we could outpace the Quagsire in the back.
Yeah, he recognized his win con. He needed more energy to take down a Quagsire, but the Quagsire, again, so strong in this meta. People love shielding their Quagsire and just keeping the energy for later, and like, it's so spammy. And especially if you have Aqua Tail and Mud Bomb, you never need to reach for the Stone Edge if you don't need it. Like, the Snorlax doesn't need Stone Edge versus Zwalis in the matchup. He's so fine with just having Mud Bomb there, especially for the Azumarill.
Yeah, I think the Mud Bomb really helped Quagsire in that matchup, because Mud Bomb was changed this season, so it does a little bit more damage, but it's also a little bit more expensive. But that is actually good for Quagsire in this matchup, because then it has a better matchup into that Azumarill. And here we see we're getting ready for game 2, and the players are ready with Corviknight into Corviknight.
Double Corviknight on the screen right now. So this matchup also most likely decided by charge attack priority here. Who's going to win the charge attack priority? We see here the payback for Snorlax versus the Zwalis. Some trainers opt to like leave the Corviknight for later with some energy. And here we see an aggressive swap into Piloswine and met by a Quagsire.
And this Piloswine now outpaces the Quagsire to the first attack. I wonder, Zwalis, he knows how to play this matchup. Does he go for a 2-shield scenario, 1-shield scenario, or a 0-shield? I believe the Quagsire will win in the 0-shield scenario.
Yeah, I think Piloswine does survive an Aqua Tail, but it isn't pretty. But like, it looks like Zwalis is gonna opt to probably try to farm down. No, actually goes for the charge attack priority here with the Icicle Spear. And Snorlax gonna put up the shields like thinking, okay, I want to get off my Aqua Tail. I'm gonna get the most value out of my Quagsire as I possibly can.
Winning that charge attack priority is huge for the Piloswine. And Zwalis, he wants to keep his Piloswine healthy. I think he knows that now, because the Quagsire let the Icicle Spear through, the Piloswine would have farmed down. So Snorlax swaps back out. He does not want to give Piloswine that much energy. Snorlax not particularly happy with seeing that he lost charge attack priority here. Snorlax is going for a payback.
Here we see charge priority. Here comes the payback from Corviknight. I feel like Zwalis gets a lot of value out of his Piloswine playing so aggressively, constantly showing those Icicle Spears. The Piloswine survives the payback here. Does he get to another Icicle Spear? Does he get sent? Like, no, he doesn't gonna risk it here, and he's going for the payback actually for this Corviknight. The payback will definitely threaten the knockout here on the Corviknight, and Snorlax actually decides to shield.
I think this is a great shield from Snorlax, because he does not want to face off the Corviknight with a Wigglytuff. And Zwalis throws an air cutter. This is probably not enough to knock out. Zwalis, he has a Corsola in the back, and there is a Wigglytuff.
Yeah, the Corsola with the new Wigglytuff matchup is not the prettiest for Corsola. Here we see a payback. It will be very close to knocking out. We did see a boost from the air cutter, but he wants to quickly throw some energy while he can. It doesn't knock out here. And here comes the Wigglytuff with a charm advantage. And we see Corsola in the back. And this is really good for Snorlax. Look at Snorlax's face. He's so happy about to see this. Look at him smile. He's smiling so hard, Marcus.
And now we can debuff this Corsola even before it gets to charge attack. Snorlax, he knows he's onto something big here.
Yeah, Snorlax making all these calls correctly here. Here we see the first Icy Wind, and this is not so great for Corsola, knowing that, okay, when do I show energy? Because, like, I'm debuff here from the Icy Wind. The Astonish are double resisted. In Power Gem, at least neutral, not a bad move. And we see it does a good amount of damage, but, I mean, he needs to reach an Ice Liquor based on his game, but he doesn't get there. But Wigglytuff chose a Swift, and he knows, okay, I got rid of the Piloswine, and I just have a Corsola left. My Wigglytuff is so happy here.
Snorlax celebrating already because he believes he's got this in the bag. 3 Pokemon left. The Corsola is getting lower and lower. It has a parting Power Gem, but this does not threaten a knockout on the Wigglytuff yet.
No, the Astonishers do absolutely no damage. It's almost healing the Wigglytuff at this point. He just need to get to a Swift, and this is game over. And Snorlax with a convincing 2-0 versus Z's Wireless.
Z's Wireless had nothing on Snorlax in this game. Wigglytuff charming down all of Z's Wireless' Pokemon in the end. And here it is, Snorlax. He is cementing himself as a top player here in Europe. He must be so proud of how he has done this tournament, and it's just piling up a long list of great performances from Snorlax now. He is looking to finish to make his best ever finish in the Play Pokemon circuit.
Yeah, Snorlax is playing so precise, making all the calls, reading all the lines that the opponent's gonna bring. We saw it yesterday, we're seeing it today, and against these Wireless is not easy at all. Z's Wireless is such a great trainer, but much respect for Z's Wireless for bringing Piloswine, because it made me happy. It made Marcus kind of happy, right?
Yeah, I was happy.
It made Chad happy. I'm pretty sure it made Chad happy, so I was really excited to see Piloswine there, but unfortunately, in the end, the Corsola on the Wigglytuff, very unfortunate for Wireless.
Well, I think Snorlax played that perfectly. When he realized that the Quagsire would be farmed down, he did not hesitate. He immediately went back into his Corviknight. That's pretty safe into Z's Wireless' team, unless he has that charge bug. So I think Snorlax really found the way to play out this matchup. And I gotta say, I'm super impressed. He wants his first ever medal. His best finish has been 2 5th places. Top 6, that is barely not getting a medal. That's Stuttgart 2026 and Stuttgart 2025. So Snorlax, he's really onto something great here.
Yeah, Snorlax loves Stuttgart. I mean, great placing there for Snorlax, but this is definitely his best showing I've seen so far. Making all the calls, making all the lines, having the perfect team for his opponent every single time, and knowing what he values the most for his Pokemon.
And now Snorlax is in the top 8, I believe. And that means if he wins another game, he's in the top 4.
Truly amazing.
He needs one more win. Or could I be wrong? Am I wrong?
You're probably wrong. But what we saw in Game 3, Marcus, we saw Corviknight. No. Stop thinking about it. It doesn't work. But I was talking about Corviknight. We saw the Corviknight matchup, Corviknight on Corviknight. And let's talk about Corviknight a little bit. What is Corviknight? What kind of power does Corviknight have in this meta?
So initially, players were thinking Corviknight, it lacks damage output. The sand attacks, it's not stab, it's not doing really that great damage unless it's into something like a Bastiodon or something that takes super effective damage. Air Cutter comes out fast, but it's also not a hard-hitting attack, and Payback is so expensive. And it doesn't have that many super effective targets as a dark type attack. But not a lot of types resist dark. It's dark, it's fighting, and it's fairy. Fairy types, Corviknight are really good against. As you saw the Tinkaton on the screen there, that is a fairy type. And then the dark types, yes, those are pretty fine into Corviknight. And then it's the fighting types. Corviknight has that air cutter for it. So Corviknight is like a load balancer. You use it as a very neutral Pokemon to distribute, okay, some damage here, some damage there, and I can soak a lot of damage when I'm the Corviknight because I am bulky, I'm sturdy, I am a steel and flying typing, incredible type that is only hit super effective by fire and electric. And that is what Corviknight does. It glues a team together because it's so versatile. It hits a lot of Pokemon for great neutral damage. And then it takes a lot of punch as well. And that is what people are doing. Weaving in and out and playing back and forth, but using it as like a sponge and doing some damage here, some damage there, so you can perfectly get the most amount of all your Pokemon.
Obviously, we have our thoughts about Corviknight, but let's hear about Snorlax, what he thinks what Corviknight actually is about.
Thank you, Gaines and Marcus. Yes, I'm here with the winner of the second match that we had here on stream today, Snorek. A big congratulations on this big victory. You just told me that you had practiced a lot for this match. It didn't go well. Apparently, your opponent told you that his practice went really well. How did you do this?
Yeah, so basically, my team should in theory be good against his because I have a Mad Womb Quack that's fine against everything, but if I win this, he farms up energy with Pilot Swine and I have a bad matchup then. So he wins basically every time if he gets like 2 fast moves of advantage with Pilot Swine. So I had to avoid that at all costs. So I needed to go 3 times good to it. If he safe swapped it, I had to, like in game 2, in the range of 2 fast moves to switch into my Quagsire to even be able to win this.
Yeah, I mean, you must be excited to actually even pull this off against Z Zwilos, one of the best players. But you are cementing yourself now as one of the best players in Europe as well. You're really high on the leaderboards. How did you get here? Because I think this is like the first season that you've actually been really rising up high here on top.
Yeah, probably if people are in some Discord groups, they know I practice a lot. Too much, I would say.
Well, it pays off.
But it pays off, yeah.
Do you have any shoutouts that you want to give to friends, family, fans?
Yes, of course. Mainly to the 3 people that helped me with the team. So Zhao, Victor, Kuifia, and Nickname. Also to my teammates from Phantom Claws. I won't name them because there's a lot. And yeah, Marcy scrimmed me a lot and Shiner, so thanks to them too.
Well, it's good to hear that you have friends that can help you up here. And perhaps there's even a medal this time for you in store. I wish you the best of luck in your next matches. We are heading on to the next rounds on the winner side of the brackets. Take it away, Marcus.
Thank you, Martijn, and I will. I did check the bracket. Snorek is now top 8. If he wins one more, he gets a medal. But if he loses one first, he's not out of the tournament, then he goes into the losers bracket. And then he needs to win one more and get that medal. He is now on track for his best ever finish.
He said he was practicing too much, but I feel like perfect practice actually makes perfect, and it definitely tells in his gameplay. And here we have another insane winners finals. We have Stone Collection versus Paul Asha. Man, these teams are wild. I love Paul Asha team so much. So versatile, so much fun.
I really like Palasha's team as well. I think she maybe has been inspired by Doombug. Water type, Goregeist, and an ice type. But she has gone for that regular for Alligator. Palasha looking to come back to her throne as the queen of PvP. Stone Collection wants to ride the wave that he is on with his win in Seattle.
Here comes Tokis on the Feraligator from Palasha. We saw Feraligator putting up a show yesterday. Feraligator getting to those Hydrocans so fast. Hydrocan eyes him. Here comes the first Hydrocan, and Tokis winning charge deck priority on the Aura Sphere. Feraligator is a valuable Pokemon, so she opts to put a shield up here.
Can the Feraligator hang on in the 2-shield scenario and actually get off a Hydrocan? Because I noticed that the Togekiss is winning charge attack priority, so this could be a really good matchup for the Togekiss if the Aura Sphere knocks out in the 2-shield scenario.
Yeah, they get to the move at the same time. So 5, and here we see a catch from Palasha! An Aura Sphere, resisted Aura Sphere on the Medicham. This is a great catch from Palasha.
Palasha must be very happy with this play, but now Stone Collection can farm up to another Aura Sphere before the Medicham can threaten an Ice Punch, and I believe Stone Collection will... Oh, he goes into his own Medicham here. Very interesting play to soak all that energy and neutralize the damage from Palasha's Medicham.
Yeah, I think this is a great play from Stone Collection, knowing that I don't have to shield anything on this Medicham. I'm just going to use it to soak up all the energy and damage that it's going to apply from this other Medicham. So we see another Ice Punch going to connect from Paul Asha on Stone Collection. Stone Collection knows I don't need to shield. I can use this Medicham just like, you know, to stall some time, think about my next strategy.
And the super effective packs from Togekiss really put a lot of damage onto Palasha's Medicham. So Stone Collection, he's in the driver's seat here. He knows what he's doing. He saw how Oh, and here comes the combination play. Hydro Cannon from Feraligator. Stone Collection probably won't shield this. Oh, he does. Never mind me.
Yeah, great play from Polasha, putting lots of pressure on Stone Collection, but Stone Collection goes for the dynamic punch here. It's like, I want to get rid of this Feraligatr as soon as possible. And we do remember Togekiss still has a move left, and Togekiss wins charge attack priority. Here we see Feraligatr not fainting to the dynamic punch. He can get Psychic down. He actually gets Psychic down by the Medicham. Medicham has some energy, and now we see a Medicham and a Piloswine from Polasha.
I think this is very brave by Polasha because there could be a Talonflame in the back. Everyone has been running fire types into Polasha, but not Stone Collection. He wanted another fire. It's the Togekiss. Polasha here tried to knock out Stone's Medicham, and yes, it is knocked out.
Here Stone Collection probably going to opt to bring in the Fortress, which he actually does. Here comes in the Fortress. We see a Piloswine, and we see the Volt Switcher are heavily resisted. And this Piloswine is also running higher horsepower. Let's see what I'm going to drop first. We're going to see a Rock Tomb from Stone Collection first. Do debuff as much as possible on this Piloswine. This will be for neutral damage.
This Togekiss has an Aura Sphere in the back. That means it's super heavy, super effective damage. Stone Collection needs to strip away the shield from the Piloswine so that the Togekiss can deal with it in the back. But as we see from Polasha, another Rock Tomb does not threaten a knockout.
No, not Rock Tomb. She can easily tank this if she wants, and she actually lets it go. This is perfect game knowledge here. So here comes another Rock Tomb. You're gonna survive it. The Volt Switchers are so resistant on that Piloswine. We see another debuff coming on. Is he going for up to the high horsepower? She goes for the Armament Sphere! So she kinda has to shield it because there's so much energy on that Piloswine.
But I think Stone Collection had an opportunity to throw the... Okay, Polasha is now throwing the Icicle Spear. This will definitely knock out the Togekiss. But this debuff Piloswine...
The question is, can the Piloswine get Volt Switch down by this Fortress? I don't think it can. This like high horsepower will definitely like knock out. I don't know what happened there, but the high horsepower is gonna knock out the Fortress. And goodbye, Fortress. Woohoo! Piloswine! Why
is Stone Collection not throwing his energy there? It's a question I actually don't have an answer to. Because he stripped away the shields from Polasha, the Sand Tomb would have knocked out the Piloswine, and then I think the Medicham was dry in the back for Polasha as well, so Stone Collection could probably Volt Switch it. I'm not exactly sure. I could be wrong.
Maybe he was waiting for a catch from that Medicham from Polasha. I think I'm gonna be patient here to try to catch him so I can farm down the Piloswine. But the Piloswine had so much energy there. The Raid 2 Icicle Spear was a high horsepower. There was so much energy loaded on that Piloswine. Piloswine actually put up a show here. I mean, like, Polasha is the only one who can actually show how good and strong Piloswine is.
Against that Volt Switch Fortress, we saw how strong he was because of that ground typing, you double resist the Volt Switch, and you're only taking neutral damage from the Rock Tomb as an Ice type, which is very rare.
I think this is why some trainers opt to go for the non-Shadow Piloswine to tank 2 Rock Tombs so it doesn't get Volt Switch down in the end as well. So I think this was a great showing for Piloswine. Also for Feraligatr, but now we know Togekiss wins charge attack priority versus Feraligatr and the pace at the same time. So that's actually really good for Togekiss there. But we see here, the trainers are locked in. And we see Togekiss on Medicham. This is a great lead for Stone Collection, but the Ice Punch are super effective from Polasha.
So how does this matchup go? I actually have no idea. I believe Medicham can probably win the Zero Shield scenario because it gets to land 2 Ice Punches, while the Togekiss, the fast attack damage will be adding up. Polasha, no shielding and Side Shock, knowing that this will not threaten a knockout.
Yeah, the Pex actually do out so much here. We see an Ice Punch going on a Togekiss. Togekiss can definitely hang on, but he cannot take 2 Ice Punch. Togekiss is a very, very not bulky Pokemon here. We see it first Ice Punch. As you can see, it does so much damage, but the Peck as well does so much damage. And see Polasha waiting in turn, making sure the Ice Punch is going to connect on the Togekiss. And we see a first shield from Stone Collection.
And Stone Collection, he's been trusting his Togekiss this entire tournament. Here comes the Feraligatr. Togekiss wants to either knock it low or strip away a shield so his Fortress can deal with it more easily. Polasha, let's go!
Yeah, I love this play a lot. You might see a swap here into the Fortress. Volt Switches are super effective versus the Feraligatr. Polasha still has 2 shields, but Hydro Cannon is such a great move. He does so much damage, but Stone Collection only has 1 shield, so he needs to like make sure that he puts his shield up on the perfect position.
But can Polasha get to another Hydro Cannon? She's 3 away? No, she cannot. Stone Collection needs to throw his Sand Tomb to get rid of the Feraligatr before another Hydro Cannon comes out. Polasha, she does not keep the Feraligatr. She's going weak to the Talonflame, but there is a reason for it. Because she has the Piloswine, 2 shields up, she does not respect it. Stone Collection, can he pull this back with his Medicham?
A great gameplay here. But, I mean, this is kind of not so great for Piloswine here because even though the Piloswine does destroy the fortress, it's almost the only Pokemon left. So they give it debuff. This is great that they swapped out here. We're seeing high horsepower. High horsepower doing way more damage.
Whoa.
Oh, but we actually puts up the shield, knowing that, okay, maybe is she going for the high horsepower since she has 2 shields, and we see the high horsepower is being shielded here.
And Stone Collection will try to bait out both the Palasha shield with Ice Punches. That makes the Dynamic Punch come out 1 Psycho Cut sooner. I think that could be a great play from Stone Collection, but he needs to land a lot of damage into this Piloswine. Will Palasha go for double Icicle Spear or for high horsepower here?
I think double Icicle Spear is the play. I don't think high horsepower will knock out. Medicham is so bulky here. Great double baits. You see the first Icicle Spear, and she actually opts to go for double Icicle Spear. I feel like this is the play because high horsepower, even though it's a great move, Medicham is a little bit too bulky here, and it takes a long time to get there. Here we see the first one land. Let's see what it actually he's gonna try to catch the movie from Icicle Spear, and we see a Santum. A Santum, I mean, is not gonna do any meaningful damage, and now this is an opportunity for the Piloswine to overload on more energy because, like, as you can see, Stone Collection still has 3 Pokemon left.
And now Palasha, she will always leave this matchup with an Icicle Spear in store because she knows if Stone Collection get his Medicham in, then he wants to throw energy into that Piloswine. I think Stone comes in with Togekiss here, trying to get to that Aura Sphere.
Yeah, they have to make it go, and actually goes right. Does Ice Spear KO? I think it KOs, Marcus. What do you think?
I'm confident that this Icicle Spear will knock out. But there is a Togekiss left. Can it get to an Aura Sphere? It's 4 away. No, the Piloswine will win this for Palasha. It powder snows down the Togekiss. Stone Collection grimacing, Palasha celebrating. She's back, baby!
She is the best Piloswine user I have ever seen. She used it back to back to back. She's using Piloswine at his top peak performance as we talked about. Marcus, remember when you said like Piloswine won't give any screen time? Look at this!
I was not a believer, but it turns out number 1, I was right again with Pokémon. Number 2, I was right with Seaswellers. But Palasha, she is proving me wrong. Piloswine actually has a place in this meta, ruining that Fortress, playing so well into that Togekiss, and even taking out a Medicham.
Yeah, it's very exciting meta. Also, the Feraligatr, we saw like...
Oh, I love that pick.
I love Togekiss into Feraligatr. I mean, like, Togekiss wins the charge up, but the Hydro Cannon does so much damage. And, I mean, the Feraligatr in the end also, like, using it and absorbing and throwing Hydro Cannons left and right. And we saw the Piloswine in the end was just too strong. And with the Volt Switch, like, they do no damage. The Rock Tomb, she can easily tank too as well.
I want to say something about Palasha and her team. She's 5 times weak to fire. It's the Medicham that's generally weak to the flying type of Talonflame or this ghost type of Skeledirge. Then she has Wigglytuff, she has Corviknight, both of them not created to fire. Then Gourgeist, a grass type, and Piloswine, an ice type. It's just the Feraligatr that deals with a fire typing. And she has faced fire types 3 rounds in a row, and she is still undefeated. Now in the top 8, I mean, I think this might be Palasha's tournament.
I think so too. Like, it's so precise with the gameplay here, and her team is like so perfectly balanced as well. Even though she's really weak to fire type, like a Talonflame. I mean, we've seen it yesterday. Like, or she doesn't care. Like,
it did not matter.
Whatever. Like, I'll just play it out, and she keeps winning. It's kind of insane. And we see the Icicle Spear, so much damage on the Medicham here, and like she had to make the call there as well to throw the charge attack priority on the Medicham, right? Because it had the Dynamic Punch, but she's like, okay, I'm just gonna throw the Icicle Spear, see what comes in, be patient, and great win by Palasha.
I'm very impressed by her gameplay, and she's definitely back. The queen of PvP, some inconsistent results this season, but now she's here to take it all. And from what I've seen so far, no reason to doubt that she will go far and even further maybe in this tournament.
Yeah, she always used like very interesting picks like the Magnezone that nobody used, and she used it and she literally destroyed every single Pokemon that Magnezone. And now we see how she uses Piloswine so perfectly, so precise. Again, like some sort of an off-meta pick, but still like, you know, very valuable for her.
She was now she's using the Gourgeist. She's using the Feraligatr, Piloswine. And that's the flavor of this new meta. But in Birmingham, we had an entirely different meta. Take a look at this.
The first European regional of the 2026 calendar year saw our top trainers travel to Birmingham, England, to battle it out in their first and perhaps only bite of the Precious Paths meta. My name's Fareed, and this is the story of how Britain's finest C-tier battler became a champion. From the usage data on day one of Birmingham, there didn't seem to be any major surprises. A relatively conservative approach saw the core of Empoleon and Altaria dominate the field. Enter Maximilian P, a grassroots legend who, despite having seen various successes in his play Pokemon career, had always remained touching distance away from the glory of gold. Starting off his day 2 with a dominant victory versus one of Europe's elite in Tonton Batus, Maxi's momentum was pulled back by a tough loss to fellow grassroots hero C. Leonardo 77. There, Maxi claimed back-to-back victories which saw him guarantee a medal and his name in the losers' finals. Meanwhile, on the winner's side, Worlds finalist Pataman was obliterating all competition in his path. Pataman had not dropped a single game in his last 4 matches and looked in prime position to take it all. Pataman vs Maximilian P. Maxi made swift work of the first best of 5 match without dropping a single game. Maxi reset the bracket and blew the doors to the title wide open. Pataman demonstrating his unparalleled class to take not 1 but 2 games off Maxi despite the clear team disadvantage. However, reverting back to his trusted 3 of Shadow Annihilate, Jellicent and Wigglytuff, Maxi did not repeat errors of old. He did not fall at the final hurdle. His commitment, his hunger, his determination, culminating one last time. Every trainer has a story. This was Maxi's. It's time to write yours.
Friendship, rivalry, power, all of those are features of competitive Pokemon play. And all of those combined make our next matchup. We have Andres versus Strange TOP, 2 friends who have been comrades for basically all the time of Pokemon Go. And now on the winner's side of the bracket, in the winner's final of Group D, they're facing off against each other. The winner will make top 8. The loser will not be out, but go into the losers finals of the group.
And that friendship ends today.
Exactly.
Whoever wins,
yes,
one of them will win, right? But of course, nothing personal to play against each other. In fact, I find it fun to play against friends. Something to know about these trainers: we have a lot of top competitors right now on the winner's side of the bracket that already have won so many medals. But both trainers haven't had as much luck with getting as far in many of these tournaments. Strange TP has been a while. You may have seen him a couple times on day 2. He has gotten there a couple times, but hasn't really reached top 8, and Andres did get a 2nd place medal in Turin 2023. That's been a while ago. Ever since she got a top 8 at Liverpool, and yeah, ever since they haven't really gotten as far as they'd really hoped to. But this might just be that opportunity. We have 2 Spanish trainers here. We saw Pataman earlier being defeated, and Paulasha, the other Spanish trainer on the winner's side of the bracket, did pull through. Can a Spanish trainer win it all today?
I mean, there is a good chance. They have always been in the final of the Spanish regionals or special championships.
True.
But they've never succeeded there. So we have plenty of Spaniards still in the tournament. I'm quite curious to see Andres there with Altaria, Shadow Quagsire, Empoleon, a Malamar,
Not Shadow, though.
Fortress, and the Shadow Fortress.
Yeah, the thing that is kind of spooky for Andres here, if we take a look at the team from Strange Tube, he has Galarian Corsola. And Galarian Corsola, if you do not have a normal type, this Pokemon is really hard to check, even for the Dark-type Pokemon Malamar, because of its Psychic subtyping. That means that the Ghost-type damage output from Galarian Corsola is neutral, and because it is way bulkier, it actually really puts up a good fight against Malamar. So I feel like we're going to see this Pokemon every game from Strange TOP, and for Andres, it's going to be the challenge to check this Pokemon.
Yep, Corsola, a good save swap. Even you can bait out the Malamar, so you can play another Pokemon that might have some issues with it. But when we're looking at the team of Strange TOP, it doesn't really feel like all of his Pokemon fear the Malamar, right? So it has neutral play into the Altaria, Quagsire, but Fortress and Corviknight, they resist the Psywaves. I don't really think they care too much about Malamar, so there is a good chance it's not even being brought, but then that would free up the Corsola entirely.
We're about to find out. Andres with Malamar into Corviknight from Strange TOP, and you'd actually think this is a great lead, because Strange TOP with his Steel-type Pokemon flying in the sky there resists Psywave. This is actually more neutral than you think, just because Malamar has more damage output generally. So this matchup is really more neutral. But going for the hard-hitting payback, does Andres put up a Protect Shield, sniffing it out? No, this payback is going to deal heavy damage here. But I think you want to keep this energy at some point.
But I think that's still absolutely fine. You were not debuffed. Usually when you want to shield your Malamar, this is when you have used the superpower already. Andres is now going to connect a foul play. Are we going to be in knockout range for superpower? No, switches out, keeps the energy. And now we're seeing the good old Quagsire that is very close to Aqua Tail range.
Did she count? Oh, she miscounted here. I think trying to protect against a payback, but Strange TP wasn't there just yet. Pulling up the shield there and now trying to catch on the Galarian Corsola. I mean, it doesn't matter. You want to throw an Aqua Tail here anyway. No, she goes for the harder hitting Stone Edge. But Galarian Corsola is very bulky. Can't hang on to two of these.
I do really like going for the Stone Edge here because Corsola is not the Pokemon that you necessarily want to shield. Look at the Mudshot damage. It's just not there. It's just all a ruse. You are going to need two Aqua Tails to knock out here.
This is so awkward. Do you throw your Nightshade immediately? Anders is at another Aqua Tail here, and the next one might just barely knock out. And going for the Charge Security Tire. If this knocks out, the energy from this Galarian Corsola is wasted. But I think you can actually barely hang on. Strange TOP is not taking any chances here. He wants to get off this Nightshade and get the most out of this Galarian Corsola. That is honestly the most valuable Pokemon that he has on this team.
I think that you're not actually going to knock out with this Nightshade, so you can actually get some farm in there. Andres knows Fortress, that, swaps out into the Fortress, and now Altaria is the answer. However, Altaria is behind a full Volt Switch in energy, so that means you're getting outpaced, and Shadow Fortress can actually farm down an Altaria after landing a Rock Tomb.
This is exactly what the Shadow variant is for. Rock Tomb has been nerfed. It will still do a lot of damage. I don't think you can get a farm down that easily, but maybe when you use Protect Shields here, you might have to go for a Sand Tomb, but obviously Strange TP is never going to shield that. So what do you do here as Andres, especially when you use a Protect Shield here? You want to get more out of this Fortress.
I mean, the thing is that Andres also only has one shield, so farming down is much easier when you have two shields. Yeah, now she has 0, but when the matchup started. But now going for another Rock Tomb. The debuffing won't help with the Flamethrower. Tries to go for...
She tried to get out of there, but then went for a Volt Switch. And when you are stuck in the fast attack animation, you cannot do a switch. So Flamethrower burns up this Fortress. What do you now? You don't have a lot of health, but you have some energy on Malamar. Can you build up some energy here? Keep in mind that this Corviknight has some energy still. Strange TP tried to get a catch there, but it was just one turn too late.
Andres tried to go for a farm down, but then decided, nope, I don't think I'm getting this. Has another full play start, throws it just before the Air Cutter. Does this knock out though?
I think it will knock out, but how much energy does Quagsire have is the question here. Doesn't knock out, it barely doesn't, but swaps out anyway. In comes Galarian Corsola. Can he get to the Nightshade? Yes, Galarian Corsola barely gets to the Nightshade. Despite the pacing of Quagsire, it was not quick enough to outpace Galarian Corsola.
Was just 2 Astonishes away from this Nightshade. Knocks out Quagsire, and then there's only Malamar left. Malamar hangs on to 1 Astonish, but not 2. And Strange TOP, as you were saying, wins it on the back of Galarian Corsola in Game 1.
If we could get a replay soon on when Andres tried to get the switch with that Fortress to get out of that Altaria matchup. I think if she did get that switch, she may have won that game because that Fortress was so healthy. She needed all that health because at the end, when Fortress was knocked out, she had 2 Pokemon with their health bar in the red. Those were not going to pull through against 2 Pokemon like Altaria and Galarian Corsola that have a pretty hard-hitting fast attack.
It's always cool when you can debuff your opponent's attack, you know?
It's
gonna
cool.
deal less damage, but if you're double debuffing a Pokemon and it still one-shots you with the Flamethrower, that is tough.
Let's talk about the difference in Fairy-type Pokemon here, because I think that is kind of what Andres is holding back here. She has Florges, Strange TOP, has Wigglytuff.
Oh, I love Wigglytuff.
And Wigglytuff has the normal type defense, is the defense typing in normal type, right? I love Wigglytuff too, by the way. That means that Wigglytuff is a core breaker for Galarian Corsola and Altaria. It's a very common Pokemon, so that makes this core hard to use for Strange TOP. But sometimes you find an advantageous matchup, and I think this is one of those. If there's no Wigglytuff, this Florges instead, both Altaria and Galarian Corsola have play into that, especially when this Florges doesn't have a Fairy-type charge attack.
Yeah, Florges is a really versatile Pokemon that can work against, I mean, the coverage of a little bit of fairy damage. Water and grass is so strong offensively and defensively. However, we're going into the next game. This was a fantastic matchup for Galarian Corsola when the Fortress still was on Bug Bite. Swaps out immediately on the side of Andres, not fearing the Wigglytuff from Strange TOP.
Well, maybe she had to bait out Wigglytuff as well, doing a few Astonish here and then swapping into Altaria for some fast attack damage. I'm not sure if that will put this Malamar into Dragon Breath plus Sky Attack range, but I guess Strange TP doesn't really care. He just needs Galarian Corsola not on this Malamar.
Yeah, and also he doesn't want to have the Altaria on the Shadow Fortress probably. It's not the worst matchup in the world, but there are better ones.
Right, and Altaria paces quite fast here. If Andres shields, I think she will outpace another charge attack. It looks like she is putting out a Protect Shield. Maybe he wants to even preserve this Malamar later for the Galarian Corsola. You definitely have to throw a charge attack, or you might want to try to catch a charge attack. She's trying to swap into Altaria. The timer is slowly getting up here.
Dragon Breath down.
Oh, he's going with a Flamethrower. Why are you doing this? That's resistant!
That is basically halving your damage, but I mean, still good that he actually got to press on the move before it got knocked out.
Yeah, at least he threw. I think he wants to swap out with the charge attack there. This Galarian Corsola does have access to the super effective charge attack Power Gem, but it doesn't hit as hard. Andres wants to keep Altaria around though. She puts up her final Protect Shield here.
With the Sky Attack, this Power Gem would have knocked out, by the way. That would have been, or at least very close. But Strange TOP is now 2 shields up. Still has his Galarian Corsola in play. Does not shield here because he knows there is a fall play stored on the Malamar. There are harder hitting attacks and maybe wants to put it all on that Quagsire.
There are harder hitting charge attacks, so you don't need to shield Galarian Corsola. In fact, this still won't knock out. Strange TOP already has seen that Shadow Fortress in the lead, so he probably knows how to kind of play that out since the Shadow Quagsire is around. And swapping into the Malamar for an aggressive play. This forces the next shield from Strange TOP.
This is a combo play from Andres, and now we're leveled with shields. But Strange TOP has a good amount of energy on this Galarian Corsola. Can knock out the Malamar.
Strange TOP is in a commanding position here. He can now wait for Andres to swap in and then decide to switch in or the Quagsire potentially into that Shadow Fortress. But if the timer's up for Andres, she could answer immediately with that Shadow Altaria. I don't think Shadow Altaria has a lot of energy though. No, he's staying in. No, now he swaps into Shadow Quagsire. This is a great position for Strange TOP to be in. The thing is, you have to store up some energy because you need Stone Edge for Altaria.
Yeah, but if you have the energy advantage, I don't think Altaria is at a lot of energy on the side of Andres.
I don't think so either.
If you have the Stone Edge, then you're gonna get rid of it no problem immediately. And also, you're not pressured too much by the Sand Tombs.
And, well, the Sand Tombs are actually the thing that hits a little bit harder here. It's the Voltage that really add up. But I like what Strange TOP is doing here. I think he's just building up as much energy as possible. Oh, the catch from Andres! Muy bueno, excelente! This might just be what you need to win this game. But the thing is, this Quagsire has so much energy, and it just paces quicker. Yeah. So the problem is, can you even get to another charge attack later on this Fortress?
Oh, but farming so many Mudshots here with double debuff defenses. The Dragon Breath run through their Quagsire like it's nothing. It's almost KO'd now.
This might be this doesn't look out!
Swaps out into the Corsola, chips it down, puts it into farm down range, but throws the Nightshade already before the Sky Attack is hit. Now there's almost no energy on the side of Strange TOP. Andres still has that Fortress. Fortress is healthy.
I think you could have gotten the Astonish down here. Can you get the Volt Switch down?
Oh my days!
That is brutal here. You have the Sand Tomb ready to go. This Altaria doesn't have much HP, but going for the Stone Edge, it was charging pretty tight into the fortress.
Strange TOP actually charged up to that Stone Edge, knowing the HP was not relevant on his side. Stone Edge deals so much damage, it's connecting and knocking out the Shadow Fortress. What a close game in the end, but precisely played by Strange TOP. We did not see the vision at all times, but he had it in mind from the get-go.
Those Dragon Breaths were adding up so much that at some point we were just panicking. You're about to lose your Quagsire, man. You might get Volt Switch down there, but Strange 2P was just one step ahead there.
Yeah.
Saving that Stone Edge, he knew that he wins the Charge Security tie with Quagsire over Fortress. It's really close, but I guess Strange 2P knows his local friend a little bit, knows that she probably runs a Quagsire, or sorry, Fortress doesn't have that high of an attack, and then, yeah, you come on back in with the Quagsire, you just demolish the fortress with a Stone Edge, and you lock down the game with that. Well played.
I also really like the counting of energy. You know, sometimes it is very easy if you know that I'm going to throw 3 Aqua Tails, you know how much energy you need for that, and that is more than you can get, by the way. But knowing when you have enough energy for a Stone Edge and an Aqua Tail, you know, you don't really see it on the energy bars that you have on the bottom, so I like the precision.
You really have to kind of guess or make that precision there that you can that you're actually at those 2 moves. We saw earlier that Flamethrower, she tried to catch on her Altaria there. Barely didn't manage to do so, and that's how Strange TP won that first game here.
Well played by Strange TOP. In both games, all of them came down to the wire. It looked like it at least, but Strange TOP, he had a vision. Sick catch from Andres as well, getting the Aqua Tail in here, but he immediately pivoted. He knew, okay, well, you know what, if I do 4 more mud shots, I still have enough energy for Aqua Tail plus Stone Edge.
Very smart play. Now, what I also want to point out here, right, we now Strange TOP getting in the top 8 in a very long time. That's big for him.
Yeah.
That's another step to potentially a Spanish Grand Finals, maybe? Because Palash is also moving on there.
I mean, the result of this game did not really matter when it comes to getting closer to a Spanish finalist, because both of them were Spanish.
Absolutely. Another thing, by the way, what I noticed in that catch from Andres is sometimes you're playing a little bit on autopilot, right? You're like, okay, I know how to time
Autopilot's fine.
That's not what I meant at all. Thank you for interrupting with a very bad joke there.
Continue, please.
What I meant was, when you're playing too much on autopilot, you're just doing your fast attack timing well, and you're like, okay, they have a 3-turn fast attack, I do 1 mud shot, throw my charge stack. They have Volt Switch, I do 1 mud shot, throw my charge stack. When you're doing that too much, that's when someone like Andres might wait 2 turns, a full second, doing nothing, and then swap. Because at that point, Strange TOP was like, okay, I just time my charge stack, whatever. But you don't see the fortress actually moving. So you don't see the fortress moving, and that should actually be your cue that your opponent is waiting and trying to catch your charge stack. Strange TOP just kind of fell into that.
But sometimes you're just so locked in when you're focusing on how much energy do I need, you start to look at the bottom side of your screen. You're ignoring the top side of the screen where the other Pokemon is, which you have to pay attention to, and then you're just going, well, usually after 1 mud shot, it shouldn't be possible for my opponent to catch. But if you don't pay attention to what's going on the other half of the screen, trust me, I've been there, tough times.
Honestly, it's a decision tree of 1 second. Like, that's how fast-paced these kind of things often go. The players that you see here, sometimes it just speaks for itself, and it just looks very straightforward. It's harder than you might think.
But you're saying that, but you always need to be attentive of it. So you always have to have it in the back of your head. It's not only, oh wow, there's 1 second my opponent is not going to do anything. You always have to be aware of the possibility of your opponent to not do something and then try to catch.
You know so much. Maybe, why are you not doing better at tournaments?
I feel like I've done okay this season, you know? I've done quite a bit of championship points. I got booster packs in every single tournament I played. I'm happy with my season so far. I know I'm not day 2-ing quite yet, but trust me, I'm training a lot and I'm getting there.
No, that's good. That's good. If you're happy with your own performance, that's the goal you need to reach,
arrogance.
right?
Oh my goodness!
What? No.
If you're happy with your performance,
I'm saying the goal is that
to have fun.
that you need, yes, you have fun and to walk out of here with a good feeling,
Yes.
okay? That's what I'm saying. No arrogance intended. What are you trying today, bro? Z-Zweilos versus Vitanassi. Let's take a look here. We saw Z-Zweilos play against Snork earlier, and Z-Zweilos actually lost that. Z-Zweilos told Snork that he won about all of his practice battles, and the actual battles he lost. So Z-Zweilos might be a little bit flabbergasted by that. Of course, his team is quite spicy. We saw the previous casters really glaze this Piloswine. We are going to be a little bit more neutral about it.
Yeah, I mean, I do like Piloswine. I also liked how it
it's
played
a cool
versus
Pokemon.
Stone Collection. But the thing is, sometimes when you practice, when you scrim your matchup versus someone else, they might have completely different play patterns or lines that they're picking than your opponent that you're going to face the other day. So if you're playing multiple people, you might get completely different results.
If you play against the same person over and over, on the other hand, you don't get the same results per se, but they just might try different Pokemon just for the sake of trying different Pokemon. That's not what you want to look for. I totally agree with you on that. I also like this team, by the way. Gourgeist, very interesting pick. Like, pretty much the only actual viable Grass-type Pokemon. We did see some Credilli yesterday, but with so many Corviknight around, you kind of need a Grass-type Pokemon with Incinerate.
Yeah, Gourgeist is so good. Yesterday we talked about it a lot, saying this might be one of the core breakers that could win this tournament in the end. Because it just breaks up perfectly this Quagsire plus Corviknight and Forretress core. Even though Corviknight does have some play into it, Forretress has a much tougher time.
Let's take a look at game number 1 here. Both trainers have locked in. We have Galarian Corsola. We saw that earlier as well, but this time against a Clefable. Clefable, now I am an expert on this matchup, does not have a bad matchup here per se. Meteor Mash is as strong as Frenzy Plant now, for reference, which is incredibly strong. It's not the same type of attack bonus, but then again, Clefable charges up really quick. Galarian Corsola is bulky enough that it can hang on to 2, but it gets really close.
Yeah, but can it hang on to 1 and a Moonblast?
Oh, the catch though!
Oh, that is so much damage negated by Z-Zweilos, bringing in that Corviknight. Corviknight also doesn't really struggle against this Clefable anymore then, because it is already so low. Now we go into the mirror match. Vitanacity wants to soak up some of the damage from the Corviknight as well, but I think Corviknight has done an important job already, and that is getting the Corsola ahead of an energy.
And Clefable is now energy dry. Galarian Corsola is looking pretty decent with that energy still for the backline too, even though Feraligatr does have access to super effective Shadow Claw. On the other hand, you have Azumarill as Z-Zweilos in the back, because that Pokemon is so bulky, you don't really need shields for that. At some point, you know, even if you have 3 bulky Pokemon, you're gonna have to use shields somewhere. And look at this counting from Vitanacity, but he loses Charge Attack pretty tight on his Air Cutter.
Oh, that is tough, but I don't even think the Air Cutter would have knocked out in this situation. But, oh, it still hangs on, gets to the Air Cutter. Now the question is, which Corviknight is going to farm the other one down? Because both of them are going to be terribly low after this Air Cutter.
Yeah, the Air Cutter doesn't knock out just yet. In comes the Galarian Corsola again, which has energy. You have so much health here as well. This is a great chance to bring in that Shadow Feraligatr and start ramping up though. Even though Galarian Corsola can hang on to a Hydro Cannon quite comfortably, Shadow Claw is what's going to add up.
We have seen this matchup so many times last year in Birmingham, actually. That was when Galarian Corsola was released in Pokemon Go, and Feraligatr, Shadow Feraligatr, was all the rage.
Here we go. First Hydro Cannon is coming through. This is not going to knock out this Galarian Corsola just yet, but Z-Zweilos does use a shield this time. He's not a shield keeper in this game, and Feraligatr paces quicker though, so she's gonna go for another one here. Going for not optimal timing, but probably because also unpredictable.
Yeah, he just wanted to get off this Nightshade as well, knowing full well that there is already a Charge Attack stored. Swaps in the Azumarill, and now of course Vitanacity has 2 Hydro Cannons, but they are resisted, and they are not gonna deal as much damage.
You have to throw Hydro Cannon here regardless. It's again the Shadow Claw are going to add up, but this is a great opportunity to swap in a Clefable and pace to some charge stacks here. But now Z-Zweilos is at an Ice Beam on Azumarill to knock out this Clefable. There's no shields to hide behind for this Clefable. It won't be able to get to another charge attack here, and in comes the Ice Beam. Even did another bubble. Z-Zweilos is so good at counting.
Yep. Great energy management from Z-Zweilos' side. Vitanacity also has a lot of energy, definitely has the advantage in that regard. But Azumarill is so bulky. It hangs on to all of the Hydro Cannons. Even if you're throwing 2 plus Shadow Claws, it's not going to be enough. And 1 neutral damage play-rough is going to do the trick. And that is a decisive victory for Z-Zweilos with 3 Pokemon still on the field.
We call it a 3-ball flex from Z-Zweilos. To be the best, you need to beat the best. And V-Tenacity needs to think again. How am I going to overcome one of the best players in Europe here?
He is looking mighty strong. Did not get too upset after losing the winners finals of his group. Yesterday we talked about it in the interview a little bit. He was making jokes about him never going to the winner's side on day 2 again.
Yeah, that's just not what the cool kids do.
Yeah, he did do that, but he did not get out of the groups on the winner's side. But still, his goal is, of course, to get another precious top 8 spot, and he's 1 game away from it.
I think Zwalis is just... he's just channeling all his emotion into the game instead. Like, no emotion for this game. Only focus on the game.
Yeah.
He's only here for, well, usually we say Quagsire, Clodsire business, but there's actually no Quagsire in this match, which is crazy.
True.
Yeah, very interesting. Let's talk about V-Tenacity here. He is a player very well known from the grassroots formats, and he's been trying his hands at the Championship Series as well. He did get to top 10 in Liverpool 2 seasons ago, but he's trying to, he needs, like, I think 1 or 2 victories to exceed that performance. Let's see if he can do it. We're heading into game number 2, and this is a great lead for Zwalos.
Oh, wow, the Charger Bug versus Feraligatr is huge. A lot of fast attack pressure here. However, the Zero Shields can go to Feraligatr, where V-Tenacity pivots into his own Clefable.
Clefable is just a very safe pick. There's only really the Corviknight to answer and wall it. But I guess that V-Tenacity is not really expecting that with a Charge Bug lead, because then Zwalis will be extremely weak to Clodsire. So really good team composition from V-Tenacity here. But now Zwalis takes the energy instead on this Galarian Corsola.
Oh, and Zwalis did not swap in the Azumarill. When you're looking at the backline, the Azumarill might have been better off against the Clefable, especially since there is a Gourgeist in the back. And trust me,
oh, and the full
Corsola
Astonish
does
sneak
a
here.
lot. Oh, wow. So it wants to get rid of the energy, hoping to have a possible charge attack priority tie, but a shield is being put up by Zwalis.
I like that. Even though that Meteor Mash probably wouldn't have knocked out yet, now
Yeah.
you can get to 2 charge stacks on this Feraligatr. Otherwise, that Feraligatr may have Shadow Claw down instead. So now Zwalis is getting the most out of this Galarian Corsola. And Feraligatr is not known for its bulk, so at some point, you're gonna have to use Protect Shield here.
Are you throwing immediately now to not give 2 Shadow Claws?
No, you just throw another one. Like
another
the Astonish damage is still
that's
really valuable.
So he is going to throw another attack, unshielded, and now the question is this bubble down range? Because you are going to nope, swaps in the Azumarill, swaps out the Feraligatr on the side of V-Tenacity, and brings in the Gourgeist. And that is such an interesting matchup. It's a grass type that is doing resisted fast attack damage against a water type, which deals super effective charge attack damage.
Hold up. What is V-Tenacity cooking here? This is what we call the sweeper of a team. You kept all your shields for your final Pokemon, and this final Pokemon might actually be able to put in some good work here. Now, Azumarill does have access to Ice Beam, so it can hit for super effective damage, but you see that Seed Bomb does not hit hard enough. So Zwalis might actually not even be putting in shields here. Oh, not exactly great timing for V-Tenacity. Now he's capped on energy.
And one brilliant thing that Zwalis did was preserve the Corsola at almost still good HP, because it's gonna get some Astonishes in onto this Gourgeist, which is otherwise with the Charge Bug gonna be really hard.
Right, because Volt Switch from Charge Bug is resisted. You only have access to it neutrally with. You need to get some fast attack damage in here, and see Zwalis put on the next protection. I think that Azumarill can hang on to the Seed Bomb, but the timer's going to be up for V-Tenacity. He might go for a catch here.
Are we gonna see a catch or a swap in Shadow Claw down? No, it's way too healthy for that immediate throw of the Seed Bomb, while Zwalis was waiting a turn.
And Zwalis also could have caught the charge attack. So very bold play here from V-Tenacity. Azumarill goes down. You now have to do this with Charge Bug. But this... Oh, I like this play as well. Swapping into Charge Bug now. Interesting choice. Once again,
want to get
that
the damage.
Astonish in. Yeah. And oh, we see the Hydro Cannon though. But
Wait
the thing
a second. This does not knock out. You get the knockout with a Volt Switch that was snuck there.
Yeah, but then you need another Volt Switch to get... Oh, but he throws immediately. But this is only a Seed Bomb. I think the Charge Bug hangs on here.
It actually might, and then there's still Corsola. Corsola has some energy after the Astonished gets the X-Scissor through. This looks so good for Zwalis, of course. Throws immediately, doesn't want to take the Incinerate damage. Now the question is, can the Gourgeist hang on?
This works out. This works out. Charge Bug. X is very efficient, and the little buzz, almost like it's Zwalos' signature Pokemon by now, and it carries him to the next round on the loose side of the brackets.
He actually says he doesn't know how good it is in this meta right now, but he's just so used to playing Chargeback, and having an electric type is so useful in these tournaments. It is actually breaking up some cores. It's just doing a good job, and it's not bad versus Quagsire.
It's because water-type Pokemon are always prevalent. Water is only weak to grass and electric, and both of those typing are just kind of hard to run. So yeah, I agree with you. I like that Zweilous has that electric type Pokemon here because you kind of just always have a target. And the bug defensive typing is just so good often as well, especially on the earlier stages of the tournament. Some trainers don't know their typing super well, and they might not know exactly what bug is good against or what's not good against bug.
Chargeback is such an all-time classic by now, I want to say, ever since it got the Volt Switch Fast Attack.
Pokemon Go classic.
That's true. Actually, it has some occurrences in VG as well.
Chargeback?
Yeah.
Really? That's cool.
It's a decent Pokemon overall. Who would have thought, actually, when I saw that Pokemon release? But Zweilous, of course, knows he has been so loyal to this Pokemon. Here in Game 1, we see the Play Rough knock out that Feraligatr. Feraligatr had so much energy, but what does it help you if you are facing Azumarill, the wrath of Azumarill?
Yeah, and Azumarill is known for its bulk, especially when there's resisted charge attacks. That doesn't really help there. Yeah, if we're taking a look at this replay here, you know, this Gourgeist was good, and he tried with the Feraligatr. The Hydro Cannon hits hard, but it's not enough. And yeah, Axes are just being a very good neutral charge attack. Tenacity, unfortunately, his run ends here, but it was a good run.
Yeah, being Shadow would have really helped there, but maybe it would have been knocked out by then. The
Shadow
Feraligatr.
Oh yeah, that definitely would have helped. I mean, it could have been all Shadow.
Another interesting thing about the teams of these players, there wasn't only no Quagsire, there was no Wigglytuff as well. There was no normal type in total in two teams. That is something very unusual.
It is very unusual. Now, I captured a moment earlier from this match. I want to take a look at that again, because with Anders versus Strange COP, I talked about autopilot, right? Yeah. And I caught a moment here in the very first game as well. So let's get that up real quick. There was a moment there where Zweilous made that catch. And that catch was very interesting because we saw Zweilous. Look. Okay, we got it here. Let's play this, right?
Yes.
I think maybe we need to go. No. I think this is it. I think this is it, right?
Yeah.
Because I think here, let's take a look. Zweilous not tapping. Where can I draw on this? Look. Okay. No.
You missed it.
Yeah, well, I have a different thing on my... let's do that real quick again. Okay, so I have to look at this. Look, you see no tapping, right? You see no tap. There's no tapping. Okay, I'm just figuring out where I have to draw. But look, you see no tapping, and that's because Zweilous is trying to catch this charge attack. So Tenacity here is basically just kind of on autopilot, and he's like, okay, I just do one Fairy Wind, and then throw my charge attack, and that's it. And then I throw my charge attack. He's not looking at the Galarian Corsola moving. So you see Zweilous waiting, and he makes that catch. So, you know, excellent gameplay there from Zweilous. Heads up in the mechanics. And yeah, Tenacity, a very tough catch there.
Yeah, it was phenomenal because this negated the damage properly. After that, the Corviknight was swapped in behind on energy. And then Zweilous actually reached 2 paybacks before payback at an air cutter didn't even knock out the Corviknight. So the damage of the Meteor Mash did not matter whatsoever. It just put the Corviknight lower into non-farm down range. If it wasn't for the Meteor Mash damage, it would have been super healthy. But still,
one payback was just not going to be enough anyway. So, yeah, that just really puts Zweilous ahead in that match to begin with. You need to pay close attention to what your opponents are doing because guess what? They're also trying to win.
Yeah. If you're playing versus the best of the best, there's just no mercy on the other side of the table. If you are slipping up on day 2, you're falling.
That's exactly the time to give it your best. So, Chargebug's been just such an interesting Pokemon, right? Yeah. Can we now say that if we talk about signature Pokemon, is Zweilous his signature Pokemon Chargebug?
It's really hard because this is the one I think he has been using the most over all of those tournaments. Zweilous also always has this creative approach to teams. He always wants to find these crazy core breakers, like this time around the Piloswine, which multiple people have actually picked up. But usually he varies so much with his teams. That's part of the beauty of watching him as well, right? Every single tournament you see something crazy. He's been playing King Gambit at Worlds, right?
Crazy. It's just the urge to be different, to run something spicy, right?
But it works!
if you can make it work, well, is it the Pokemon that works at some point, or is it the trainer that can make it work? I feel like Patoman does something like that as well. Really good trainer, but he tries off meta. And it's not just to be off meta, it's to throw trainers off, especially when you get further in the rounds. Your off meta picks might core break some of the Pokemon that your opponent is comfortable with. And taking that away can really set yourself up here.
Yeah, and if we're already having a trainer here that is so creative, that throws people off guard, why don't we ask them a few questions about it? So over to the interview. Over to the interview.
I think Zizwalos needs a little bit more time. There we go.
Yeah, we just needed a little bit more time, but I'm here with Zizwalos, and congratulations on the great win.
Thank you, thank you. I think we especially needed the time to listen to Martine's voice a little more because it's very beautiful, very soothing.
I want more of Martine and Leonard, but now I have you here. A bit of a tough matchup on the winner's side, but loser's side. You're still in, and you won. A bit of a, bit of a different team composition from Vita Nasteri. How did you find that to play against?
Honestly, it was a very interesting matchup. We did have that yesterday as well, so I had some information going into this. Also information about what he may expect me to bring. So I was not surprised to see that Clefable, as I leaned on my Medicham yesterday quite heavily, because that has quite nice play into the Gourgeist actually. So yeah, I brought the Corviknight game 1 to have some insurance against the Clefable. I did pretty well with it. And then after I showed a pretty strong team composition against his Clodsire, which he leaned on yesterday, I was free to bring out the Charger Bug again, which then caught the perfect matchup.
So it's a game within the game kind of situation.
Essentially. Like you have a lot of info and you just have to interpret it the correct way.
But you mentioned Charger Bug. It's become like a staple pick of yours. Would you say it's a signature Pokemon?
At this point, I feel like we're pretty close. If you look at my recent tournament history, Charger Bug features on most of the teams because it offers one thing that I value a lot, which is electric type damage. I think the electric typing is probably my favorite typing. And even though Volt Switch Fortress is currently the talk of the town, what Charger Bug has going for it is lightning quick pacing, and also it doesn't share as many weaknesses with the Piloswine that I have on my team.
Exactly. I think the electric and ice type damage with Piloswine, great synergy, better into Medicham than Fortress with Piloswine's weakness. Great insights from Zizwalos, still in the tournament, top 8, going all the way.
Well, I'm glad that I made a top 8. Going all the way would be kind of an insane achievement at this point, but hey, as long as I'm in it, I'll fight for it.
And that's what we want to hear. Now, back to the casters. You guys are still in it.
Well, thank you so much. You wanted more Martine, you're gonna get 2 Martine.
And Leonard, don't forget yourself.
Of course. So we have already seen some people in the losers bracket of this tournament. That's what we're going to feature next as well. The winner's side is already settled. You know, we have the top 4, or the 4 trainers that are already qualified for top 8. We have Zizwalos as well. And now we're going to see Stone Collection versus Juninho 17. Juninho yesterday ended on a win, and now Stone Collection just coming off of a loss versus Paulasha.
Juninho yesterday was very happy to be featured on the broadcast. He told us he got so close many times, but then he has like the most insane victories off stream against like one of the best French players, Tonton Bateus, and it's not featured. And then he was hoping to be featured in the next round because he's getting really far at that point, and then he gets knocked out right before that featured match. So he was very happy to be on stream yesterday, won that game even, and this is actually his second stream appearance. Juninho with a pretty standard meta team here, almost like out of pocket / nighttime clash alike, but with a Talonflame on there. Now Talonflame looks pretty good into Stone Collection, but Stone Collection has its own. It's a Shadow variant though.
Oh, you like the Shadow variant more, huh?
That's the language I speak right now, Shadow Talonflame. I don't know how regular Talonflame works anymore. That one also has Brave Bird. Let's see if Talonflame comes out here. We're going to have Togekiss into Medicham. This is actually not that bad for Medicham as you think.
Because in the Zero Shield scenario, you're not getting knocked out by one charge attack, and Ice Punch outpaces the Togekiss ever so slightly. We have seen that lead multiple times already with Stone Collection versus Paula, and then Paulasha, she just actually won both of those games. So this is not the most positive lead of all times, let's say it like that.
Yeah, Peck is super effective here. Psyshock is neutral, but Medicham is at that Ice Punch just one Psycho Cut earlier. I think Stone Collection will be pretty happy to see this Pokemon out of the way. Switch advantage is sometimes pretty important. We have a Guzzlord in the back. We saw Juninho wait there, excellent gameplay, and now swapping in the Talonflame. But the thing is, when Medicham is ahead here, it might get really close to winning it. I think you barely don't. You do against Shadow Talonflame, that I know. Going for Dynamic Punch, interesting play. You might think, what is this guy doing on the left? Well, Dynamic Punch is so good that even when resisted, it is more efficient than Ice Punch.
Now Dynamic Punch connecting, and you said it before, this is very close to knocking out the Talonflame, but just not quite. Medicham also really bulky, so is there a world in which you hang on to one fly?
You have to shield twice here. This fly is definitely going to knock out here. So fly, he has 2 loaded actually, or alternatively, could even throw a Brave Bird, and you definitely have to use a Protect Shield against that. So I think Juninho is a very good spot here. Of course, Stone Collection is praying that there's no Wigglytuff in the back.
Stone Collection is actually playing with some pretty interesting CP on his Pokemon, because he is playing a 1487 Medicham.
It's unpredictable.
And a 1471 Guzzlord.
Yeah? Do you win Charge Pretty Time?
I think so.
We will never know. The Brave Bird there was really smart, because that dropped the defense of the Talonflame, and that led to this Togekiss getting less energy. What do you bring in as Juninho? What do you expect? You cannot really bring in Altaria here, because you have no fast attack pressure. In comes Medicham, but Stone Collection is going to put up his final Protect Shield already.
The question is, can you actually pack down this Medicham at this point? I think it's going to be quite close.
Oh,
throws a Psyshock immediately onto this Altaria, and now Altaria has 2 shields left remaining, but this is not a Pokemon you can Dragon Breath down easily.
This reminds me of my friend Mish, who's also a Shield Keeper. When are you going to use them? You haven't even seen the backline just yet. I think Juninho may have been expecting a Quagsire. In comes Guzzlord now, but this is what you kept the Protect Shields for. Even though Guzzlord is quick, he should be able to get to those 2 Sky Attack here.
But Stone Collection, if he gets to pull both shields with a Brutal Swing, he still has a Psyshock loaded. Then it could come down to a catch. Juninho still has the Medicham in the back.
I don't think he gets to the second Brutal Swing here. Juninho is almost at another Sky Attack on this Cloudbird Altaria.
Oh, that's going to be very close. The question is, can you actually then... Oh, actually gets to throw the Brutal Swing at Juninho. Did not count correctly. He puts up another Protect Shield. And now Togekiss is in a commanding position. But still, keep in mind, there could be a crucial catch.
If Togekiss has that Charge Attack loaded, this might come down to Charge Attack time, but Juninho has to make a prediction. And he goes for the Sky Attack, but Stone Collection had the Charge Attack ready. And maybe Juninho predicted that Stone Collection wouldn't throw there. But yeah, Stone Collection just one step ahead there. Altaria goes down. Medicham doesn't have enough energy here. Can it get to this Ice Punch? Looks, none of it's not moving. Oh my goodness, here we go again. I think Medicham went down. I think nothing to worry about. Okay, Stone Collection wins game number 1. Let's pretend that didn't happen.
Yeah, if we're looking at this closely, I think the damage of the packs should have been definitely enough to take out in 5.
I agree. Medicham had no energy when it came in, so there's no way that had any effect on that. Togekiss just being really a solid core breaker there. And Juninho was just really weak to it. He led Medicham with Altaria in the back.
Yeah, Medicham was almost the best matchup for Juninho in that matchup for this Togekiss. I mean, of course, there was still the Talonflame, but Talonflame, when it's not the Shadow version, doesn't do as much damage with those Incinerates in that matchup either. And at some point, packs do add up with Psyshocks. You're getting massively outpaced, so Togekiss really looking strong. If you're looking at the rest of the team, Fortress is, of course, very tough for Togekiss to handle because super effective Volt Switch damage and a Rock Tomb, but still, you are massively outpacing. Togekiss is good against almost everything. And I think we're discussing a little bit, there's no harm in looking at the matter, looking at the end game there, but I think that we're eventually going to lead up to the conclusion.
It's possible the commentators saw it entirely wrong and that Medicham could have actually reached that Charge Attack, because Medicham is a very bulky Pokemon after all. So yeah, just thinking of the next match already in advance, right? We don't know yet if this will be a rematch or not. The judges are looking at it right now. But let's say you had it opposite, right? You say switch your Medicham as Juninho and Stone Collection would answer with Shadow Talonflame. In that scenario, the Medicham could actually flip that matchup, because you saw how close this matchup got with the regular Talonflame alone. You get 2 Charge Attacks there, but if Medicham shielded both of those, it could actually just Psycho Cut down, maybe.
Yeah, the thing is, but to guarantee switch, Stone Collection actually has a perfect plan there. If you're leading strong into the Medicham, like the Togekiss, you can just answer it with your own Medicham after chipping it a little bit. The damage of Medicham onto another Medicham is not that high. Your best attack is the Dynamic Punch that still is resisted, so it's dealing about 25% damage max, I think. So if you're dealing more than 25% damage with your fast attacks, or maybe throwing a Psyshock as well, then go into your own Medicham, there is no way your Medicham loses the switch.
You know, what I'd like to see once, Leo, totally unrelated to what we just been talking about. We have Stone Collection on the left here, right?
Yeah.
Cool name. Did you know in North America there's a trainer named Rockhaven?
Oh.
Imagine we get Stone Collection versus Rockhaven once.
Oh, and do you think he's just gonna swoop him up?
I would hope they have rock Pokemon, like refer to their own name. I don't ever see Stone Collection playing rock type.
He has
Pokemon.
Rock Tomb.
I guess, but like everyone does, and if everyone does it, it's not cool anymore.
I think his rock collection, his stone collection, is actually just there. The rock Pokemon are always at home. He's just
Really?
collecting them. He's not a player with the stones.
Oh,
He's just collecting them.
Right. Yeah, you know, I really hope that one day Sudowoodo becomes meta. Chad, what do we think of any rock-type Pokemon that could be cool here? Maybe Hisuian Avalok could be cool. I like Sudowoodo. It's very versatile moves that actually has extra Trailblaze now.
When counter was still incredibly strong with 7 energy,
Sudowoodo was good.
Sudowoodo had
Medicham was actually even better.
Yeah, but Sudowoodo had some decent play there. But maybe we can at some point get a crazy good rock-type fast attack that would definitely not break the meta.
Yeah, it's not like Bastiodon is like really good right now, but Sudowoodo could potentially counter that. I love how we got to Sudowoodo.
Sometimes you just gotta force the Sudowoodo into the conversation.
Yeah, exactly. Well, these trainers are still looking at it, and with a potential rematch, the trainers could opt for entirely new teams. No rematch has been ruled, however, we just got to hear it from the judge. That means that the score will be 1-0 for Stone Collection as he backed down the Medicham with that Togekiss.
Yep, complete farm down in the end. Would have even had another charge attack loaded if there was one more Pokemon. Maybe a Shadow Alolan Sandslash that you can knock out with an Aura Sphere, or even possibly beating 4 Pokemon there.
Yeah, not in this matchup, but maybe later from Chris. The score right now, 1-0 for Stone Collection. Hopefully he can have a normal game. But yeah, how do you anticipate that Medicham from Joninho here? If he likes safe switching it. Stone Collection doesn't really have a great answer to a Medicham safe switch, and I just think that we're going to see that Pokemon every single game from Joninho.
I think you just need to lead strong into that Medicham or something that can chip, like a Shadow Quagsire. If you're leading strong with your Shadow Quagsire, your opponent swaps in the Medicham onto it, you throw an Aqua Tail, you go into your own Medicham, and then you neutralize it, even though I must say it still is really strong. Basically forces Stone Collection to bring his own Medicham.
Maybe he does. The thing is,
and
like,
that's 3 good Pokemon against Medicham.
Well, I mean, Altaria is kind of playable. Even, regular Talonflame, I don't consider as good for Medicham, to be honest. Like, we just saw that you have to go 2 shields down, and Talonflame has to use 0 in that scenario. Like, you could just use no shields on Talonflame, pull 2 shields, maybe bring your own Medicham, and then soak up all the energy from the opposing Medicham.
You're
like, that's
still
just not
putting
fun.
it low. You're still putting it low with Incinerate, even if your opponent
exactly.
twice.
Like, it's just not fun for Medicham to be up against regular Talonflame. Now, Shadow Talonflame might definitely be more playable. So, yeah, curious to see how Stone Collection is going to anticipate this Medicham. I think you have to expect it.
Quite curious. I mean, Medicham, as you said, it is a strong save swap, especially if you don't have the Wigglytuff on your team. You would think that a Flying Fairy type is a hard answer to a Fighting type.
Not this one.
Ice Punch coverage is just so strong.
And that's why we run Sudowoodo.
Exactly. Does it have Ice Punch?
I think my friend Lil Winery said that in Orlando she will use Sudowoodo. So I'm really hoping to see that as well. But for now, we're getting into game number 2, Stone Collection versus Joninho. Stone Collection needs one more win to move on. Joninho is fighting to stay on the bracket. And we have the Bird Mirror!
Okay, which one has higher attack? As you can see, there is still 1488 CP on that Talonflame of Stone Collection. So maybe missing a little bit of a level up here. Is that possibly a CMP that you're losing?
Going for the regular Talonflame actually wins Charge Attack Priority Tyres. The other one is just not moving at all. I think Stone Collection tried to go for a flyer, putting up his first Protect Shield here. Interesting that he lost Charge Attack Priority. Oh, actually, the Charge Attack didn't go off here. Yeah, another fly is coming through. And yeah, let's take a look what Stone Collection does here.
I think the players are already agreeing that this might be a decent time to rematch this, because in the beginning not that much has happened. Nobody is tapping right now, so this is something that we can easily fix by just restarting.
Yeah, I think that is definitely what could be done here. Yeah, I mean, both Pokemon charge up so quickly here, and now we still don't know, actually, which Pokemon wins Charge Priority Tie. A very interesting case, actually, still. And maybe a relief for both trainers that information has not been revealed yet.
I do like this, because it doesn't change the playstyle of the next game that we're going to see. Game 2. Still, of course, not 3. That's at some point tough for Stone Collection that he has to have so many rematches. But I think he is one of the most calm and collected players that we have, right? Nothing is phasing him. Really.
I mean, he won a regional championship, so yeah, it's definitely not stopping him. Even no matter how hard we're pushing against him, Stone Collection is just unstoppable. It seems.
That's true. He's just collecting disputes at this point. But Stone Collection, of course.
He's just rolling with it. Now, okay, are we gonna see a Talonflame mirror again? Because usually it's the Shadow variant that wins that charge security tie, because it's harder to get this particular spread of attack, defense, and HP, where you have a lower attack for the Shadow variant, because you cannot catch it as quickly. We're going to right into this second game here. Let's see how this goes. We're going again with Talonflame into Talonflame.
Both birds majestically soaring in the sky and now trying to incinerate each other down. If you're looking at the team of Juninho, he might be pretty happy that she's seeing the mirror match in the lead. Good call from Stone Collection against the team that Juninho is bringing. Both trainers tapping on that fly, and Stone Collection wins the charge tech priority event.
Yeah, the Shadow, usually you can expect it to win charge tech priority time unless the opponent is absolutely anticipating a lot of this Pokemon and wants to run a higher attack on this specific species. And now we see Stone Collection actually going for the fly. I actually would have gone for the flame charge there, because the fly would actually knock out, so you'd always respect that, and you boost your flame charge damage. Now Stone Collection has very valuable information that he wins charge tech priority tie. Juninho's not even going to try. He just puts up another shield and gather more energy.
The thing is, Juninho just knows that he is not dealing... He can't catch at all. You can't catch with a Wigglytuff. Then, of course, your Wigglytuff stands against a Shadow Talonflame. His win condition right now is to just deal so much Incinerate damage with his own Talonflame that the Talonflame of Stone Collection might be in farm down range for something. Now, that is going to knock out, and that is so tough to get back from.
Dude, look at the backline from Juninho.
Yeah.
How are you going to get rid of this Talonflame? I believe it might be too... Incinerate to get to your next charge, but Stone Collection actually swaps out, and this is a huge opportunity for Juninho to gather energy on one of his other Pokemon, because if Stone Collection stayed in, he would have just gone to a fly here.
That is true. The fly would have knocked out that Medicham, or would have done tremendous amounts of damage on that Wigglytuff. However, the Stone Collection Talonflame is still kicking it, still flying in its Pokeball right now. An Ice Punch is being thrown. You can throw one Ice Punch, two Dynamic Punch, or two Dynamic Punch, one Ice Punch if you want.
It's kind of awkward for Juninho, isn't it? Like, at what point do you want to swap in your Wigglytuff? This is exactly what your Wigglytuff is meant for, to counter a fighting-type Pokemon. But perhaps he's anticipating, like, Guzzlord. I feel like that you need to gather energy on any Pokemon you have to tackle that Talonflame before it will get to another fly on either Wigglytuff or Medicham.
The thing is, even if you catch something with the Wigglytuff and you get a full Charm Sneak, you're still gonna get outpaced by this Talonflame. So the lower your Medicham gets, the more threatening the Talonflame becomes of Stone Collection. He also has a full Togekiss. I wonder if we're ever gonna see it this game.
Dynamic Punch does a little bit more damage. You will be able to get the Psycho Cut down here. No, not before the Dynamic Punch, though. And now Juninho is looking at Stone Collection. Uh-oh, I didn't realize you were at the charge attack here. It doesn't knock out just yet. The Psycho Cut on Stone Collection did. This is a great farm down for Togekiss, and Togekiss is one pack advantage. I think Juninho just said GG's there. I don't think this is over just yet per se, but I think that this Togekiss will get the Wigglytuff so low, you might be able to incinerate down, but like... The Charm plus Ice Wind will definitely knock out Togekiss here.
Yeah, the thing is, you need to overfarm so much energy to combat this 2-cycle of the Fly for the Shadow Talonflame of Stone Collection.
Oh, he makes the catch even! Oh, he's just too good for this.
Oh, there is going to be almost no charge, so maybe there is a win condition.
There's no win condition here. You're not going to be fast enough. You're not. He even gets to another fly here because he snuck that whole Incinerate in. The thing is, Wigglytuff is just a little bit too slow compared to the quick Togekiss and Talonflame. Stone Collection makes use of that pacing, and he moves on the loser side of the bracket. Congratulations, Stone Collection, on another top 8.
Top 8 Collection at this point goes in on the loser side of the bracket, defeating Juninho. Congratulations to Juninho as well, of course, making it day 2. Very, very impressive performance here, finally showing that off on stream as well. But Stone Collection, of course, just coming back off a regional championship win in Seattle. He is looking so incredibly strong if there is not a Piloswine in his way.
He's been competing in so many tournaments, and he's going to be competing in pretty much all European tournaments, I think even. Not just that, North Americans, watch out. He'll also be in Indianapolis, and I believe in New Orleans as well.
Oh, I think he just wants to win everything now, and I can't blame him. It's looking so good for him in all of those tournaments. It's always a strong performance. There were even in this season tournaments where he didn't make day 2, but those were crazy exceptions.
You know, I think now I understand why he said that NA is free. It's because he can get his fast attacks through there.
Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Here you can see the Psyshock that was used immediately on this Altaria. Game 1 a lot closer than Game 2. Wow.
With the Incinerate through as well, so you undercharge here, you cannot win at this point anymore at all.
Yeah.
With this Incinerate sneak, you actually even are one off another charge stack, plus you deal more damage. Like, there was just way too much pressure on that Wigglytuff. I don't even know if you could even win the game at that point.
No.
Maybe you can get to Swift. You would not get to Swift and Ice in there.
I think you just get pecked down.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing. Not even a charge attack had to be thrown from the Togekiss, which was much closer than the Togekiss was. So if you knock out with 2 charms, that is still not enough, because Incinerate deals a lot of damage.
A big congratulations to Stone Collection. Amazing play, of course, from a Seattle regional champion.
Phenomenal.
And maybe he hasn't won one in Europe yet, so perhaps this could be a first time. But of course, the losers bracket is always an absolute gauntlet to go through. One loss and you're out. But maybe the pressure stimulates Stone Collection to play even better.
But I mean, there are players like Patoman and Zizwiles in the losers bracket right now, so I don't think it's getting any easier here. But that was also another example of this. If you're playing versus players like Patoman, like Stone Collection, you sometimes want to take higher risks. You sometimes want to play a line that is maybe a little bit weaker to a threat that your opponent have, hoping that you can either get it on the right matchup or that they're not bringing it. Maybe because Talonflame wasn't brought in the first game. You know, you didn't see it and you're like, okay, I have a little bit more freedom if there's the option that there it is.
Yep, there it is. There's so many cool Pokemon, Leo, that you just mentioned. I'm a big fan of Talonflame.
Yeah.
And, of course, we're going to see so many more exciting battles. We have Patoman, Zizwiles, and Stone Collection. Just those 3 already are, like, some of them multiple-time champions that we have on the loose side of the brackets. We have the winner side of the brackets, Paola, for example. And more of those battles are to come very soon. We're going to play a quick video. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere just yet. You do not want to miss any of this.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Make sure to scan the QR code. You can find events nearby you and play with your local community. You could even catch Pokemon as well. Triptando's looking at me right now that I'm hoping I'm not saying anything embarrassing about him. But he's actually a really good trainer. He's beaten me sometimes at local championships. Sometimes I've defeated him. I really want to say something funny right now. I'm going to spare him today.
The thing is, Triptando is such a sweetheart. There's like no way you would make jokes about him.
You could meet a sweetheart at the local
especially, and doesn't matter where you are in the world, there's always at least a 37% chance that you're gonna meet Nighttime Pleasure at the locals.
Yes, he will go to all local events except the one in Netherlands.
Of course, because there is so many great, talented trainers in the Netherlands, just like Inadequance, of course, or Colin 6. All of those trainers you could meet there. You could learn from them, of course. I know if you're sitting at your first locals and you're sitting across from the best trainers in the world who constantly perform well at ICs, might be a little bit threatening, but what you can learn from them is, I think, much more valuable.
And perhaps one day you could make it here on the broadcast as well. Let's take a look at the next losers finals that we have here in Group D. It's going to be Andres against Chris. Again, 2 Spanish trainers. Andres had just lost to Strange TOP, but both trainers here run Malamar.
So we're gonna see a Malamar in top 8, 100%, but they're facing against each other. So the chance of having 2 in top 8, it's not there anymore.
Right, well, looks like we have the teams here again. Regular Malamar, I find a little bit better into Empoleon. However, winning Charsec Purity Tie is very important on this Malamar. If you lose the Charsec Purity Tie as Shadow Malamar, you could actually lose that matchup, as those Pokemon pace equally fast. Problem for Andres here is if you don't have any fast attack pressure on that Malamar, it's likely coming out every time, plus it'll be hard to check. Florges is not that fairy type that's going to scare away Shadow Malamar.
No, but it's also not the one that you want to see on the side of Malamar, right? It's still not the best matchup, but you're dealing a lot of damage with Psy Waves. You can chip. You can possibly take a Chilling Water and then swap out. So I think the matchup is fine, but you do not want to stay in it necessarily. But the Malamar matchup is really interesting because, of course, you said Charge Attack Priority Event is really important in there. This is not a Pokemon where you can say, hey, it's a regular one, it's probably going to have higher defenses. No, people have been playing the craziest appraisals on Malamar. There was a time when you played versus Toxapex and Diggersby, so you basically wanted to have maxed out attack so you can deal 1 extra damage against both of those.
With Psywave, and if you just think of like doing 30 Psywaves into one Pokemon, very realistic. That's 30 more damage. You're doubling, maybe even doubling your damage.
Especially since Toxapex has really high defenses, very little HP.
Let's take a look at what these trainers are going to use. A lot of similarities. Like, you know, I said that about Andres Florges, but Chris also has Florges and not Wigglytuff. So I feel like Malamar is very good on both sides here. Both trainers also have a Pokemon weak to fighting. Now, Malamar is not a fighting type Pokemon, but it has access to Superpower. You do not want to take that Superpower on Empoleon. Maybe on Lickilicky, I guess, because it's bulkier, but it's not exactly where Lickilicky wants to be.
I mean, want is a strong word there, right? I think you would like to avoid getting hit on the Lickilicky with a Superpower, but if you have to take one, you absolutely have the bulk to do so.
What about this one, though? Superpower on Alolan Sandslash.
Well, get out of here. Sandslash is just going on vacation.
I don't think that this is the matchup for Alolan Sandslash. Even into Altaria, if Altaria is able to get like a farm down or something, it has access to Flamethrower and can just melt this Alolan Sandslash without Powder Snow too.
A lot has to come together for that one, because then you also need to be down shields, because Flamethrower just paces so slowly that if you get a massive farm down, even of 6 Dragon Breath, for example, if there are shields, you're still going to get outpaced.
I think for Andres, if you are not expecting Alolan Sandslash here, Altaria could be really good. Especially if your opponent's going to bring Corviknight. But what's Chris going to play here? Is he going to play Corviknight? He needs to look for answers into that Fortress and Malamar. And I'm not really sure of a Pokemon that comes up to me to deal with that. Like Quagsire is probably most neutral, maybe Florges, but it lacks some power as well. And the Florges does have Chilling Water and Trailblaze on both sides. So there's no Fairy-type charge stacks to hit that Altaria either.
I mean, maybe you have a really high attack Malamar and then you want to use this one as your answer to the other Malamar. So that could be an option. It's a Pokemon that is so strong in the lead as well as a closer. You can play it as both actually in one game, but the players are ready, so we're going to see. It is going to be, as you said, the Shadow Malamar as a neutral answer.
The regular Malamar, actually. And there it is, the Shadow Quagsire,
That's
rather.
what I meant.
Shadow Malamar is sitting in the back from Chris. This might just be where Anders wants to see it. She has 2 Steel-type Pokemon in the back, but if you expect a Malamar in the back, you cannot use any protection here as Andres.
Well, that's true. Aquatail never really deals so much damage. Oh, I like that swap indeed from Chris. Setting up for a Superpower knockout or potential Foul Play knockout after a few more Psy Waves. Goes for a Superpower, swaps out immediately, so the Malamar is preserved in the back. Brings in the Fortress, the Shadow Fortress, and I think we're in Sandtomb range.
I like this play a lot from Andres, because now she can not only just secure a switch advantage, she also makes sure that she doesn't need to use a shield here. This does set up that Quagsire just a little bit though. Oh, she's going for the entire farm down here. So now you kind of have to use a protection, or do you just let this Fortress go and farm down with your Empoleon? Yes, that might just be what Andres is going to do. A Psywave down with your own Malamar would be very difficult, because this Malamar triple resists Psywave.
Yeah, that is really not a lot of damage. It's just 1, but we're immediately swapping out. No farm downs are being given. And now, of course, the Foul Play outpaces the Aquatail from the Quagsire. Both trainers are still sitting on shields. Chris decides to use his first one.
First protection used by Chris means that he has 1 less for that Alolan Sandslash. And Alolan Sandslash looks very... Oh, the catch though from Andres. She's dancing around, but doesn't help her this time. She made great catches in her previous match against Strange TOP, but this might only allow Chris to farm some more energy and set up his other Pokemon. Problem for Chris is though, he doesn't exactly have great matchups into this Empoleon. Goes for the Charge Security tie, but Quagsire loses that.
Yeah, Chris throwing on Charge Attack Priority is surprising me a little bit, because of course you're forced to shield now. And I mean, do you really need to shield this as Andres? You're getting lower and lower with your Pokemon, but this is not a lot of damage coming out from this Aquatail.
Actually, no shields. I mean, she's kind of running low on health here. At some point, you might get just fast attack down. I think that's exactly what you don't want here. Going for the catch, but on Alolan Sandslash, I think this is exactly where you want to use your energy as Andres.
That is true, but this is not going to knock out. This is only putting you in a foul play range. However, how close are you to that foul play? Are you outpacing? Yes, it's charge attack priority tie, but Chris just decides to throw first. First protect shield used from Andres. You're really low on HP.
I don't think it was a charge attack pretty tight though, because Malamar should win that. But regardless, I think you need to farm up perfectly here. You need to come up with another charge attack. No, she's not at 2 charge attacks here, and I'm pretty sure that Quagsire is at 2 Aqua Tail here.
Oh, but are you 1 away? Because then you would still be able to get to another charge attack priority. Just throws 1 into the Malamar immediately, gets to 2 foul play, and that could be game for Andres.
I think that Andres may have expected that Shadow Quagsire to come in, but now it comes in. It has 2 Aqua Tail loaded. Quagsire is known for being too spammy. Does Andres potentially have a catch that could save here? I don't think it would even matter. The thing is, let's see. Does she try to catch? No, she does not try to catch. But I think Shadow Quagsire would have outpaced regardless.
Yeah, that was too much dancing around for me in the end there. I thought she had 2 foul play there, but it was Chris who had the double Aqua Tail. Farms down. So well played. Andres in the end just actually got too low on HP.
And I think she just kind of got spooked out by that Shadow Malamar coming back in. Perhaps forgot that it was still around. You have to count perfectly at that point. Yeah. Very smart play by Chris. He left just a little bit left on his own Shadow Malamar, knowing that the Malamar from Andres cannot just sidewave that down so easily.
Now, what I think was maybe a breaking point in that game was to not throw the Sand Tomb with the Shadow Fortress and just letting it go completely. Yeah, letting it go completely. If she... I mean, she didn't even use a shield. She just let the Fortress go after it farmed out so much energy. So it basically did nothing. Not getting the full use out of your 3 Pokemon can be crucial against trainers like Chris.
But I think maybe she didn't want that Quagsire from Chris to get too much energy there. Quagsire is such a fast-pacing Pokemon. And in the hands of a trainer like Chris, remember, he's top 4 in Europe. I don't know if he still is with the championship points gotten from this tournament, but he's not to be underestimated. And in the hands of Chris, Quagsire can be so lethal. It just charges so quickly. He counts energy perfectly, and it means that Quagsire basically always has a charged attack to go, except at the start maybe.
It is so impressive how trainers keep track of energy in those fast-paced, heated games, where all of the Pokemon basically pace to a charge attack in 10 turns or faster.
It's just so quick. You blink and they have a charge attack. Let's take a look here. Blink again. Second game starts. We're going to have Malamar again from Andres. It's into Shadow Quagsire from Chris. We saw this earlier as well. We have the same teams on both sides.
Everyone get back in here. We're having a retrial. Aqua Tail is being charged up to immediately throwing for a little bit of chip damage. Are we going to see a swap out into the Shadow Malamar of Chris?
I think he's playing it exactly the same way, but the question is, does Andres play this the same way as well? I think she's going to swap in this Shadow Fortress one more time to just soak up the energy, or does she build up some more energy? No, she swaps out immediately this time, but at this point, do you now throw the Sand Tomb immediately? I wonder.
I mean, it really looked like, does it even knock out at this point, right? This is not a superpower, it's a foul play. Sand Tomb should deal enough, it's Shadow on Shadow, I think it will knock out. I think you should throw here. Fortress is still relatively healthy. You can even do 1 more Volt Switch to guarantee the knockout, of course.
The counting from Andres is on point here. Sand Tomb's going to knock out. You'll be very close to getting to another one on this Quagsire. But keep in mind that Quagsire now can farm up a lot of energy as well. It will not get a Mudshot down because the Mudshots don't really add up as in damage.
Yeah, and as soon as you throw more of those Sand Tombs with Shadow on Shadow, you're actually starting to deal quite some damage. You have some energy left on this Malamar, but I mean, Chris, I know he has to throw, swap into the Malamar, but this is a maxed out energy Quagsire. This is just gonna start throwing Aqua Tail after Aqua Tail.
Remember that the defense has been dropped off this Quagsire, but not the attack, so the full damage comes out still. He's one Mudshot off another attack here. Are you going to use a protection here as Andres or just letting it go? Yes, she's putting everything on Empoleon here, and I like that call. Empoleon is generally quite good into Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but keep in mind, if again you let too many Aqua Tail go through here, you will actually get into Shadow Claw downrange for this Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
And something that many players have criticized about Metal Sound is the damage that it does. It's negligible. Look at this Aqua Tail. Of course, Spammy swaps in to the Alolan Sandslash immediately and is charging up. But of course, Andres is faster. This is neutral damage versus this Pokemon. Metal Sound is not half bad.
I think that Chris is going to try and go for that fast attack down here with the Shadow Claw only. Keep in mind that every time Andres throws a charge attack, another Metal Sound has been snuck. So I'm kind of surprised by Chris going for the charge attack here. Perhaps he's thinking, wait, I cannot get that Shadow Claw down here, so I have to expend some energy. The Quagsire steals some health as well, which is really annoying. You cannot get it down with just fast attacks. You have to throw a charge attack to get rid of the Quagsire.
This Empoleon needs to do so much work. It's going to take a lot of damage in the process because Mudshots versus an Empoleon, they do add up, and there's still one protection. So yes, you are at 2, but you also need to reach another 2 Hydro Cannons. Oh, versus the Quagsire. I think putting it all on the Quagsire's back is a really nice choice here because you're not going to get farmed down. You're going to outpace.
But Fortress, I think, has a Sand Tomb loaded.
Does it?
I think it has a charge attack load. Let's take a look here if she does. She's swapping, and there's the Sand Tomb. Andres had this final charge attack loaded at the very end, and it's coming in handy. Does a Sand Tomb knockout? It's been buffed this season. Shadow and Shadow. Fortress pulling through, and Andres ties up the score against Chris.
Andres definitely is back to her old strength. What a performance there. Outdancing Chris this time around with the energy, having the Fortress, preserving it, playing out the matchup almost exactly the same, just this time saying, hey, you know what? I actually can get a knockout with my Fortress. Max out the energy, precisely taking away the most energy from you, and then later on use this Pokemon. So it definitely was the difference maker in Game 2.
I liked what you said earlier about Metal Sound Empoleon. You think this Pokemon with a pretty decent attack stat will actually deal a seizable amount of damage with its fast attack, but you just see that Metal Sound, especially when resisted, just does about nothing, and that kind of makes it a Pokemon that is hard to use at times. That's why I think Waterfall might just be the play. Of course, it's kind of too late now. You cannot use any fast or charge attack TMs currently, but you know, you might want to think about that. What if you have Empoleon with more fast attack pressure? It could be much better into something like Alolan Sandslash, into Shadow Quagsire, even into Malamar, potentially into Corviknight. Metal Sound or Steel in general is just such tough coverage to use at times because it only really hits super effective into Ice, Rock and Fairy, and those are not defensive typings we see a lot besides Fairy.
The only problem that you're having with this is that your pacing is a little bit slower, right? Because you need 4 waterfalls to reach a Hydro Cannon, and in some matchup that will cost you greatly. For example, if the Shadow Alolan Sandslash would land 1 Ice Punch bait, you're all of a sudden getting outpaced in that matchup, and that is a problem, let me tell you.
Well, none of you just waterfall it down. You know, I just like the animation of Empoleon, where it's like, get out of my way, get out of my way.
You have that with Metal Sound too.
And it's not the same. Florges into Corviknight. Let's take a look how this match goes. You'd think the Steel-type Bird would actually take down Florges quite comfortably, but like we saw yesterday, Florges doesn't exactly rely on the Fairy-type damage here. But what is most crucial in this neutral matchup is if Corviknight gets the boost on this very first air cutter. It's a 30% chance.
And we're not seeing it. We've seen Bestiamax yesterday boost 5 times in a row. Even with the game-ending air cutter, he got the boost. That is not the case this time around. So Andres is having a little bit of a puzzle. Oh, swaps out into the Empoleon after a little bit of damage. Now Chris is reaching for this payback, but Andres immediately throws a Hydro Cannon. Just wants to get guaranteed damage on this Corviknight.
I love this play. Not only does his Hydro Cannon, you can take it easily, but now you are in chilling water range as this Corviknight. Payback, this has been debuffed actually. Andres is trying to pull out the Shadow Quagsire. Chris might be reading that, but it's just so awkward. Do you now swap in your Malamar? Yes, he does. He is reading Fortress in the back. Excellent call by Chris here. The timer has been extended so long though that Andres might just be able to swap out at this point.
And if you're not swapping out as Andres, I mean, Psywaves deal some damage, but I think it might actually not be enough to get the knockout here before the next Hydro Cannon is reached. So Andres is going to get another attack, stores it, swaps out, goes into the Florges. Timer of Chris is not up yet, so you're going to resist all of the damage that is being thrown.
Genius, absolutely genius. The problem is though, if you put it all, that actually does a lot. But the problem is, if you put everything in the hands of that Fortress, it doesn't have any hands, but no matter, you get what I mean. I'm not sure if it can actually take on the Shadow Quagsire because Chris kept... Ooh, we see a shield though. If you keep the Corviknight around, you can always clear the debuff from any Sand Tomb this Fortress will throw. And now that Andres is locked in still, Chris can actually get the farm down with the Shadow Quagsire.
No, that is 4!
Aqua Tail!
Wow, that is a free Aqua Tail for negligible damage on that Shadow Quagsire. That is looking so good for Chris. He has to stop himself from smiling. A full Hydro Cannon still stopped, but that's an easy shield if I've ever seen one. Now the question for Chris is, which Pokemon is in the back? We've seen Shadow Fortress so many times.
He knows. He knows it's going to be Fortress in the back because Andres has been playing so obvious to try and bait out this exactly the Shadow Quagsire with the Empoleon, but he didn't fall for that exactly for this reason. So absolute genius play there. Will 2 Sand Tomb be enough to knock out this Shadow Quagsire? I don't think so, but also Shadow Fortress is not that bulky. Can it even hang on to multiple Aqua Tail?
I think you can barely take 2. Mud Bomb is a different story, but of course you also still have some Pokemon with a little bit of fast attack pressure. So I think if you put 2 Aqua Tails onto this fortress, your Corviknight actually might farm down every other Pokemon, but you're also going to reach a Stone Edge here. Tries to not get caught on the attack. Andres is going to throw another Sand Tomb. It won't be enough for the Quagsire.
And Quagsire is able to potentially close out the game. Oh wait, she makes a catch though, but it's only the Aqua Tail. If this was a Stone Edge catch, potentially there was a win condition, but Chris, very heads up, just throws the simple Aqua Tail. He knows I have 2 more Pokemon in the back. In the case of a catch there, I can still get the fast attack down. Chris has all the tools here. He knows how to play this game, and he moves on the loser side of the bracket here in Sevilla.
What a performance, knocking it out with the Shadow Quagsire. We have seen so few full farm downs. The game is so dynamic. 45-second timers basically never allows you to, after a matchup, fully farm down another Pokemon. This time it happened. We danced around a little too much with the timer and the energy, and then Shadow Quagsire came in, took 4 mud shots. And how do you ever come back from this advantage when you're playing versus Chris?
I think one of the best things Chris did in that 3rd game was just not bring Alolan Sandslash, because that is the Pokemon Andres was targeting. I don't think that Alolan Sandslash looked good into that team to begin with, but yeah, when you don't bring it and there's both Empoleon and Shadow Quagsire, or sorry, Shadow Fortress, you can just keep your Shadow Quagsire in the back. You know what Anders is doing there. Very heads-up read from Chris. Anders relied on the same strategy just a little bit too many times, and Chris was a little bit a step ahead there.
Yeah, Anders with a great showing in this matchup, but Chris is just in top form this season. He has had a deeper run in Frankfurt, and of course, he is right now the 4th on the EU leaderboard, which is just phenomenal.
That's top 8 performance here as well.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. And it shows again, every single little bit of advantage you give him is going to be used against you. And here we are seeing the play that lost Andres the first game perhaps, but won us the second one, preserved the Fortress, keep a Sand Tomb on it, and finish the game with a combo play. And now there we're going to see the last Aqua Tail that is being thrown into the Shadow Fortress, sealing the deal, making Chris advance to top 8.
I really like the idea she had though. Debuff Corviknight and then swap in Empoleon, because you don't want to... you use that Corviknight as Chris to counter Empoleon, and then that matchup just becomes more awkward. But because you predict Shadow Quagsire in the back, you don't want to answer Empoleon with that. But can you answer Empoleon with Malamar? Not really either.
And we're speaking a lot about Empoleon here, and we haven't seen it too much in this tournament. Why has the usage of Empoleon declined so much? Because quite recently it was all the rage.
It's because of Fortress. Fortress is a very solid answer to Empoleon with super effective Volt Switch and Sand Tomb, and because no one is running Waterfall, you're not dealing any damage with Metal Sound either. The Corviknight matchup, kind of awkward for both, so I guess trainers don't really want to use either. It's just kind of the choice you make there. If you run Empoleon and Fortress, Medicham might become a little bit of a problem. You add a Wigglytuff to cover the Medicham, then the Talonflame could be a little bit difficult. So it's really offsets that you make in your team choices. I just feel like trainers don't choose for Empoleon, not because Empoleon is bad, but because they have better options in the Steel-type choice.
I like that with the decline of Empoleon, we're seeing a rise back in regular Talonflame, right? Because Shadow Talonflame, despite being a fire type versus a water type, actually, with the help of Flame Charge, can fully farm down an Empoleon in the 2-shield scenario. It's close, but you're winning it every single time, basically. If you're playing versus the regular one, it doesn't have Flame Charge, it doesn't have the damage. You can even no-shield the attacks of the Talonflame. You're getting so much advantage out of that matchup.
Against regular Talonflame, Empoleon struggles not as much, just because, like you say, in the 2-shield scenario, Shadow Talonflame could incinerate all the way down. But if Talonflame doesn't have Flame Charge, it cannot buff its attack. So yeah, it only has like Flying Brave Bird. I would say a Brave Bird still really chunks. So maybe you do want to use a Protect Shield if you face Talonflame with Empoleon. I mean, it's still a water type after all. If you look at the Ultra League though, it's really like like you say, you can actually no-shield that attack, because in Ultra League, these Pokemon have added bulk. Even Talonflame could hang on to a Hydro Cannon.
Everything has added bulk in the Ultra League, right? What's your favorite Ultra League Pokemon to use that you probably can't use in Great League that well?
Giratina.
Why do I even bother asking this question? No, it's I actually like to use Virizion. It's a pretty cool Pokemon. That is a lot of fun there with the Sacred Sword and the Leaf Blade.
Cobalion.
Yeah,
I think that could be an absolute staple for the Great League as well. Yeah. You know what really counts that Pokemon? That Pokemon is viable for Great and Ultra League. Florges. It's a very accessible Pokemon as well. We saw both trainers use this Pokemon, and it's a very diverse moveset. We saw them earlier with Fairy Wind, Chilling Water, and Trailblaze. I think if Andres used Florges a little bit more to counter the Quagsire, perhaps you could end the game with a Trailblaze at some point, because that's very useful coverage. But we've also seen Florges with Disarming Voice, just to tackle Altaria a little bit better.
Yep, I mean, Florges is a nice... I mean, here it says it's a key win versus Annihilate. We've basically not seen Annihilate this entire tournament.
Because of the fairies.
But it is a key win versus Shadow Quagsire, because a Trailblaze, as you said, just knocks out completely. And very few Pokemon have Grass-type attacks right now. Some Pokemon try, you have Gourgeist, but they are sometimes a little bit tougher to use in other scenarios. Florges is just so good defensively with this Mono Fairy typing, and then all of a sudden it has this crazy offensive pressure. Also, it's not too bad versus the Steel types in the format.
It's funny how this is like what we call a pseudo Grass-type Pokemon. It doesn't have the Grass-type defensively, but can have the damage output of it.
It looks like a Grass-type.
It gets annihilated by all the Grass-type Pokemon. Because if you have Chilling Water and Trailblaze, they're both resisted. Imagine it being like against Gourgeist or Superior. You get destroyed by those Pokemon. The only great dilly with the Rock subtyping is the Pokemon you can fight back against, but usually that Pokemon has the Poison-type Fast Attack Acid, and then Florges is still like, I don't want to be here, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, you're debuffing first, but before the Rock Tomb hits you. But then again, you're also gonna get debuffed the entire time, so there's just this type advantage. And also, Cradley is just a little bit bulkier, which makes it much better in this matchup. That's not really something you want to be in.
We have one more losers finals to play. It's going to be Pato versus Markstar. This is in Group A. Two Spanish trainers again. And yeah, Pato, when we saw earlier on the day, he lost his match at the time with that Shadow Piloswine. I think that he was taken down by the Doublade from Dinoski.
What a crazy pick as well. And here again for Markstar, we also see a Pokemon that we haven't seen a lot of in the last few years. First World Championships was a little bit of a different story, but here we have the Shadow Ninetales, of course, Shadow Piloswine on the side of Patoman, together with the Togekiss. We've seen Stone Collection use it basically every single game he played, so I think this one might also be one of the bigger core breakers in this tournament.
It's just funny, right? Because what I notice here, Piloswine, is Stone Edge really the moveset you want on it? I feel like Rock usually, like Ice probably hits the same kind of things as Stone Edge does here, but you have Mud Bomb on Quagsire, and that really helps as well.
Mud Bomb knocks out Fortress in 2 hits. It helps versus Wigglytuff as well. Wigglytuff usually a matchup that is a little bit iffy for Quagsire, because yes, you're pacing super fast, but 3 Aqua Tails only knock out, 2 Aqua Tails don't. Mud Bomb is a different story, got changed a little bit with more damage. On this side we have the Stone Edge, but also of course the Ninetales with Weather Ball and Energy Ball. I was talking to Gaines yesterday when we saw the Shadow Ninetales for the first time. We want to see an Energy Ball land on a Quagsire.
Yeah, I don't think Pathman wants to see that though.
That's a good point, yeah.
Shadow Quagsire here with Stone Edge though, so it can hit flying-type Pokemon a little bit better. An example of that is Corviknight and especially Togekiss, so Stone Edge is going to be very useful there for Shadow Quagsire. And on the other hand, you're not exactly missing out on Stone Edge against Markstar, because he doesn't really have like an Altaria or something that you need Stone Edge for on his Shadow Quagsire. He has Mud Bomb instead, and that is specifically very helpful against Empoleon.
Yeah. Empoleon and of course other Pokemon, but Empoleon is a prime target for it. We have seen that this matchup isn't too bad, but if you're playing the Zero Shield scenario, of course 2 Hydro Cannons will knock you out, and you don't want to be in the situation where you're forced to use shields against something like an Empoleon, and then you're still rather slow with knocking it out with all of those mud shots, so you might need a little bit of extra help in that matchup. So definitely an improvement here. There is no Empoleon on the side of Pataman, but of course, yeah, he is running that Mud Bomb against the Empoleon of Markstar.
Here we go. We have Galarian Corsola against Shadow Quagsire, an absolute staple of a bulky Pokemon here. Shadow Quagsire can actually win this match when both trainers are using 2 shields.
Quagsire is just so flexible. Basically has win conditions against everything except for Superior or maybe a Chestnut, but it is so incredibly strong. It has versatile options versus flying types, versus everything basically. Goes in for the Aqua Tail, and the pacing is just so quick.
Okay, looks like both trainers are going to replay this real quick due to some missed attacks there. So yeah, now both trainers have revealed their leads though. Question is, are they gonna run that back? I mean, Galarian Corsola versus Quagsire, I'd like that lead for Batman.
That is true, yeah. You can basically decide how you want to play it out. You can use a shield if you want to, but taking a bit less than 30% of damage from Recharge Attack, that's not really something you want to shield. You're applying so much pressure with the Astonishes. There are win conditions for Quagsire in 2 shield scenarios, but
just if the pacing, right?
Yeah, when you're starting to shield, then you're down shields, and the Corsola is going to be like, yeah, okay, I lose this matchup, that's fine by me.
But you take shields.
Yeah, I take shields, you take damage regardless. I might be able to farm your Quagsire down later, so that is always a good situation for Pataman.
Yeah, both trainers froze, so Judge said, let's just retry this real quick. I'd expect both trainers to just play the same team again. Maybe Markstar decides to change it up, knowing that there was a Galarian Corsola lead, and of course it's kind of difficult to deal with your Shadow Quagsire. But let's take a look at, if you know, Florges as well was in the back there, if I remember correctly, for Markstar. That's also a Pokemon that kind of wants to avoid that Galarian Corsola. Let's take a look here. We're heading back into this first game.
Maybe the freezing came from the aura of the Shadow Paloswine, as it is an ice type in the end.
We have the same leads again.
Yep, we're playing the same teams as well. Astonish is dealing quite some damage, and Markstar is just immediately going up to a Stone Edge before throwing, and throws the Stone Edge even. We've seen this previously. Not even 2 Stone Edges knock out a Corsola.
Yeah, Batman can hang on to this quite comfortably. We don't see the damage range just yet, but as you see in the back line, that Galarian Corsola is not even in the yellow just yet. Going for the Aqua Tail, knowing that Togekiss would outpace to a charge stack. He just wants to get some chip damage and then potentially switch into either one of his backline Pokemon. I think that Florges would have resisted the charge stacks, but I guess Markstar might just be predicting something like the Quagsire in the back.
That is so interesting from Pataman. The Togekiss is so safe in this matchup. It is a fragile Pokemon. You swap it in aggressively to just immediately get the pressure going and have some energy left on that Corsola. Markstar, of course, gives it a Aqua Tail from the Shadow Quagsire, goes into the Corviknight. Corviknight, it takes massive damage from Aura Spheres.
Yeah, this is kind of an awkward matchup for Corviknight here.
Charge attack priority went as well.
Excellent counting there for Pataman. Aura Sphere is coming through, one knockout just yet. This might leave the Corviknight in a nice farm down range for Galarian Corsola, maybe even for your own Corviknight. So I expect a no-shoot here from Pataman. Yeah. Does he use a protection? He is still thinking, and he is letting this Togekiss go. Now he can get the Astonish down. But does Markstar accept that? No, he swaps immediately. In comes Corviknight anyway. Maybe Pataman predicted Markstar to swap out there and going for the Aqua Tail just before an Air Cutter. Air Cutter wouldn't have knocked out just yet, but would have gotten quite close.
Yeah, I think what you can do if your switch timer is up on the side of Pataman is you can throw an Air Cutter just before Markstar reaches the Aqua Tail and then go into the Corsola to actually soaks up more damage. Quagsire is doing quite some job here. But I think Pataman just doesn't value the HP on the Corviknight as much, but wants to have a lot of energy for whatever is in the bag.
Yeah, interesting choice of play here. I think as Pataman, you kind of should be afraid of a potential Guzzlord in the back. Now, we as the viewers know that there's no Guzzlord on the side of Markstar. There's going to be Florges, but that means that Pataman has to preserve at least one Pokemon. Otherwise, you cannot clear any of those debuffs. Florges does pack Trailblaze and Chilling Water here. In comes the Florges, and there comes the next Air Cutter. Pataman makes sure that his energy goes off immediately.
The energy is not as valuable of the Corviknight versus Florges as in other matchups. I expect a bring-in of the Corsola quite soon, but maybe you also want to take a Chilling Water first.
In comes the Air Cutter. It will put Florges at a little bit of half health here. Can you potentially get an Astonish down here? Both trainers are still shield keeping. Markstar is trying to get a catch here, but this is only an Astonish down, and Corsola is gathering more and more energy.
This is a full Astonish down, even throws the Nightshade immediately. Markstar, of course, shields that, gets a full Fairy Wind through, but he was at maximum energy. Pataman Astonishes wouldn't have done anything except for damage anymore. Now Chilling Water is being thrown. That wouldn't even knock out from this range, but you want to shield at some point, right?
It wouldn't knock out still. No, he's still not shooting this, Leo, because he has Corviknight in the back as well, which resists Fairy. I think Pataman might just be looking for a 2-shoot flex here. Markstar might be giving giving him that.
No, the no shield here on the Nightshade also does not knock out, but there is, of course, the Astonish damage. And Patoman wins the first game, as you said, with a 2-shield flex versus Markstar 06.
I feel like this is just a really good matchup for Patoman as well. When you run this Galarian Corsola plus Togekiss core, there's nothing on the side of Markstar to core break that. Because Gustar is just kind of hard to bring when Togekiss is so good into your team.
I love the flexibility of this game when it comes to the usage of Pokemon and how they are used, because in a few tournaments back then when Corsola was hard meta, it was maybe a bit more of a day one Pokemon, right? It was extremely good and you were facing some teams it would break, but this time around there's so many Wigglytuff on day one. In day one, you might have not used your Corsola as much because there were Wigglytuff on every team and that's a horrible matchup. Now Wigglytuff has dropped significantly in usage from day 1 to day 2. And now look at this team. There are so many teams, we've said this earlier before as well. There were matches with no normal types. Look at how good Corsola is here.
The one Pokemon that could be neutral into Galarian Corsola and Togekiss is that Empoleon.
Yeah.
But the problem Empoleon has, the attack stat of Empoleon and Togekiss is very similar. So if Patoman is running a Togekiss with a higher attack, you could lose a Charge Attack pretty tight. And guess what? Togekiss can actually win that matchup because an Aura Sphere hits incredibly hard. It's kind of the offset that Markstar might be making here. Do I bring Empoleon to tackle both Togekiss and the Galarian Corsola? It has neutral play. It doesn't even really hard counter them. But you have to think of something to break that core of Patoman.
Maybe the Empoleon is the reason why Patoman swapped in the Togekiss offensively against Markstar in the previous game, because he said, okay, if I get a pack advantage, I'm not even risking a Charge Attack priority event. However, then, when you take an Aqua Tail from a Quagsire, are you perhaps getting farmed down by Metal Sounds?
Could be very, that could be, I mean, the chip and dip always works, right?
Yeah.
And that's what Quagsire is just so good at, because it just outspams pretty much everything. There's pretty much nothing that's this quick to a charge attack that I can think of besides Shadow Drapion. And yeah, chip and dip could always work. We've seen Quagsires going for Aqua Tails instead of Stone Edges just for the basing of it. Here we go, game number 2. Patoman is 1 ahead. He needs one more win to seal the deal. Markstar needs to make a comeback here. He's leading Florges into Fortress. Now Fortress does resist all the Fairy Wind here, but this is a more neutral matchup than you might think, just because the damage output here from Florges is going to be all water, basically.
Yep, you're also always debuffing your opponent before they deal damage to you back with the Fortress. So the first Rock Tomb is going to be debuffed 1 stage. The second one's going to be debuffed 2 stage, while Markstar is always a little bit ahead of the curve when it comes to debuffing. However, you're seeing they're almost at the same HP even before Markstar threw that attack, so Volt Switch definitely do add up.
Going to be a bit of a tedious matchup here, as it takes long when both Pokemon are debuffing each other. I would not be surprised if Patoman swaps out at some point, but he probably wants to get the floor just a little bit lower, simply because the charge attacks from Togekiss are entirely... Actually, that's not true. Only R-Sphere is resisted. So maybe he just wants to get the Togekiss ahead at some point. If you look at the backline, you can't really answer a Togekiss safe switch at all.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Empoleon is being brought in offensively. Swaps in the Mud Bomb Quagsire. Yes, you are behind on energy.
This is what it's for. This is why you have Mud Bomb.
Yeah, did Markstar read the team sheet? That is another important question that has to be asked right now. I mean, we've talked about the Mud Bomb Quagsire a lot. Questions, are we even going to see the Mud Bomb here? It's slightly more energy. Shield is being put up immediately.
He read the... Well, even the Stone Edge would have done a lot, I guess.
That's true, yeah.
Markstar is going to protect this Empoleon here. He wants to get more value out of it, potentially save it even, because you gotta know there is either Galarian Corsola or Togekiss in the back.
The thing is, yes, you are outpacing now as you swapped in the Empoleon aggressively, but look at the pitiful Metal Sound damage, right? One Hydro Cannon connected, didn't have to shield it on the side of Patoman, and now Markstar is considering to let it actually go.
Going for a farm down on probably his Quagsire, I would think, but Patoman still has some energy there. Brings in his own Shadow Quagsire. The energy is going to be... But the... Oh, he catches, though! Interesting play. I would expect Patoman to go for the undercharge here, which means he's going to swipe less bubbles, and this means he will deal less damage. Patoman needs to make sure he's ahead in energy, because otherwise... this Quagsire from Markstar would get to multiple Stone Edge. Let's take a look here. Who paces quicker here? It's only 10 Mudshot to get to Octil plus Stone Edge, and I think that Markstar might be outpacing to that.
Oh, if he gets a bait, that could be crucial. If Pataman lets go one Aqua Tail. But he also has the option to catch some attacks here. Pataman is very, very close, but I think that Markstar might already be there. Is Pataman going to shield?
No, shield! He always makes the right call, and he does it again!
This is peak Pataman, knowing where he is in the game. Throwing an Aura Sphere does that knock out, but then again, he has so many Pokemon. First game was a 2 shield flex. Is this a 3 Pokemon flex?
It's just another day in the office for Pataman. He comes to a tournament, and it's like, okay, where do I go when I reach top 8? Because that's basically already secured. Togekiss backs down this Shadow Quagsire. Pataman moves on to the top 8 here in Sevilla.
Sublime Pataman again. He is on a rampage right now. He has won EUIC back-to-back. He has been in the last finals of a regional, and he is on his way back. Pataman is notoriously known for going through crazy losers brackets as well. He doesn't always come from the winner's side, but when he comes from the loser side and makes it far, he usually wins.
He cannot keep getting away with this. He just gets away with it every time. How is he so good? Why are we not doing this?
I do not understand it. When I sat across from him in a matchup,
you actually beat him once.
Yes, but
and then you lost the...
Yeah, then the match on stream, I got destroyed by Pataman. I did not.
Yeah, he didn't want to see the world to actually see you beat him.
Yeah. Oh boy, that was actually crazy. It's so impressive to see how he plays, the plans he comes up with, and you know, sometimes you look at a matchup and you think, okay, this player has an advantage. This is probably the way they're playing, so I might predict what they're going to do against me and maybe have a chance. No, he is entirely, utterly unpredictable.
Unpredictable and unfazed. Pataman, you can't even tell, but he's not even showing his face here because he's just like, all my focus is on the game. Camera can wait a little bit. Galarian Corsola and Togekiss, those two Pokemon were just pivotal for Pataman here, and he used them to succession here. And in game 2, the perfect read that Markstar would bring Empoleon to potentially fight against Togekiss and Galarian Corsola, he brings the Mud Bomb Shadow Quagsire, and that Pokemon was just pivotal. This call, though, decided the game, because if you no-shield this Stone Edge, it would knock out the Togekiss. You likely lose that game.
It is incredible. I mean, there was maybe also the potential for a catch there for Pataman if he no-shields a Stone... Okay, well, if he no-shields a Stone Edge, then, well, yeah, boom. That's that. There's a Quagsire with a lot of energy as well for the last 2 Pokemon, but that was not what happened. He reads his opponent's minds, he knows what's going to happen, and he makes the right calls, and most importantly, always plays to his win conditions.
Leo, I won 3 championships, okay? And it really does not speak for itself that you win a match at the table or that you even get far. I went 0-2 once. I went 1-2 as well. I went 2-2. Like, not all my runs have been great, but you look at someone like Pataman and you're like, this guy will win. He will win. It's unstoppable, inevitable.
He's on the loser side right now, so it's not even looking that crazy for him. But when Pataman is in form, you're just looking at his pace and you're like, okay, well, now he is locked in. There was one match that he might have lost select for just one tiny minute, and then he gets angry.
At EUIC, he lost in like winners round 3, I think, right? And that was the biggest championship we've had to date. 512 competitors approximately, out of the top of my head. Might be 1 or 2 off. And that meant he had to play like 9 or 10 matches to stay on the loose side of the bracket. He actually won all of those, all the way to the grand finals on Championship Sunday, and then won twice again. That's the type of player, like, if you're not familiar with Pataman, I think everyone watching and who's been here before has seen Pataman win before. That's the type of player we're dealing with here. That's why he was on the player to watch.
It's an absolutely incredible performance. I mean, you are also known for doing crazy losers runs. How does it feel to just work your way up the losers bracket and then sit there in the grand finals?
Well, I've been on both sides, and I feel like it's more ecstatic when you come from the loose side of the bracket, because you generally don't expect the trainer from the loser side of the bracket to win it all, because they have to win the grand finals twice, and that makes it kind of difficult. I felt like when I had one in Utrecht, the pop-off was way more than when it was in Frankfurt and Stuttgart. You're on the winner's side of the bracket, and it feels like, okay, guy on the winner's side of the bracket is likely going to win this just because the person on the loose side of the bracket has to win twice.
Yeah, it's statistics, right?
Statistics.
Most of
the biggest lie of them all.
Most of the time, you have also already seen that matchup where a player A or the winners finals player has beaten the person who comes from the losers finals. Oftentimes,
yes.
It is like that you have a winners finals and that is a repeat. The grand finals is a repeat of the winners finals. But sometimes there is this crazy run. Also, someone who didn't win the tournament after all, Kaifje at EYC, the EYC that Patoman won, which of the two? Of course, the 2025 one.
And 2026, yes.
He also had such a crazy losers run. You could just see it in his eyes when he was playing. He was angry. He wanted it more than his opponents most of the time. And then this Shadow close combat from his Primeape onto the Shadow Annihilate of Nighttime Clasher, which dealt like 70% double resisted. That was a moment
I remember
for
that
time.
one. Look, with the proper training, with the proper preparation, this could be you one day. We even have trainers or commentators from other games who are also going to compete in Pokemon Go. And I think Matthias is going to talk to Amy a little bit about this. And after that, we're moving on to the winners semi-finals. So we'll be right back with more action.
Hello, trainers. I'm here with Amy, also very much known as a TCG caster. Amy, tell us something about yourself.
So I've been casting with kind of various TCGs now for years, and I have an abundance of knowledge about trading card games, but I was kind of itching for something more recently.
And is it more perhaps Pokemon Go?
It might well be. I started playing when the game first came out. I had a long break because, truth be told, my phone got really old and it wouldn't run it anymore. And then eventually I got a new phone, I started playing again, and then recently I had some time on my hands.
So your plan is to compete in Prague, is that correct?
Absolutely, yes. I've been training hard, I've been getting my Pokemon ready, and I think my first Pokemon Go Regionals is ready to set sail.
So TCG, a more slow-paced game, Pokemon Go, a very fast-paced game. How do you transition in that switch-up? Like, how do you prepare for such a big switch-up?
I gotta say, the anxiety of it is a lot. Having to make really quick split-second decisions without having my up to 15 seconds to think about it has been the most troublesome part for me in playing competitively, and something that I'm still very much working on.
And how have you been grinding for Pokemon Go? Have you been going to events, lures, use incense? Like how do you grind in the game Pokemon Go?
So there's a lot of ways, but realistically, yeah, finding those great community days, the events. I've just been going out on lots of light walks around the neighborhood and finding the kind of really good spots where there's a lot of spawns in the same place has been really useful for kind of trying to get up there in the ranks without spending kind of too much time away from TCG.
Yeah, also these regionals are also great. So they have specific spawn events that are actually used in the regionals as well. So I feel like it is very possible, even for you, a newer player, to transition into Pokemon Go and actually to start being competitive.
I think a lot of people have the misconception that Pokemon Go is too difficult to get into if you haven't been playing before. I've been trying for about 6 months, and actually I've been able to build multiple competitive teams within that time. Coming to regionals has been a big help, like you mentioned, because of the spawns that happen here. So naturally, obviously, I was playing TCG, and whether you play TCG or VGC, you can prepare for Pokemon Go on the side of doing your kind of full-time game as such.
And have you been thinking a specific team or Pokemon you want to use?
I think as soon as Gourgeist got quite good in Pokemon Go, that really lit a fire under me, and I really wanted to make a team centered around Gourgeist because Pumpkaboo is my favorite Pokemon.
You're also referred as Amy Pumpkaboo?
Pumpka Amy, but you almost got it.
Almost got it right. So yeah, you see it is very possible as a newer player to just start the game, just go to the events, regionals as well, all the spawns. Also watch the Twitch streams as well. They actually know how to play the game, and she has her favorite Pokemon, Gourgeist, she can use. She's insanely happy right now.
Yeah, so thrilled and really excited and nervous for my first regionals.
So Amy, I wish you the best of luck in Prague. I know you're gonna do well, and I know we're gonna crush it. Make sure you keep watching the streams, the people how they play, and I know it's gonna be awesome for you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Ninor. What a great interview by Gaines there.
Oh yeah, I'm very envious of that, of Gaines and having that conversation with Amy. But she provided a lot of insight for like how it is for a new player to get into Pokemon Go, and yeah, I'm very happy to hear that even as a newer player, it's possible to build teams in not that much time.
Yeah, in 4 months' time, she was able to prep, make Pokemon ready for regionals, where she's going to compete in Prague. She's very excited. I mean, TCG, very slow-paced. Pokemon Go, insanely fast-paced, so the difference is huge.
I think that her inspiration of using her favorite Pokemon is also, it's inspiring me. I ran Gourgeist in Birmingham, and I believe in her to make it work. But let's dial in. We are here in Sevilla, and now this is the top cut. We're down to the top 8 players, and we have the winner's side ready and the loser's side ready. They're split into 2. So I believe the next matchup we will see is... okay, this is the loser's bracket. Stone Collection will face off against Pokémon. These are our 2 players to watch, or 2 out of the 3. With Stone Collection and Pokémon facing off, one of them will be eliminated from the tournament in that round.
Yeah, they're definitely one of the 2 favorites, along with Paul Asha as well. Like one of the favorites in this tournament, Padoman, obviously very known. But we have Stone Collection, just got a win in Houston last week.
No, in Seattle.
Sorry, in Seattle. Like he's like on that grind of like, okay, I'm in the mood right now. Let's just keep winning. But Stone Collection showing great gameplay so far.
Chris LB is also taking on Ziz Wireless. Chris, one of our standout performers in Europe so far this season. Against Ziz Wireless, who's been one of the standout performers in previous seasons. So the losers bracket is really on fire today, trainers.
Yeah, loser bracket looks really, really stacked so far. And then we see here, let's go on the winners bracket. We have Dinoski versus Paul Asha. 2 pillars, 2 strong players of the community. We have Dinoski with that beautiful Pokemon of Doublade, and then we have Paul Asha with her Pillowswine and Gourgeist.
Winners bracket, a little more of the newer names, except for Palasha, obviously, very a staple. And then losers bracket with the Titans. But there's no match you want to miss here, trainers, because all of this is going down to... It's going to be incredible. And I'm excited. I'm happy that I get to be here. Front row seats into this Dinoski against Palasha. Dinoski... No title yet. He has a medal from his runner-up in Stuttgart, but no first-place finish. Can he bring down the queen of PvP, Palasha?
Honestly, I think he can. I mean, he showed perfect gameplay with Doublade. A very unique pick, as we already talked about. Dinoski showing really well how to play with the Doublade. But we here see is called a lucky trade. Lucky trade you can obtain if you open gifts as a friend on your friends list from your Pokemon friends. You can actually trigger a lucky trade, and lucky trade is a guarantee lucky Pokemon. And it looks like they're going for a shiny Rolls versus a very cute Wurmple with a party head.
Shiny Wurmple with a party hat even. And when you're at these events, you got extra special trades here in the venue. So these trainers have decided to spend their lucky trade here and share it with us. And let's see. These are 2 lucky Pokemon, and they go into the appraisal, and oh, Palasha, she didn't want it anymore.
She wasn't really happy with that rolls.
She was not happy with the rolls. And Dean, I wonder if he's happy with his party hat Wurmple. But at least it's shiny, it's lucky, and it's got a party hat.
Well, it's from this event in Seville, so maybe he keeps it as like a lucky charm for later. But they actually got, well, you guys don't see it, they actually got lucky again by doing a lucky trade.
Whoa,
so
no way!
Yeah, you can actually trigger a lucky trade from actually going another trade. And they actually might be able to do another lucky trade if you can see that.
Incredible.
And they actually have back-to-back lucky trade. That is very, very rare.
Incredible! So this was their first interaction of the day, and the first interaction you have of the day with best friends or higher,
that can trigger a lucky trade. So their lucky trade triggered the lucky trade, and now they're trying one more time with the Ralts and the Wurmple. Polasha probably maybe saving up to that shiny Mega Gardevoir.
Chad, we promise this is not pre-record. They're actually doing the same trade, and we here see the Wurmple.
Oh,
not
different
so
appraisal,
great,
and Polasha not happy with the Ralts, and another Ralts in the box. +1 Ralts candy there for Polasha, +2 actually.
But no more lucky trades. Like it only happened once. So that was a fun showing there. Both Ralts has been deleted, but now they need to lock in for this battle.
The fun games are over.
Fun games are over. Now it's all getting serious.
It's all getting serious from here. The Licky Licky of Dianoski was so valuable for him against Pokémon. But there is a Medicham on this team. Will Polasha bring the Medicham to deal with this Licky Licky? Or can Dianoski find his way with a little bulky blob and wiggle his way around Polasha's Medicham? I think the Licky Licky looks really good into Feraligatr and the Gourgeist.
Yeah, looks like the trainers have locked in here. Let's see what they're going to play. Maybe not. I think.
Oh,
yeah, they have to retry here. Yeah.
I think what happened was both of them challenged each other, so they both had locked in on their own side.
Yeah.
And here, I think we're already ready for the game, and the trainers are locking in, and it's the Licky Licky into Wigglytuff, a neutral matchup.
Yeah, very neutral matchup. Obviously, you're going to opt to throw body slams as a Licky Licky because Shadow Ball is very resistant on normal typing of the Wigglytuff. We see here the Licky Licky. So these are a rollout 3-turn move, Charm also a 3-turn move. So there is no move timing here. You just throw your charge moves whenever you feel like it.
I'm very surprised Dianoski did not decide to throw a body slam before the Icy Wind came through, but he wants to store up the energy and go straight into his Florges. The Florges is really good into this, or really safe into this team of Polasha. Getting to a Chilling Water, debuffing the Licky Licky. Polasha really does not have a great answer to this Florges. Even the Corviknight is a bit iffy.
We've seen this before where Dianoski keeps his Licky Licky alive because he knows like I can get to multiple body slams on many other Pokemon. So he keeps the Licky Licky alive. Here comes an Icy Wind from the Wigglytuff on the Florges. And we see a swap here on the Corviknight. Corviknight very bulky. The Fairy Wind is resistive. The Chilling Water will add up slowly and actually chip down the Corviknight and debuffing it every single time.
I think the Corviknight will struggle to farm this Florges down. They will take at least another Chilling. Oh, and there's a catch! This is great recognition by Dianoski. This Air Cutter does not threaten a knockout on the Licky Licky. And Licky Licky has so much HP, so farming this down... but the Corviknight gets a boost.
He gets a boost, and here comes the first Shadow Ball. Dianoski's Licky Licky has so much energy. He's only one rollout away from another Shadow Ball. Will he make it before the Air Cutter and actually throws another Shadow Ball? This actually might threaten a knockout here on the Corviknight.
Will Polasha no shield? No, she realizes that getting rid of this Licky Licky will be problematic. But now the Feraligatr will have one shield less, and she has to throw energy to get rid of this Licky Licky still. Dianoski nodding his head. He's happy with this position.
Yeah, perfect counting from Polasha here. Just throwing just shy before the Shadow Ball is going to be reached. Here comes another Air Cutter. We don't see any boost. There's a Florges, there's just with Doublade, but kind of a tricky position here for Dianoski. Brings in his Doublade here. Here comes the first Air Cutter. This Air Cutter is not boosted. He is still boosted, yeah, but he actually puts up the shield. I think it might be thinking like, oh, it could have been a payback. It might have been scouted here, and we see Feraligatr into Doublade.
And this is where Doublade will outpace. So Dianoski is building up to 2, so he can threaten the knockout on the Feraligatr, and he has a Trailblaze stored on the Florges, so he can combo play against the Feraligatr. Polasha is switch locked. Dianoski will shield up here, throw the Sacred Sword immediately to threaten the shield, and then he has the opportunity to go for the combo play.
Yeah, timer's slightly misaligned here, which actually works in the favor of Dianoski. Here comes another Sacred Sword, but the Shadow Claws are super effective on the Doublade because of that Ghost typing. You see a shield from the Feraligatr. Feraligatr still has a lot of energy, very valuable. Here comes the Trailblaze combo play, perfectly played from Dianoski.
But now Dianoski is realizing that the Corviknight might now be problematic because if it gets a farm down, I mean, Polasha still has significant HP left on both of her Pokemon. Will she farm down with Wigglytuff or with a Corviknight?
I think it's safe to go into Corviknight here. I don't know if they can reach to a Chilling Water. It'd be very close if they gets there. Actually, oh, it goes for the catch and it actually gets the Chilling Water through. But now, how do you deal with this Corviknight with so much energy.
And now this was exactly what Polasha needed. Dianoski, he is realizing that he needs so much energy on this dual blade. Can he get there? Farming down a Wigglytuff, it's going to be a tall task.
I mean, this Shadow Claw double resisted. I mean, it looks like it can farm it down, but the Charms also chunk away here. He needs to go for his Wing Gun, which is actually farming down his Wigglytuff. Oh, it gets a double second. Oh, but the Charm goes through, and there goes Doublade.
Oh, Dianoski's so close. If he got to that double Sacred Sword, he could have taken out the Wigglytuff and the Corviknight, but Polasha navigated that game perfectly. Getting the Feraligatr in against the Dual Blade, getting that shield with that Air Cutter was what changed the tide of that battle. Dianoski will look back at this game and think, that shield on the Air Cutter, that was what cost me.
I think he also perfectly undercharged Chilling Water because he had just reached the double Sacred Sword, but then he fainted to the Charm. So I don't think he could have done anything better in the end game there. Because he just reached it, right? So like if he undercharged it less on the Chilling Water, then the Wigglytuff gets knocked out faster. And
but then you only need one. So if he had...
Oh, maybe, yeah. The perfect farm now would only be needing one Sacred Sword.
So if he charged that Chilling Water a little bit more, maybe he would have got the farm down with the Dual Blade to get the Sacred Sword off on the Corviknight.
You're right.
So,
but it's really a tough call in that position, right?
Absolutely. And getting those perfect undercharges when the opponent makes a catch, you're not 100% sure how much HP is left on that Pokemon, but you know you need a Shadow Claw farm down on a Wigglytuff. That's not going to happen in
anytime soon.
Yeah.
No, that Shadow Clawing down that Wigglytuff was really, really tough. But like, I mean, he tried for sure. But as we can see, the Doublade did so much work, but lots of the trainers were dancing on both sides because the timer was constantly misaligned. Like, you have to be like you have to know the counts. You need to make sure what's going on, but you also have to know that okay, their timer is going up sooner or later. So like it's always like you have to be on your toes.
And the players are ready to lock in, and we are getting here ready for game 2. We see the Doublade into the Corviknight. Great lead for Polasha.
Yeah, Niantic being super effective against the Doublade here. Corviknight does have to throw a payback to do massive damage, but I mean, Corviknight likes to bait sometimes. Here we see the first Sacred Sword. I mean, Doublade's attack is pretty high. Doublade Sacred Sword does hurt, and Corviknight and Shadow Claw is such a great move.
Sacred Sword is an incredible attack, but Corviknight's so bulky. And here comes Florges. Yeah, the Corviknight is throwing Air Cutter. At least that is the correct move to throw into this Florges.
Yeah, this Corviknight doesn't have an Iron Head. And there we see the Wigglytuff, so Florges can throw the Chilling Water first, debuff the Charms as much as possible, debuff the first charge move that comes from the Wigglytuff. Good timing here from Dianoski. Here comes the first Chilling Water. Doesn't do much damage, but like the point of Chilling Water is basically nerfing the attack here and tech drop from the Wigglytuff.
I think throwing the Trailblaze would have been the play here from Dianoski first, because you are always getting to 2 charge attacks, and if you throw the Trailblaze first, then you have the opportunity to maybe knock out with the second charge attack. And the Dual Blade is, as we saw, it's going to struggle to farm down this Wigglytuff with Shadow Claws, but maybe that is what Dianoski is going for, a Shadow Claw farm down on a double debuffed Wigglytuff. Yes, he is.
This actually doesn't sound too bad, right? He comes. She doesn't want to let that happen. Makes sense. And here comes the Licky versus Corviknight. But this Corviknight is so loaded up on energy. There is already a payback loaded. I mean, the Licky is not even close to a Shadow Ball yet.
And here comes the payback. Ooh, it does a big chunk to this Licky. But as we see, there's a Feraligatr in the back. It's not easy for the Feraligatr to get rid of this Licky. It needs to land Hydro Cannons.
Here we see we're chipping away the Licky. I mean, there's a Doublade. I mean, as you said, that's like a Shadow Feraligatr in the back with Shadow Claw. So Doublade doesn't want to see this. Here comes a Shadow Ball. She ups to let it go. I don't know how she's gonna deal with this Licky. I assume she's gonna deal with it with the Wigglytuff first.
I think you're correct. Probably coming in with the Wigglytuff here. The Licky is so low now.
She can go for, like, if she goes in Wigglytuff here, farms down the Licky, or make it through energy. She has, she chose it. What a catch!
Great catch!
What a great catch from Dianoski here. The Swift, very resisted on the Doublade, insanely resisted. I think triple resisted. This is like insane. There's no damage, but here, she actually could go for fast moves right now.
And the Feraligatr will probably, no shield here, but it needs to shield up the second Sacred Sword. And if it can get to 3 Hydro Cannons against the Licky, then
the Feraligatr can possibly win this game for Palasha.
Yeah, it looks like the Feraligatr is gonna farm down, Shadow Claw down the Doublade completely. As you can see, like 1, 2, 3, and there he goes. But there's a Licky with 2 shields. She needs to get to 3 Hydro Cannons.
And Dianoski only needs 1 Body Slam to get rid of, all it needs 2 to get rid of the shield and the Feraligatr. But there is a Wigglytuff in the back as well.
And it's gonna be very close. Licky has to do so much work. Look at the Feraligatr, another Hydro Cannon has been reached.
And Palasha, how is she deciding to play this? Because there needs to be... Okay. Oh, there's the catch! There's the catch
for Palasha!
Palasha knows. She knows where to find her win conditions, and it's not in the thrift store. This is premium win condition recognition. But Dianoski, can he get the rollout down? Oh, and it hangs on. But can it hang on through a Shadow Claw? I don't think so. Palasha, is she Shadow Clawing down a Licky?
Even though this is a normal type, the Shadow Claw is coming through here. The Licky will feed, and Palasha with a 2-0 victory!
Boy, what a play! Palasha, she is back! Winners finals, and Dianoski, he is, he's just in awe of Palasha. How can you play against, what can you do against a player who does everything perfectly?
She is so back. Perfect lane play we saw there, making all the right calls, using the Corviknight so perfectly, managing all of the energy, and in the end the Shadow Claw down the normal type was beautiful.
In Pokemon Go, we have a different type of relations. As we saw there, usually ghost type damage normal types are immune to ghost type damage. That means they do 0 damage. It's impossible to touch a normal type with ghost type damage. That's not how it works in Pokemon Go. Every attack will do at least one damage. And we don't have immunities. We have resistances and double resistances. So instead of an immunity, it's a double resistance. And that is why a Swift from a Wigglytuff does do some damage to the Doublade. And the Shadow Claws from a Feraligatr is enough to farm down the Licky.
Yeah, exactly. Doublade even triple resisting the Swift there from the Steel typing and the Ghost typing. But yeah, the Corviknight usage from Palasha was so
incredible.
good here. The Doublade, I mean, he tried a few times. Like, this was an unfortunate undercharge for him. If he undercharged slightly less, then he would have gotten this farm down. But like we said, like Shadow Clawing down a normal type is not an easy task. You need perfect execution there. And as we can see, like here we can see actually the Swift coming through on the Doublade, and I mean this Swift is not doing anything to this Doublade. Triple resisted, look at that.
I think Doublade really did a lot of work for Dianoski in this game. Aiden and Licky are covering each other so well. It's just the Corviknight that are like slight issues for both of them. Other than that, Licky and Doublade really work well together, and Dianoski, he knows he was close to winning this game, but Palasha managed to pull it out with perfect play throughout the set.
Yeah, Dianoski is not out yet, but Dianoski showed how good Licky can be. Like, using it, if you use a shield on it, it's fine, because you can later on, you know, okay, a few rollouts later, I have another Shadow Ball or a Body Slam that I can show my opponent. So, like, I feel like this tournament, Dianoski really, I think his favorite Pokemon in this tournament for him might be Licky.
I think so too, and I just want to say, like, we have a meta where the most popular Pokemon are players are just going that direction, going the same way as the tried and tested Dianoski. He's proving that with some great strategy and willing to take a risk, you can find a great pairing of Pokemon that is not common in the meta with Licky and Doublade, and it performed so well. If it puts you in winners semifinals.
Yeah, I loved seeing Doublade as well from Dianoski there. Doublade, I mean, is a very specific typing as well. I think it's not really easy to use, but with the pairing with Licky, he was really able to use a Licky as a Body Slam spammer, Shadow Ball spammer, and being such how much HP Licky has, and Doublade is so frail, I think the combination of both Pokemon was actually great in this tournament for him.
Licky's bulk allows Dianoski to spend all his shields on the Doublade, but it was Palasha that pulled out the longest straw in this matchup. The Corviknight play was exquisite. Paired with that Feraligatr, we've seen Feraligatr every game from Palasha. She's been so weak to fire types.
No fire type on Dianoski's team. And then it was, I think she was happy to get a break from all those fire types.
I remember when Shadow Feraligatr was actually the Pokemon people used.
Oh, I
and
loved
then
it.
people transitioned to the normal Feraligatr because I think like in certain matchups you want a little bit more bulk than the Shadow version because Feraligatr is the kind of frail Pokemon as well. And here we see two big trainers in the winner semis, Snorek versus Strangetop.
And Strangetop has been aching for a high finish. Snorek also aching. They're both out for their first, I believe both of them are looking for their first medal. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I think so. So this match has insanely high stakes. Snorek or Strangetop. Very similar teams. We see Snorek here, back-to-back day twos. He's very happy with his season so far, as you can tell. That Guzzlord, that Wigglytuff, I think this is basically the same team as Nighttime Clasher brought to Houston last week.
This is the exact same team. I'm not sure if Nighttime Clasher used Mud Bomb on his Quagsire, but
that is correct.
I do feel like Snorek has used Quagsire so perfectly this entire tournament, knowing that like if I have energy on the Quagsire, I can use it literally everywhere. And like, does he really need Stone Edge? It probably feels like with his team composition, he does not. Mud Bomb comes in very effective versus the Steel types. And then here we see Strange team. We see that Corsola, Wigglytuff, Altaria, and also Quagsire Shadow, but this one with Stone Edge.
And Strange, he has never finished top 8. This is his best ever finish. He's been 9th several times, 3 times in total. So first time he's ever in top cut, and then 8 people top cut in top 8. So he's already happy, but he wants to go further. And he knows Snorek is standing in the way of his best finish so far. Actually, not even. He's already got his best finish so far, but Snorek is standing in the way of his medal. Can he take out Snorek and land his hand on the medal?
And that in his home country as well. He must be very excited. And you see the Lapras plushie there for him. He used Lapras actually in Stuttgart. I remember when he used that, and that was such an off-meta pick. I was like so excited for him as well. But these trainers trying to find a combination of what team they need to play. I do assume that we're gonna see the Quagsire of Snorek, how much he loves the Quagsire. Quagsire is so good in this meta, and even with Mud Bomb, I feel like it's even better. And does he really need Stone Edge? Again, I don't think so. Against Strange, he doesn't need it, but it looks like the trainers have locked in and are ready to battle.
I expect an Altaria from Strange somewhere because of this Quagsire. Strange is noticing, okay, I've got the Corviknight. This is not where you want to see the Quagsire when you have an Altaria in the back.
Yeah, that's true. The mud shots are really resisted here, but I feel like you can chip away here very hard with the Aqua Tails. The Corviknight keeps overloading on energy because he knows like Corviknight into this matchup, the Sand Attack doesn't do much damage here, and so they kind of want to land a payback so he can throw air cutters afterwards.
And here we see Strangetop getting his payback through. Snorek, he wants to throw an Aqua Tail as well. Oh, and he lets the payback through. Here comes the Aqua Tail. He's going to chip this Corviknight down. I wonder how Strangetop decides to play this. Does he go for switch advantage? Or on, here comes the Wigglytuff safe swap. Very bold play from Snorek. Yeah,
very interesting. I mean, like Strange doesn't really have a straight answer for the Wigglytuff like in this matchup, right? But like he has the Corviknight, he can stay in for a little bit, but
there could have been a Fortress in the back, but Snorek risked it and took a gamble that there would be no Fortress in the back for Strangetop here.
Yeah, Wigglytuff can actually completely farm down this Wigglytuff, but now here comes the Quagsire going for an Aqua Tail first before we go for the Swift. But I mean, Snorek has to shield. He has so much energy on the Wigglytuff already, almost 2 Swifts.
And now Strangetop, he can shield up his Quagsire as well. There's 2 Swifts here. No shield from Strange. He is banking on his Altaria being good in the back.
I mean, the Wigglytuff is right here, so like if the Wigglytuff avoids the Altaria avoids the Wigglytuff, I mean, he might be happy here, but like here is another Swift coming through, and like, yeah, he needs to shield the Quagsire because the Swift will definitely knock it out, and the Quagsire, I mean, he kind of needs it here because like he's kind of afraid what's in the back, and here comes the Guzzlord. I mean, we have Stone Edge here. Stone Edge will do so much damage. Like, Snorek has to make a call here.
Oh, and Snorek decides to shield. Can Strangetop use this to his advantage? Build up to 2 attacks to knock out the Wigglytuff with a Sky Attack, because he needs to get rid of this Guzzlord as well.
Yeah, the Altaria does have a shield. Bruce Swing doesn't hit as hard. The Wigglytuff might be out of energy. That's why he upped the shield here, knowing that this will be the most damage move. But like, this Altaria needs to get out with energy because there's no way Altaria will be able to farm down that Fairy-type Wigglytuff.
It also needs to deal with that Quagsire that is still lurking in the back. Strange, he does not want to build up anymore. He wants to get rid of this Guzzlord, but I don't think this Sky Attack knocks out, so maybe he can still farm up more, but that gives Snorlax time to go into his Wigglytuff. Now this Altaria is getting dangerously low, but Strange Top reaches the attack in time.
Perfect counting from Strange Top. He knew exactly how much energy the Wigglytuff still had. This Sky Attack will definitely knock out the Wigglytuff, and let's see what Snorlax is going to come in with. This timer is now misaligned a little bit, so he's going to wait a timer, and then he's going to decide which Pokemon is most valuable for him here. He brings in the Guzzlord to do some Dragon Tail damage. I don't know if he's going to get to the Bruce Swing, and actually doesn't get to it! Just not in time!
But now there's a Quagsire here, and can the Quagsire... Oh, and Strange catches up with L! What a play by Strange Top! And I think he left with a Sky Attack as well.
I think he definitely left with a Sky Attack. You just need to click the move and get rid of this Quagsire. There's still also a Corviknight in the back left. Let's see if he gets and he actually gets to the Sky Attack, man. What a great play this was.
I was scared that the Altaria would be farmed down by the Mudshot, but Strange Top's Altaria barely hung on. I know that the judges will take a look at this matchup because there were some inconsistencies in the lead with the Snorlax Quagsire, but it's yet to see if it affected the game because in the end, it turned out like it was so early in the game, and if it didn't have that greatest impact, then there might not be a rematch. But they just want to make sure that everything went as it should be have been going.
Yeah, so they're reviewing the game right now, see what's going on. So there's a little bit of like issue in the beginning of the game that we saw. Like, so we're gonna look into if it was actually necessary to call this a rematch or not. In the end, I mean, great catch, by the way, really great catch by Strange Top to catch at Aqua Tail and had reaching the Sky Attack on 1 HP on his Altaria.
Strange really, he kept track of that Quagsire's energy, even though it had swapped out, had some residual, and then perfect catch. I think Strange really, he's locked in. He's playing without nerves now because he has already got the finish that he has been longing for. So now he's unleashed. This is a new level of Strange Top, and now it's up to Snorlax. Where we still have to see what the outcome of this matchup will be, but Snorlax still got a little bit outplayed by Strange Top in the end there with a catch and everything. The Altaria barely making it to that Sky Attack.
Yeah, I mean, there was also dancing going around in this game as well. Right? The Altaria going left around, the Wigglytuff swapping. I think the timer being less than it was before is way better. It makes like more of dynamic gameplay. Like you have to think a little bit faster as well because like a lot of things happening at the same time. But that shows the level of these trainers, how good they are, and like how they will the game.
And that switch timer is what makes this game so dynamic. Do you keep a low health Pokemon? Maybe it can get to a charge attack in the end game against, for example, a Quagsire trying to mud shut down an Altaria. And yeah, the players are discussing now because they have different perspectives on how this game could have gone differently. Strange probably is explaining his case of why he believes that it did not impact, while Snorlax believes it had an impact. We'll just have to wait and see what the judges decide to do.
This is why we trust the judges on this review. Obviously, in the heat of the moment, this trainer just locked in, trying to battle out, see if it would have mattered in the end. But obviously, always have to, play out the games. But Marcus, if you are Snorlax, what would you play versus Strange Top?
I think that's a great question because Snorlax has a Shadow Fortress while Strange has a regular non-Shadow Fortress. I wonder if that impacts the matchup in any way. I think the Shadow Fortress is slightly safer into the Altaria because 2 Rock Tombs will always threaten a knockout. But I'm not sure, actually. I think the Guzzlord is the correct play. It's really good into the Fortress from Strange. It's also fine into the Corviknight, in my opinion, because the Corviknight cannot throw the payback
is really good into the Corsola. I don't think we're going to see the Corsola at all here. So yeah, I think the Guzzlord is coming for sure. It's just the Wigglytuff that is a horrible matchup for the Guzzlord. And it even has Sludge Bomb. So I expect Guzzlord to be what Snorlax keeps leaning into. But as Snorlax is preferring that Guzzlord, I assume that he will not be running Medicham. Medicham is also weak to that Wigglytuff, and doubling up on a weakness like that could be a little bit risky. And the Medicham is also not the greatest into either Corviknight or that Corsola. So I suspect we won't see a whole lot of Medicham from Snorlax. It could be a pick, but then it would be with a Steel type in the front, swap Medicham to maybe lure out a potential Wigglytuff, and then to free up Guzzlord in the back. That is the only situation I would be running Medicham if I am Snorlax.
Yeah, I agree with the Guzzlord pick. Guzzlord seems super strong. If it avoids a Wigglytuff from Strange Shop, I think Guzzlord looks like the perfect pick for Snorlax here, especially for that Corsola and also the Quagsire that has to land the Stone Edge, because Strange Shop's Quagsire has Stone Edge, Snorlax one's has Mud Bomb, so kind of different there. Because if it was a Quagsire from Snorlax into a Guzzlord, then the Mud Bombs actually do some good amount of damage, and I mean, it's Shadow Quagsire, so like, I mean, that case, but like if you shield the Stone Edge as a Guzzlord, it is really good for Guzzlord in this situation here.
I think Snorlax Quagsire is way better into a Guzzlord than Strange Tops. Snorlax Quagsire has Mud Bomb, so as you mentioned, which is fine into the Guzzlord, but when you're facing off against an Altaria, then the Mud Bomb and Aqua Tail Quagsire can't do anything at all. So Strange maybe should have been the one to run Mud Bomb in this case, because there is a Guzzlord on Snorlax side of the field.
Yeah, I agree. Like the teams are kind of similar, right? We have double Shadow Quagsire, double Wigglytuff. There's Fortress, one is Shadow, one isn't. There's double Corviknight, and there's two Dragon types. One is Guzzlord, the other one is Altaria. I don't know which one I would prefer the most, because I feel like the Altaria from Strange Top did so much work as well, but as well as the Guzzlord from Snorlax. The thing is, the Snorlax Guzzlord takes double super effective from the charms. It gets the lead in a few charms, and then it's out. I don't even know if it reached the Sludge Bomb.
It does reach a Sludge Bomb because Charm has been nerfed. It's not doing as much damage as it did before. But I think I prefer the Altaria over the Guzzlord. But I also think I prefer the Medicham over the Corsola. So it's a bit of a trade-off. I guess the only difference then that can separate it is that I also prefer the Shadow Fortress over regular. So in my opinion, Snorlax is if I was playing this tournament, I would have played Snorlax team over Strange. Strange is if I were given the options of the two. But I really like that Altaria pick, and you saw how much damage it did. With the Sky Attack that he got, it also managed to deal with that Wigglytuff. I think Strange really put his Altaria to good use.
Yeah, definitely. Like, it was dancing around with the Altaria. I'm still waiting for a review. This is, I mean, it's very important, like in the heat of the game, right? You need to make sure that everything goes well and everyone deserves what they deserve in this game. But let's see, man. I mean, the Corsola from Strange Top, I feel, as long as it, I mean, if it's on the Guzzlord, it's not that great. It's on the Wigglytuff, it's worse. But I mean, other than that, it looks so good, right? But you have to avoid.
I agree.
But he brought Wigglytuff, he brought Guzzlord already, Snorlax, so there's no way. Maybe he's trying to scare off the Corsola. Maybe these are all mind games. Maybe he's not even gonna bring Guzzlord or Wigglytuff next game.
So Corsola, I agree. Corsola has 4 very playable matchups here for Strange Top. So whatever line Snorlax picks, there will be one target for Corsola. But as he lent into both the Wigglytuff and the Guzzlord for this game number 1, then maybe that Corsola is a little bit risky, because it seems like we both like the Guzzlord for Snorlax. And the Wigglytuff also did very well, because it is Snorlax's definitively best answer for that Altaria. So even though I agree that Corsola looks really good, the Pokemon that are brought to the battle makes it maybe not as clear-cut.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
And I think the Quagsire as well, especially when it's on Mob Bomb, have a lot of play into the Corsola as well. Yes, Corsola is tanky and it can deal with Quagsire in the 0 and 1 shield scenario, but the 2 shield scenario gets really shaky for the Corsola.
Yeah, and the thing is, what I don't like about Fortress as much is that it doesn't have non-stab attack bonus moves. Like the Volt Switch, no stab. There's no stab on the Sand Tomb or on the Rock Tomb. So like,
what is stab?
The same type attack bonus. So basically, when the Pokemon shares the same typing as the attack, it does slightly more damage because it's part of the typing. But like Fortress is like jack of all trades, kind of, right? So like the Fortress is like helping to debuff the opponent constantly.
So we have a ruling here, trainers. Because the Quagsire lost a turn in the lead, it would have not taken the payback from the Corviknight, is the judge's decision. That means the entire game would have been very different from how it actually played out. And that means that they have ruled a rematch in Snorek's favor. And that means the win from Strange Top is nullified, and we're going back to 0-0, 0-0, 0-all. I don't know how you say 0-0.
0-0, you can say 0-0.
0-0.
I think that's British, 0-0.
I'll do it British then. We're going back to 0-0. Players will have a few minutes to just reset themselves after this break, but that is the decision, tough word.
Decision.
That is the decision. I actually tried to do it real this time, but I couldn't. Oh boy, that is the decision, and we're just gotta wait for the next game.
Yeah, the trainers have to reset not only the bracket here, also the mindset. Like, we're going back to 0-0, so after a long review and playing the first game, trainers need to make sure they lock in their mindset and make sure they keep locked in. But this is 0-0, so we basically start over again, so nothing is lost.
The players just got the decision explained, and they have accepted the outcome, and now are getting ready for what will be deemed as their game 1.
I wonder if they're gonna change anything up, maybe change the Pokemon, because now they slightly know what my opponent's gonna bring, so maybe they're gonna swap some Pokemon out and decide for a completely different strategy here.
I expect the players to adjust a little bit, because I do think that there won't be a rematch of game number 1. That would surprise me. So I think Strange Top probably is running that Altaria again because it was so good for him in game number 1. He might be inclined to do the same as in game 1 because it worked, while Snorek, he got caught out in a not so favorable position because of that unfortunate technical malfunction. So here we go into game number 1.
Game number 1, we see Medicham into Wigglytuff with the bow tie.
And this is not where you want to see this Wigglytuff for Snorek. He has a Fortress in the back. He dropped the Guzzlord, as we mentioned. You cannot play Medicham and Guzzlord together. And Strange Top, does he know that Wigglytuff loses the Zero Shield scenario?
The Zero Shield scenario, and here comes the first Dynamic Punch. Does a lot of damage to this Wigglytuff, and here we see another Dynamic Punch being reached on the Wigglytuff here, but I mean, Strange, yeah, the charm doesn't go through here.
Yeah, Strange is not pleased with how this game played out. He got a break on his Wigglytuff that let Medicham get to its charge attack without the Wigglytuff being able to reply. So we're looking at We're looking at the feedback from judges here. Strange Top is clearly not happy.
Is
with,
having fun. It's like I'm playing a Team Rocket battle here. Yeah, they're not gonna swap out here. So they're gonna reset the game, reset the mindset, and we go again.
Yep, and the judges are just making sure that everything technical is as it's supposed to be. There was an unfortunate happening in the start of that game, so we will restart. Strange obviously not happy with that because he had the favorable lead that he had wanted with that Wigglytuff into Medicham, and he wasn't allowed to play it out as he wanted it to, because obviously when you cannot suppress your charge attacks, that will affect how you play a game of Pokemon Go.
Yeah, this is where like resetting the mindset is very important because like he had the favorable lead, the Medicham on that Wigglytuff. But we saw how much Dynamic Punch does to Wigglytuff. So like you said in the Shiro Shield scenario,
Shiro Shield?
the Shiro Shield that we see that is actually favorable for Medicham in that matchup.
And I'm very impressed by Medicham and how well it deals with that Wigglytuff. So yeah, even against the Togekiss, it can win this Shiro Shield scenario because of those ice punches. So I don't know, which fairy type would you run to deal with that Medicham? Is it Azumarill maybe coming back?
Azumarill, because it walls all the energy besides the Psycho Cut, which just doesn't do much damage anyways. But I mean, also Florges kind of likes it because, I mean, the Medicham cannot throw dynamic punches there because there's no normal typing on the Florges side, and Florges can constantly debuff the Medicham.
But Florges is often not running a fairy type charge attack. If it's running Chilling Water and Trailblaze, Medicham can even put in work against the Florges.
Yeah, Medicham always been able to put in work. Also back in the old days where Medicham was the king of PvP alongside with Azumarill.
But Medicham is now running Psycho Cut and Dynamic Punch, unlike it was before. But that means also that its way of playing is so different. It cannot just punch through on a Alolan Sandslash, for example, like it could before. Now it needs to rely on that fighting type charge attack. But as we've seen, it does very well with just fighting type charge attacks instead of that counter fast attack that he used before.
Yeah, Medicham definitely changed up his role. He went from fast attack pressure, more like with the old counter, now to having to rely on the charge move, like you said. But these trainers are ready to lock in here. They're choosing a team, thinking like, okay, are we gonna play something different again? 3 times in a row, we're gonna play the same team. We have to find out. And it looks like trainers, they have locked in, reset the mindset, trying to win game number 1, which feels like game number 3. We have Corviknight into Corviknight.
And this should be pretty okay for Snorlax, I think, because he is keeping his Wigglytuff away from that Corviknight. But look at that Altaria in the back for Strange. If Strange can get his Altaria on that Quagsire, oh boy, that will be a tough situation for Snorlax.
Yeah, whoever wins the lead here is gonna be a little bit more favorable because we see Wigglytuff, Altaria not great, and then there is the Quagsire for Altaria. I mean, there's like, it goes both ways here. So like, actually, Strange actually goes for the shield here on the payback because he knows like maybe winning the lead here for me is very important. Having another flyer in the back, expecting most likely the Wigglytuff.
And now Strange has the he will let this payback go. Snorlax, will he match Strange's shield or no?
Let's see, I don't remember who wins charge attack priority here. The Corviknight of the and
oh,
we see
there's a Wigglytuff! Wigglytuff safe switch from Snorlax. That means Strange Up can avoid his Altaria landing on this Wiggly.
Oh, and he gets the boost as well, and he has 2 air cutters loaded. This is actually really good for Strange. He knows like, oh, my Altaria is so safe in the back. I don't see the Wigglytuff, so I'm happy for my Altaria. And the air cutter, the first one is boosted. We get another boost. We get another boost! 3-2 boosts in a row. This air cutter will do actually a good amount of damage on his Wigglytuff. Snorlax is not happy about this.
And now maybe the sand attacks are doing real. Oh, look at this. Oh, another boost!
What is going on?
It's farming down. This Corviknight is doing everything he can to grant Strange the win that he, and he gets a catch as well. He's keeping this Corviknight healthy, awake in the back.
There is a Corviknight still with an air cutter left. He catches on, and here comes Quagsire on Quagsire. There is no more Wigglytuff. There is still an Altaria left on the side of Strange. We see here the first Aqua Tail connect. 2 Aqua Tails nearly knocks out the Quagsire with some mud shots.
So Strange, he's just launching attacks into the opposing Quagsire. Snorlax will have to start shielding. He knows he's got to build up energy, because if there's a Fortress in the back or a Wiggly or anything about the Altaria, the energy can be valuable.
The thing is, Marcus, like, Snorlax doesn't know there's an Altaria in the back yet. He doesn't know, and this Quagsire does not have Stone that should threaten anything from the Altaria, and here comes the Altaria.
Oh, and he catches
a Mud Bomb!
Strange is pulling all the Strange moves. He is doing everything he can to win this game. Snorlax, can he go back into the Corviknight? I think he has to, but he wants to build up again.
So I think
Snorlax
is resigning. He is throwing a mud bomb for being a good sport. Strange looking at this strange play and wondering what is going on, but Snorek is resignated. He knows that this matchup did not go as he planned.
Strange played this so perfectly. The moment he saw the Wigglytuff coming into the Corvin, I'm like, oh, like I'm so happy here. My Altaria is safe in the back, and then they got 4 boosts from those air cutters, which was saying I don't think he's gonna get any more boosts in this tournament now.
But what do you do against a triple boosted Corviknight? I mean, the Wigglytuff could not even get to a charged attack against that Corviknight. Incredible game here by Strange. And the home crowd is cheering for their hometown hero. And they're yelling, "Una más."
Vamos, vamos. I think like Strange, great composure. I also have to give this to the trainers here. After a couple of issues and reviews from the games, they have to constantly reset their mindset. Constantly like have to like, okay, I need to make sure I lock in and don't forget how to play perfectly. But I mean, Strange was on top of his game right now.
Oh, he absolutely was. And keeping calm and collected in those scenarios where you might be distracted, you might be like shaking a little bit. No. You gotta stay focused, and these trainers are doing exactly that. Snorek did pull some good plays. He realized what he needed to do, and that was gamble on his Quagsire when it ended up being so that the Wigglytuff got knocked out by the Corviknight. But as it was the Altaria in the back, there was just no way for Snorek to win that game.
I don't think he was expecting Altaria in the back. That's why he most likely safe-swapped its Wigglytuff. They're like, okay, I'm fine. If there's no Altaria, I don't have to get it locked in there. But like, I mean, getting the first air cutter boost and then getting another one, and you saw on both their faces, one was happy, one wasn't so happy, even though they were both smiling.
When you've just ruined a Quagsire like that, like Strange just did, can you gamble on Snorek not bringing it in the next game and maybe bringing your own Fortress, the Volt Switch Fortress, to take a risk that there won't be a Quagsire this time?
Yeah, I think Snorek has to take some risk here, maybe calculate. Like, he's been so good in this tournament, calling all the lines from his opponents, and he needs to like lock in again and do the same thing. With Corviknight lead, we saw like Strange shielding the first payback because it's unlikely that your opponent's gonna bait with an air cutter when it's a Corviknight matchup. So like again, it's a safe shield. I feel like maybe it felt like, okay, I need to win swap because I'm always expecting Wigglytuff in the back, and it looks like trainers have locked in for game number 2, and we see Corviknight on Corviknight again.
And this time, Snorek has left the Quagsire out, but he would have been ABA weak to that Fortress. Soft with the Corviknight in the front and Wigglytuff in the back. Oh, we see a catch on the payback. Strange. This might be strange, but because this payback is going to hurt. Oh, and he puts up a shield.
Okay, I guess he's thinking of something in the back. Maybe he wants to bait something out, but the thing is, I'm kind of scared of the Wigglytuff, and it still has an Altaria, and here comes attempt of a catch, but this Quagsire is Stone Edge. It takes a way longer time to get to Stone Edge than into the Mud Bomb, and Stone Edge will do some good damage. It depends if Snorek actually gonna shield anything here.
And he decides to put up the shield. I think this is a wise decision from Snorek because this Quagsire is still so healthy. Here comes a Brutal Swing. This will not threaten a knockout. It will take definitely another Brutal Swing for Snorek to knock out this Quagsire. And here comes a Stone Edge from Strange Top. Does he have another fun play up his sleeve?
I feel like Guzzlord now, like even though the Stone Edge will connect, will do a lot of damage, I think Guzzlord can farm it all the way down, but he actually comes in with the Corviknight, putting a little bit of pressure. I don't think this Air Cutter will be enough to knock this out, and might actually help Snorek to also swap out, and actually does into his own Corviknight. Here comes a payback from Snorek's Corviknight.
I think this is great for Snorek because there is an Altaria in the back, and Snorek is keeping his Wigglytuff free from that Corviknight. Strange needs to get rid of Snorek's Corviknight, and that as soon as possible, but also keeping his own Corviknight healthy.
Yeah, we got a shield here for Snorek. It's a very smart shield. I feel like the Corviknight from Strange is very, very important, knowing that he doesn't know what we know, or what the caster know, the viewers know, chat knows. There's a Wigglytuff in the back for Snorek, and that is very scary for the Altaria there.
And now,
The Corviknight of Strange is so low, but here comes the Altaria, and Snorlax has the perfect response. It is the Wigglytuff. The Wigglytuff needs to throw energy here, or the Altaria will get to 2 Sky Attacks. Is 2 Sky Attacks enough to knock out, do you know?
I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's nearly enough. Look at the Dragon Breath. It's not doing any damage. Very resistant on the Wigglytuff. Here comes the first Sky Attack, and it's not enough. But this is literally Altaria's worst nightmare. Here comes the Ice Wind, and it might take out 2 Altarias in a row.
And a healthy Wigglytuff is not what Strange wants to see here, because he has 2 lower HP Pokemon, and he needs to get rid of this Wiggly. How can he deal with a Guzzlord who has a Brutal Swing and a Corviknight over 50% HP?
Here comes the Corviknight. Corviknight resisting the charms. Here comes the first Air Cutter. Air Cutter we have seen is not enough, but maybe Strange gets his 7th or 8th or 20th boost of the tournament. Here comes the Air Cutter. Is there a boost? There's no boost. It will never stop that. Here comes the Swift from Wigglytuff, taking out the Quagsire.
I think this is kind of what Strange needs. Maybe the Quag could have had some energy into the Corviknight in the back, but here Strange gambled on Snorlax swapping immediately. He paybacks now the Wigglytuff, and Snorlax has a Brutal Swing in the back. GG to both of these trainers. Snorlax ties it up for 1-1.
Great gameplay from Snorlax.
Absolutely.
Also, the catch on the Quagsire from the payback, I don't know what Strange was cooking there. Maybe he thought it was something else in the back. Maybe like another play he was thinking about, maybe trying to bait something out. He also shielded the payback there. But yeah, the score is 1-1 now. Well played, very well played by Snorlax, to be honest. Good team composition as well. The Wigglytuff, I feel like it's always coming, so I feel like it's risky to bring Altaria, but sometimes you need to take those risks.
It is risky to bring the Altaria, but at the same time, the risk of not bringing Altaria is that the Quagsire might just run free for Snorlax. So I think Altaria is looking pretty good, but it is that Wigglytuff. It's come every game so far, and that is the issue for Strange Top. If he gets the Altaria on the Wigglytuff, it's so hard for him.
This is a very important game. It is 1-1 right now. I mean, this game is very important. Like, this is game number 3. Whoever wins this game goes through to the winner's side of the bracket.
And they win a medal!
And they win a medal, which is the most important thing, taking home a medal.
Medal, top 4, eternal glory nonetheless. So, I think both of these trainers, they are feeling the pressure right now. None of them have ever finished top 4. None of them have a medal. But now is their opportunity. They have a chance at changing their entire legacy if they can make it to the top 4 of the Seville Special Championship. Then they will cement themselves as a player with a medal, and they are locking in for game number 3, the decisive game in the winner's semifinals.
And we see Quagsire on Corviknight, a ground type on a flyer, but this is a very neutral matchup. Depends if the Corviknight actually boosts or not, but it does have a Stone Edge. Aqua Tail here is enough to chip down Corviknight. After, I think, 3 Aqua Tails is enough to take down the Corviknight.
And Strange Top, will he go for the payback or for the bait with Air Cutter? I think baiting here would make sense. Oh, but he catches on his own Quagsire. Is this a bait out play?
It does the same thing in previous games, so it's definitely onto something. And here we see the Guzzlord. This Quagsire does not have Mud Bomb, so it takes a very long time to get to the Stone Edge. Stone Edge will do a lot of damage, but this is honestly like, I feel like it could be a safe shield for Snorlax, depending on like if Strange actually gonna no shield, and actually comes no shield, and Stone Edge goes through and does like a massive amount of damage to Guzzlord right now.
Very curious play, but this Guzzlord is still healthy. Getting rid of this Guzzlord won't be easy for Strange Top. Unless he comes in with a Wigglytuff, then it will be very easy.
I think 2 charms will be enough from this range.
I agree.
Maybe 3. He goes for the, yeah, 2 is enough. He goes for the Brutal Swing. A little bit of chip damage. Let's see if Strange was actually counting. No, is this a Sludge Bomb or Brutal Swing? Is he been counting? And it looks like, oh! That's a very resistant Brutal Swing that he definitely did not want to shield. But here is Wigglytuff and Wigglytuff. One has a bow tie, one doesn't.
And the Bowtie Wigglytuff will outpace, gets to an Icy Wind. This will nerf and debuff the damage output from Snorlax Wigglytuff. Strange Wigglytuff is looking really good here.
So we still, the both trainers have Wigglytuff, Snorlax with the Quagsire, and Strange with the Corviknight. We see a no shield here. I mean, the Wigglytuff is nerfed with this Ice Wind, the debuff here. So like, it's like I can actually no shield. This is fine. But I feel like the Wigglytuff from Strange is more valuable. But here we see a combo play from Corviknight, putting a lots of pressure, and this Air Cutter might be enough to knock it out. But he wants to keep the Wigglytuff alive.
I think he's going. Oh no, he swaps out with the energy, but there's a boost on the Corviknight, and now, oh, here comes the payback. Snorlax, he is thinking about it. Will he shield? He decides to put up the shield. Great shield. A boosted payback would definitely knock out a Quagsire.
Strange stealing all the boosts from all the players in this tournament. He's constantly boosting. This is a first Aqua Tail. So if this Quagsire had Stone Edge, it would do a little bit more damage here. But they know, okay, it's just an Aqua Tail, so I can let this go. I don't have to shield here. And here comes another Aqua Tail. We know Quagsire, very, very spammy. But like this Corviknight might be his win con here. Like he's boosted. He knows like if I need to overload a little bit. But there's also another Wigglytuff on the other side. Like the charms do a lot of damage. Let's see if he's counting perfectly. And oh, perfect counting here. This is a boosted payback. Will definitely take out the Quagsire, but the question is, will the Snorlax Wigglytuff be able to farm down the Corviknight in time?
And that is the question, but here comes the Wigglytuff from Snorlax. It has more energy than Strange. Strange needs to get to an Air Cutter, but is his Corviknight sturdy enough to get there? It's close. It's going to be so close. And here comes the Air Cutter. He barely gets there. And the crowd goes wild. Strange Top head in hands. And he is celebrating his first ever medal.
See! Strange Top did it. What a great gameplay we saw there. That was so close. It was one charm away. The Corviknight, look at him celebrating. He's so happy, celebrating with the crowd. This is why we love the Spanish community. They're all so stick together.
And the roar of the masses. I understand Snorlax, he's disappointed, but he still smiles. He's being a great sport. And Strange Top over the moon. Now his Corviknight barely hung on, got to that Air Cutter, and that was the nail in the coffin for Snorlax in this winner's bracket.
Man, that was some great gameplay from Corviknight. Strange got like how many boosts? I think
4, 5,
9
45,
maybe potentially?
6, 7, I don't know.
Many. And then when Corviknight boosts, those Air Cutter actually do some good damage, especially even to the Wigglytuff. And the Wigglytuff, and it was so close. He almost got charmed down. That's how good Wigglytuff still is as a fairy type versus a steel type. And yeah, this trainer's like in the beginning, we had some reviews and they're still like able to lock in and give the mindset and like absorb everything they need to absorb. And here we see the Corviknight. I mean, there were so many boosts from this Corviknight. I've never had heroes and other boosts. I've never seen so much damage from an Air Cutter before.
Yeah, that game where Corviknight boosted so much was impossible to win for Snorlax. When a Corviknight decides to put his mind to it, then there's no stopping it. Then you need a fire type or an electric type, I believe.
This is where the issue is with Quagsire. Only having Aqua Tail and Mud Bomb, no Stone Edge, Altaria just farms it all the way down because all the Charmers are resisted.
And Snorlax did get unfortunate with having Altaria on Quagsire in one of his losses, but he also had Altaria on Wigglytuff in another. So Altaria, a bit of a divisive Pokemon for Strange Top here. Won in one and lost in one, and then he benched it for game number 3 and won it on just neutral, great neutral gameplay.
Yeah, they both played similar Pokemon, 2 Corviknights, 2 Wigglytuffs. But, I mean, it was a little bit too much for Snorlax. They're Strange being on top of the game right there. Played absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant. I think he led Corviknight every game. And I cannot blame him. It worked out really well. In that final game, he was a bit soft to that Fortress. But since he had played the Quagsire so much and the Altaria so much, Snorlax did not seem to like his Altaria at all.
Yeah, there's a lot of mind games there in the end. If you bring the Fortress, though, being as a double flyer, but the thing is Altaria has Flamethrower, and Flamethrower double super effective against Fortress, does massive damage, so you don't definitely want to avoid that.
That is the curious thing about Altaria in this meta, because it is a Dragon type, so you would think Steel types usually really pairs well up into those Dragons, but Altaria, having Flamethrower and not being threatened by one-hit knockouts by Empoleon, by Corviknight, by Fortress, it can hit them so hard back.
I'm not decisive yet, like, as in what Quagsire I would play, the one with Aqua Tail Mud Bomb or the Aqua Tail Stone Edge, because like I feel like sometimes the Stone Edge, in this scenario, the Stone Edge has won the game, but I feel like the Stone Edge has a little bit more coverage against those flyers. When Altaria comes in and you have Mud Bomb Aqua Tail, what are you gonna do? I mean,
honestly, I'm a little bit convinced by the Mud Bomb Aqua Tail, but someone who is a believer in Stone Edge Quagsire and a baby future is Strange Top here with his family.
Thank you so much, guys. Indeed, I am joined by Strange Top and his wife, Mon. Strange Top, congratulations, your first medal. How are you feeling?
I cannot express what I'm feeling. It's been years persuading this top 8 and medal all in one. My last tournament before being a proper parent, although I'm already a parent because the baby's there, Rodrigo. I don't know, just ask me and I'll try to answer something.
First of all, Mon, thank you for being here as well.
Thank you.
How do you feel watching your husband play like that?
Yeah, it's unbelievable because I know that he wanted this for a really long time. So I'm so proud of him. I don't understand anything about the game. So for me, it's like really exciting, everything that's happened. So yeah.
Do you have some other players to explain to you what is happening while your husband is playing? Or are you just watching and seeing where it goes?
I'm just like watching with friends and they are like narrating me what is happening. So they're like, oh, this catch is really nice or this movement is like, and I don't understand anything. I just understand if he goes well or if he's like doing something not so well.
I mean, you can see it in his face when he's playing as well. This was one of the most intense series I think we've all watched in a while. What were your thoughts going through this after you lost game 2 as well?
This was probably the last mental breakdown I had to go through because I've never been on a stage having two, I mean, a rematch after a head judge call on a good lead. And I was like, okay, so I saw him my A line, my B line, and we are 0-0. Now he knows my big plan. Now I need to find a C plan and somehow manage to find it and perform it.
And then what was your plan going to the last game? Because the matches were incredibly neutral there. What were you thinking? How are you beating Snorek? Because Snorek has been phenomenal all season.
Yeah, I heard he did day 2 on the winner's side twice in a row now. So that says a lot of his high level. And I pretty much thought that I was playing with 5 Pokemon. I try to say Corsola off here because there's Gastlor and Wiggly. So I started to think about it. And I talked with some good friends. I talked with Sardi from LATAM, and then with Chris, with Leo, with my Mahada Ravens team. And what was the most solid line was the Double Bird and Quagsire. And then I knew I had to risk Wigglytuff somewhere, and I decided to use it in the third game, and it paid off.
It definitely did pay off. Your first medal, congratulations again. Mom, there's one last question I want to ask you. Do you think he's going to take it all the way and win the Seville Special Championship?
I hope so. It's really difficult, but he can do it. So, yeah, we are so proud of him. So,
I believe in him too, but only time will tell because there are so many talented trainers, and we're going right back to the action.
Marcus, that was so wholesome. Like, his wife supporting him so much. That was awesome to see.
And you could tell she's very excited. She's got to be screaming from in front of the audience. Whoever we're hearing here when Strange Top is winning is probably Mon, because I'm sure she has been cheering for her husband for this entire weekend.
A lot of things are happening, right? She like she said, like this is like mostly it's new for her, so she gets explanation from her friends, from his friends, and then have to like it's so awesome because like what is going on the screen? Oh, but my husband is winning, and that's like the most important thing I feel like, and the support is amazing here.
Absolutely, and I recognize the feeling because my fiance is also not really into Pokemon Go, but when she's been watching me play, she's leaning on the casters to explain to her what is going on and if it's going well or not, and of course reading my face, but that is our job. And let's get back into it because we have Stone Collection against Pokémon. What a matchup this is in the losers round 1. I cannot believe the names and the players we are seeing here.
Two famous trainers. We have a Stone Collection with his Shadow Talonflame. Shadow Talonflame showed him tremendous amount of work, and the Shadow Talonflame of his has like I think it's 1488 CP, probably because he has like a higher attack set to win the matchup versus other Talonflames, maybe, or couldn't find a better one, which is possible. Shadow Pokemon are not that easy to obtain in the Rocket Stops. But Stone Collection, here we go for Paddleman. Paddleman has shown it's probably chilly here with the jacket, lots of chills, probably from the Piloswine, with Piloswine with Stone Edge, we see the Piloswine. So hopefully we're gonna see some Piloswine action as well.
Oh, that would be incredible, but I am not a big believer against this Talonflame team. And Talonflame looks pretty good, in my opinion, into the team of Paddleman. Paddleman did have some issues with Marcos Shiny's Talonflame yesterday. He did get a little bit lucky to get off that final Psyshock to win the 2-shield scenario against the Talonflame there. So let's see if maybe Stone Collection can turn this around with his own Talonflame play.
These are two massive trainers. They know exactly what to do. Both regional winners. Paddleman won many IC already. Like, this is a big clash of trainers here, and they're just saying GGs to each other, locking in teams, seeing like, okay, what can I bring versus my opponent? And we're going into game number 1, and we see Talonflame from Stone Collection on the Corsola of Paddleman.
Oh, this is not where I would like my Talonflame, because the Corsola just does so much damage with its fast attacks. I think Paddleman will throw in the Nightshade here. Stone Collection needs to respect it and put up a shield. This Talonflame cannot take the energy here very well.
This is why Corsola is so good. Astonish does so much damage, especially against a Shadow Talonflame. And here comes the first charge attack from the Talonflame. It is the obstacle for a Flame Charge here. Flame Charge boosting the Incinerate damage as well. And already is another Flame Charge loader. We're probably going to go for a fly here. But what do we see here? We see going for good timing here. It allows Talonflame has to go down 2 shields here. Like, he has to go up the thing down to farm down the Corsola all the way.
And now here comes the Quagsire, but this Quagsire is now, it has to take, it either has to double shield or it will take a boosted fly from a Shadow Talonflame. You don't want that.
You definitely do not want to take it. And here comes another fly from a Talonflame. Quagsire just gonna up the shield, meaning like knowing that the boosted fly will do so much damage. I'd rather keep my Pokemon instead of having 2. And here comes the Guzzlord from Stone Collection. But this Quagsire has Mob Bomb, and this is where Mob Bomb is slightly better than Stone Edge. Mob Bomb getting reached way earlier. It also has same type attack bonus. This is pretty okay for Paddleman here.
Almost a 2-hit knockout. And Stone Collection, he wants to get rid of this Quagsire. But as we can see, there is a Togekiss in the back. He will need some energy on his Guzzlord to maybe threaten that Togekiss as well. Oh, and tries to catch her Paddleman. He's very clever, but not clever enough. Stone Collection saw it coming miles away. And now does he come in with his Quagsire or with his Togekiss?
The thing is, the Guzzlord has so much energy that a Sludge Bomb will do so much damage. I don't think it's going to threaten a knockout, but this will do a lot of damage. Dragon Tails are double resistant on Togekiss because of the Fairy typing. Here comes the first Sludge Bomb, connecting on Togekiss. That's so much damage, and then he swaps in to his Quagsire, which is actually smart because now it's in Aqua Tail range.
And now the Quagsire. Stone Collection is realizing he would have lost Charge Attack priority. He did not throw immediately. So he can build up. Oh, he decides not to build up. He wants to just get rid of this Togekiss. He's 3 Mudshots away from another Aqua Tail. Potman need to get rid of this Quagsire, but he has the tools to do so. Throws an Aqua Tail. Is this enough?
I think this is definitely enough to take down the opposing Quagsire. Here we come, the first Rocket Tail, but this Quagsire is so loaded on energy. There's a Talonflame with no energy, and there's still a Guzzlord left, but there's a Mud Bomb that needs to be landed on the Guzzlord. Here comes the first Mud Bomb. This will take out the Guzzlord. It will be close, but I think it will be enough to take out the Guzzlord here. And then he needs to reach an Aqua Tail versus a Talonflame. Will he reach it on time? He's only 1 away, and there you go. The Quagsire does it again.
And Paddleman managed to turn this around, taking a Sludge Bomb on his Togekiss. Yet, no one stopping him from taking out Stone Collection. The Talonflame play, it was exquisite from Stone Collection, but after landing, after taking both shields, the Talonflame didn't do anything else.
No, exactly. Like, it took to both shields from Stone Collection beginning, but he got them right away back because, I mean, Talonflame was boosted from the Flame Charge, and then he had already reached 2 flies, so like Quagsire doesn't want to take a boosted fly. So I feel like that was fine in that regard, like taking both shields immediately from the game, but the Corsola is so strong. And the annoying part is like Corsola has Astonished 3-turn move against his Incinerate, and to perfectly time your moves as an Incinerate user versus a 3-turn is really hard to do. Otherwise, you're gonna let him sneak in a full Astonish, and Astonish does so much damage.
And here you saw Pokémon, he is bringing his 3 best picks against the Talonflame. He's expecting the Talonflame to come, and that is the Togekiss, it is the Corsola, and it is the Quagsire. Will Stone Collection now read into Pokémon, still picking his 3 best picks against the Talonflame? Because if he is, then maybe he can lead the Guzzlord. If it's not on the Togekiss, it's pretty fine into Quagsire. Well, the Quagsire has Mud Bomb. That Mud Bomb of the Quagsire is proving to be really valuable here.
Yeah, actually it does. But the Togekiss from Paddleman feels like it's really strong, and there's like a really straight answer for Togekiss. I feel like there is the Fortress, but I mean, this Aura Sphere does so much damage, right? And it needs to land a Rock Tomb to do any damage here. But we're going into game number 2. Trainers are locked in, and we see again Shadow Talonflame on the Shadow Quagsire from Paddleman.
And Stone Collection not happy to see this here, but he goes straight into his own Quagsire. How does Pokémon respond to this? He throws an Aqua Tail immediately.
Here comes the first Aqua Tail from Pokémon. He's gonna land on the Stone Collection's Quagsire. Doesn't have to shield here. Does a good amount of damage. And we see a swap in from Corsola from Pokémon, which is actually, I think, is a really good swap here. Because like Corsola is so bulky, he can tank all these moves. He's killing for a Stone Edge. Stone Edge does way more damage than Aqua Tail. So this is a really good Stone Edge here for Stone Collection.
Perfect play by Pokémon. Because chipping down the Quagsire with an Aqua Tail, that means the Corsola, with its bulk, can now hang on against this, against the Quagsire, and probably, oh, here comes an Aqua Tail though. Pokémon realized he needs to throw energy. I think Stone Collection should shield here. Okay, because he needs to land energy into Quagsire. Oh, and Pokémon decides to switch. Now, this might be the turnaround the Stone Collection was waiting for, because now the Talonflame with 2 shields, maybe it can incinerate through the entire team of Pokémon.
Yeah, Stone Collection doesn't know there's a Togekiss there yet. The Togekiss is still full healthy, but like I feel like the Togekiss wanted to see the Guzzlord more than it would have done on the Quagsire here, but Quagsire having Mud Bomb does help in this matchup. But the thing is, Talonflame cannot come in here before, like, he has to shield, because Aqua Tail does chip a lot here, and we see another Brutal Swing being reached. Pokémon decides to shield and protects his Quagsire.
I think Pokémon needs to throw pretty quickly, because the Dragon Tail's landing, that puts Quagsire into Incinerate range for the Talonflame. Oh, but here comes a shield from the Guzzlord. Oh, because he can threaten another shield on the Quagsire. Can a Togekiss win this for Pokémon?
There's a full health Talonflame, there's a full health Togekiss, both have a shield, but like there's also some Corsola for some Astonish damage. Right here, it comes a Togekiss. Togekiss is so fast, look at this pack damage actually adding up. The Togekiss outpaces the 2 Sashak, and Sashak will be almost enough here to knock out with some pack damage.
Ooh, yeah, I think the shield from Stone Collection side might be a bit scary, because here, oh, he throws a fly.
I guess he wants to troll the fly to save some energy to get back-to-back fly, but I'm not sure here. Like, there's also some Corsola, like, there's Astonish damage, there's so much, but there's lots of Guzzlord. He gets to the farm now, he gets the farm now, but there's the Guzzlord. I don't know if he's gonna reach a move, because a Brutal Swing won't be enough. They need to reach a Sludge Bomb here.
And Stone Collection, he is composed, he's shielding up, but Pokémon knows he is getting closer and closer to that Aura Sphere, and Guzzlord is not at a Sludge Bomb yet. And here comes Pokémon and his Togekiss, his best performing Pokemon this tournament, throwing an Aura Sphere into the Guzzlord, ending Stone Collection's tournament run.
Bye-bye, Guzzlord. What an amazing play by Togekiss there from Pokémon. That was absolutely insane. Pokémon, like, in the losers, like, destroying every single opponent he faces. He's playing so well right now.
And he knows that his team is soft to that Talonflame. So he's bringing the strongest picks he has into the Talonflame. It's the Quagsire, it is that Corsola, and the Togekiss is fine as well. And they work together well. It's just the Guzzlord that can put some pressure on the Corsola and the Quagsire, but no, Pokémon has his way around it. The Mob Bomb, if it was an Altaria, then not great, but
I rest my case. I rest my case. My hands are up.
But it is a Guzzlord, and there the Mud Bomb provides more consistency and way more damage than an Aquatail. So I think the Mud Bomb is looking pretty good for Pokemon here.
Yeah, the Mud Bomb actually definitely held on, especially versus the Guzzlord, having some faster, same type attack bonus moves instead of a Stone Edge. So that was really nice. But also the Togekiss gameplay from Powderman was so good. I really love how he played it. And Togekiss is so, like, honestly, Togekiss is so annoying to play against.
It is annoying to play against.
It's actually annoying because, like, an Aura Sphere does so much damage, it gets there so fast, and Togekiss wins a lot of charge deck priorities because he has such a high attack.
But you know what I think about Togekiss? I think it's also hard to play because, in my opinion, it's sometimes a little. You wish it was a little bit more bulky, because as you're saying, it wins a lot of those charge attack priorities. But that also means it cannot take attacks that well. So I haven't managed to like figure out how Togekiss would perform best in my hands. But we can see Potterman, he knows how to perform with Togekiss.
Yeah, he definitely knows. And also the Togetic, the previous evolution of Togekiss, also a very special Pokemon. Also having that Asian power coverage, also has Aerial Ace, a Psy Shock, a little bulkier as well than Togekiss.
And now it has that Heat Wave coverage.
Heat Wave.
That can one-hit KO, almost one-hit KO, a Fortress. So Togetic, as a Fairy and Flying type, still has a really good matchup, or at least a playable matchup, into that Fortress.
Yeah, and now we have a promo video and the QR code ready.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use Twin Cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
So if you want to play with your local friends, scan this QR code and find the nearest event close to you. And there are TCG, VG, and Pokemon Go events. And my friend Mayuran, he is always hosting the Pokemon Go tournaments in my local community. And I'm super grateful because that makes me able to meet all my friends and play Pokemon Go. And he's right here behind the stage with me, ready to help out here in Sevilla as well, traveling all around the world, but putting together a great show for our local community and tournaments for us to enjoy when I'm back home in Oslo.
So you're telling me if I scan the code, I can see in my region where there are local tournaments?
Exactly. So all the tournaments that are close to you in Belgium, you will find them. Well, I find the locals that I have in Oslo, and these players can do the same, but they are busy doing something else.
They are busy trying to win their next game. We have Chris versus Z Zweiles, the Charjabug Master.
The Charjabug Master and Charjabug. Can it do anything to Chris here? I wonder. The Sandslash, not a great matchup. The Florges, not bad at all, actually. And the Corviknight, incredible. Quagsire, not so much. Malamar, if you can land that X-Scissor.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye to Malamar. And then it's the Licky Licky. Not great for Charjabug. I think we're going to see maybe some Piloswine action here.
Yeah, the trainer seems to be locked in. Say good luck, trainers. We have the Shadow Malamar into the Piloswine!
And of course, the Malamar players will play Malamar. Is this what Zweiles wanted to see? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But here it comes, no matter what.
I'm pretty sure Piloswine cannot tank a superpower from Shadow Malamar. The Piloswine is going to opt to throw an Icicle Spear. First, going to do lots of damage here. Shadow Malamar, not that bulky. Here comes the first one, and here comes a superpower. Is Zweiles going to put up a shield or going to risk maybe this is a foul play bait? Let's see, and he puts up the shield. Great shield for Zweiles.
And now this Alolan Sandslash is looking pretty good, but here comes a Corviknight. I believe the Alolan Sandslash can win this straight Ice Punch.
Yeah, if the Sanchez correctly shields a payback, like the Sanchez keeps being healthy here, he actually, Zweiles goes for a bait, and and Chris actually shields a bait. Do we see an Air Cutter boost? More Sand Attack damage? We do not see a boost, and here comes the first Ice Punch from the Sandslash.
I don't think that Zweiles
wants to shield his Corviknight here. I think he just wants to get this Sand Slash. Oh, but another Ice Punch threatens a knockout on this Corviknight. I was not expecting Sand Slash to do this much damage.
Yeah, Sand Slash doing so much damage here. Chris knows it's just an air cutter. I don't need the shields. It is resisted. Again, no boost. Let's see if they're gonna let air cutter. No, actually, it lets him get to another air cutter, but the Sand Slash knows I can tank this, but already has 2 Ice Punch stored.
This was, I think, a bit of... Oh, and here... boosted. Now a boosted Corviknight. This is great play by Zeus because the energy from Malamar is now neutralized on this very type of Azumarill.
This is a really good play from Zeus as we can tank every single move here and just bubble this Malamar all the way down. Azumarill, so much energy. What is it making? And there's a Licky on the screen right now. Player will do some good deep damage, but Licky, so bulky.
Zeus still has a tough task ahead of him because the Sand Slash in the back, it's not very easy to farm it down with Powder Snows, I'll tell you that. So we will need either a Azumarill or a Corviknight to fast attack it down, or it will need to land an Icicle Spear with his Piloswine.
I wonder if the Sand Slash is in Icicle Spear range from the Piloswine, because Icicle Spear is double resisted on Sand Slash, Ice resisting Ice, and here we see another player ref coming on Licky, easily tanks this.
But it's getting dangerously low, and can Zeus do something to maybe put himself in a winning position? He lets his Azumarill go. I think he wants to farm down with his Piloswine.
This is a great farm opportunity for Piloswine. Let's see if they're gonna let Chris let it happen. Here comes the Piloswine. He's gonna reach. Here comes a Juron actually getting thrown on the Piloswine. I don't know if it's gonna survive. Juron does a good amount of damage. He actually lets it go, and I don't know if it's gonna hang out. But Piloswine actually kind of tanky here.
And here comes an Icicle Spear. Now the question is, can the Corviknight get to an air cutter against this Sand Slash? Because it has to. It will have to.
He predicted the swap there, but here comes the Ice Punch. I mean, the Corviknight has to throw an air cutter as soon as possible because he's almost in Shadow Cloud farm down range.
But it gets to the air cutter, and now can Zeus get rid of the Licky in the back? That remains to be seen.
I wonder how many rollouts this needs. It gets the boost with the Sand Attack, doesn't do as much, but he needs to get to a move ASAP. And then here comes the Body Slam, but the Body Slam is too enough. And there goes Piloswine. No, Piloswine, my beloved, don't go away, please.
Sand Slash, Malamar, and Licky. Chris, has he played other Pokemon? Maybe he has, but what a show from him. He's been trusting in that Malamar and that Sand Slash core the entire tournament, and they have not let him down. Incredible display so far.
This is the Ice-type show. This is Piloswine versus Sand Slash. The thing is, Piloswine, like, it cannot throw Icicle Spears into the Sand Slash. It is way too resisted. And, I mean, we saw how strong Sand Slash was there. I mean, Sand Slash with so much energy, the energy literally goes everywhere.
I think the game plan from Zeus was pretty good, though. I really liked that he kept the Azumarill in the back, because as we saw yesterday, Malamar, when facing off against an Azumarill lead, will build up a ton of energy before swapping out, because the Azumarill does not threaten the Malamar with anything but a play rough. And here it goes, game number 2. We see Charge Bug into that Malamar. That also threatens a one-hit knockout.
Yeah, Malamar definitely does not want to take an X-Scissor here, but the Psywave Zoo it up and foul play for neutral damage here. Let's see how they play. We're gonna first get the foul play here from Chris, and Zizi opts to shield his Charge Bug. He is known as a Charge Bug monster, so he knows the matchups perfectly.
I think Charge Bug will lose the 2-shield scenario here, even though it has the bug-type charge attacks. Malamar paces slightly faster, and the Psywaves in foul play will really chunk the... Oh, and here comes a discharge. I think Zeus was expecting a catch on the Sand Slash, but now he has the opportunity to at least build up some more energy before dipping into a Pokemon of his own. And here comes the Azumarill.
Zeus Wireless is so good as a game. He anticipated the catcher, that's why he threw the discharge instead of the X-Scissor. And here comes Azumarill, very tanky, can tank, I think, 3 Shadow Balls? Probably 4. The rollout doesn't do much damage either, but Licky can still tank Alfredo. So this is like the showdown of the beefy Pokemon.
But here we see Azumarill is now ready with a play rough. Chris did not throw a Shadow Ball, if I'm not mistaken, and now he's capped out at energy.
He wants to swap into his Sand Slash to start loading up on energy here.
This is a pretty smart play, honestly, because every single charge move is resisted on the Sand Slash, and that Licky has over 100 energy. Has so much energy he can throw other ways. But the thing is, Licky is very low, so if he gets sniped by one Volt Switch, he can only control one move. But here comes the Corviknight, another Ice Punch comes in. We saw how much damage Ice Punch actually does to Corviknight.
And I think it's smart by Seaswallows to preserving HP on that Azumarill, because you don't want it to be an easy target for that Malamar in the end.
Here comes the Ice Punch. Corviknight definitely survives. The Sand attacks are super effective from the Corviknight on Sand Slash, but I mean, he needs to reach a payback to do some meaningful damage, and ZZ actually reaches the payback. This will threaten a knockout and lets the Sand Slash go.
But now the Malamar can start to farm, maybe it can farm down this Corviknight, and that will be incredibly threatening.
Because can he sidewave it down? He actually sidewave down the Corviknight. This Malamar has so much energy, but there's still Azumarill left. Like, what do you do with its energy?
I believe here comes the Licky. Shadow Ball, will it be enough? Probably not, but there are 2 attacks left on the Malamar.
Here comes the first Shadow Ball. The Protector gets up, and he comes into the charge back. Another Shadow Ball has to be thrown. He has to throw the Shadow Ball. Otherwise, if he doesn't throw, he loses that charge move, because he actually saved all energy, and being able to use it all was truly amazing. Like, here comes the Shadow Ball, but the Malamar has 2 shields and so much energy. I think Malamar has his game.
I think this is a tall task for the Azumarill. Seaswallows is nodding his head. Is the Shadow Malamar going to mean the end of his tournament run? It's so close. Yes, Shadow Malamar will now take out Azumarill.
Shadow Malamar has done it. What a great pick from Chris this was. Even though it was against the Azumarill, he was able to wiggle himself out and get the 2-0 victory against the strong Seaswallows.
Incredible Malamar play here by Chris. He is not looking back. He just wants to go on and on and on with his Malamar and Sand Slash. Why change a winning team? You don't do that, do you?
You don't do that. Chris knows exactly what he was doing, know what to expect. Great plays from Seaswallows as well, expecting catches, throwing the discharge on purpose, even though you want to throw an X-Scissor into Malamar. Double super effective. Goodbye, Malamar. But he knew exactly what to do, but Chris overcame the situation perfectly.
Incredible play by both of them, but Chris really using and leveraging that Malamar and its flexibility to its full potential. You really showcased how you can use Malamar even in a meta with fairy types and steel types and dark types, still to its full potential.
Yeah, Chris shows definitely how to use Sand Slash. I mean, Sand Slash is very like outside the thinking Pokemon that they brought here, and he did so much work. And as well, like here we can see here the Malamar. I mean, even though it's a fairy type and all the charge moves are resisted, it is still too strong to overcome sometimes.
The Sand Slash is also impressing me a lot because it's doing so much damage into the Corviknight and also resisting all the energy from Azumarill. I'm really impressed. Chris has cooked up a really original team and it's working out well for him.
Very original from both trainers, honestly. With Charjabug, a Piloswine,
yeah, absolutely.
A Shadow Malamar, a Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. I feel like these trainers have like cooked up different strategies.
Yeah.
And like they're not like, okay, I'm not gonna look at the top 6 meta usage, and I'm gonna use something completely else and surprise my opponents.
And then, so construct your team to counter the top meta usage. You gotta make sure that you don't have big holes elsewhere in your team. And these trainers, they made sure that they had their weaknesses covered, but when they faced off against each other, the Malamar just wobbled his way around, even against the Azumarill and against the Corviknight and the Charjabug. Didn't drop a game.
No, Malamar just loves dancing.
Oh, it does really love dancing. My friend Malamar, I'm bringing Malamar to my next tournament.
You are?
Well, I can say it, but my tournament, I'm not when the next one is going to be, but don't hold me to it. Honestly, don't hold me to it.
Definitely don't hold you to it. But, I mean, we've talked about Chris, we've talked about Seaswallows, but let's talk a little bit more about Paddleman. Who is Paddleman? Who is his trainer?
What is Paddleman?
Exactly.
Every legend has a beginning. Around the world, countless Pokemon trainers share the same dream. Become the very best. My name is Martijn.
And I'm Amanda.
Together, we're here to share the story of a young trainer whose journey has taken him across the globe. Patoman. Patoman stepped into the Championship Series stage for the very first time. But to his opponents, he was no and no. Like so many of today's elite battlers, his journey began in the Go Battle League, and the skills he honed there translated perfectly to live competition. One by one, he defeated veterans like a Mind Joke, Dex, Statstamp. The only one to stop him was the champion, Human Catcher Bug. And so, in his debut, Patoman claimed an incredible second place finish, a result that marked not an ending, but the beginning of his promising journey.
Patoman's world debut in Yokohama proved he was no one-hit wonder, opening with 3 straight 2-0 victories. His streak eventually ended against Inadequents, and Ishikawa Boy closed out his run. Still, a top 20 finish in his first ever Worlds made one thing clear: Patoman came to play. Then, the 2024 season opened with one big question: new year, new Patoman? At the very first Special Championship of the season in Barcelona, Spain, he made sure his name stayed on everyone's radar, once again climbing all the way to the Grand Finals. But this time, from the winner's side. But German trainer Zweisweilis flipped the script with a reverse sweep, taking both the finals and the reset.
At his very next tournament, Patoman once again battled his way to the Grand Finals, and this time, the third attempt was the charm. A fairy tale coming true, he overcame Tonton Bateus and his Sea King to claim his very first gold medal. Patoman gazed upon his gold medal, and he said to himself, "I want more, and I want bigger." His next challenge was Europe's fiercest stage, the Europe International Championships. But it didn't go his way. Caleb Peng and his Bastiodon eliminated Patoman, and for the rest of the season, Patoman faded from the spotlight. What no one knew then was that he would return stronger, like 10 times stronger.
And at the 2025 EUIC, Patoman turned every past loss into lessons on the road to glory. He defeated trainer after trainer, including Inadequents, who ended his 2023 Worlds run, before reaching the Grand Finals on Championship Sunday to face off against Zweisweilis once more. This time, a bracket reset couldn't stop him, and when the final Pokemon fell and Patoman lifted the trophy, he didn't just celebrate. He floated above them all, hoisted by his teammates, a literal Pato riding a wave of well-earned victory.
This achievement earned him a substantial number of champion points, which snowballed into a travel award prize for the NAIC overseas. Patoman proved more than capable of handling the North American competition. He didn't drop a single matchup on day 1 and 2 and landed himself an impressive 3rd place trophy. That performance boosted his confidence heading into the season's grand finale, the World Championships. And boy, he did not disappoint. He lived up to every expectation, sweeping up opponents like a whirlwind. For the first time ever, Championship Sunday was staged in a full arena, and Patoman was determined to be part of it.
In the Grand Finals, Beelzeboy stood as a tough and worthy rival. His Galarian Moltres proved a constant thorn in Patoman's side, forcing him to adapt and refine his strategies with each passing battle. Though Beelzeboy often held the upper hand, Patoman fought back again and again, mounting comeback after comeback.
Both trainers carefully weighed their choices for the decisive match, locking in the Pokemon they trusted the most. The tension was electric. Patoman stood on the brink of becoming world champion, but in the end, Beelzeboy edged just ahead.
Patoman may not have claimed the title this season, but he showed the world beyond a shadow of a doubt that his skill is undeniable, and that he is never going to be counted out again. Are you ready to ride your own wave of victory? Just like Patoman? Begin your adventure at Pokemon.com/compete.
I would not want to play that player, but looks like Snork will have to soon.
He is absolutely incredible. He's on a rampage, and I think at the end Amanda said he might not have gained a title this season already. Well, that changed quite a bit.
Regional title, that is.
That is true. Has been in the finals, of course, already. Patoman is just always a massive force to be reckoned with.
if you take a look at the bracket, you can type in !bracket to get the challenge link. And if you look there, it's like Chris and Patman are just cleaning up all the non-Spanish players right now. And we see here one of the 2 non-Spanish players remaining, Snorek. And Snorek, he is 1 win off a medal. He's been so close for like 3 tournaments in a row, and every time so far he hasn't been able to yet. He needs this 1 win, but in his way is arguably the best player in the world at this moment, Patoman. Good luck defeating that. It's going to be a tough challenge for Snorek. And Leo, let's take a look at this Piloswine. This Piloswine looks beyond insane against Snorek.
I mean, there is, of course, the Guzzlord. Really good target. It is actually a strong Pokemon against Forretress because it doesn't have super effective damage from Rock Tomb, and you're double resisting those Volt Switches. It is decent versus Wigglytuff. It is
actually very fine into Quagsire. When shields are up, the Power Snows add up, the Mud Shields don't.
That is true. And then there's Medicham. We don't talk about Medicham.
That's not a great
matchup. But Corviknight is also a fine matchup. You have a lot of fast attack pressure. The question I'm asking myself is, do you actually live an Aqua Tail from the Shadow Quagsire on the Shadow Piloswine? But the players are already ready. We're going to find out soon. This is a rather neutral lead. The Medicham into the Corviknight. However, Corviknight has decent pressure with Air Cutter.
Yeah, Air Cutter doesn't add up too much, but the thing is about this matchup, if you remember the LAIC matchup, 2 Dynamic Punch wouldn't knock out an Oranguru. It's kind of the same with Corviknight here. Corviknight has similar bulk to that Oranguru, so 2 Dynamic Punch will barely not knock out. You need a lot more Psycho Cut. Generally, Corviknight will take this matchup, and this is a great opportunity, honestly, for Corviknight to try and get those Air Cutter boosts in.
And now that the teams are so neutral into each other, when your Pokemon is very low after you have fought out a matchup and you beat your opponent's Pokemon, you can easily just swap out, not give your opponent a big farm down, and then have it as a sacrificial catch later. Or sometimes, even when you're at 5% HP, a farm down in the end game.
If you take a look at the back line, Patman did bring that Shadow Piloswine. It looks very strong into the team of Snorek. But this is exactly where you want to see that Medicham. And if Piloswine has an energy lead as well later, he is going into Togekiss for that energy lead actually, but the Togekiss is not moving. Yeah, Patman is a little bit surprised by that. This Ice Punch is going to deal super effective damage.
I haven't seen a Thunder Wave, but this Togekiss looks like it was paralyzed and it couldn't move.
Stunned.
But I think it is chilled. Yep, it's still chilling. Both trainers agree, hey, this is not how this game is supposed to go, so we're going to reset this rather quickly, of course. So
there's no point in playing it out at that point,
right?
Because obviously that impacts the game a lot. So I like that call.
But what do you think about the call that Snorek made to aggressively swap in this Togekiss? Because it looked
actually,
like he was...
Patman swapped in the Togekiss, right? And then he went for the Ice Punch into that Togekiss.
Yeah, it looked like he wanted to get a aggressive farm down there, but Ice Punch really does a lot of damage against Togekiss.
It does like 50%.
Why would you swap it in if you know that you would have to give a shield up immediately?
Yeah, maybe he's trying to bait out the Fortress in some way, or perhaps Patman's thinking Fortress not coming out, my Togekiss is kind of free to bring in anyway. Maybe wants to keep the Corviknight around. All those possibilities might be going through Patman's head there, like especially if you think of there's likely Quagsire in the back. If I have Corviknight around, that's not a Pokemon you can farm down with Quagsire. So if you can leave it like at an awkward range, then maybe that the Corviknight can still put in work.
That is true, with a little bit of HP and a dream.
And keep in mind, both of these Quagsire have Mud Bomb, not Stone Edge, so you cannot even deal hard-hitting 50% HP draining attacks like Stone Edge to the Corviknight.
That is true, and also versus the Togekiss, it's a lot harder that you have to throw Aqua Tails. You cannot force a shield with a Stone Edge, but it makes the mirror match so much more interesting as well, because that is a lot more charge attack priority dependent.
And here we go, we have fresh new teams. We have that Shadow Quagsire into Togekiss. You'd think this is a pretty okay matchup for that Quagsire, but that you don't have Stone Edge, it's pretty hurting the Quagsire here. So Snorek opts to swap into Corviknight immediately. But Corviknight doesn't exactly have a great matchup here either, because the fast attack of Corviknight, Sand Attack, is double resisted. It hardly hurts Togekiss.
It's already doing little damage, but that's even less. But you're taking so much damage from Aura Spheres. Actually, Padaman gets to throw one and then possibly swap out to keep this Togekiss around, because with shields, this Pokemon is so incredibly useful, but you can also just play this matchup out if you want.
You can take 2 Aura Sphere as Corviknight, so I'm not surprised that... actually, I'm a little bit surprised that Padaman is staying in, because I do think this is kind of the opportunity to swap in Piloswine, so ramp up energy. Well, looks like he heard me. In comes that Piloswine, but there was an attack boost here, so this Air Cutter will deal more damage, but of course, it's a Corviknight. Even a Shadow Piloswine won't take too much. I think this is about 35 to 40% damage. Yeah.
Actually, I think that's quite a hefty chunk, and also the damage from the sand attacks added up a little bit. However, when you're bringing in Medicham, throwing the Ice Punch, but first of all, Icicle Crash.
This is going to do a lot. This Icicle Spear will do about 40 to 50% as well. Like, look at this chunk of damage. You think, why would I give up Avalanche? One of the most efficient charge attacks in the game. Well, it's because of the pacing of Icicle Spear. A very strong charge attack that comes out super quickly, and because Medicham doesn't have any fighting type fast attacks here, you can actually hang on a little bit longer to these Psycho Cuts. And we see again the charge attack purity tie. Snork is really trying his best to get rid of this Piloswine because he cannot fast attack this down with Corviknight of Quagsire.
No, absolutely not. Also, Psycho Cut is not known for the damage, even though it has been helped a little bit in this new season. But if you're looking at the team of Snorek, how good does this Togekiss look? I'm surprised to see anything else get shields on the side of Pataman because nothing really deals any damage to it.
So much energy still on this Togekiss. Pataman farms a little bit more energy and throws just right before the air cut. The Snork decides not to use its last Protect Shield just yet. He still has Medicham. I think it is able to get to this Ice Punch, but what do you expect in the back here? Because Pataman has not revealed Quagsire yet.
I mean, you would have seen a Fortress already. Quagsire is now being shown. Pataman is charging up to an Aura Sphere. I think for a potential, offering a potential charge attack priority event, but shield is being put up by Snorek.
And he goes for the Aqua Tail right here, right now. He wants to get rid of the Togekiss. Pataman is saying, not yet, buddy. I want to get more out of this Togekiss. The timer is not going to be up for Snork, so he won't be able to catch any Aura Sphere. And Aura Sphere is going to be very valuable damage and puts Pataman way ahead in this match. The big question is, can Medicham still do anything? At this point, I think Medicham is only there for a catch attempt because Pataman's Quagsire is just quicker.
The question is, how much energy does this Medicham have?
Oh, the catch,
there is the catch! You talked about it! Aqua Tail is being caught by this Medicham. Good for Pataman that it was not a Mud Bomb that would have cost more energy, but such a precise undercharge once again. Comes out with almost an Aqua Tail here. The Aura Sphere was so much damage before. Two Aqua Tails on the side of Snorek. How much damage did those Psycho Cuts do?
But I think that Pataman is also at an Aqua Tail. The charge attack pretty tight. Who's going to win? I think you need a Mud Bomb though. Snorek is going to leave that information hidden. We won't find out because he knew that his Aqua Tail won't knock out. He needed a Mud Bomb there. Pataman with that incredible undercharge. He takes game number 1.
On the brink of elimination, Snorek so close to a medal, but yet again so far. Pataman on his mission to just take out every single non-Spanish player in this tournament.
It's almost personal, right? He wants. Last season we had 4 Spanish trainers in the top. 3 Spanish trainers in the top 4, and the one who wasn't Spanish, HK Assassin, won that tournament. So maybe the Spanish trainers are now like, okay, top 4 all Spanish, por favor.
You thought this was Europe, but this is Seville. We're going to keep this in Spain. Pataman leading 1-0. And honestly, in this matchup, the Togekiss just did everything. Togekiss is not one of those Pokemon that you see on every single team, but every time a player runs it, it's just used all the time. How's Togekiss so good in this meta?
I think Togekiss and Quagsire just make such a good core. I mean, Quagsire just pairs so well with flying types.
Any flyer, yeah.
Exactly. And then you put like Shadow Piloswine, a 3rd strong Pokemon in there. I don't even feel like you have to run another Pokemon. Maybe Corviknight, because that could replace Togekiss in this case. But the thing is, Togekiss and Corviknight kind of share the same weakness, except that Togekiss covers Guzzlord better. Do you even expect Guzzlord, honestly, when Togekiss and Piloswine are so good? I don't think so. Let's see if these trainers brought any of the Pokemon we predict. We have Medicham again from Snorek. It's going to be met with Corviknight once again from Pataman.
It's the same leads in the last game, but Snorek has adapted a little bit, brings a team that is slightly more hostile towards the Togekiss, but Pataman, as he has done it so often, is playing with the mind of his victim. He is going to not even bring the Togekiss.
Yeah, Snorek brought Fortress this time. It was like, okay, maybe I can catch those bursts in the back, because in the previous game, Pataman went super weak to Shadow Fortress in the lead. And this time, I think Snorek kind of has to swap at some point, though, because this is exactly the Corviknight. The boost, though. That might be a little bit tedious for the aftermath of this. But regardless, maybe Snorek is thinking, okay, Corviknight lead, maybe there's Togekiss again. Who knows what Pataman is doing? Perhaps it could be the same team.
And I mean, Snorek with this backline, I think he's pretty happy. Expecting, this might actually knock out with the Volt Switch, but this is a boosted payback. That is so much damage. It's very hard to get more value out of a Pokemon this low. Wow, that was 60%.
That does so much.
This Fortress. And now you just bring in your Quagsire. Oh my lord.
Like, you think you caught an air cutter there, but Pataman was so patient and he threw the payback pretty much straight away. Now this Fortress is in Aqua Tail range, but this is just a great opportunity for Pataman to just farm up energy and get miles ahead in this match. He can even take another one of these Sand Tombs.
And if he wants to be really crazy, he can even now swap out into the Piloswine and then farm down, because shadow on shadow, the Piloswine does a lot of damage. This is such an aggressive farm down. The timer is still not up full. Powder Snow down, 4 Powder Snows. So much damage, and now Wigglytuff is coming in. And what is Wigglytuff doing against so much ice?
So many charge attacks as well. Pataman is in such a good spot here. Remember, he has about 2 charge attacks loaded still on that Shadow Quagsire as well. Medicham has just about no energy. Wigglytuff is not able to wiggle as quickly as it wants to here. It's able to throw a Swift, but Shadow Piloswine obviously wants to keep all that energy and throw 3 Icicle Spear. I think an Icicle Spear is going to do about 50% to this Wigglytuff.
This at this point might knock out. It gets really, really close. Together with the Powder Snows, you can unload so much energy onto that Medicham. Ice, ice, baby, and if that is not enough, it's going to be the Quagsire in the back.
Oof, Spain without the S here for Snorlax. Icicle Spear is almost going to knock out Wigglytuff. Can it hang on here? The thing is, you cannot farm down with Medicham here. Charm goes through, but oh my goodness, he's ready. Patamon was ready. Come here, Medicham, I got something for you.
With the quickness as well, already knowing, hey, I think Snorlax is going to attempt a possible farm down. Aqua Tail, get out of here, get out of this game, get out of the tournament. Pataman is in top form. Snorlax is putting away the phone because he knows this is not going to end well. Mud shot down, and Pataman wins the game.
Pataman had this locked down from the very start with that great lead there. Insane gameplay with all that energy stored. Oh, what an incredible gameplay there. Yeah, both trains are still discussing a little bit maybe. We'll see what they say, but regardless on how we say this, I think that Pataman, when you give someone like Pataman a team comp advantage, he's unstoppable, honestly.
Yeah, I've been on the other end of that. Team comp advantage versus Pataman is not a lot of fun to play because you are just probably going to get demolished. Very well played by Pataman. Of course, commiserations to Snorlax. He's been so close so many times this season. So many times over multiple seasons. He's in absolute top form. And I think that he is definitely going to get a medal relatively soon. But Pataman, when he's on his A-game, he is just absolutely unstoppable. And there was some stuttering in that game. But at that point, I think also Snorlax mentioned that it looked like it at least. There was no coming back.
It was a little bit tough. We'll see what the judges say. Let's not make that call ourselves just yet. I mean, when I'm in chat, I always feel like, huh? That cannot be true. But, you know, maybe they see something we have not seen. So let's just have them sort that out.
No backseat judging from us.
Exactly. No backseat judging. Shadow Piloswine. I feel like yesterday we hardly saw this Pokemon. But now we're really facing team compositions where this Pokemon is actually putting in a lot of work. Wigglytuff, Fortress, and Quagsire are like the dominant Pokemon that you see currently. And Piloswine, in this case the Shadow variant, is exactly the Pokemon to tackle that.
Now, I was a bit surprised to see that there is a Shadow Piloswine on the side of Pataman, because when you're playing the regular Piloswine, you have a little bit of attack on it, maybe a bit more than a little bit. You're actually reaching a so-called breakpoint, which means that every Powder Snow does 1 more damage to a point where in a certain shield scenario, you can just farm down the Quagsire after taking 1 Aqua Tail and landing 1 Icicle Spear. And I don't think that's the case for the Shadow Piloswine, because I would say an Aqua Tail unshielded, that's gonna lead in a farm down of the mud shots.
I might look up later how much that does.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. Like, maybe we can do a quick experiment battle later, you and I. And we just
would love that.
Yeah, we just check it out real quick, and then I'll defeat you. Yeah, I'm curious.
I'd like to see you try.
Remember that Paula's also still in that winners finals with a Piloswine as well. Perhaps it is the call for this tournament specifically. Orlando competitors, pay attention, because this might be the core breaker you're looking for.
Man, some people like, for example, Arceus Aurelius, who never believed in the Piloswine, they must think right now, man, I wish I would have made a better call about that specific Pokemon, because
the 3 of us all believed.
So good. Yeah, you were believing so well, of course.
Yeah.
No, the Pokemon is so strong. It has barely been used in day 1, but it is also one of those day 2 Pokemon, right? You're playing the correct team comps all of a sudden, and their Piloswine just runs rampant.
Now, question.
Okay.
Pataman has Stone Edge on Piloswine. I think high horsepower is the play. What do you think?
Well, I have no idea about the damage ranges of both of them in the specific meta.
High horsepower definitely does more when both are neutral.
That is true.
Neutral.
but I think that probably double Stone Edge is enough to knock out a Shadow Fortress. I do not know if that is also the case for regular Fortress. I think this is one of those matchups where you definitely want to have more damage. I think a high horsepower. It could also be the case that it's a difference in Shadow versus non-Shadow, right? You need the extra damage from high horsepower. With the regular Piloswine, you're going to get to that attack as well because you're bulkier. And with the Shadow, if you don't want to throw Icicle Spear, you want to faster get to that Stone Edge and then hit hard with this.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, high horsepower plus Icicle Spear does cost less energy than 2 Stone Edge.
Yeah.
So I do think there's some merit there as well. Maybe that's just... Maybe that's the thought behind it, right? If I have Shadow, I probably just want to go for Stone Edge plus Icicle Spear, but I might just do it because Shadow Piloswine, it's hard. Regular doesn't hit as hard, so maybe you need like high horsepower plus Icicle Spear, or maybe 2 of those attacks. Really, it's kind of the question that those trainers probably know a little bit better than us. One important thing to know about Piloswine that I always seem to forget, but I'll just let you know as well, because maybe you forgot too. Mamoswine is the one with Mud Slap. Piloswine actually does not have this. I've had many grassroots formats where I'm like, okay, I have a Piloswine on my team, my opponent's weak to ground, I'm gonna run Mud Slap. And then you're like, oh, wait, it's Mamoswine. Mamoswine is like equally good, except that it has less bulk. It does have more flexibility in the movesets though.
That is true. Also, I mean, especially last season, it was really easy to have a Pokemon that uses Mud Slap and then just actually run over the good matchups, right? If there was a Stunfisk in your way, you swap in something like a Mamoswine or a Shadow Mamoswine, or maybe if you want to go completely loco, you go for a Marowak or something like that, and then you just Mud Slap through it, play cheap charged attacks, and then just throw multiple of those into the next Pokemon. That is a little tougher now. We have seen such a decline, just a little bit of damage less on the Mud Slap, and all of a sudden, no Gastrodon, no Marowak. I see them in the Go Battle League all the time still. Why are they not used in Show 6 as much, Martijn?
I think it might just be the psychological effect that we have. Like, oh, Pokemon nerfed. Oh, Pokemon not good anymore. I think Pokemon like Scizor and Gastrodon is still very viable. If you think about it, now some trainers have been talking about how decent Waterfall is on Empoleon or even Dondozo.
Same attack almost.
It is actually the same as Mud Slap right now. Wake up! Mud Slap is still fine!
Wake up, everyone! No, I think it's also really, really strong. In some matchups, the damage is just still enough. With something like a Marowak, you have incredibly fast pacing as well for the fast attack pressure that you have, but some matchups suffer from it. I know it's not the most meta matchup, but a Shadow Kanto Marowak was able to, in the 2-shield scenario, completely Mud Slap down a Greninja. I do not think that's the case anymore.
Perhaps. I mean, if Greninja went for straight Hydro Cannon, it probably still can. I think Shadow Feraligatr is the one you cannot Mud Slap down anymore, but the bulk is the same. So you still have the kind of a very similar matchup into, for example, Shadow Quagsire, because you can hang on to that Aqua Tail. Looks like we do not have a rematch. Pataman wins this match against Snorlax. So very unfortunate for Snorlax. A really, really good performance. But man, that medal, he must get one day.
I mean, you have plenty of those. Can't you give him one?
No.
Okay, I do understand that. But of course, he has been so close so many times. I think he's going to get there. He just can't lose his hunger for a medal now.
It's really tough for him because he's been on the brink. He came from the winner's side and he needed to win one match on either winners or losers. So very, very tough for Snorlax there. But I mean, there's no shame in losing to someone like Pataman. Like, Pataman has the plan ready before the match even starts. He probably already thinks of, okay, I'm playing this person right now. I may as well plan for the next person already because I'm winning this anyway.
Just minimal preparation for the first opponent, but the entire possible bracket is planned through. Okay. Now we can see in the end game that this aggressive swap in for the Shadow Piloswine. Of course, the defenses did not fall for the Piloswine there. Got a full Icicle Spear almost. And now that is the game here. Shadow Quagsire, Pataman. Yeah, there we go. There we go. He did the Smilerino. Another tournament in which Pataman is performing really well. I know we've said this multiple times, but he's just crazy, right?
You know, what I'm curious about, every time I see a Wigglytuff go down, how does that make you feel? Like, because you're like with this curl here and this pink suit right here.
I know I feel like a Wigglytuff right now, and I don't love it when they get knocked out, but I'm just happy that it's part of the team, right? I've been playing a lot of TCG before I started playing Go, and VG and Wigglytuff never really cut it there, and now this is my home, right? Pokemon Go, where you can play Wigglytuff. People love it. Everyone loves Wigglytuff.
Yeah,
It's just
everyone.
You're making so many friends when you're playing Wigglytuff at tournaments in the Go Battle League,
Yes.
especially with your favorite Rock and Steel type Pokemon together, or a Shadow Victory Bell or
Yes,
something.
Shadow Aggron.
Oh yeah, exactly that. Yeah, that's the polarizing one, exactly. But no, I like Wigglytuff. It's a very neutral Pokemon. If it loses a game, okay, tough luck, but great showing this tournament.
If you want to register for these events as well, if you're having a good time here, make sure that you check out RK9. Perhaps there's an event nearby you that you can sign up for. We're going to have many more regional championships or special championships in Europe, but there's also across the pond in North America, in South America as well, in Oceania. So make sure that you check out RK9 to check out nearby events. Register for one. If it's close by, trust me.
Just go.
If the travel is not far, I would definitely go if I'm a Pokemon fan.
Yeah, and if you're a Pokemon fan, you might want to travel far and wide.
Dude, the World Championships, I'm telling you, right? And I'm not telling you that because I'm sitting here. I'm telling you that because I've been to every World Championship since Go was on the circuit. It's worth it. It's an experience like nothing else. And these trainers right here, they think the same because they want to go as well. Dinoski on the left is the only non-Spanish trainer remaining. It's up to Chris to knock him out. And Chris has been on fire today.
Yeah, Chris has a mission here, but there is a Doublade on the side, on the side of Dinoski. He has been known for some spice in the past. How good is Doublade in this matchup though? Also, the last standing Annihilate. I completely forgot that he had it. I've just
because
not
we never
seen
see
it. Yeah.
We never see the Annihilate. I mean, there's a fairy type Pokemon on every single team. We see Wigglytuff. And on the side of Chris, he does have a Wigglytuff. He has Florges, and I believe, what's the other fairy type Pokemon that we see over and over? We saw it 5 minutes ago, Togekiss.
Togekiss, oh
yes,
yeah.
Yes, right? So Annihilate is just so difficult to play. And you know what I say? Malamar players, play Malamar.
That's true.
Annihilate just gets shredded by that as well.
But Annihilate players play Annihilate.
That is
usually.
true.
That is every single time. I played versus Tomahawk UK. I had Galarian Corsola and Wigglytuff, and he still brought the Annihilate 3 games in a row. It was crazy. So I would definitely say, hey, play the Shadow Malamar. That's great. Maybe give the Shadow Sandslash a break.
I think Shadow Malamar is 100% coming out.
Yeah.
Because there's no Wigglytuff. The fairy type of choice for Dinoski is Florges, and Shadow Malamar is just not afraid of that. Yes, you have Foul Play and Superpower, both resistant, but Psywave is strong and neutral, and they just add up on Florges, which already doesn't have that much bulk to begin with anyway. So, like, Malamar is just always kind of safe to bring for Chris. Let's see what these trains are going to bring. How is Dinoski going to tackle Malamar? We're heading into game number 1. Dinoski leads Florges and is met up with Corviknight. A very neutral matchup here.
I hope Dinoski is not tackling the Malamar with Tackle, because that attack really does not do a lot of damage or energy, so would rather go for some Chilling Waters, which we're going to see now as well. Chris immediately at 9 sand attacks throws the Air Cutter. Are we gonna see the boost?
That might be very crucial for this matchup. I just want to point out, by the way, no Malamar from Chris is absolutely beyond insanity, in my opinion. But Chris instead went really weak to Altaria. Keep in mind that Altaria defeats Corviknight pretty convincingly with that flamethrower, but then you also have that Quagsire in the back, which is Mudshot. So kind of interesting team composition here from Chris, and looks like to be a really good call as well, because there is no Altaria on the side of Dinoski.
Yep, but also probably thought that his opponent is going to prepare a lot for this. Malamar saves the Florges in case there is a Malamar in the endgame, but at this HP range, Florges would get knocked out by a superpower, but we are first going to throw some Aqua Tails into this Corviknight. Are we going to see a payback soon?
I like this no-shoot from Chris. Even the Stone Edge would have not knocked out here. And now swapping into Florges finally. I think Chris maybe flinched a little bit when the Quagsire came in. Because yes, Florges is pretty fine here. You have access to Trailblaze, but when Quagsire is up in energy and all shields are in play, Quagsire just makes this kind of annoying.
Yep, Quagsire can throw 2 Aqua Tails just before the Florges reaches the first Trailblaze. So now Chris is having the decision to either shield this up or let it go. Does put a shield onto the name of this Florges. Goes for the Trailblaze. I feel like you could be baited into a Chilling Water here.
But then your attack won't be boosted either in case Dinoski wanted to swap in his next Pokemon again because the timer is up. But I think at this point, there's no room for switches anymore. If you swap as Dinoski here, this Florges is going to go rampant. So I think you just want to take it out with this Quagsire here. And looks like, but still has to take this Charge Attack here. I mean, Dinoski doesn't hit hard with any fast attack on his team right now.
1 HP and a Dream for the Florges. Very important that it hung on there to debuff the attack of the Licky. That is so huge. Rollout doesn't do any damage anyways, but now Shadow Ball is also not knocking out the Quagsire with 2 Shadow Balls.
Shadow Ball is a very efficient charge attack in this season, but yeah, with that debuff, it's actually quite crucial here. I think at this point, maybe you want to go for double body slam, but by that time, Quagsire may have already knocked out this Licky Licky. It is very bulky, and good heads-up play by Chris. Stone Edge hits harder, but it barely won't knock out, so you probably just want to go for 2 Aqua Tail here.
Do you throw immediately here, or do you go for good timing? Oh, actually lets another Shadow Ball come through. No shields. This Chris has another mission to win this game with the Corviknight.
I mean, listen, there's no fast attack pressure on the side of Dinoski. So, like, what are you going to farm down this Quagsire with? It doesn't even matter there. You cannot surprise it with, like, an Altaria. The whole line already was revealed from Dinoski, so Chris knows that Dinoski can just not get rid easily of this Quagsire. It just gets to another Aqua Tail there.
He even overfound one there. He does not care about the damage he takes from an extra Mudshot. This Quagsire of his is not going to reach another attack. Swaps out, has almost 3 air cutters loaded on the Corviknight as well.
But does Chris still have a Protect Shield? Because this Florges now has a charge attack. Yes, he has a Protect Shield still. You have to use it here. It's going to be pretty close here, but I think the Corviknight of Chris looks quite fine here. Still has a lot of energy. The Licky Licky's probably not really getting anywhere.
But there's a potential catch for Chris as well. Now this Florges does have an attack. Now this would be a charge attack priority tie. We know that Florges wins those. What is going to happen? Are we going to see a charge attack priority, or are we going to see a potential catch? No, not even that. Chris' timer is not up yet. Does he have enough HP on another Pokemon to farm down this Florges?
Both Pokemon don't have a lot of fast attack pressure either. Florges doesn't have a lot of health. Quagsire doesn't have a lot of health. I think going with the Florges to get one Fairy Wind in. Now hopefully as Dinoski you can Fairy Wind down, or do you Mudshot down as Chris here? Yes, you get the Mudshot down. Do you have an Aqua Tail here? He does have an Aqua Tail yet. One rollout, and the rollout knocks out!
Chris feigns here! Dinoski takes game 1 with the Licky Licky. It has done so much work. It was debuffed immediately. Couldn't quite get the knockout on the Florges, but it didn't let that stop it from knocking out that Quagsire. Got the precise farm down with that one rollout and takes the game by just the slightest of margins.
Who would have thought that a Licky Licky would roll out down a Quagsire to win the first battle in this medal match right here? Because whoever wins this is top 4 here in Sevilla. Dinoski with a team that didn't have a lot of fast attack pressure. But if you look at his team, right, Annihilate, in my opinion, hardly playable. You have Doublade, but is Doublade that great? I guess you're okay-ish against that Florges, but Corviknight, Quagsire, and Malamar are all not really matchups you want to be in. Altaria, I think, is kind of the Pokemon you want to bring into the Pokemon that Chris brought, but if there's Alolan Sandslash, man, that's not a good time for Altaria.
I think Doublade versus Malamar could be fine, no? Because you are pacing to 5 to the first Sacred Sword, and then the second one is 4, so you're slightly outpacing the Malamar, and you're resisting Psy Waves. I think there is play for it.
Perhaps in the 2-shield scenario, but the thing is, Sacred Sword is not the same type of attack bonus, so it won't hit as hard. While Malamar's Foul Play with the same type of attack bonus, Fragile Pokemon is usually very heavy damage. That Doublade might just go down after one Foul Play in like, what, 6 Psy Waves?
That is a good point. You would definitely need some shields for that. But I think we might actually see it. If it gets a farm down on something, if it gets some energy advantage, Licky Licky suffers from Sacred Sword. The Florges has another problem with this Pokemon. Then Sandslash suffers from Sacred Sword. I think there is a way in which we're going to see the crossed swords, but the leads are starting. We're going to see Shadow Quagsire versus Corviknight.
Again, no Doublade from Dinoski. We do see Malamar in the back from Chris. This is a pretty neutral matchup. We've seen this a few times before. If you thought Corviknight was fast, meet Quagsire.
Quagsire is even outpacing one of the fastest Pokemon in the metagame. And let me tell you, Aqua Tail is a lot stronger, a lot more efficient than Air Cutter is.
And attempting to make a catch here. Interesting play from Dinoski, perhaps trying to bait something out here. Little does he know, this is his best Malamar check. But having that energy on Quagsire might still be valuable later anyway, because both of Chris' Pokemon are pretty fragile. If you even look at the backline of Chris, you can't even answer this Florges with any of your backline Pokemon. So maybe it's just good for Chris, because this is where he wants to see Florges.
I think he's just going to stay in this one. Chilling Water, yes, okay, you take some damage from it. It's going to chip you quite a chunk, but you are already applying 2 undebuffed charge attacks onto this Florges. I think he's just very much fine with this, even though I think the next Fairy Winds will put it into the Chilling Water range.
It's going to be very close. Meanwhile, another Air Cutter is coming through, and this is pretty debuff, so Florge can hang on here quite well. I think at this point, yeah, there's the buff. I think at this point, Chris is fine with Florge at his health range, because it is pretty much in Psywave down range. I think that this Florge might not even get to another charge stack if Malamar comes in now.
Psywave downrange, yes, but I think that we are maybe seeing a hard swap into the... no, actually deals some damage with Fairy Winds. That might be useful later, but he already has some energy. What a catch on the Shadow Quagsire. Chris has won so many games off the back of Malamar and says, hey, I took some energy onto this Malamar, Quagsire, off you go.
He's just been dancing around with energy this whole time. I really like that play from Dinoski here. Going for another Aqua Tail, maybe trying to get some shields, but Chris is just not giving in. He's not giving any shields here. And the problem Dinoski again runs into is that he doesn't have any fast attack pressure, so he cannot roll out down just yet. I mean, I said that in the previous game as well, and it ended up with that Licky Licky rolling out down.
But it was incredibly close. Now, I think that Chris wants to just immediately throw another Aqua Tail to stall the timer quite soon. Another catch here. Did not get a rollout sneak there, but I think Chris definitely needs this Quagsire in the back so he can throw some superpowers with his own Malamar and later on reset the debuff.
Like, the clock is up now, so Chris already swaps out and is ahead so much with this Malamar. Goes for the foul play bait, at least tries to, and going for more rollouts. A foul play is coming in finally. Do you use a Protect Shoot here as Dinoski? I think if you don't, you just get Psywave down.
Yeah, this would be definitely in a range where you could do that. Body Slam is now going to be reached. Nope, not before the next foul play. Now Chris is in a position where he needs to catch up on energy. Unfortunately, he has something to reset the debuffs. Double Shadow Ball on the side of Dinoski.
Lets it go? That is interesting. Perhaps calling a Body Slam. I'm not sure if that's necessary. This is going to deal a lot of damage. Can you even get to another charge stack? You don't.
I think that judges are going to look into this matchup, but we are going to see, funnily enough, another rollout down on the Shadow Quagsire.
The irony of it all. Yeah, Chris kind of looking at the judge like, all right, what are we going to do here? Yeah, both players are definitely going to reveal this one, but I feel like even if you shield that, you might just win the game? Because you were so much ahead. Perhaps Chris had the feeling that this Licky Licky just caught on so much in energy, or he lost track of energy because it threw him off. And he was like, well, at this point I have to call the Body Slam to win this.
Yeah, that might be the case, but I think he got one free complete attack. And I think calling a Body Slam was the right choice there. Because you said it. If you shield the Shadow Ball, you might still win the game. But if you call a Body Slam, you might also have it. So I think that was one of the 50-50 calls. In the end, did not work out, but the judges are, of course, reviewing the situation. Quite a bit of time lost for Chris there, but that is no problemo, because we could just remake the match.
We saw Shadow Malamar finally from Chris, and I'm looking at Shadow Malamar at how Chris plays, right? He plays his Pokemon to, like, perfection. It's one of his favorite Pokemon.
Yeah.
Why did he not bring this in Game 1? I felt like, right? The game that he lost. This Pokemon is so incredibly flexible for him. I mean, so what? There's a Florges. That thing doesn't even have Fairy-type charge stacks.
Yeah, I'm looking at the team of Dinoski, and I'm just trying to find an answer to that question, but just looking at it, it looks super fine against everything. Yes, Shadow Quagsire is super spammy. Of course, it outpaces you, but you can take one Aqua Tail, no problem. You take no Mudshot damage. Shadow Quagsire excels at these bulky matchups, right? Where you spam, you don't take a lot of damage, you get to 20 Aqua Tails. But with the Shadow Malamar, yes, you deal 50% damage. So what? Every charge attack of the Shadow Malamar threatens to put you in farm down range. And that is so oppressive. And then again, Annihilate. Easy peasy. The Licky Licky. Easy. They will have to shield their Licky Licky. They don't want to shield their Licky Licky. If they don't...
That's not a Pokemon you shield.
Superpower. Altaria, you can play around against it as well. It is pacing so much slower than you are. You deal a lot of damage. It's fine. And then Doublade. If you manage to pull some shields, maybe even in the 2-shield scenario. I haven't done any research on Shadow Malamar versus Doublade, if I'm completely honest.
Oh, you should have done that.
Yeah, that's true. If I had known, I would have. But but it just looks phenomenal. You're absolutely right about that. We've seen in a match previously how much damage a foul play from a Shadow Malamar, undebuffed, that is, does to a Florges. It doesn't even look like a threat.
And that's why I think Malamar is the key Pokemon for Chris to bring in. And I also think that even though Altaria does pace less fast, as you just said, it's like one of the bulkier Pokemon that Dinoski can kind of hang on into. Especially when Chris keeps playing Shadow Quagsire plus Corviknight. Altaria is the one Pokemon that can deal with both of those.
Definitely. And Dianowski is just happy that there is no Altaria on the side of Chris, because his Quagsire does have... Wait, which one is the one with Mud Bomb? Let me actually just check that.
No, Mud Bomb is on the side of Batman. He's the only trainer remaining with Mud Bomb Quagsire, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, all the other ones have Stone Edge right now.
I thought we had one more, because there was one more.
Snorek,
The...
and Batman knocked him out.
True.
He was like,
there
there can be only one Quagsire with Mud Bomb, and it's going to be mine.
So, of course. But, yeah, well, then the Altaria wouldn't be that much of a problem, I suppose. But still, it is so tough. I think we're still in the decision-making if that actually mattered, or if Dianowski just won the entire match. Thus, his second medal, I believe.
It is, yes. He reached the runner-up placement at 2024 Stuttgart. He lost to Colin there, but of course, at that time, Dianowski was known to use Guzzlord. This time, he's not bringing Guzzlord. It's been a while since he's been this successful. And yeah, Guzzlord's good, but apparently Doublade has been quite good for him as well.
Yeah, I mean, Doublade, it's just running through some teams, right? Some teams, there's something with those niche Pokemon that if you're very unlucky in a tournament, you never get to really play them. For example, on day one, you know, many of these trainers, like Paulasho or Zizwiles, they ran the Piloswine and they never really brought it because they said, against those teams, it doesn't really do too much. But sometimes you find your opponents, maybe they're even like top-tier trainers, but they just haven't taken Doublade into account in their team building, and then you just go through them. You have such a big advantage.
Because you know why? Because Homeslice Henry was saying that this Pokemon is a fraud, and then we believe Homeslice Henry, and then look, Dianowski's here, top 8. What do you have to say, Homeslice Henry?
Yeah, Dianowski did not believe him.
Yeah, exactly.
He knew better.
He knew better, and he's doing better, because I cannot remember the last time Homeslice Henry did well in a tournament.
I can't remember it either.
Just for those who are just tuning in, we are currently in the top 8 of this tournament in Sevilla. You can type in !bracket in the chat. You'll get the challenge bracket up and you can see where we are. At this point, Dianowski is the only non-Spanish trainer remaining in the tournament. And both trainers really want to win this match, obvious, but the winner of this goes into top 4, and at top 4 placement, you win a medal. So there's a lot at stake here.
A gorgeous medal. It's a big accolade. You can put it in your room.
I hung them all up.
Yep, I can imagine. You must have a big room then if you can hang up all of your medals. Actually, that's quite the stone collection that you're having. But those trainers, of course, they still need some of those medals. They have prepared a lot for this tournament, and now there is so much on the line while the head judges are reviewing the situation. And yeah, we can only analyze the teams here right now. You have said the Shadow Malamar is an outstanding Pokemon, but which Pokemon? And now I don't want to hear about a Piloswine or a Doublade or a Shadow Malamar, but I want to hear from you which of the meta Pokemon impressed you the most this weekend, because sometimes you're playing some meta Pokemon and they feel underwhelming. People are super prepared for it. Something like a Wigglytuff was at 50% usage and then it dropped to 30. Quagsire was pretty good. Huh?
Quagsire is just always playable.
Yeah.
Like, trainers are hardly using grass-type Pokemon. I'm not sure how many Gourgeist we still have remaining. I'm not sure if we have any at all. If someone in chat knows, please correct me, because I actually really like some Gourgeist action. What else really blocks off this Quagsire? No one's playing like Cresselia with Grass Knot. We saw Ferret yesterday, but trainers were using Brick Break on it, so that doesn't even have Trailblaze anymore. We don't see Lil Winery with Sudowoodo and Trailblaze, so yeah, I don't know. There's just not a lot that really threatens Quagsire. The great thing that I like about Quagsire, it also doesn't even really hard check anything because of Mudshot being such a power attack in terms of dealing damage. It only charges up charge stacks, but sometimes you need a little bit of fast stack damage, and Quagsire does not have that at all.
But what it gives you is time. Time to jump around in matchups, time to just, if you get a little farm down, if you get a little bit of an advantage and your opponent has an oppressive Wigglytuff or something like that, you can lock it in those matchups. You can throw so many charge attacks, you can swap out immediately. That makes the game so incredibly flexible. And the same thing, just a little bit slower, goes for something like a Corviknight. I have barely seen Corviknight disappoint in this tournament. Every single time it got brought out, it locked up some problem Pokemon for the players. There's very few electric type heavy hitters, and there's also very few Talonflames.
We had Charjabug earlier in this tournament. Zizwiles, the 2024 Barcelona Special Championship champion. He likes those electric type Pokemon. he had a charge bug on his team. And that's the kind of Pokemon that can actually deal with that Corviknight. Well, I mean, we have Fortress as well as the pseudo-electric type, but it doesn't have the same power and coverage behind it even. Like Fortress doesn't even knock out with the Rock Tomb, so Corviknight can still kind of put in some work there. Yeah, electric types, we don't really see them a lot, and it makes sense, right? If the Quagsire is going to be so good, which is basically the prime counter for electric types, what do you run? Hisuian Electrode, a grass and electric type Pokemon? Wait.
I've heard that people were trying this out.
Wait, did we just find the sauce for Orlando?
The crazy Core Breaker Hisuian Electrode. Which electric Pokemon would you like to see succeed? Yeah, you know which one I want to see be meta, but that's probably not happening.
My call only would be Raikou. No one else can take this electric type Pokemon.
If you've played me in the Go Battle League in the last few weeks, you have seen plenty of Raikou. Seen that I do enjoy playing this Pokemon, even though it, quite frankly, doesn't win too much for me, but maybe that's also a driver situation and not a car. Even though I think you could ride on the back of Raikou, actually, so... I like the epic music in the background of this conversation when we're talking about riding on a Raikou.
As if Raikou is about to jump on the desk.
We're having a race. Which one are you riding on? Which Pokemon?
Suicune.
I'm so proud of you for not saying Giratina.
Dashes with the North Wind. Yes, I know all the Pokemon lore up until Generation 4 when I played every main series, and then I picked up from Generation 8. I mean, we've had so many Pokemon games, and there's just so much to play as well, right? I mean, we've been playing Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. I named my rival Leo.
I named mine Martine.
I defeat him every time. And then in his game, I had a Gyarados, and he was like, "What is this Gyarados doing here? Oh no!" And my Gyarados in his game actually defeated him.
That is absolutely not true. I had to turn off my console. But I landed a Will-O-Wisp of my Vulpix on that Gyarados. And
why did you not have a Ninetales? You were at like the 4th gym.
Because, okay, now insider infos if you're playing Leaf Green, because you cannot catch it in Fire Red.
Okay.
Vulpix learns Flamethrower, which is incredibly valuable at level 29 in Leaf Green. And as a Ninetales, it doesn't. So if you wait to level 29 until you evolve it, you have such a strong attack on your Ninetales.
You know, I don't even want that Ninetales anyway. Well, let's talk again about Pokemon Go a little bit before we get
too much off
track. Licky, a Pokemon that has the Legacy Charge Attack Body Slam from a very long time ago. Now has Shadow Ball as its preferred second charge attack. It's a very versatile Pokemon that it's almost like it doesn't have any bad matchups. Like almost everything is neutral. One of the key wins is Talonflame, and that makes sense. You have a rock type fast attack, but one of its losses is at Empoleon, because Empoleon knocks you out in 2 charge attacks and it outpaces you as well. So that kind of makes Empoleon a tough Pokemon to deal with to begin with.
A really interesting thing about Licky is that now with the changes for Annihilate basically is that if you save swap a Licky against an Annihilate team, it's not even that bad. If you have energy advantage, you outpace to the Shadow Ball and you're going to knock it out before it low kicks you down, because quite frankly that is not a lot of damage. They have to throw some Rage Fists that you will have to shield so that you're not getting close combated. And then that could be still an iffy matchup, but I think this matchup got a lot better for Licky. Matchup that is difficult for it because Rollout just doesn't really do too much damage is this Shadow Quagsire, right? If you're debuffed, 2 Shadow Balls don't even knock out. Shadow Quagsire is spammy, and so many Pokemon, they don't really suffer from this Rollout. You need quite some fast attack damage. I'm saying that, and I want to take Dianosuke as a prime example for a team without fast attack damage, but he's sitting here playing for a medal, so maybe you don't even need fast attack damage.
Right, so yeah, I mean, he was 1-0 up, right, before this rematch, potentially, or maybe not. Second game, let's call it that. So yeah, maybe he just knows a little bit better. I mean, maybe he's just looking at, what was that I looked at before? It was like a few metas ago, you had like the Lickitung Medicham core, then it became the Lickitung Annihilate core. Maybe he's looking more at the Licky Annihilate core. I mean, it has to be a core if you have at least 2 Pokemon, and Annihilate has been basically invisible. So not sure how that works, but maybe Licky is just a 1 Pokemon force.
When you're saying Lickitung Medicham core, I'm thinking of a Pokemon that breaks this core and entirely
Giratina.
Okay, let's. I've seen Giratina. Your Giratina play versus Lickitung. Okay,
you have to remind me.
There is a Pokemon that breaks up this core that got buffed recently. Where is Noctowl, this Pokemon is so bulky, it has phenomenal typing. Honestly, every normal type has phenomenal typing. Normal type is just so good defensively. It has access to Shadow Ball, which is one of the best charge attacks in the game. And Wing Attack also has been buffed recently with the energy generation. So where, Martijn, where is my precious Noctowl?
You'd make my friend El Briano so happy with naming this Pokemon. I despise the Noctowl personally.
Really?
Because of its typing, it's so polarizing with every fun pick that I can think of. Like you wall Ghost and fighting type Pokemon. Why do you hate fun? Why would you do that? But yes, to your point, Noctowl is quite good. The thing is,
it's
when it was meta a couple seasons ago, maybe a year ago or so by now, it had cheaper or lower cost energy charge attack. Sky Attack then cost a little bit more energy, and in the time Wing Attack was nerfed, Altaria got a little bit of a slight nerf with Sky Attack, and now Noctowl is facing the consequence of that as well. So you have Nightshade as your lowest cost energy charge attack as Noctowl, but Shadow Ball obviously is way more efficient. But do you run Shadow Ball and Sky Attack? It takes like 7 Wing Attacks to get to your charge attack, maybe 8 even, I think. Is it 8? No, it's 8 energy per Wing Attack.
I felt like
So
the
7.
Pokemon was always slow, but now everything else is just so much faster. But we have just finally gotten the confirmation that we're going to see a rematch of Dianoski versus Chris Game 2, because there were just too many turns lost on the side of Chris. So let's hope that this goes better in the next game. And are we going to see some Shadow Malamar action again?
100%.
Because Chris seemed so unstoppable every single time he used that Pokemon.
Yeah, I wonder if that the Malamar didn't lose any sideways. Could you have just reached 3 charge attacks there to get KO on the Licky? Of course, Licky is a very bulky Pokemon. Superpower does about 75%-ish from Superpower from Shadow Malamar, so kind of iffy. And of course, if you don't use any Protect Shields at all, you let the Foul Play through, this Shadow Malamar is just going to like do the Sidewave down.
Yeah.
Kind of rough, right? For Licky. It's not really doing a lot of fast attack pressure.
No, as we addressed earlier, the best fast attack pressure you have against it is probably Fairy Wind from Florges. And that is just fast attack pressure because it's super effective,
yeah,
right?
or Doublade. Doublade has a pretty decent attack stat as well, but it's just also very fragile, and not having the same type of attack bonus in Sacred Sword is kind of annoying. We're going into game number 2. We have Florges into Shadow Alone Sandslash, and this is a decent lead for Chris, but the Florges is not exactly helpless here either. In fact, I think Dianoski is probably happy to see this Shadow Alone Sandslash here, because there's an Altaria in the back.
Yeah, that's true. And since Florges, it looks so bulky for some reason, but it has so much attack, so it would win the charge attack priority event versus the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Shadow Claw, Shadow Alolan Sandslash. That's a tongue twister.
Let's take a look here. I think Florges will win the charge attack pretty tight, so you can comfortably get to another chilling water here, and now going for this charge attack, Shadow Alone Sandslash can hang on quite comfortably. In fact, it would be very annoying here for Dianoski if Chris decides to farm up much more energy. Oh no, he throws immediately actually, and now you leave your Shadow Alone Sandslash prone to a farm down. But, oh, look at this, I love this play. Is he now going to switch into Shadow Malamar? Yes, he is, he's going for the energy advantage!
Oh, there's a swap from Dianoski. He smelled it just a mile away, swaps into the Shadow Quagsire, which of course still outpaces the Shadow Malamar, but you can let the first one go, it doesn't matter. There's no fast attack pressure, and both trainers are locked in this matchup for quite a while now, so I think that Dianoski will have to shield quite some attacks here.
I mean, if you're a Shadow Malamar player, this is the Pokemon you use your Protect Shields on. Dianoski is looking at the team sheet. Okay, Shadow Alolan Sandslash is out of the way. I see a Shadow Malamar here. What is the worst I could face in the back? He still has 2 Protect Shields, but Shadow Malamar has 2 charge attacks as well. Do you just keep them for Altaria? Yes, Dianoski is hoping that there's Corviknight in the back.
Oh, can you live this foul play? No, Shadow Quagsire gets knocked out here, and you're almost at double foul play against this Altaria. No switching yet. No possible catch from this one, but the next one could be caught.
No shielding this as well. He must really be predicting either Quagsire or Corviknight. In comes that Corviknight. I think that Chris was hoping that Dianoski would predict a catch attempt there, but that wasn't coming. In comes the Flamethrower. Immediate Protect Shield here by Chris. You need a full payback, but I think this is exactly the perfect opportunity where you're going to bait Air Cutters.
That is true, but there's also the potential for
Wait, he goes for it!
on the floor.
He goes for it! There's two shields, and Dinoski is like, I'm not taking any chances. What a bold call here by Chris.
That was a potential win condition to just say, hey, the bait is so obvious that my opponent is not going to go for it. So the Dinoski Flamethrower is going to connect. This does not knock out the Corviknight quite yet, but it does a lot of damage.
If you can get to another payback here, that Malamar has a charge stack loaded, and Corviknight is a Steel-type Pokemon, so can hang on there. No catch attempt just yet from Dinoski. He puts up another Protect Shield. I'm curious also if that Malamar is in Dragon Breath downrange. If one Dragon Breath will knock it out.
Play.
He does have a foul play, but does he switch yet? No, he's not switched. And it's a switch! Chris comes in, he fires off the foul play, and he's gonna eliminate this Altaria.
It's the fantastic combo play from Chris that might win him the game here, but there's still a low HP Florges. Can it? Fairy went down. No, gets Psywave down immediately, and Chris takes back the second game in the rematch. So quick with such a fantastic Shadow Malamar performance.
You cannot count out Chris here. Top 4 in Europe on the leaderboard currently. You gotta expect him to put up a good fight here. And he did. These goofy commentators were saying, why is he not baiting here? Well, you didn't need to. That's why Chris is doing so well.
He knew exactly what he was doing. There was some chip damage from the first foul play on this Altaria. So he said, hey, I can just freely throw paybacks. If my opponent does not shield, payback knocks out. If my opponent does shield, I later on have the potential for a combo play with my Shadow Malamar because he just kept the second foul play on and didn't throw it immediately. So well played by Chris. And Dinoski, he needed to go for a catch with the Florges, but just didn't find the right moment. To be honest, it's super hard to try and catch something when you have to predict a combo play against a one-turn fast attacker.
That's going to be really hard to pull off. I mean, Dinoski, he was very much aware of the situation. He had a catch attempt in the back, but wasn't able to pull that off. This time, he probably gets the leads he wants, but like we talked about before, Shadow Malamar is not afraid of this Florges. He does one Psywave and then swaps into Shadow Lone Sanchez. Answered! There it is! It's the Doublade, but Doublade takes super effective from the Shadow Claw here. Is this even a good match?
This is so incredibly fragile, but it is going to pull quite some shields here from the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. I think that Chris is going to overfarm, then try to go for a drill run here. But I think in the two-shield scenario, even goes for a bait with the Ice Punch. In the two-shield scenario, Shadow Claw, Shadow Alolan Sandslash has the upper hand.
Do you even get to 3 charge stacks here as Dinoski? I think if Chris didn't throw any charge attacks, then he would not have gotten there. But now that he's letting all these Shadow Claws through by throwing charge attacks on the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, I think Dinoski might be able to secure switch advantage here. Can he actually do it? You need 2 more. Oh, he gets the Shadow Claw down! And this energy is going to be good on both Pokemon of Dinoski. Chris is looking phenomenal here.
Chris knew exactly how much Shadow Claw damage he needs to deal to beat this Doublade. And now look at how loaded this Shadow Alolan Sandslash is. Super effective damage from Mudshot is still not doing so much. You might even reach triple Ice Punch.
Let's take a look at Quagsire's fast, but this Alolan Sandslash had so much energy going to attempt the charge attack pretty tight. Dinoski is not going to fall for that, and the cheeky drill on this does a little bit more than an Ice Punch. Dinoski sniffs it out, otherwise this Quagsire would have fainted. In comes Corviknight to now take some energy here. Makes sense, because the thing is, this Malamar doesn't want to take the energy, and you cannot let your Alolan Sandslash get farmed down, so you have to swap into Corviknight. This does leave Shadow Malamar a little bit prone for to Florges, so it's not exactly over just yet. And now going for the harder hitting Stone Edge.
I like what he does. I think Dinoski just wants to put this Corviknight into chilling water range, might immediately go into this Florges, knowing the energy from the Corviknight of Chris is not too strong against him, and then he can possibly ramp up a little bit with Trailblazes even.
I don't know about this one, Leo. Keep in mind that this Malamar has 1 Psywave, so you need to be overfarmed by at least 1 here, which Dinoski does. But now that you take more damage, the problem is now you are so prone to foul play and Psywave damage.
Yeah. That is true, but maybe you can almost get a farm down here somewhat. I think he's going to have to throw a Trailblaze. Throws a Chilling Water, so decides to knock out the Corviknight now. You are not boosted on this Florges. It is so low. There is even a chance for the Sandslash to come back, and no, brings in the Shadow Malamar. 1 attack is never going to be enough for it. Chris is exactly where he wants to be, fighting for another medal here.
Bringing the Doublade was not exactly paying off, but he wanted to show it one more time. Malamar is getting to the foul play. Chris is going to knock out the last non-Spanish trainer here. The title in Sevilla stays in Sevilla.
Chris knocks out the Quagsire and farms down the Florges. Chris advances, and he is going to face Pataman in the next match. He won a medal. Dianowski out of the tournament.
Phenomenal.
Wow.
No other words possible for Chris. He started the day on the loose side of the bracket, and he is still in it. His determination is huge. He told me before that the only thing that counts for him is just winning a tournament for once. He's played in so many tournaments. He has so much confidence in himself. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time. He still has to overcome some really good trainers, because after this, we have a top 4. We have on the loose side of the bracket, Chris and Pataman, who will be facing each other very soon. An excellent challenge for Pataman. Those two go way back. And then on the winner side of the bracket, we have Palasha against Strange TOP.
4 Spanish trainers. And I mean, the story that we are seeing right now unfolding in front of our eyes, it is so interesting. Chris has been known a long time for being a good friend of Pataman and that they are playing together, practicing, and now he wants to say, hey, you know what? I can win tournaments too. I am not the friend of Pataman. I might be the Pato Slayer. We're going to see that quite soon. But first of all, he beats Dianowski here with this undercharge on the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. That was so precise as well. Wants to get some energy advantage there. I am in awe of these plays.
What I'm not in awe of, with all due respect, is Doublade. it has a fighting type charge attack, and it did not defeat Alolan Sandslash. I mean, that just shows that it's a very fragile Pokemon, and it didn't even matter that it doesn't have the same type of attack bonus here. It wasn't even able to get to 3 charge attacks here. But I will never give in to Home/Henry. I will catch him on other things.
If it was a Powder Snow Shadow Alolan Sandslash,
yeah, maybe
it would have done a lot better. I mean, if you're a fragile Pokemon, you're playing versus super effective fast attack pressure, it is always going to be tough, especially when you're preparing for a tournament like this. With a spicy pick like your Doublade, you are doing so much preparations. You know exactly against which Pokemon you need to throw so many fast attacks until you reach a certain amount of charge attacks. But Shadow Alolan Sandslash is not a Pokemon that many players have had on their radar for this tournament. There's so many good Steel types right now. Who would have thought that Shadow Alolan Sandslash was going to be so good?
It takes a unique trainer to make a unique Pokemon like that work. I know it's a Mind Joke's favorite, but it's Chris who is about to carry this Alolan Sandslash potentially to a title. I mean, phenomenal performance, like I already said before. Top 4 for Chris. Again, that's another medal for him.
Incroyable. I don't know why I'm going
French
to
in
French
Spanish,
already, but
Spanish championship here, by the way.
Fantastic performance by all of these trainers that are still in the tournament, everyone who made day 2 as well. I'm quite excited to see who's going to end up winning this tournament because, yes, Chris, fantastic season. Pataman, incredible season.
Don't need to explain even.
Palasha, 2 times champion.
But it's been a while.
The other person in the finals, in the winners' finals, is Strange TOP.
We take a look at how far we've come on the winner's side of the bracket here. Palasha beat Dianowski earlier on the day. And you know the fun thing about Palasha's matchups is here that up until this winner's semi, she faced a fire type in every single match. Palasha is weak to fire like 5 times. She only has Feraligatr. I think she actually has the Gourgeist, by the way, that we talked about earlier.
True.
So yeah, and then Strange TOP defeating Snorlax. Snorlax has been so close to getting a medal so many times in a row now. One day, it's gonna be his day. And this weekend wasn't it, but for Strange TOP, this is his first medal actually.
Yeah, and he is the bit of an upset player in this tournament, right? But I think he has the power of family and friends on his side in this tournament. I've interviewed him and his wife before.
Yeah, I saw you were also
nothing can. Yes, that was really tough for me, but not to cry there. But I think that it might be his tournament, and then you're going to see Pataman versus Chris. So plenty of stories in this tournament.
I think. Pataman, let's do a Pataman and Chris simulation here. Give me a hand like this. Let's take out the non-Spanish trainers.
Yes.
That's how they started today. And Pataman knocked out Stone Collection Snorlax. Chris knocked out Z, Zweilos, and Dianowski. And now, they did their job, but they have to do it together now. I mean, Strange TOP ended his friendship with Andres today by knocking her down. And now Pataman or Chris is gonna end their friendship here by... One of them has to go.
I don't think that you need to immediately end a friendship if you're losing in a tournament. Maybe that's a you thing. Maybe that's a you thing that you're breaking off all ties, cutting the ties when you're losing it. thankfully you're not losing as much. But the next thing is that Strange TOP versus Paulasha. I think that's not even the next match. I think we're seeing Patoman versus Chris before.
Yes.
But I'm so curious to see if the first-time medalist, Strange TOP, can actually win this tournament. He has looked so incredibly strong. He has made it A2 before in this season in Stuttgart, I believe. And there's sometimes in some matches he looked a little bit slippery. There were some mistakes. When I saw him play versus Snorric, that was incredible. This was peak Pokemon Go gameplay. So I think he might be my call.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if Chris makes it to the losers finals, potentially makes it to the grand finals even. I mean, you know, you always have winners and losers, so there's still a lot that's going to happen. Our next match is going to be Patoman versus Chris. That will be a best of 3, and then we move into the winners, losers, and grand finals. Those will all be a best of 5.
That's plenty of Pokemon Go action here.
And you can see it all here.
So make sure to follow the channel, follow the YouTube channel as well. You know, don't miss out on any of the action. But we are still waiting for our players to go to the table. Of course, high stakes right now. Everyone needs to have a little bit of a breather. Right, Chris has just had a match with a big rematch, so after that you have to maybe sit down for 1 minute before you can go into the next match, especially if that is the loser semifinals when you're playing versus Patoman. I think that it's just very much reasonable that you're saying,
maybe hydrate a little bit, right?
Give me 1 minute to have some water, yeah, exactly, and then maybe have a snack, and then I probably ready to play, because he has been looking so incredibly strong with his Shadow Malamar.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Patoman's as well. Of course, with his titles, all great, cool, but his team is very unique, right? With Shadow Piloswine and Stone Edge, so he drops the ground coverage there. He instead puts the ground coverage on his Shadow Quagsire. We hardly ever see Shadow Quagsire with Mud Bomb, because water and rock is just better coverage. You cover flying type Pokemon, and Stone Edge is just a very good hard-hitting neutral charge attack. But Patoman instead is like, I see more use in Mud Bomb. We saw the Wigglytuff deck where 2 Mud Bomb plus a Mud Shot actually take it out. We saw that it's good. Yes, well, I mean, you beat Fortress regardless.
That is true.
But it's the other steel type Pokemon that you are thinking of, obviously. It's Empoleon. Yes, there we go, Leo.
Yeah, this Pokemon also gets knocked out by a few Mud Shots and the Mud Bomb connecting there, so that's pretty strong. I also do enjoy, or I like the theory behind putting the ground type attack on the Quagsire, saying, hey, you know what, the only reason to really play Stone Edge on my Shadow Quagsire is, of course, Altaria. If you're playing a Piloswine, what are the chances that your opponent is really going to play Altaria versus you? I mean, of course, if the other team of yours, it's just Grass-type Pokemon, yes, there is probably going to be Altaria. But I mean, that's definitely not the case.
Not just Piloswine, but also a Togekiss. So you have a Fairy type and an Ice type Pokemon to cover this this Altaria. The only thing that's really missing is Bastiodon, but I guess you don't really need it if you're good in team prediction here. And yeah, Patoman is a player that can do stuff like that. So really curious to see how that goes. Also a reminder is that, of course, the Ice typing is also weak to Fire. We've seen quite some Talonflame today. They have all been knocked out. No more regular Talonflame, no more Shadow Talonflame. So all these teams, like Paulasha, face so many of those Fire-type Pokemon. The Gourgeist, the Piloswine, the Alolan Sandslash, the Fortress, the Wigglytuff. All these Pokemon that are weak to Fire, they don't have to fear that anymore.
That is true, and Talonflame surprised me a little bit because Quagsire is just everywhere, and every time it is played, it is also used in every single game almost. This Pokemon has been absolutely dominating the entire tournament series. There you can see it. It's the key win of it is versus this Talonflame, most importantly the Shadow one, but also Charge Attacks, Aqua Tail and Stone Edge, of course, but you could also run Mud Bomb and have great success, or in some metas, sometimes, you know, in a restricted meta like at EOIC or LAIC, you could run Sludge Bomb. That's also valuable coverage sometimes if you need to catch some grass types, of course.
It just really depends on the meta that we have here. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you don't even need Stone Edge because Aqua Tail could just almost knock out a Shadow Talonflame. So yeah, in that case, you don't even need it. Then Aqua Tail Mud Bomb just makes sense. Quagsire cosplay.
Exactly. I mean, I'm dressed like a Wigglytuff, but in my heart, I'm a Quag. Oh, that's
also a theme.
Is Quagsire secretly just a Ditto?
Well, they do have kind of the same face. What about Clodsire?
Okay, so we're doing a race. I'm racing on the Raikou, and you're sitting on either Quagsire or Clodsire.
That's not fair. They're not equally fast. I'll still beat you.
All right. It's like the old tale with the rabbit and the turtle.
I've just put Clodsire on Raikou. This sucker doesn't know.
That's actually not a good matchup for me.
Neither is Quagsire. Anyway, next match. Batman against Chris. This is what we've been waiting for. Shadow Quagsire on the right has Stone Edge as the secondary charge deck. Shadow Quagsire on the left from Batman. Wait, this game is mirrored. On that left, it has Mud Bomb. So important details here. There's no Altaria though on either side, so it doesn't really make a difference whether you have Mud Bomb or Stone Edge here. But I am curious to see if Batman has any tech behind the Mud Bomb still.
Maybe the Mud Bomb is also stronger into Licky Licky. I can imagine that could be a thing, even though Licky Licky is so bulky. 2 Mud Bombs, do they knock out? I think that's a stretch. But Mud Bomb has been
Mud Bomb does hit
damage.
harder. Yeah, it does hit harder. It also costs a little bit more energy. So maybe. That might just be putting Quack a lot ahead, right? I think one of the flaws that it sometimes has is that 2 Octil don't knock out the opposing Pokemon.
Yeah.
If you do charge up quickly and you can knock out in 2 charge decks, that will be a big strength.
That is true. That was one of the biggest strengths of Shadow Drapion when it was in its prime. It's a Pokemon that has been picking up some popularity recently, but also has dropped it a little bit more. And there you can see, I mean, there is a Corsola, Galarian Corsola, on the team of Patoman, but there's 2 pretty strong answers on the side of Chris. He has the Licky Licky, of course, which is a huge answer. And then he also has the Shadow Malama, which is not the hugest answer, if that is a word even, but
Astonish
it does
adds up.
something.
It's not the hugest matchup like Leo would say here.
But I mean, Corviknight is also decent against Galarian Corsola. If
Yeah,
you don't
that's
want to
good
shield
play.
your Corsola, then it's gonna be tough to deal with all of those paybacks and then followed by Arcutus.
I just think that the team of Chris has the only flaw that I can really see here is Fortress. But you have Shadow Quagsire, one of the safest Pokemon, and Batman does not really have an answer to that. Again, I'm not sure how that matchup goes between Shadow Piloswine and Shadow Quagsire, because I think that the Piloswine is so fragile, and Octil might almost take it out in 1 charge attack. So it could be a difficult Pokemon to bring. And of course, let's not even talk about that Alolan Sandslash matchup, because Ice on Ice and Steel is double resistant. Let's take a look at game number 1. Both trainers are ready. Vamos!
Let's go. Finally, the game we've all been waiting for has started, and the lead is one more time going to be Corviknight versus the Florges on the side of Chris.
We've seen this matchup many times. If you thought this is a good matchup for Corviknight because of its steel typing, it's really not, because the damage output from Florges isn't really Fairy. Yes, you have Fairy Wind as the fast attack, but you generally drop the attack with Chilling Water. We see an attack drop actually, which could be very nice for Patman's Corviknight here to solidify this matchup.
That is huge. What attack drop, because it is up now, neutralized of course, but still the damage that you're dealing with this Corviknight is not as much as with other Pokemon of course, but it is very, very bulky, and the typing
I
is
saw you throw a payback as Corviknight into Florges the other day. Can you explain why you did that actually?
I'm just not as good at this game, and there is a Togekiss as a fast answer to this Shadow Malama. But Shadow Malama, I think in the 2-shield scenario with a little bit of energy advantage, I think that's quite good. But Pataman, huge play, goes for a no-shield here.
Question for you, Leo. What do Shadow Malamar players do with their Malamar?
They put 2 shields on it!
Yes, that's the rule! That's the rule! And there's the first one. Chris is following the rules. He plays according the rules. You have to double shield Malamar. You go for another foul play here. Resist it will still knock it out because the Psywave damage just adds up so much. And if you use a protection here as Pataman, which he does, then you will get Psywave down. But perhaps after 3 or 4 charge stacks, the timer will be up for Pataman, so he could switch out again.
Pataman is going to the next attack,
he
and he is going to take the next shield away from Chris. So he is 1 shield up now. Can he combo play a possible air cutter? No, goes into the Shadow Quagsire. So Shadow Quagsire is going to farm up. There's going to be another charge attack. I think that is something you would want to shield, because what in the world does more damage than this?
Trailblaze from Florges. There's still a Florges. In comes Florges, but Quagsire was such a pretty time. Batman shakes his head. He expected to switch, but Chris already had the Trailblaze. This is going to do so much damage to this Quagsire. Quagsire is gone. Go touch grass, Quagsire.
Fully knocked out. Corviknight or Togekiss, which flyer will it be to answer this Florges? Florges now as well also attack boosted, so you can hit it with an air cutter, but does it even knock out? Then you're gonna get hit with a boosted Chilling Water.
thing is, does the sand attack after knock out here? Otherwise, you get to this chilling water, will drop the attack. No, it actually does barely knock out. That must have been on the dot. In comes Shadow Quagsire. This is awkward. This is kind of where, yeah, you have the Stone Edge exactly for this. Trying to catch the Stone Edge here, ironically, on his other flying type Pokemon. The thing is, this Quagsire is not even remotely close into payback range. So Chris is looking really good here.
And I think that the Corviknight is in Stone Edge range. Chris should have one, just immediately throws it, and that is going to deal so much damage to the last Pokemon on the side of Patoman. Chris is going to knock out the Corviknight and leads this loser semifinals with 1-0.
That Shadow Malamar just posed like such a threat. And here we see the same problem rise again that Dinoski had. Dinoski had Florges as his prime Fairy-type Pokemon. Patoman has Togekiss as his prime Fairy-type Pokemon. But these Pokemon only rely on their defensive typing. Wigglytuff has Charm and relies on the Fairy-type damage output. If you don't have something like Charm, Malamar is basically unchecked. Your Fairy-type does not beat it.
If your Fairy type doesn't beat Shadow Malamar, then what does it even do? Because this Pokemon is so good. Togekiss was not an answer into this Shadow Malamar. It was so healthy after that matchup. Yes, Chris went down one more shield, but he already was at the next charge attack into the next Pokemon, got the shield back immediately, swapped out, was at 60% almost with this Shadow Malamar. That is so much HP for such a flexible Pokemon.
I'm so impressed with Chris, and not just because he's playing well, because he's being chill, because he has cool Pokemon, no. All day long, Chris locks in within like 20 seconds. He does not need a lot of time to think. Chris is like, let's just go with the flow. I know the Pokemon I like. I'm just going to defeat my opponent with that. He locks in so quickly, and then especially when he's 1-0 up, his opponent is on the brink of defeat. What do you do here as Patoman? Yeah, you want EUIC, but try to beat Chris here. Chris is 1-0 up, and he has a great matchup against Patoman.
That is an interesting feature of this meta, that team building or line choosing is not always the most important part of the game, but energy management and damage management is much more important. The lead matchup is going to be Fairy versus Fairy. I think Chris is just going to be happy with this.
This is a fine matchup for both Pokemon, actually. However, the more shields are in use, the better this becomes for Florges, as you can drop the attack. Togekiss has a higher attack stat. I mean, we know that Florges already has quite the higher attack, but he lets this go. Interesting play, but also kind of predictable, respectfully, because, again, the rule is, if you have Shadow Malamar, your shields, they are only for Shadow Malamar.
Are we going to see a catch here next? Oh no, aggressive play goes into the Shadow Malamar, and I think you said it before, you want to put some shields on that Shadow Malamar. Chris can't wait to use shields on his Shadow Malamar, so he aggressively swaps him. What is happening?
He does not shield this. I mean, it's been debuffed, still does a lot of damage. In comes Corviknight. Corviknight doesn't have a lot of fast attack pressure either, but the good thing about Corviknight here is that Air Cutter pays so quickly. Patoman didn't throw it though, so now either you're gonna soak up 2 foul play, or you're going to get the charge security time. I mean, you have to take the second foul play, regardless if Chris throws immediately here, and he does. Look at how much those foul play do. Corviknight will go into the red if this goes unshielded.
Takes out such a bulky Pokemon so quickly here, but of course it is not over yet. Interesting that he did not go for a superpower Patoman with a time management of perfection. Just throws the Akata right before he could have... There's a shield.
You have to use a shield, but this Corviknight is to attack. Oh, he tapped next to the swap there. Unfortunate play for Chris. He now lets go of this Malamar. And I still kind of like this because I don't think that Quagsire or Florges could have gotten the farm down. Patoman is not even allowing the farm down. In comes Togekiss, but for what? You get outpaced to an Aqua Tail here, and Chris heads up play, throws it immediately. There's 2 shields on the side of Patoman though, and he throws it right away because you cannot get much shot down here.
There's no fast attack pressure on the side of the Shadow Quagsire. Even though it is a Shadow Pokemon, should deal more damage. Aura Sphere is being thrown. We're no shielding this as well. Chris is dancing around with low HP Pokemon all day, but is this going to cost him?
Oh man, dude, you cannot use a protection here as Patoman. Yes, because there is still the Florges. Patoman knows that there's a Florges. We see the undercharge again. Chris wants to get ahead in energy, but the Aqua Tail still knocks out. Now you want to swap into that Florges. You want to get to those Trailblades, but how much energy is there on this Florges? The Florges is also in Aqua Tail range, so you have to be quick here. No, he stays in for a little bit.
I think Florges was completely dry, right? It just got swapped out after it landed the chilling water onto this Togekiss. Now we're seeing the mirror matchup. Chris is throwing the Aqua Tail. What's the charge attack priority?
Interesting choice of play here. Yeah, Pataman knows he cannot use a Protect Shield because Trailblaze will do way more. But now I think you have to strip the last shield here as Chris. But if you have no energy on this Florges, I don't remember how much there was on it. But you have to strip the last shield here. Timer's up though. Does Pataman make the catch? No, he does not. Perhaps he knows he doesn't need to. Do you use a Protect Shield here? Yes, he does. Now you are open to Trailblaze. But can you just outpace Florges here?
I think you definitely do outplace the Florges. Aqua Tail is dealing so much damage. Shadow Quagsire. Florges is not the bulkiest. Is Pataman going to equalize this game? Almost knocks out the Florges, but I doubt that it's going to reach the Trailblaze. And that should be game 2 for Pataman.
Multiple time championship winner Pataman. He is still in the race to win his first medal, gold medal actually, of this season. It's going to be a tough one for this game number 3 here. 2 good friends playing against each other, but 2 very focused friends. They are not even giving each other a look. They're that focused.
No, because then they start smiling because they like each other so much. They're such good friends.
Waste of energy.
What? Oh, very funny. What happened with the Shadow Malamar? Where were both shields?
Did it shield it?
I think it would have helped. I would have liked to see a shield.
I'm guessing Chris was like, okay, the purpose of debuffing the opponent is that I don't have to shield the next attack.
Yeah.
And then none of that happened. Perhaps Chris could have also just let Florges go down on Charge Purify on that second charge attack and then get an energy head start on Malamar. The thing is, Pataman 100% predicts this and probably just swaps out. So maybe then Florges is just kind of wasted. And Chris kind of got trapped into that. I feel like if you use a Protect Shield on that Aura Sphere on Malamar, Corviknight can just freely get to those payback.
Yeah.
So it would have been awkward regardless for Chris. Togekiss may have just been the worst lead he could face there.
That's true, but I think that maybe Chris needs to just lead Shadow Malamar so that he doesn't even get into the situation of having to shield another Pokemon. He can just play out the lead and shield twice. And then bing, bang, boom.
Bing, bang, boom. Let's go into game number 3 here. Decisive game number 3. We have Florges into Shadow Quagsire. This is a pretty good lead for Chris here. What is Pataman going to do? Is he going to play this out? Is he going to potentially attempt to catch a charge attack? He has 2 birds in the back here, but he decides to go for some chip damage. Do we now see the switch here? I would expect Pataman to make an attempt to catch a Trailblaze on potentially Corviknight. No, he swaps immediately. And oh, we do see the chilling water though from Chris, so maybe he did expect the switch. He expends some energy anyway. Pataman's probably happy about that.
Yeah, but he was hoping probably for a Trailblaze, but no, it is going to be... Oh, this is such a nice swap-in from Chris, because once you have chipped with the Chilling Water, 2 Air Cutters might soon be enough to take out this Togekiss.
You're also quicker, so potentially this Corviknight might be able to knock out this Togekiss before. That might have been necessary, because otherwise that would not have knocked out. No, the Togekiss does get to 2 Aura Sphere here, but you can take them easier. You can build up a little bit more. Quagsire has no energy, so he cannot really get rid of this buffed Corviknight easily. Oh, doesn't even throw just yet.
Oh, I think Pataman just expected him to not throw at that point, because why would Chris throw? If this was a charge attack parity, he's losing so much potential energy because the packs don't really add up. Oh, but the switch timer is out. Chris is going to throw an Air Cutter.
Catch on the Air Cutter resisted. Tremendous play by Pataman. I think this is, honestly, even though it's so little energy, this might just be what he needs, because Corviknight's not easy to get rid of. He gets another boost here. This might just be the chance to bait. Yes, he does. A double boost of payback would do so much damage. Does Pataman sniff it out though, Loud? Is he going to use a protection here? Oh, he knows! He just knows everything, this guy!
Pataman has been making so many crazy calls, but now there is so much damage on this Corviknight already that you can bring in your Shadow Malamar. Chris has 2 shields. He's not making the same mistake twice.
Oh!
What? He's letting it go again. Shadow Malamar takes so much damage. Non-shields this. Maybe he's trying to put it all on that Florges. Foul play is being thrown. Does Pataman put up a shield now?
Everything is going right here for Pataman. He's making all the calls and now throwing right before the foul play of this Malamar. Excellent counting from our EUIC champion on the left here. Pataman is in the driving seat here. He still has a full Shadow Quagsire as well. Going for the foul play. Chris desperately wants to get rid of this Corviknight, but can you get the Mud Shot down here though?
Oh, gets the knockout. I think switch timer is up, so you can swap out of that matchup. Oh, he's trying to go for another parting superpower, but gets fully farmed down. Pataman with a full Mud Shot down has the Aqua Tail. Is going to throw it immediately into that Corviknight. Chris' last hope, his last resort is the Florges with Trailblaze.
The bait calls, the shield calls, they were all going perfect for Pataman here. Florges has no energy. Quagsire is way too quick, and Chris knows he concedes he let this Aqua Tail go. He recognizes this is where my run is going to end. Patoman is moving on to the losers finals.
Once again, big Patoman defeating his friend Chris there. He is so good. Game 1 he lost, but that did not stop him. A hug of brotherhood there. We love to see it. Patoman, he is such a strong trainer. So is Chris. Look at these two medalists.
What a run by both trainers so far, right? Patoman dropped pretty early on day 1, and now he's making that sick losers run that we honestly just expect from him, right? We expect Patoman to always perform well, and even when he drops down early, you halfway count him out already. That's just the worst thing you can do because he's gonna get far anyway. And now he's secured top 3, but let's not forget about the performance of Chris here, though.
Yeah, Chris, absolutely fantastic with his Shadow Malamar. Maybe 1 or 2 shields on that Malamar more could have really helped him there. But in the end, this is a play Pokemon event. Many trainers prepare. In the end, Patoman wins.
That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Patoman is still in it and an absolute force to fear. I mean, Paula and Strange 2P still have to play their winners finals, so they're having a match to look forward to as well. And then the loser of that will play against Patoman here. But Patoman really seems to be in form. He caught an air cutter in game 3. He read an air cutter bait, and then he hit the payback through 2 shields. Chris had like no chance against all the perfect calls here from Patoman. Insane.
We've been talking about plot armor, right? Because this has to be a thing here.
This is plot armor on the left.
I mean, this is just something for us mortals to say Patoman has plot armor in these situations, but maybe he actually just knows every single time. This is not a matter of estimating if your opponent shields or not. This is a matter of knowing, of being so incredibly good at this game.
I just really hope that Chris is satisfied with his incredible performance. Like I know
I hope so too.
He's been saying over and over that he wants to finally win a tournament and that he has it in him. Chris,
we know that.
Trust me. You have convinced everyone that you are capable of doing so. Today was an insane losers run by Chris. He made it all the way through a medal. I think that's enough reason to be satisfied with your run of this weekend.
100%. You can be absolutely proud of yourself, and I think everyone else in this venue is too, because that was just phenomenal. Patoman and Chris both knocking out all of these non-Spanish trainers from the day 2, from the top 8. They've just been going through them, and eventually one of them had to fall down into the not even losers bracket, the non-existing bracket anymore, but still both of them are medalists. And now, after we have settled the dust on this losers bracket semifinals, the winners finals, the winners bracket is going to happen again. We have 2 trainers from Spain who have made it all the way into winners finals. That is, on the one hand, Paulasha, a 2-times champion already, known for cooking so much with the Shadow Magnezone.
We were there.
Versus Strange TOP, a trainer that has been known for quite good performances so far, but no real breakthrough run. First time medalist now, 100%, got this in the bag secured. But the level of plays he showed this tournament have been higher than any time ever before in his matches. So I think that he, especially with the power of friendship and the love, I think he has it.
Strange 2P is just a great example of someone who carries that experience into a tournament and can really push it so far. We've seen HK Assassin last season, has competed in many tournaments, and one day he's just on the winner's side of the bracket on day 2 and you just sweep it all. Hickory, another incredible example. I believe he was his furthest performances to until Lille 2026. He kept reaching the winners finals, lost the losers finals, barely missed out on day 2, over and over and over. And then in Lille, made it on the winner's side of the bracket to day 2, won it all. And to finish it off, top 3 at the Europe International Championship, the largest tournament to date. So, you know, one day, that could be just you. If you put in the preparation and the work, anyone can make it this far if you beat Patoman.
Trust me, that's honestly, that's not optional. You will have to beat Patoman in order to play that. I mean, the thing is, if Patoman loses the losers finals, then there's one player who didn't have to beat Patoman.
Yes, correct. The trainer who wins in this winners finals.
Is he the new final boss? Do
maybe,
we take away the title from Colin now? After all these years?
It's hard to say, right?
Colin wasn't here.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. But it's not exactly fair to take it from Colin just yet. Let's just give Colin the chance in Prague and Utrecht. I know he's competing at those to keep his title. But otherwise, yeah, maybe we have to give that to Pataman.
Because, I mean, in the Championship Sunday of EOYC, there was also Colin and Pataman. So both of these trainers, they're just absolutely phenomenal. Very happy to see that Colin got his first trophy recently.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we gave Colin that name at the time when he just seemed unstoppable. Colin at the time seemed to be the trainer that you have to defeat. And I think Pataman is kind of the trainer that you have to defeat now. I mean, heck, even Colin wasn't able to defeat Pataman at the EOYC.
That is true. And honestly, when you see Pataman in your bracket, trust me, I know that. That's always so scary. Oh my goodness.
Hey, look, honestly though, everyone seems to be defeatable because if Pataman was undefeatable, he would have won every single tournament. Let's take a look at the winners finals here. Keep in mind, another reminder, this is going to be a best of 5. So if one trainer wins 2 battles in a row, they have to win 1 more to actually defeat the opponent. And of course, we see that hard meta team on the right from Strange TOP, and on the left, we see that team from Palacio with much more spice. The Gourgeist, the Feraligatr, and the Piloswine really standing out there.
And honestly, when we look at the Pokemon is not Spice anymore, Medicham. But the other team, we haven't seen it quite in a while here. And now all of a sudden, Medicham, it is back. It hasn't had the best performance in the tournament, but now it is sitting in the grand finals. Numbers don't speak for it, but Paulasha's performance does. Next to a Gourgeist Piloswine core. Who knew?
Yeah, I mean, when there's no Talonflame, that core works really well. I mean, Paula had to defeat like 3 Talonflame and a Skeledirge to get to this point where she could actually use that core of Ice and Grass, or almost Ice and Fire, with that Gourgeist having Incinerate. And Gourgeist just looks insane here, by the way. Fortress, Quagsire, Corviknight kinda, and they just all fall to that. But if you look at Piloswine, looks even worse for Strange TOP, because that has play into Corviknight, Quagsire, even Galarian Corsola, which is bulkier but gets outpaced. Wigglytuff, we don't talk about regular Altaria here. They all don't match well into that Piloswine, so I think this is going to be a tough match for Strange TOP specifically, but of course, like, he's been playing phenomenally up until this point, so he has to push it up just a little bit further to defeat Palasha here.
How weird is a meta that an Ice ground type can be a safe swap because it has no weaknesses against another team?
Oh, it does have the water type weakness, but it's not enough. Here we see the Piloswine led into Galarian Corsola. This might just be where Strange 2 wants to see this. The thing is, if you look at the team from Strange to begin with, he doesn't even run anything weak to this Piloswine at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably a good choice because, as you said, it looks so good. It's probably going to come out every single game. I think he did not throw after 5 Astonishes here because he anticipated maybe a little bit of a catch. But now if he wants to throw on correct timing, Paulasha is just going to get another Icicle Spear through.
Dude, that Icicle Spear did so much! Isn't this a bulky Pokemon?
Yeah, I thought Piloswine was also a little bit bulkier, but no, apparently this is just absolutely good. Oh, I like this one, throwing on suboptimal timing, because then if this goes unshielded, you actually reach another one, but Strange TOP, he identifies this. Astonish damage does not even knock out there, but brings in.
Yeah, he was trying to eat his pen there, now riding something down after maybe the count, but yeah, that Astonish damage doesn't allow Piloswine to get to another charge stack. In comes Feraligatr, which is really strong with that energy advantage, but this is the strength of regular Feraligatr. 2 Hydro Cannon will barely knock out here. A Shadow Feraligatr would do the same, but you take more damage from the Charm.
That is true, and then you get almost charmed down, or at least a Swift would definitely knock you out. If you're looking at this now, Strange TOP has to use another shield, can get off a Swift, but the Swift is not going to be enough to knock out the Feraligatr, because regular Feraligatr has a little bit of bulk to its name. However, you're not going to reach another Hydro Cannon in the process.
I think Paula kind of has to shield here. She wants to get more of that Feraligatr. You need to get rid of the Wigglytuff here. Timer's almost up, but not just yet. I don't think Strange still will be able to get a catch here. And yeah, we see the charge attack 30 time, going a little bit too fast. The problem for Strange Top here,
get rid of the Feraligatr.
Right. You cannot sand attack this down. I think if you come in with Galarian Corsola, you get Shadow Claw down. So Paula is looking to be in a very good spot here.
I think that the Corsola can do it, but
Wait,
also you can outpace to an air cutter with the. I think that.
But the catch though from Paula, she knows that, and she's not going to let that happen. The only thing that might help Strange Stop here is a boost into a payback.
Oh, are we gonna see it? He has been boosting so many times. No, not this time around. Both trainers on no shields. Strange UP is going to not even outpace here. I think that Paula, she got one sand attack through when she caught after swapping out after 4 Shadow Claws. So this is going to be quite decent for Paulasha.
She's up in energy. She has almost a Hydro Cannon loaded on that Feraligatr as well. What can Strange Stop do here? He needs to take out Corviknight and potentially make a catch or something, but it's going to be pretty tough to pull off, especially when Paula is about to be on the same amount of energy here. Who will win Charge Attack for the time? We see a catch attempt from both trainers, but in comes Feraligatr. She throws the Hydro Cannon, and yeah, this is kind of what Strange Stop wants. Can you now get the knockout on the payback though?
Feraligatr actually gets to this Hydro Cannon versus the Galarian Corsola. Now that is one more sand attack. Are we going to see a charge attack priority? Are we going to see the bring in of a Piloswine?
Oh, she throws though! She throws, or sorry, he throws the air cutter. She brought in the Piloswine, and Strange was spooked out by it. Now you don't have the energy for the payback, and I think a payback on the opposing Corviknight would have knocked out.
Paulasha just had all the cards in her hand there, brings in the Piloswine. Strange TOP had 2 choices, either Sand Attack to take out the Piloswine or Payback to take out the Corviknight, or Air Cutter, which makes no sense.
You have to make a quick reflex decision there. If you are too late, the opponent will throw that charge attack first. The thing is, what I'm surprised about is that he went for the air cutter to begin with.
Yeah.
Because if the opposing Corviknight came in, you had to throw the payback anyway.
I think that was just a matter of being a little bit surprised by the Piloswine, just really hoping that it is the Corviknight, or maybe just, you know, over-tapping. You have the entire screen to tap, but sometimes you're accidentally hitting this air cutter.
Or forgetting the amount of HP that was left on Piloswine. Like, that happens to me all the time as well, especially when you're astonished just snuck through and you don't even see the damage registering. So that could have all been in the head of Strange Stop there and led to that decision. Kind of tough call. A tip for our newer trainers who want to learn a little bit of a quicker reflex method that you can have here. If you look in the top left or the top right of your screen, in battle, you can actually see the typing of the Pokemon come in. And that usually is visible just a little bit earlier than the actual Pokemon coming in.
Yeah, you can look at the top right to see the typing. Martijn always has his eyes locked in on the top left button, but that's a different story. Can Strange TOP now come back from this? Because Piloswine looked incredibly scary, and the damage of Icicle Spear onto this Galarian Corsola was just straight up astounding.
It did so much. I mean, I know that Icicle Spear is an efficient charge stack, but man, that just reminds me of that Avalanche being just as efficient. Here we go, game number 2. We have Feraligatr from Paulasha into Altaria from Strange Stop. This is a rather neutral matchup. This can get really nasty for Altaria if you actually bait Hydro Cannon, but in comes Piloswine. Strange Stop is staying kind of long, and a full charm sneaks through. That might just be what saves Strange Stop here. I'm surprised that he didn't bring the Galarian Corsola in, because it just tanks energy quicker, but perhaps he's making the read that there's a Corviknight in the back, and he doesn't want his Wigglytuff on that.
Yep, and he might want to have the Altaria for it, wants to go for the switch here. I mean, there is the thing, Shadow Malamar players always shield the Malamar, but Wigglytuff players, they tend to shield the Wigglytuff as well, especially if you're bringing Corsola and the Altaria with you, because those Pokemon, they are very much fine avoiding your own shields.
This is so awkward. This is just so awkward for Strange Stop. Like, yeah, you can get a farm down with Galarian Corsola. You definitely don't bring Altaria in here, but like this Piloswine might get 2 more Icicle Spear. That's going to put the Galarian Corsola very low. He's waiting out the clock. He wants to make sure that he can switch out very shortly. In comes back this Feraligatr. I think this is a great time to bring back in your Altaria. Or are you going to attempt a catch here? No, he's staying in.
This is so well played by Paulasha as well, because she did 1 more Powder Snow to have an Icicle Spear on that Piloswine. So this forces Strange TOP to not use 2 shields on anything, because every time the Altaria just looks at the battlefield, Piloswine combo play, Icicle Spear, KO.
It's just so rough, because there's also ice coverage on this Feraligatr. It has access to Ice Beam, and you know, we've only seen 2 Pokemon so far. There's still a Corviknight in the back as well.
Wait, but I think that you actually can get all of the energy off of this Feraligatr now if you go for one Astonish and then swap in the Altaria. But then again, your Altaria might be facing... you get the full farm down. That is so good. But now Corviknight is in a good position to just farm down this Galarian Corsola.
I think you can get to another charge attack even on this Galarian Corsola. Even though you're such low health, the sand attack just really don't add up. But looks like Strange Stop is not taking any chances. In comes Piloswine. It's going to get a lot of Powder Snow damage here. Icicle Spear comes in. Piloswine won't be able to get to another one. And even though Altaria has a decent matchup into that Corviknight, Palasha still has a shield here.
Yep, and I think that these Powder Snows, they put the Altaria perhaps into a payback range at some point.
Wait,
but there's so much energy on...
Wait, the bait?
He's going for a Sky Attack bait.
I don't think it was necessary.
She takes the bait though, and the shield is going to just block a not super effective attack. And now we're going to see a Flamethrower connect. But how much damage does it really do? How much damage can he do with the Galarian Corsola?
Paolo was looking to be in such a good spot, but it looks like Strange Stop is not down and out just yet. Ooh, hold up. Let's Corviknight cook. Can it do anything? Go for the air cut if you can get to a payback. I mean, Dragonbirds resisted on this Corviknight.
This might be the win condition for Paulasha. Takes out Galarian Corsola, racing to the payback. But the Dragon Breath, they add up too fast, and Strange TOP ties the score.
Damn, that got closer than I thought it would be. Wow. Corviknight just barely not being able to get to the payback there after taking the Flamethrower like a champ.
Whew. I mean, you said that looked closer than you thought it would be. I thought that Paulasha had the game the entire time.
Well, I thought Strange Stop had the game the entire time.
Oh, maybe you're a bit smarter than me, huh?
Well, it got really close regardless, because that Corviknight, even though I do consider that as a positive matchup for Altaria, because you double resist the ground type fast attack sand attack, Flamethrower just does so much damage on Corviknight. It's not exactly the most efficient charge attack, but it's super effective. And Corviknight doesn't have anything super effective to hit back with. Payback will chunk, but generally, Altaria takes that matchup head-to-head. But the Dragon Breath down, as you saw, is just kind of tough because of that steel defensive typing from Corviknight.
It is a positive matchup for Altaria usually, but it is not one that is absolutely crushing it. Like back in the day, Noctowl versus Trevenant, where when you were a Trevenant, you could really do nothing against it. You were just getting farmed down, and the Noctowl still had 60% HP and 100% energy. But this time around, it is such a slow matchup, and most of the time, these Pokemon, Altaria and Corviknight, are used to soak some damage. You want to catch some attacks onto these Pokemon, and that means that the matchup shifts a little bit. If you get some chip damage onto these Pokemon, the dynamics change. Sometimes you're just barely out of Flamethrower range, and then it's fine for Corviknight. But the players are ready for the next game, and we see a Wigglytuff mirror match. I like that.
We have 3 Wigglytuff here. One of them is a commentator. The other 2 are on this battlefield. And yeah, it's going to come down to who wins Charge Attack Purity tie here. I think Strange Stop is very happy to see this Wigglytuff here because he has Galarian Corsola and Altaria on the back. Winning Charge Attack Purity tie is huge here because now you decide the shield play.
Yeah, that is a completely different approach of both trainers. Strange TOP is throwing that Swift, but Paulasha actually decides to throw that Icy Wind. Wants to debuff the Wigglytuff of Strange TOP. Are we going to see a swap out on Paulasha's side? No. Actually continues to play that matchup, but Strange TOP throws the...
Wait. Hold up. We're throwing a Swift into this Galarian Corsola. Tremendous catch by Strange Stop. Not exactly what I expected here to happen. And Ice Wind could have really set this Feraligatr even more up by taking less damage after the attack drop. But now you're taking the full brunt of these Astonish. And because Galarian Corsola is so bulky, it can hang onto a Hydro Cannon while dealing solid neutral damage to this Feraligatr.
But Paulasha knows she can just shield up the first one. She's going to outpace to 2 Hydro Cannons. Actually farms up so much more energy.
I don't think this knocks out though.
No, you have to throw another one.
You have to throw another Hydro Cannon here as the Feraligatr if you want to prevent this Galarian Corsola to getting to another charge stack, and she does throw on this charge stack purity tie, which Feraligatr wins because of its higher attack stat.
But now you already have half a Hydro Cannon stored on the side of Paulasha. That is still a bunch of energy. Strange TOP decides to shield this, gives off a parting Nightshade, but now there might be a swap on the side of both trainers.
Oh no! Doom and despair! There's an Altaria against a Piloswine. And yes, you have a cute and adorable charge stack called Flamethrower, but Piloswine is just faster and faster. Bringing the Altaria when Piloswine is so good was a very, very bold decision from Strange Stop here.
Can we find a win condition on the side of Strange TOP? Because I think that both of his Pokemon are very, very low, but Wigglytuff still has a Swift there on the side of Strange TOP.
True, it's a strong attack with the same type attack bonus from Wigglytuff's normal typing, but it won't be enough to take down this Wigglytuff. The timer's also almost up for Paula. She could have potentially a switch, but I don't think it's going to matter. Look at the health of both of these Pokemon from Strange Top. This is not going to be enough. This needs to be the flamethrower, but Wigglytuff doesn't have that.
That is true. Oh, that would be fantastic. I mean, only 20 charms until you reach it. Yeah, but that is the Powder Snow Farm Down, and Paulasha one step away from the grand finals on the winner's side here.
Yes, just another reminder, it's going to be a best of 5, so Paula's not through just yet. Strange Top has 3 more games to come back here. Sorry, 2 more games he needs to win to come back and make it 3-2, or is Paula just going to run wild with that Piloswine? It's a difficult Pokemon for Strange to deal with, but he did manage to do so in one game. You need to keep up that momentum, though.
I mean, it really speaks for how strong the Piloswine is against the team of Strange TOP, that he still feels like he needs to overcome some other Pokemon with the Altaria. The risk that you're taking by bringing this Pokemon, yeah, we've just seen it. If Paulasha manages to bait out the other Pokemon, it's really, really tough.
Yeah, I mean, you know from Paula, there's always Piloswine coming. It's more like, okay, there's Piloswine, which other 2 Pokemon will my opponent use? I mean, Gourgeist, I think, looks okay-ish, but it's not exactly necessary.
Feraligatr is insane.
Yeah, Feraligatr is also really good because it also packs ice coverage, and Strange Top doesn't have a water-type resistance, so ice and water is just so good into Strange Top here. Like, yes, you could bring the Fortress to try and cover the Feraligatr, but then you're kind of prone to the Piloswine as well. You're already weak to that Pokemon.
The thing is, Strange TOP hasn't seen a Gourgeist from Paulasha's side yet, and I believe that the Gourgeist is maybe the reason why he isn't so keen on using that Shadow Quagsire of his. If he brought the Shadow Quagsire instead of the Altaria in the last game, I do think that could have helped him quite a bit in the end game versus the Piloswine.
I mean, anything other than Altaria would have done better into Piloswine. Let's take a look if Strange Top can overcome the Piloswine in game number 3. Sorry, game number 4. We have the Piloswine against Shadow Quagsire. Great call from Leo here. This is a matchup that Quagsire wins when no shields are being used. But Paula's like, okay, well, you don't really have a lot of answers to Piloswine. I'm going to throw in my other Pokemon you don't really have answers in, which is going to be the Feraligatr. Feraligatr with some energy here can actually be very annoying for the Wigglytuff. And I like the swap from Strange Top. If you look at the backline, there's a Wigglytuff. And we have Fortress on the side of Strange Top.
That is true, a Fortress and a lot of energy on the Shadow Quagsire. Maybe his goal is not having the alignment, but dealing some damage with the Wigglytuff. Perhaps looking like you want to force alignment here.
Wait. Can you get to 2 more Hydro here? Is the Charm Nerve hitting Wigglytuff that hard? You might be able to flip this as Paulasha.
I think she's very close to doing so. Oh, Strange TOP does not agree with you here. He wants to shield this up, but this looks like it might need more than 3 charms.
I think Feraligatr needs to hang on to 3 charms. Can it do that? I think it will barely go down. Oh, it goes down with the Hydro Cannon. That was a knockout on the dot there. In comes Piloswine. But we know this energy is going to be really good because I think 2 Icicle Spear are going to obliterate this Shadow Quagsire.
That is true, but Shadow Quagsire also still has quite some moves up its sleeve. But Strange Top is just going to go through this throw. Another Swift here. He immediately laid back when he saw that he actually got the farm down there, knowing, okay, this could have gone really south.
Comes in with the Wigglytuff, storing all the energy, and Strange Top has the call correct. In comes Fortress. Paula saying GG. I wouldn't say that, Paula. You still have a lot of energy on that Piloswine. Maybe there is some way to get past some of these Pokemon, but obviously we know that Fortress, the shiny Fortress, will resist all of the damage from Wigglytuff, and then you still have to knock out this Shadow Quagsire with a lot of energy as well.
And the pacing of the Wigglytuff really doesn't help you in this matchup here, right? You deal a little bit of damage with Charm. I mean, for only resistant attacks, this is very impressive, the damage that Wigglytuff does. But yeah, Strange Top is just so far ahead in this game now with the energy on this Shadow Quagsire as well. And that is a Sand Tomb bait that is going to be shielded. Paulasha has some more plans with his Wigglytuff.
I don't think it was a bait per se, but I think Strange Top was just looking to get as much energy off as possible before swapping out into Piloswine. In comes the Piloswine with a high horsepower. This will deal a lot more damage than it would actually do here, but you only have so much HP on the Piloswine, and going for the Alcatel, I think you could have gotten the Mudshot down here, but I doubt that the Wigglytuff is going to be a threat from the amount of health that it's in right now.
Now, Wigglytuff can play versus Shadow Quagsire, but yeah, as you're saying, the health discrepancy here is way too big, and also one charge attack wouldn't knock out the Quagsire from this range. It's fairly bulky, so Strange Top actually gets the equalizer here. We're getting a full set of 5.
This is how Strange Top had to do it. Just bring all the answers to Paula, to whatever Paula wants to play here. I mean, you can always expect Piloswine and Feraligatr. You just need the right alignment. So I do really like that Strange is bringing Wigglytuff more often, because it plays quite well into Feraligatr, but also much more neutral into Piloswine than any of his other Pokemon.
And it plays decently well into the Gourgeist. I mean, we haven't seen it yet, but it was on his mind the entire time, and now he has hard AB8 into it. He played the Shadow Quagsire, which does not want to face it, and the Fortress, which want to face it even less. So that is a dangerous, dangerous Pokemon that now maybe rotates into Paulasha's team.
And to what you said, the ABA in this case means that you are weak. Your A's in this case, right, you have to read it as A means Pokemon weak to Pokemon X. And then your B is Pokemon strong into Pokemon X. And in this case, 2 Pokemon weak to Gourgeist. He led Quagsire with Fortress in the back. So let's say Paula did lead Gourgeist, Strange would have probably had to stay in with his Quagsire into that matchup, because Fortress will be evaporated by 3 Incinerates.
That's true, so maybe that is not a line that you can bring that easily again, but maybe he also says, okay, Paulasha, she has resorted to this Piloswine Feraligatr team so much now. Maybe she wants to scare me out of it. At this point, it's really mind games, right? There's so many core breakers on the team of Paulasha. She now is in the position where she has to decide which ones to bring, because Strange Top just revealed that he is not afraid of bringing Fortress and Shadow Quagsire on the same team.
Is this Gourgeist time? Is it time to bring out the pumpkin?
I think it is.
You know, you're my pumpkin.
Thank you so much, love.
Looks like Paula's already locked in. Strange Top, I mean, has a very difficult team composition in front of him, so needs a little bit more time to think about all of this, and it makes perfect sense. There's a lot of pressure here. You're 1 win away from reaching the grand finals and reaching the top 2 at the Seville Championship. Here we go, decisive game number 5. Let's get some hype going. Let us know in the crowd, in the chat, who you are rooting for. We have Piloswine into Corviknight.
All right, Piloswine is not on the Altaria, because Altaria is just not there. But how does this matchup even go? We have seen how much damage Icicle Spear does to a Galarian Corsola, which, by the way, is also not a part of this game. How much damage does it do to a Corviknight?
I think this will do about 40%. Interesting about Strange's line here is that there is no weakness to Piloswine, you'd say. But like, this Pokemon hits just so incredibly hard. No shielding immediately. I mean, a payback would not be threatening either, so no reason to do that just yet. But I think that Piloswine takes this matchup incredibly hard. And getting the boost there is really nice. Now going for an Icicle Spear just before the next payback. I would imagine Strange uses a shield here just to potentially threaten the payback alone already.
That is so strong. Piloswine with Powder Snows and 2 Icicle Spears just knocks out a Corviknight, just as simple as that. And now Strange DOP needs to get rid of this Pokemon, so he throws in a payback that is for sure going to take out the Piloswine.
An Air Cutter, I think, barely would not have knocked out. Paula knows that, so she no-shielded that. But in comes Feraligatr, and this is what Paula has been doing all weekend, getting the energy advantage. Oh, this is bold. This is really bold. Maybe you could have gone to Air Cutter now. You definitely won't get to another Charge Sack this time. And what Pokemon is going to take all this energy? You swap in your Wigglytuff here, but you leave your Quagsire prone to Gourgeist in the bag.
And I think Paulasha might smell the Quagsire in the back. It has been seen in the first few games, but then again, the Quagsire came out to defeat this Piloswine. Piloswine already gone. So much advantage on the side of Paula. If she gets the Gourgeist onto the Shadow Quagsire, it's all over for Strange Top.
She tried to throw on Charge Sack Pretty Tie here, but Strange didn't go for that, and in the process sneaks an entire Charm through. It doesn't matter though, because this Feraligatr is healthy enough to get to another Charge Sack if it really wants to, and Paula does want to get rid of the Wigglytuff right here, right now. The timer is not going to be up. Wigglytuff has nowhere to go. Feraligatr is coming, baby!
And now it is the moment to shine for Strange Top's Shadow Quagsire. At least that's what it's thinking. Can outpace the
Here it comes! Quagsire comes in, and Paula says, good game, here is my pumpkin spice! And going for the catch attempt here, Paula just smells it from so far. The queen of PvP goes for the seed bomb. This is double super effective, and Strange Up put up a great fight, but Paula is moving on to the grand finals!
5 games and the victor is Paulasha. Seed bomb taking out the Shadow Quagsire. The perfect team read there. Hit this Gourgeist for 4 games, making Strange Top feel secure, making him play risky lines against them. Then when it most mattered, the Seed Bomb took out the entire Shadow Quagsire, the possibly best Pokemon of the tournament, annihilated, and Paulasha once again is in a grand final.
It took 4 games for Paula to set up the Gourgeist trap. We've not seen Gourgeist in the entire set until the very last game, where Paula was like, okay, I think he's going to be very comfortable with his combination of Steel-type Pokemon and Quagsire.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what the Gourgeist is for. It core breaks that core. It makes Quagsire and Fortress impossible to play together. And even against Wigglytuff, when shields are up, Gourgeist still has some good play there. So, incredibly well played.
If you're playing a team full of core-breaking Pokemon, team reading is so incredibly important, especially in best of 5 sets. It is so interesting how many times you can overcome your opponent by just reading what they are trying to do, by just trying to figure out how to get out of the difficult situations against your Pokemon and then using that against them. Because Strange Top, in Game 4, he found a really good way to overcome Paulasha's team, and then she was like, yeah, I know what you thought you have figured out now, but this was a trap.
And just props to Strange Top, right? This was an incredibly hard matchup. Both Piloswine and Feraligatr were almost free into his team. I mean, you can so hardly play that Fortress to cover Feraligatr when Piloswine on the opposing team is so good. You had to make the perfect calls there. And, you know, he managed to claw back 2 games. In the end, the team composition advantage was just a little bit too much from Paula. And, yeah, I mean, he still has a chance on the losers finals, obviously. Don't count Strange Top out just yet.
But the next opponent that he is going to face is going to be Pataman, so that's not any easier. Here you can see another great catch there in Game 3. Swift onto the Galarian Corsola was so huge, but the regular Feraligatr, it is so strong. It's a Pokemon that Arceus Aurelius actually tries to make work at basically every single tournament. Shadow Claw is so good. The coverage of Water and Ghost, it's so good.
Right, it's like hard to make grass-type Pokemon use in the current meta, but when you give them unique niches, like Cradily has that rock typing to it, and Gourgeist has Incinerate, and Shadow Ball, of course, very efficient. It just really helps those grass types shine just a little bit more, instead of being entirely walled by your average Corviknight or whatever fly you can think of.
Yeah, definitely. Gourgeist just doesn't have that issue, right? Corviknight is still not the easiest of matchups because Shadow Ball and 3 Incinerates. I wonder if it actually does knock out or if the Corviknight actually gets to a payback there, and then you would have to give up 1 shield. But the thing is, with Corviknight, sand attacks don't deal damage, so as long as you do not land your hard-hitting attacks, issues.
You know, I just thought, we're gonna see Pataman very soon, but I just thought of a nickname for him. El Rai, the King. He's the king right now. And the king, El Rai, he played at the World Championships. We're going to take a look at some perfect plays here from some of the best trainers in the world. Perhaps it might help you to improve your gameplay as well and potentially win one of these championships. We'll be right back with the losers and then the grand finals.
Here we are again, trainers, yet with another episode of Perfect Play. Here we highlight and break down some of the best plays made in the Championship Series. My name is Martijn Versteeg. You may also know me as 2024 Worlds finalist in Adequance. Let's talk about Beelzeboy, a competitor from India who had reached top 4 at 2024 Worlds. He made a return to the big stage in 2025. He pressured the opponents with Shadow Marowak, made waves with Lapras, and punched through the competition with Shadow Annihilate. The Pokemon Beelzeboy relied the most on, however, was Galarian Moltres. This is a legendary Pokemon that is only encountered on the Daily Adventure instance, and it was the key to overcoming the Grand Finals on Championship Sunday. His opponent was Pataman, who had defeated Beelzeboy before on day 2. How do you overcome a fearsome opponent like that? The team of Pathman doesn't answer Galarian Moltres quite well, and Beelzebub exploits this weakness. His plan is to set up Galarian Moltres for an energy advantage. If he notices a lead matchup that will be favorable for Galarian Moltres, he just swaps it in immediately. This gives Galarian Moltres a head start on whatever Pathman will bring in to answer it. We call this an energy advantage. Let's analyze how Beelzebub utilizes this strategy under great pressure. The final battle for the title of World Champion. Beelzebub leads his Lapras into the Galarian Corsola from Pathman. This is not a lead he likes, so he swaps out into Galarian Moltres. This is a terrible matchup for Pathman, so he's forced to switch out. His best answer is Cradily, but this is a tricky position. Cradily and Galarian Moltres usually plays equally fast to their first and second charge attacks, but now that Galarian Moltres is ahead, Pathman needs to call the charge attack launched at Cradily. A Brave Bird would inflict massive damage, but letting a fly go means that Cradily may feign to fast attacks if Beelzebub decides to use protections on Galarian Moltres. This forces Pathman to switch out and it allows Beelzebub to save his Galarian Moltres. Steelix tanks the energy from Galarian Corsola, so Galarian Moltres can then launch a Brave Bird into Lapras. Beelzebub now has his own Lapras to close the game, and this secures him the 2025 World Championships title. If you ever heard players talk about energy advantage, this was the base of Beelzebub's plan. A strategy well executed. Think you have what it takes to become a champion? Visit Pokemon.com/compete and start your road to victory.
What a great rivalry we saw there, almost as great as Pokémon versus Beelzebub in that World's Finals. And if you want to be a part of future events, you have to register at rk9.gg. That's an R, that's a K, and that's the number 9.gg.
Beelzebub. Remember the interview with Beelzebub?
Oh, yeah.
Can you tell us more about Beelzebub, about yourself? I'm Beelzebub. I literally had so many chills, it was crazy.
I am Beelzebub. I love it. That is aura.
That is actually aura farming.
Oh, yeah.
But let's talk about the game before we had Paul Asha with that Gorgas and that Piloswine, which I tremendously called so hard in the beginning of day 2.
Oh, yeah, you did. Piloswine was very good into Strange's team. I gotta give it to her. She played it so well, though, and I mean, it's not just having the correct Pokemon, it's also applying it correctly. You saw when it landed on that Quagsire, it did not do that well, but when it got on the Fortress or on the Altaria...
The Altaria.
Oh, boy.
Altaria doesn't want to take any Powder Snows, let alone an Icicle Spear. Icicle Spear does so much damage. A lot of people are actually surprised how much neutral damage it does to this Pokemon.
See, Altaria is a Dragon type and a Flying type. Both of them are weak to Ice, and when you throw Ice type damage into an Altaria, then it takes double super effective damage, which is double of the double. It's a lot. It just...
Lots of doubles, but here we see Strange Top versus Powderman. Powderman also likes Piloswine, the Shadow form, and man, this is a great... Also, we have 3 Spanish players in the top 3 here.
Fully Spanish finals, and Strange Top. He's now facing off against another Piloswine, Shadow this time, with the Stone Edge instead of high horsepower, but it's still going to be an uphill battle. Powderman has been relying so much on his Togekiss. Can we see it here? We see Quagsire into Corsola. This is a pretty good matchup for Strange Top.
We've seen this matchup a few times already. Quagsire being able to spam those Aqua Tails after Aqua Tail, but Corsola having the really hard-hitting Astonish and a really hard-hitting Nightshade. Quagsire is going to land the Mud Bomb first, actually going for a Mud Bomb instead of Aqua Tail. Powderman knows something that we don't know here.
And Strange Top has a Corsola. Powderman does not have a Ghost Resist on his team. There's no normal type and no dark type. So Strange Top can actually play with the safety of this Corsola here.
Very neutral matchup. Quagsire overloading also energy. Perhaps going on for double Aqua Tail. Here comes the next Aqua Tail. This Aqua Tail will not knock out. He is forced to throw another one. Otherwise, the Astonish is going to take down the Quagsire before he can launch his third Aqua Tail of this game.
And switch advantage will be important here, I think, because, oh, Strange Top catches an Aqua Tail. He wants to keep his Corsola healthy in the back. How does Pokémon respond? He goes into the Piloswine. And this might be a farm down for the Shadow Piloswine here.
It's actually a big farm, but also we saw Strange Top having an Altaria and already seeing the Piloswine. He's probably not that afraid of it now. So like, because the Aqua Tail is getting shielded by the Piloswine. Icicle Spear will definitely knock it out. We're going, oh no, actually going for the straight farm down by Paddleman. I think he knows that all the energy from Piloswine will be so good in the backline of Strange Top.
I think Strange Top is very happy with this, because with this farm down, he can go straight to the Corsola, throw Nightshade immediately, and now this will be a charge attack tie. Strange Top can shield, but now Corsola gets off that Nightshade, and maybe the Altaria can avoid the Piloswine.
Here comes the Night Shield. Night Shield will not knock out, but it will do so much damage. Piloswine, not the bulkiest of Pokemon. Here comes the Night Shade. But I mean, it does actually hang on for there. And there's another Icicle Spear, but I don't think Corsola can shield her, and then Altaria needs to farm down this Piloswine. Like, Strange Top is getting like another vibes from the previous game against Paul Asha here.
And Strange Top, he's running that Altaria. Here comes the Icicle Spear. Pokémon now needs to go in to his Corviknight and hit Altaria with one payback and an air cutter. And Pokémon stays in. He wants this ice, this powder snow damage. Maybe a payback from the Corviknight will be sufficient against this Altaria now.
The Altaria needs to reach 2 Flamethrowers to take down the Corviknight. Here comes the first Flamethrower. It will not knock out, but it will do a good chunk of damage. Super effective damage right here. The Corviknight just needs to land a payback, but I don't know if a payback is enough here to take down the Altaria.
Oh, is Spider-Man going for the cat? Oh, he almost let Altaria get back into the game. If Altaria had landed the Flamethrower, then this game would be over. And here comes Pokémon. Now, how do you do it?
How does he do it, man? He catches, look at him, aura farming so hard right now. He caught the Flamethrower on the Quagsire, and he needs only an air cutter, and the air cutter gets reach and takes down the Altaria. Paddleman 1-0.
How can you catch a charge attack one turn against the one turn? This is, I mean, that Flamethrower could have come out whenever, but Pokémon, he just knows, he can feel it in his body when his opponent's about to throw that move. What a play that was. I'm in awe.
This was crazy. Like, he knew exactly, like, all these mind games. Like, they could have shown their move so much quicker, but he know, like, okay, I'm gonna predict when Strange Top is gonna show a move and actually catches a move on his 1 HP Quagsire.
I am having chills. If that is not, that is the difference between a World Finals player and, I mean, Strange Top, I guess. This is his first Top Cut and his first ever medal. Strange Top is happy to be here, and he's proven himself to be a force to be reckoned with in this tournament. But Pokémon, what a show he put on there.
Just hearing that there might be a potential review for this game. I don't know if you noticed anything, Marcus, that was some maybe potentially lost some fast moves here or there?
So they are checking if it was a charge attack tie before the Corviknight swapped into the Quagsire, because apparently Strange Top believed that he threw the Flamethrower similar, exactly as the Corviknight got to the through the payback, I think, and that would have denied the Quagsire to get the swap. So I guess the judges are just looking to see if that is what happened and if we had an inconsistency or not.
Yeah, I'm checking the review right now, making sure that the player gets equal rights here. But like, again, that Piloswine, all that energy, it farmed down, it double shielded the Quagsire, farmed it all the way down, and he knew all that energy was going to be so important in that backline.
But what about, Pokémon is taking a risk here. He's leading that Corviknight with a Mud Bomb Quagsire in the back. He's very weak to an Altaria lead, and if it gets, I mean, if Pokémon loses the lead, no wait, what did he was leading the Quagsire, with Corviknight in the back. That is, in my opinion, that's even a bigger risk to take, because if he led into the Altaria, I think he's going to struggle to get back from that situation.
Yeah, Altaria had so much play there, to be honest. Quagsire completely walled against the Altaria, and then there is the Corviknight who doesn't want to take any Flamethrowers. We just got confirmation that there is no rematch. Padoman takes 1-0.
See, look at Altaria into Padoman's team. It's pretty good into the Corviknight with that Flamethrower. Togekiss is actually not that bad either, because Togekiss does not have a fairy type attack, and it throws the non-stab Psyshocks. Then you have the Fortress. Altaria will one-shot with a Flamethrower. It is the Quagsire that Altaria just walls out completely because it doesn't have the Stone Edge, and then it's a not such a great matchup with that Corsola. But that is playable. It's just the Piloswine that is a problem for the Altaria. I think Strange Top will be leaning on it.
Padoman, that catch was so crazy. The mind games the trainers have to play to know when my opponent's gonna throw. Actually predicting the catch on a 1 HP Quagsire catching that Flame Tower was one of the craziest plays I've seen so far.
And Strange Top has that Corsola, and he played very well, I think, but the Corsola does not have like burst damage. It's a battle of attrition where Corsola wears down the opponent over time. We saw, even though it had a charge attack ready to throw into the Shadow Piloswine, it was not enough to knock it out.
No, Shadow Piloswine, it's like, this attacks do so much damage, but it's also on the bulkier side, so like it's perfect balance for Piloswine.
Perfect balance for a perfect Pokemon. Is that what you're telling me?
For a perfect Pokemon, man. But here we go for game number 2. We'll see the Wigglytuff into the Corviknight of Padoman.
This seems like a terrible matchup for Wigglytuff, but in my opinion, it's not even that bad.
This is a Steel type without a Steel type move, currently running Air Cutter and Payback. This is like a very neutral matchup, actually allows the Wigglytuff to show the Icy Wind first, debuff the Corviknight, and I assume the Corviknight is not going to show any energy here now.
I think Padoman is swapping here. Yes, he goes straight into the Piloswine. And how does Strange Top do this? He has, we saw against Palasha, he takes his time deciding if he wants to swap out or not. Here comes an Icicle Spear from Padoman.
Look at this piggy go. Here comes the first Icicle Spear. I think the Icicle Spear would have knocked out the Wigglytuff, so I think this is a good shield by Strange Top here. Goes for 1 Charm and a Swift. I think he's gonna value the Piloswine here and actually protect it as much as possible and overload him some energy.
So how does Strange Top go about this play? He goes into the Corsola. He knows that Corsola can take most of what Piloswine has to offer, but there will be 2 Icicle Spears coming out here. I think this is going to chunk even the chunky Corsola.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to take any Icicle Spear. And we see a shield here from Strange Top trying to protect his Corsola. But there's another Icicle Spear coming. No, it actually goes into the Corviknight, and it's a charge attack priority on the Payback.
And this is why Padoman was a bit surprised, because this Payback is going to do more damage into the Corsola than the Icicle Spear. Here, the Corsola is taken so low already.
This is actually perfect to show your energy, and this is where you want to show your energy. You don't want to throw it in a Wigglytuff, but you want to show your Payback into a Ghost type like Corsola. Let's see if Corviknight is going to overload on some energy before he uses a nice hit and trying to Air Cutter. Actually goes for the Payback. Air Cutter, I don't know if it would have knocked out, maybe, but I assume so, but it plays it safe, chose the Payback, and get rid of the Corsola immediately.
This is perfect for Padoman. I mean, there is a Wigglytuff left. Oh, Strange Top is clever. He's farming down with the Sand attacks, and he comes out loaded. There's almost an Icicle Spear left on that Piloswine, but getting rid of this Togekiss will not be easy, because the Corviknight is running that Sand attack fast move that is a ground type.
Yeah, double resistant on the Togekiss. Here comes the first Air Cutter. I mean, Strange Top has gotten so many boosts so far. Does he get another one right here? It might help him a lot. Let's see if he gets the boost, and he does not get the boost. Not so lucky this time. Here comes another Air Cutter from the Corviknight. Togekiss tanks these so easily.
And I think, how low is this Piloswine? Can it hold on to a Charm? I don't think. Oh, but there is an Icicle Spear. This will do so much damage into the Corviknight.
Icicle Spear lands on the Corviknight. I assume like it's gonna charm the Sand attack down. Oh, actually comes in with the Charm and gets a little bit more energy. But the thing is, Padoman still has a shield and already has 2 moves loaded.
And here comes an Aura Sphere. This will definitely knock out the Wigglytuff with a cube bow tie. And then
Togekiss looks ready to take on the Steel-type Corviknight as well.
Togekiss, the best flyer in this matchup, currently going to land the Aura Sphere on Corviknight, and Corviknight is out. 2-0 Paddleman.
Oh, Strange Top. He was so close to glory. He had 2 wins against Palasha, just needed 1 more win to go to that grand finals undefeated in this entire tournament. But now he's trailing. He's 2 losses into this game. Pokémon has really turned it around after losing in his winners finals early in day 2. He has now gone undefeated for so many battles, and he's 2-0 up. 1 more win, and he gets that grand finals against Palasha.
He's going on an insane streak in the losers bracket right now. Chat, keep in mind, this is a best of 5. The first trainer that reaches 3 wins wins this matchup. Paddleman currently 2-0. Strange needs to lock in right now to get back into the game.
And how do you lock in? When you're 2-0 down, do you think, okay, you know what? Take the pressure off. Whatever you do, it can't get worse than this. No one's expecting I mean, you're 2-0 down, off the chains, right? Or do you actually feel the pressure? You feel the pressure of elimination, knocking on the door and about to end your tournament run. That is what Strange needs to decide. Will he take off the chains, or will the chains weigh him down and make this harder for him to play?
Yeah, definitely. Paddleman. I mean, Paddleman can now, being 2-0 up, he can take some more risks than Strange. Strange has to perfectly execute every single game, because playing against Paddleman is not easy for anyone. He is really good at this game, and now Strange Up already locked in, and Paddleman also locked in their team. Let's see what the player's gonna bring for game number 3. Decisive game number 3 in this best of 5. We see Corviknight versus Quagsire.
And here we see this is a pretty okay match. Oh yeah, Paddleman goes out immediately into the Piloswine, and here is answered by that Quagsire. I think the Piloswine got too much of a lead for the Quagsire. I think Quagsire might lose this in the 2-shield scenario now.
Yeah, you have to be so quick on the swap there, because, I mean, Piloswine having such a head energy start right now, Aqua Tail is gonna always protect it, but Icicle Spear does so much damage, as we see. Now Piloswine outpaces the Quagsire very easily.
And Strange Top, he is now ready for his second Aqua Tail. Paddleman double shielding. He is investing in this Piloswine. It looks incredible for him here.
Piloswine overloading on energy, but we're gonna come just before the Aqua Tail is reached, and here is double Icicle Spear already. He cannot shield because Piloswine wins the charge attack priority over Quagsire, and Piloswine still has an Icicle Spear. Look, it's still in the green, Marcus. It's still so healthy.
Oh,
this piggy is crazy.
It is crazy, and Paddleman is realizing that the advantage that he got on his Piloswine can really win him the game here.
Here comes another Icicle Spear. We've seen how much damage it does on Corviknight. It does so much neutral damage. Here comes the first Icicle Spear. Strange doesn't have any more shields, but look at that damage. And oh, it catches a payback on Corviknight. Maybe expect an air cutter to be thrown, but this is fine. Corviknight tanks this like the champ.
Now do you go in Corsola? I think you have to. Okay. Paddleman needs to decide how he wants to deal with this Corviknight, but he needs to get rid of it because, okay, here comes another payback. How is Paddleman deciding to play this? What Pokemon is he investing in the more? What is he valuing?
I think Paddleman is dancing a lot here. He's going to throw a payback here, gets a little bit more energy. There's a Steel from Strange, but there's a full health Corsola. But, I mean, there's Piloswine with the move. There's still a full healthy Quagsire. 2 Pokemon with so many spammy moves. Like, this is going to be so hard. Can the Corsola farm it down? No, it still gets a little air cutter. And Strange Top knows it's just an air cutter, another payback. I do not have to shield.
And I think this is looking better for Strange Top by the second. If he can deal with this Quagsire, he still needs to land a Nightshade on the Piloswine as well.
Yeah, Corsola needs to perfectly manage his energy. Here comes the first Nightshade. Nightshade will do a good chunk to this Quagsire, but Quagsire, we know how spammy it is. It's only 4 mud shots to an Aqua Tail, and it's just overloading on some energy. Here comes the first. Oh, he actually goes for the Mud Bomb. Mud Bomb does a little bit more damage than Aqua Tail. Paddleman knows this matchup perfectly.
If this Mud Bomb threatens a 2-hit knockout, then I think. Oh, there comes an Icicle Spear. This is getting so tough for Strange Top. He now needs to do 3 more Astonishes, let the Pilot Swine get as close to an Icicle Spear as he could. He threw immediately. I think he needed to build up because the Quagsire might now get to a Mud Bomb. I think Strange needed the Nightshade to have a shot at winning this game because the Quagsire, it's now ready. It is loaded. And the Mud Bomb, the weird choice, it is sealing up the fate here for El Rey de España. Pokémon wins Losers Finals 3-0.
Pokémon! Pilo Swine, what a game! What a tremendous amount of games to play. 3-0, what a victory over Strange Shop. He was so decisive with his Pilo Swine, did everything perfectly, so much dancing from both trainers, but Pokémon, too strong.
I was a Pilot Swine doubter for the entirety of day one. For so long in day two, it lost game after game after game. But now, in the final winners and losers side of the bracket, in the best of fives, Pilot Swine has really cemented Paula, the queen of PvP, grand finals against Pokémon El Rey de España. The king and the queen will face off against each other in the grand finals.
It's Pilot Swine versus Pilot Swine. We have a matchup. Two strong Spanish players with these off-meta picks. There's a Gorgeist, there's Pilot Swine. This is gonna be literally insane. But Pokémon was so locked in. Like, he knew, if I save swap my Pilot Swine fast enough and he doesn't respond as exactly when I swap out, then, I mean, the Pilot Swine just outpaces that Quagsire so quickly, and this catch was so crazy. 1 HP Quagsire, the Flamethrower. I mean, this pair moment for Strange, for sure. Pokémon smiling, and here we see the Togekiss also was very strong. Like, this Aerosphere doing so much damage.
And Pokémon with a unique team with Togekiss. It's Axon ran Togekiss in Houston last week as well and got a medal. And now Pokémon, he is running that Togekiss as well, but with a unique pick of Shadow Pilot Swine.
Trainers, we're heading into the grand finals.
The grandest of finals.
The grandest of finals, trainers. We have Paul Asha, Pilot Swine. We have Pokémon. But these trainers are so good, man. This is kind of crazy. And we're actually gonna have a Spanish trainer winning a Spanish regional. This must be such a great feeling for them. Such a great feeling.
Call me crazy. Or I actually don't do it. But I think Pokémon's Pilot Swine is unplayable into Palasha's team. She has that Feraligatr. And that Feraligatr, I think it's incredibly good into Pokémon. Because it has that Shadow Claw damage, and Pokémon does not have a normal type or a dark type, as we discussed. So I think the Feraligatr is going to be incredible for Palasha. She also has the Medicham, just ruins that Pilot Swine. And the Gorgeist is fine and playable. I don't think there is a chance for Pokémon to bring his Pilot Swine in.
What about Palasha's Pilot Swine?
I think that is better because Corviknight, we just saw, is very playable. Togekiss is also very playable. You do have that super effective Powder Snow. Of course, you cannot take the Aura Sphere from Togekiss, but it's very playable. Fortress, very good matchup for Pilot Swine. We saw Quagsire being also a very playable matchup for Pilot Swine. I think the Galarian Corsola. I think Palasha is going to run both Pilot Swine and Feraligatr every game into Pokémon.
I feel like in this tournament, there's not much rock, paper, scissors. I feel like the trainer who is able to dance around the most with their energy and energy management perfectly, then I think that gets the furthest in this tournament. There's so many moves you can get very fast, like Aqua Tail is 4 mud shots, and then there is the 5-2 Icicle Spear, and then there's the Corviknight with 9 Sandtex to Air Cutter. There's so many moves to be thrown in this game, so many boosts as well. I think the trainer with the best amount of energy management get the farthest.
And we've seen some more unfortunate situations with the Altaria and the Mud Bomb Quagsire and the Pilot Swines or the Wigglytuffs. But I agree with you. The way that Pokémon played his Pilot Swine now in Losers Finals, it was not a very alignment dependent at all. It was all about energy and where you apply your shields. Pokémon, he did not. He went down 2 shields on his Pilot Swine immediately, built up energy, built up even more, because he knew that Pilot Swine could threaten the entire team of Straight Shot.
Yeah, I feel like you only don't get punished as well for going down 2 shields early, because most of the time the energy goes somewhere regardless, and get the shields back, so you don't get punished for shielding early either.
Exactly. Piloswine put on so much pressure that he knew, Pokémon knew he could get the shields back elsewhere. So, yeah, it's been an incredible tournament so far, and the battles today have been out of my mind.
Honestly, this has been so much fun so far. Like, all these battles, all these picks, like, you never see these matchups ever, right? Not at home, not on stream, and now like
hardly in GBL.
Hardly in GBL, and now you see it live on stream here in Seville.
I gotta say, I was a bit apprehensive about this meta coming into this tournament because when I saw Houston, there were so many Wigglytuff, so many Quagsire, and yes, there have been a lot of those as well. Corviknight, we've seen a lot of it, but there's always been that I could say unique picks thrown into the mix, like the Togekiss or the Piloswines or the Feraligatr or the Gourgeist, the Doublade. I don't know. It feels like a very refreshing take on what I was scared of was going to be a stale and condensed meta, but no, it is the Wild West out here.
It is very wide open. We also saw an Alolan Sandslash, which we haven't seen in such a long time.
And the Malamar.
And the Malamar as well. So, but let's see what Martijn has for us to offer to talk about in this interview for the Grand Finals.
Yes, I'm here with our Grand Finalists, Batman and Paula. A big congratulations to making it this far. I have questions for both of you. Obviously, that is going to be first about the Piloswine. And without revealing too many strategies, first you, Batman. Why and how did you come up with Shadow Piloswine?
Well, so when I was thinking what to run in Sevilla, I realized that the meta was like so weak to maybe an ice type that can resist the ball switch of Fortress. So I got to Piloswine, which I think was a really good idea. I had it like 2 weeks before the tournament. Didn't scream a lot with it, but I knew it was going to be really good in this tournament, so yeah.
If you win a lot, you probably don't need to scrim anyway. Paula, you have the non-Shadow Piloswine. Why did you pick this Pokemon?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this Pokemon, I was playing the Go Battle League and I faced this Vilus. And he was playing it, and I noticed that it destroyed my team. And I started analyzing it, and I thought that it destroys the meta. Basically, it destroys the staples of the meta that are Gaslor, Wiggly, Fortress. It also can win Quagsire. So, yeah, basically, this is.
Well, Paula, you kind of showed that it destroyed the meta, because otherwise you would not be here right now. It's been quite a while since you've gotten this far. What does it mean to you to be in the Grand Finals again, Paula?
I mean, I have a discourse for the medals because those last months were horrible for me. I had a lot of personal issues and whatever. So this means everything for me. I wasn't expecting anything in this tournament. Basically, my team is from Axen. He team built the team. Basically, I told him that I wanted to play regular Gator and Medicham. He team built the team, and basically I introduced the Gourgeist. So yeah, I'm so happy. I didn't practice a single game with Piloswine. So, yeah, I'm so happy right now.
You told me 3 days ago that you weren't coming, and look where you are right now. Batman, for you, this is just another day in the office. How do you feel about getting this far? I mean, it's like you get here every single time. How do you do it?
No, I mean, it feels so good always to get to this point. Even if I win or not against Paula, she's a great friend, so yeah, nothing to say, really. Just I hope we can have a good matchup, not much RPS, and that's all.
Take care.
We're going to see a lot of Piloswine action here. To both of our trainers, just one last question. Do you have any shoutouts that you want to give?
Of course, I want to shout out all my family, also my girlfriend that came here to Sevilla to see me. Also some friends, I have Ilam, I have Marcy, I have Christian, which got so close in the tournament, and I know he will win some tournament any day. I'm really sure of that. Then also Boom. And for now, that's all, I think.
Paula, and you?
I mean, I could be grateful with a lot of people. Basically, thanks Saxon for the team. And yeah, I'm gonna be quick. Thank you for my boyfriend. Thank you for my mother. Os quiero. And yeah, this is all for my dog that passed away on Monday. So I love you both.
Muchas gracias, and a big congratulations. And of course, we're going to get that Grand Finals going, because we are not done yet. Let's get this Grand Finals started. A big Good luck to our competitors here. Let's roll.
And roll we will. Thank you, Martin, for the insight of those great players. They are now getting ready to face off against each other. The queen of PvP against El Rey, as I like to call him, because that means the king. And Pokémon is the king, isn't he?
He currently is the king, I agree. But like Marcus, we have a grand finals here. What does a grand finals mean for the newer viewers at home? What happens?
So, in the grand finals is a best of 5. We have a double elimination format. That means you are not eliminated until you've lost 2 rounds. Pokémon, he is now the only trainer left in the tournament with 1 loss. Paula doesn't have a single loss. So if Paula beats Pokémon in the next round, Pokémon has 2 losses and he's eliminated from the tournament. But if Pokémon wants to win, he beats Paula now in the grand finals, then Paula has only lost 1 round as well, same as Pokémon. That means there's a bracket reset.
So, bracket reset?
A bracket reset. You heard me.
We get more games?
We get more games. If Pokémon wins, we get another best of 5. Because then both trainers with 1 loss each are still left in the tournament. And then we duke it out, man.
Yeah. I mean, it all depends on how these players play. Obviously, Paulasha, Powderman, they're so good at this game. I don't have any favorite. My favorite was Piloswine, and I'm getting them both. So honestly, for me, I'm happy.
You know what is my favorite? Feraligatr. I played Feraligatr in EYC a bit over a year ago, and ever since, it's been so close to my heart. It was my first ever partner Pokemon when I first played Pokemon Gold when I was 7 years old.
Oh, I played Pokemon Silver, also chose Feraligatr.
Oh yeah, because it's the cutest one from Johto.
It's the cutest.
Totodile, man. But Feraligatr has proven so important for Paula. I don't think I've seen Paula play a single game without Feraligatr in this tournament. I could be wrong, but not from my memory, I can't remember she ever benched that Feraligatr.
Yeah, I feel like no one is really prepared for Feraligatr either. Like, he does the Ice Beam coverage for the Altaria, he does the Hydro Cannon spam, like, honestly, and it's normal Feraligatr, it's not Shadow, so against Wigglytuff, and Wigglytuff, the charm has been nerfed this season, so, like, I feel like Feraligatr is so strong in his meta. There is not really a counter.
Water type damage is usually very good. In this meta, there's very few water type resists, except for the dragons, and Feraligatr, as you mentioned, has that Ice Beam. But water types would wall the energy from Feraligatr, which the ice and the water type energy. But Feraligatr also has that Shadow Claw. So Feraligatr is one of the water types with the best matchups into other water types. For example, Quagsire, that is also a water type, but it does not resist water because it's also a ground type, which is weak to water. So Feraligatr dominates Shadow Quagsire.
Even against Azumarill, resisting the Hydro Cannon, but the Shadow Claw damage is ramps up so quickly, and the Hydro Cannon spam is real, and Azumarill is very slow, trying to get there to the moves, but it doesn't get there in time. Feraligatr is too spammy here.
Rapid fire from Feraligatr.
The Grand Finals, Paulasha, Paddleman, Piloswine, Gourgeist. These are great teams to see in a finals.
That Medicham has impressed me so much this tournament, but will it show up here? I expect Pokémon to bring his Togekiss. Medicham can't do something into a Togekiss without those Ice Punches.
We've seen this before, yeah, the Ice Punches does really hurt Togekiss. We have seen 2 Ice Punches knocks out Togekiss, and in the Zero Shield scenario, then Medicham actually wins versus Togekiss.
I think this is going to be quite the battle, quite the throwdown. I wonder what these players have in store for us. Will Pokémon risk bringing his Corsola? It can neutralize the Feraligatr because the Corsola is so tanky. It can neutralize the Medicham that we just mentioned with the Ghost type damage, but it struggles with the normal type Wigglytuff.
But look how strong, look at this Gourgeist. We've seen Powderman's team Gourgeist, there's not really an answer for this Gourgeist. Gourgeist having the access to Incinerate can easily take down a Corviknight. We also see the Feraligatr, which you are a huge fan of. The normal Feraligatr, not the Shadow one, and then we have a normal Piloswine, not the Shadow Piloswine. A little bit more tankier and bulkier, gets to Icicle Spears more often.
I think there is a chance that Pokémon will run that Fortress to deal with that Feraligatr. The Volt Switch Fast Attack really chunks the Feraligatr, and I know that Pokémon will need to control it, the Gator, if he wants a chance at winning this game. But Palasha has a Piloswine. She has a Gourgeist. Gourgeist melts that Fortress in a blink of an eye. So, how does Pokémon approach this game? Will it take some risks with a Corsola and a Fortress, or does it go safer with that Quagsire? And actually, the Quagsire is not even that safe if there's a Gourgeist.
No, exactly. And the Pokémon has to make so much pressure here. He needs to win 3 games to get a full bracket reset. But it looks like these trainers have been locked in their teams, locked in this mindset, and now we see the Fortress from Pokémon into the Medicham of Palasha.
This is a great matchup for the Medicham. Fortress is horrible into the Medicham because the Rock Tombs that you like to rely on, that's resisted by the Medicham.
Yeah, Medicham being a fighting type, this Rock Tomb is definitely not winning much. Dynamic Punch will do so much heavy neutral damage here on the Fortress. I can see, oh, this is so much. Here we see Pokémon quickly going to his Quagsire.
And Quagsire needs to put in a shift here. Paula has that Feraligatr in the back, but here comes a Dynamic Punch. This is going to do huge damage to this Quagsire, over 50%.
This Medicham looks so strong in the team of Pokémon right now. We see a Mud Bomb getting reached by the Quagsire. This is why Mud Bomb is a little bit better here than having the Stone Edge, but here we see the Mud Bomb. This is not Shadow Feraligatr. Normal Feraligatr is a little bit more tanky, as you can see. He can tank, but he only can tank 1, not 2. And we see the Hydro Cannon getting reached by the Quagsire before he gets to another charge move.
Really brave by Pokémon to bring that and safe switch that Shadow Quagsire when there is a potential Gourgeist in from Pola. He was so weak to that Gourgeist. Fortress in the front and then Quagsire in the back. If Pola brought that Gourgeist, Pokémon probably wouldn't have a stand a chance in this game.
Yeah, super scary to bring that line, but here we see another. The Medicham is so strong here. Medicham, like Fortress, the Medicham is not great at all. Here we see a Rock Tomb. This will be a resisted charge attack on Medicham, but I guess he wants to lower the attack from the Medicham here.
In my opinion, I think Pokémon is struggling here. Here comes a Dynamic Punch. You have to shield this. Does he want to go for a farm down?
This is looking really dire for Pokémon. Here we see the Medicham, and here comes the Piloswine on Piloswine, but this is a normal versus a Shadow. The normal can take Icicles way better than the Shadow one. Here comes the first Icicle Spear from Palasha, and Palasha still has 2 shields.
Pokémon decides to not shield here, but he needs to get rid of this Piloswine. The Fortress cannot Volt Switch down the opposing Piloswine. I think Palasha can safely shield her Piloswine here, come out with the energy, and seal up this game.
Yeah, and Fortress still needs to deal with that Medicham later. There's just no way this Medicham... I mean, I think Pokémon didn't really think about Medicham that she would bring it, but she actually brought it, and it was so strong in the Pokémon's team. Here we see the Fortress swap here, and he but like, I mean, this Piloswine has so much energy. I mean, he can call a bait here from the Icicle Spear, but like, it doesn't really matter. Like, the Icicle Spear gets shielded, but there's still a Medicham in the back. Like, how are you gonna deal with this Medicham?
At this point, what do? The Rock Tomb won't even knock out this Piloswine, and now, even if it did, you're still getting outpaced by that Medicham. I think Paula, she found the recipe for success here in game number 1. And Pokémon, what can you do? I think you got to change up your line here, buddy.
Yeah, Palasha is cooking so hard. What a team she built. Here goes Asuka. Doesn't knock out the Fortress, but there's still a Medicham. Like, this is definitely over. I think he didn't prepare for the Medicham. She was so smart bringing that Medicham. Medicham was so strong in the entire team. Even a Dynamic Punch of Quagsire doesn't want to take it Fortress, and especially not Piloswine. 1-0 Palasha.
But Pokémon has that Mud Bomb on the Quagsire, and that Mud Bomb makes the Feraligatr matchup way more playable. I did say that Feraligatr destroys Quagsire. That is Quagsire with Stone Edge. Because if Hydro Cannon can knock out the Quagsire before it can get to the Stone Edge, then, I mean, you have a whole Feraligatr left. But Pokémon has that Mud Bomb. It outpaces the Feraligatr if it's on the switch. And that means it's a very much more playable matchup for the Quagsire. As long as it avoids that Goregeist, I think we're going to see a lot of the Quagsire.
Yeah, I think she cooked up the perfect team. Keep in mind, Polasha hasn't lost a single match yet. She's still on the winner's side. I think her team is so well balanced and perfect for this meta. It's really hard to counter. But if one trainer can try to counter this, it has to be Padoman.
And Padoman, will he rely on his own Piloswine? I think it's a bit safer to go with the Togekiss, in my opinion. Togekiss has that Aura Sphere to hit the Piloswine. It plays really well into that Medicham. It wins Charge Attack priority against the Feraligatr. It's good into Goregeist, it's good into Corviknight, and it's playable into Wigglytuff. I think Padoman needs to realize that his most trusted pick for this tournament, the Togekiss, I think he needs to bring it back.
Yeah, if you look at the Medicham from Polasha, I mean, the only counter that I can really see is, I mean, honestly, it's kind of Corsola. Even against Corviknight, Corviknight is not that great in the Medicham, but it looks like the trainers have locked in their teams for game number 2, and we see Piloswine on Piloswine! Ho!
This is perfect for Padoman, in my opinion. He has a Fortress in the back, and here comes the Feraligatr. Fortress, the immediate answer.
This is what exactly I think what Padoman wants, like bringing the Fortress just to shut down that Feraligatr.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the Hydro Cannon still hurts, but the super effective Volt Switches and access to Rock Tomb to lower the attack, as you can see, this is why actually you want to see the Fortress, right? You don't want to see it on the Piloswine as well.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to see it on the Piloswine. Polasha, is she expending her Feraligatr? No, she protects it.
Rock Tomb shielded by the Fortress. Here we can see Polasha overloading on energy. The second Hydro Cannon comes through. I wonder if Padoman is gonna shield this because the Feraligatr paces out so quickly, and there goes Fortress. But I mean, Padoman got a shield. Maybe that's what he's wanted.
Padoman knows that Shadow Piloswine is up a shield, is a real threat to the entire team of Polasha as well, because she doesn't have fast move damage into it except for the Goregeist. It's just the Feraligatr. And now the Feraligatr is in Icicle Spear range.
Marcus, how do you farm down this Feraligatr? You just can't farm this down. It's impossible.
Oh, he needs to throw the Icicle Spear, and Paula, she lets the Feraligatr go. Her trusted Feraligatr, Padoman, is finding a way around this Feraligatr with his Piloswine.
And there is still a Medicham in the back. I don't know how you deal with this Medicham, but the Piloswine has a little bit of Icicle Spear energy here. He comes around, and we've seen how much damage. It does like 40-45% to this Medicham. 2 might be enough to knock out the Medicham.
But 1 will never be enough. But one Dynamic Punch will be enough to knock out the Piloswine. And here, Polasha is building up. She's throwing a Dynamic Punch into this Corviknight.
This Dynamic Punch will hit for neutral damage on the Corviknight, and there is still a full Piloswine left for Polasha here. And the thing is, like, this is a normal Piloswine. This is not a Shadow form, so this Payback won't even do that much damage. It is kind of tanky.
But can Piloswine... Oh, it does over 50%. Piloswine now in a dangerous range of getting knocked out here. Padoman throws an Air Cutter. Paula, how do you play this? Are you giving Padoman way back into this game?
I think it survives, right? Yeah, it definitely. Look how bulky this Piloswine is. A lot of ice because she has already 2 Icicle Spears. Like, I mean, if he shields here, the next one is coming, and then the other Piloswine, like, also has to tank an Icicle. But what do? And there's still a Medicham in the back with energy.
And the Medicham has a Dynamic Punch. Padoman's Piloswine is getting dangerously close to getting knocked out. Padoman knows he cannot shield this because of the Dynamic Punch. Will this knock out? Barely not, but now it's getting Psycho Cut down. Paula, 2 games up. 1 game away from winning this Grand Finals.
She is only 1 game away, Chad. Just 1 game. She's just absolutely the Medicham show right now. She knows how to play this Medicham so well. We haven't seen Goregeist as of yet. I want to see some Goregeist action, but like the Medicham is doing so well. And I mean, we got the Fortress, saw the Fortress on the Feraligatr, but we saw that like that Medicham is way too much to deal with.
I'm not sure if I want the Goregeist from Polasha here. She deals with the Fortress just fine with the Feraligatr, the Piloswine, and the Medicham that she has been bringing. I think, and I've been saying it, I think Padoman needs to change up his line. He's been running that Piloswine against Polasha, but I don't think he's done him very well.
And like, the Feraligatr from Polasha was so he didn't
it's
have
so
any
strong.
No fast pressure to farm it down. You're like, oh, what do I do? Like, I can't powder slow it down. I have to throw energy. I can't sand neck it down. I have to throw energy. So like, it feels like the Feraligatr might be the star of her team right now.
And the Feraligatr has been so good for Polasha, and it's so safe into Pokémon. The trainers, the doubts that they might have, they have to put them aside, because this could be the decisive game of the Seville Special Championship. Trainers, this is not the time to go to the toilet. This is not the time to do the dishes. Now, the eyes need to be on the screen, because we are getting ready for what could be the final game of the entire tournament.
So well prepared with her Pokemon, with her team, her playstyle with Feraligatr, her Piloswine, and we see that both trainers have locked in their team. Let's see how they will win or lose. You see Feraligatr into Corsola!
And this is a more neutral matchup than you would expect it to be, but the non-Shadow Feraligatr hangs on in the Zero Shield scenario and can beat the Corsola just in the 0 and the 2 shield scenario. But Corsola, with his tremendous bulk, will win the 1 shield.
Yeah, we see Corsola in the lead here, and there's Medicham in the back for Polasha, so she's probably happy that she sees a Corsola out here. You see a swap into Fortress immediately, but what does Polasha have? She has a Medicham, and I love this Medicham swap. Maybe just is trying to bait out the Piloswine here.
And Pokémon, he does not want to... Yeah, I think you're right. He does not want to have the Piloswine on the Togekiss in the back. But Polasha, she realizes Medicham can do so much for her here.
Here we see the Dynamic Punch gonna land on the Fortress. We've seen how much damage it does. It does so much neutral damage. And the only thing that this Fortress can throw is Sand Tombs, which is not the hardest hitting move in the game. And we see some Voltrees. All of these moves have no same type attack bonus. Here comes another Dynamic Punch on the Fortress. He might just barely hang on.
Pokémon, I think he wants to swap his Fortress out and savor this energy. And he does, and here comes a combination play. This threatens a knockout on the Medicham. And now, Medicham's gone.
Medicham is gone, but there's still a Feraligatr with energy and Shadow Claw, so we can overload on his energy, as you can see. But the thing is, the Corsola doesn't have any energy. Here comes the first Hydro Cannon on the Corsola. Will he shield the Corsola?
I am not sure. No, he decides not to shield the Corsola. He wants to go for a farm down with his Togekiss, I think.
Here comes... I mean, he has to go to Togekiss. There's no way he can go Fortress and give him extra farm for Polasha. I mean, you have to get rid... okay, he's gonna throw the Rock Tomb here. Maybe a very smart play, but we've seen what's in the back. There's a Togekiss, and there's a Flyer versus an Ice type. Rock Tomb lands. Feraligator's almost out, not yet. And here comes a Sand Tomb. Gonna land on the Piloswine here.
Oh, but I think an incredibly important thing happened here. Paula swapped, but she did not get a fast attack through. That means this Togekiss, if it can hang on through the Powder Snows, it will win charge attack priority in the 2 shield scenario.
It doesn't look like it will hang on, Marcus. I don't know, man. This Powder Zone going really strong right now. I think they're going for the farm down. Polasha's trying to farm it down. Who's going to hit first? Polasha! Polasha is winning here. Marcus, what's going on? Piloswine is winning a regional. I cannot believe it. Piloswine takes a win. Polasha 3-0!
And it's over. Polasha wins. After everything she's been through this season, the doubts, the struggles, she came back and she took it all. The queen of PvP is back on her throne. Polasha, Seville Special Champion.
She hasn't lost a single match, Marcus. She has won every single match this entire tournament. What a player she is.
And you can tell how much it means to her. She's taken down Pokémon. He has been to so many grand finals and he's been so consistent for so long. And Polasha, she goes on to celebrate with her loved ones and her supporters and her fans. And I might be one of them. The Feraligatr play that she has brought to this tournament has been exquisite. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in Pokemon history.
This win is for her dog that passed away that she initially said on Monday. Very sad, but this win is for her dog. She took it all.
And the dog must be so proud.
It was really proud. I mean, I can't believe, like, she played that so well. That Medicham was so crucial. The Feraligatr, like you said, was so strong for her, Marcus.
And that Piloswine was debuffed through it was debuffed through a Sand Tomb, but it still hung on through the pecs from the Togekiss and managed to Powder Snow down the Togekiss the entire way. Polasha, she did not flinch. In this situation, both players have 2 shields left, but Polasha, she realized what her win condition was, and that was just to go for the fast attack damage. And here it is. Piloswine wins a special championship. Who would have guessed? Did you have that on your 2026 bingo card? I did not.
I did not. I thought it was going to be Wigglytuff or Medicham or Corviknight, but Piloswine stole the show today. We saw it so many times.
Even though there was a Wigglytuff winning, a Medicham and a Corviknight winning, it was the Piloswine, as you said, it stole the show completely, and it just made a joke out of that Volt Switch Fortress, out of that Togekiss that Pokémon has used to so much success this entire tournament. Piloswine doesn't care.
What was your prediction, as in like the Pokemon that will like do well this day too? Was it Feraligatr?
I almost picked the Feraligatr. I did pick the Malamar, but it was between the two.
Remember what I chose?
Yeah, you picked the Shadow Piloswine, didn't you? Of Pokémon.
No, I just took Piloswine. I just took Piloswine.
I think it was.
I might be the prodigy of the seniors. I might be the prodigy of the seniors. Yeah. I don't know, man. I saw the vision. I saw it. I saw the vision. I saw the spice.
You saw a vision, but it was going home after this and crying about the Shadow Piloswine. It was the regular Piloswine this time, and I think, in my opinion, it was the Feraligatr that was the real MVP for Palasha here. It shut down the Corsola. It shut down the Piloswine of Pokémon. It has a really good matchup into Medicham. It deals, like you saw it against Strange Top. It could even deal with Wigglytuff. I think I'm seeing the lights. It is the Feraligatr again. Welcome back, my friend.
Let's check out the loser bracket quickly. Like a review of the loser bracket. What happened today? As we can see, look at Powderman came all the way from losers round 1 all the way to the loser finals, and then eventually to the grand finals. He had like such a huge climb.
What a player he is! He had an incredible loser bracket run at EUIC too, but I mean, he's inevitable. If you want to win a tournament, you have to beat Powderman. There's so many great trainers here. Stone Collection, Z Swallows. We've seen them on the biggest stage so many times before. Chris, it's just a matter of time before he's winning a big tournament too. A medal for him today. And Dianoski and Snorek, I know they both wanted another medal and a shot at winning the entire thing, but maybe next time. They both showed great consistency.
Maybe next time, yeah. Let's look at the winners bracket. What happened today in day 2 here. We see that Paul Asha doesn't lose a single game at all.
Oh, she's lost?
Not a single match, I'm sorry. She lost the game in field, but like not a single match until the grand finals when she 3-0'd Powderman. That's a huge achievement. Not a lot of trainers do that.
And I'm not sure if Powderman has ever gone 0-3. I'll have to look that up, but that is an incredible feat. And then I gotta give it to Strange Top. He played magnificently against Snorek with some technical issues that could have distracted him, but no, he kept his cool. He pulled it so close against Palasha. She has barely dropped any games, as you're saying, but Strange Top, he made it so close. What a run from him.
Yeah, the top players being all Spanish is really, really cool to see. I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, Paul Asha, very, very convincing win. There's no other way to say it. I mean, it was so convincing. Like, I mean, I saw it beforehand. I was like, okay, I mean, this might be Paul Asha's tournament 100%.
I think she's back on the throne, guys. There's no way around it. Palasha, the queen of PvP, back on the throne.
Yeah, she's back on the throne. She showed tremendous power with her Pokemon, with her Piloswine. She figured out the meta, and we might see a different meta shift in future events, but for now, I mean, she has set the meta. She has set the teams.
So, if you were going to Prague, which is the next European event, what would you be running?
I probably would run Piloswine, normal.
Okay.
Maybe a normal Feraligatr. A Gourgeist.
Gourgeist, that sounds like a great idea.
I think potentially a Medicham.
Medicham, really impressive.
Yeah, a Corviknight.
Corviknight, that's good. That's good. I like Corviknight.
And then I'll throw in a Togekiss for fun.
Togekiss?
Yeah, something different, yeah.
Wow, you're such a creative player.
I know all these Pokemon outside of my head, all the spicy ones. I just know these teams, man.
Wow, I mean, very rare and spicy Pokemon. I can't believe how you thought of them all so quickly.
I mean, I am a trainer.
You are a trainer?
I'm a strong trainer.
I can tell
I've been
you're
a trainer
strong
since 2016, Marcus.
Oh, boy.
I'm OG.
Are you OG?
They call me Unk.
Oh, yeah, because you are an Unk.
I'm an Unk. Unfortunately, I'm an Unk. But let's
go to Leo, King Leohard, for the ceremony.
Thank you, Mattis. Indeed, another tournament has concluded, this time in the beautiful city of Sevilla. And as we are in Spain, the Spanish trainers have dominated the competition, and now it is time to celebrate the 4 best placing trainers in this tournament. Immediately, in 4th place, it is a trainer who has had a phenomenal season. This isn't even the first medal that he won. It is Chris! Chris, you were absolutely incredible this entire tournament. You're playing to perfection this season almost. How are you feeling?
I think I could do a little bit better in every tournament I do. Always like on the last step of the tournament, I maybe like unfocus, and it's a problem that I'm trying to improve and get that gold medal in the future.
There's always a little bit of room to improve. Thank you so much, Chris. There's plenty of reason to be proud of yourself. Give it up one more time for Chris! In 3rd place, a trainer who has been around for ages. He is beloved by the community and loved by his family that came here to support him in his hunt for his first medal that he eventually got. 3rd place, Strange Storm! Yes, come over here. Congratulations, mate. How are you feeling right now?
Overwhelmed, like I'm lost of words. I don't know why you celebrate that much. I don't know what you're gonna do with Paula, but you need to do higher and louder. But I'm happy and satisfied.
I mean, you have played out of your mind in this tournament. Did you see that coming?
Not in this tournament, but I knew that I will have my day, and I keep thinking and saying and tweeting that, and I got the help that I needed, and it happened.
Well, you did phenomenal in this tournament. Maybe there's also a title on the line in the future. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations. Give it up one more time for Strange Storm! In 2nd place, a trainer who needs no introduction whatsoever. He is so used to the podium, so used to ceremonies. It is Patuman! Congratulations, Patuman. Another medal for the collection. How does it feel for you?
I mean, you always want gold, right? But I think this has been a great tournament with all my friends. Getting to the final as well seems super great, so I cannot say I'm not happy. So yeah, that's all.
I mean, we have just seen you win the EUIC. Are you going to be back to win NAIC too?
I mean, let's see. I think I do better in international than in the regional championship, so I guess we'll have that goal for sure. But yeah, my main goal is always winning Worlds. This year I think I might have a shot, let's see. So yeah.
I think with the way you're playing, you definitely have a shot of winning the World Championships. Congratulations, Patuman. Give it up one more time! In Europe, many trainers bring spice to the tournament. But nobody does it like she does! The queen of PvP! It is Paula! Paula, fantastic performance again. You almost did not come to this tournament. How are you feeling right now?
I have no words right now. I mean, before coming here, as I said before, my dog passed away on Monday. And before coming here, my mother told me, do it for her. And this is for her. Thank you so much.
I think she is incredibly proud right now of you, and I think you should be proud yourself. Can I ask you one last question? How did you come up with the Piloswine pick?
I mean, this is all Zizvailu's idea, so thank you so much, Zizvailus. Thank you so much to everyone who cheered for me. Thank you so much, Martin, because I wasn't competing here because I was struggling in practice. So basically, I was like absorbing a lot of ideas about the team. So yeah, basically this is everything. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much to my mother. Thank you so much for my boyfriend. Thank you so much to Zico. Thank you so much to everyone who cheered for me. So I'm so grateful.
So this is not only a win for you, it is a win for the community. Again, everyone in Sevilla, give it up one more time for Polasha! The tournament might be over, but the show is not yet. So we are going to be right back. Look at a little TV spot for you.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm. Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves
and can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite.
Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mischievous, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Siga. Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
Luxray.
So, what's your favorite?
I just witnessed Piloswine's presence. What is going on in Sevilla? This was a massive tournament, an absolute firefest of Pokemon Go. Guys, how are we feeling after this?
I mean, Piloswine had to cool down the hot weather here a little bit, right? So no surprise that this Pokemon, well, maybe this specific Pokemon was present here, but yeah, it showed that it was really good.
I wasn't surprised at all because it was my pick for today.
Oh, of course.
It didn't get any show yesterday, but today it was popping off.
It took a while for Piloswine to get going, but when it did, as you said, it popped off. But I would mention that Feraligatr. Oh boy, it was launching Hyrule left, right, center.
It really was impressive. But I mean, that's enough talk about the Pokemon for a second. Let's look at the final standings of our players in this tournament. Of course, Polasha won the entire thing with this Gourgeist, Feraligatr, Piloswine core. But there's plenty more players who made it to top 8.
What I find really interesting is how the Fairy-type meta is shaping up. We see a variety in these. Previously, it was Wigglytuff that was top and top meta. Then, it's Axton and Houston inspired trainers to bring Togekiss, and it proved to be an absolute asset to some teams. And some trainers like to play it a little bit safer with Florges, with diverse moveset in Trailblaze and Chilling Water.
And then we see a lot of Corviknight, a lot of Quagsire. There's not a lot of stuff that can do the same thing as they can. Fairy types, yes, they have some nuances between them, and you can differentiate. But the flying types, none of them are exactly the same as Corviknight. Altaria and Talonflame, they work very differently, and there's no other ground type like that Quagsire. We see Stone Collection being and Dianoski being the only two trainers not bringing Corviknight, and Zizwalis and Polasha winning the entire thing, not bringing that Quagsire.
Yeah, Shadow Quagsire was really good, but if you have the Feraligatr, you might not even need it. Let's look at the winners of the event, Polasha, Patoman, and Strange Top in those 3 first spots. What do you think about the teams?
As we can see, we see 3 top Spanish players here. We see Paul Asha, we've talked about it, but we see like the Piloswine, 2 Piloswines on the screen, strange top as well. With, there's 2 fortresses with the 2 Piloswine, we see 2 Wigglytuffs. There's on the core metas build, but there are those trainers that are making sure they're bringing some spice.
Phenomenal trainers, phenomenal teams with the Piloswine spice. It's just incredible. And now Paulasha, as she won that tournament, got the golden ticket, the direct qualification to the World Championships. She is part of a list of some champions here.
So many good trainers on this list, and obviously with more events to come. You look at Patoman in the grand finals. That guy just won EUIC, so medals and trophies to spare.
I think Patoman's last 3 tournaments is second, first, and second, and what can I say? That guy is a grand final, I don't know, merchant. He has it in his jacket pocket.
Silverware collector. Second, first, second kind of also sounds like his first season. I think that was second, and first then. But we have just now finished Sevilla. What is next? What venues can you visit?
Yeah, now we've done Sevilla, but now, next up, the next EU regional is Prague. Then we have Utrecht, Turin in Italy, New Orleans, and then the final World Championship in San Francisco.
And Prague is a brand new location.
Yeah.
At least for Pokemon Go, we've never been there before. I'm not sure if VG or TCG have ever been there. So next time in Prague, I think that is going to be an event you don't want to miss.
I think people are absolutely hyped about it, and that is all to find on this very channel as well. But that's not the only thing that is running on this channel.
Right, if you look at the schedule for this week, you can find more Pokemon action. Tuesday and Thursday, you can watch Pokemon DP Battle Dimension.
That's Diamond and Pearl, right?
Yes, sure. And on Wednesday, we have the 2026 Pokemon Europe International Championships VGC rerun. Marcus, I know that you keep losing in the VGC, so maybe it's something for you to watch. And of course, next weekend, the Orlando Regional Championships.
I keep losing in VGC, and I am going to keep losing in VGC, but I will check out the International Championship 2025 rerun, because I know that was some tournament, and there is a very familiar face that ended up in the grand finals, so you should check it out, trainers.
Yeah, we love those reruns, but of course the live action is way cooler. And what you should check out next is, of course, the Orlando Regionals live stream. There you can see the beautiful city, the April 3rd to April 5th. Anyone here competing there?
I am not competing. I'm taking a weekend off, actually.
I think Nighttime Clasher, what a surprise, is going to be there.
I'm surprised he is not here as well.
Right?
Well, is he maybe going to be in Prague? That would be a good shout there. He is traveling all over the world. So should you, Prague. Look at this gorgeous city. I
want to be there right now, actually, as well. Like straight from Sevilla to Prague.
Straight there. And wherever there is a Play Pokemon event, Nighttime Clasher will be there, even if it's a local.
That is a good shout. And I mean, if you are at home, if you cannot play with us at these great events, you should catch all the action at home in front of your monitor. Watch the stream, pokemon.com/broadcast. You will find every single piece of content that you want. If you have 50 hours to spare, you can even rewatch Pokemon Go VG and the TCG as well.
I would love to rewatch all of them. And maybe I will, actually.
Yeah, you're just going to look at yourself, aren't you?
Oh, well, I will keep rewinding exactly this segment.
Yes, and then you can also go to the channels, of course, on Twitch and on YouTube. Play Pokemon or Pokemon Go on Twitch. You can find all the action there, all of those fantastic live streams. There's so much work being put into those streams. There's so many judges, people in production that make these miraculous streams work. This was a fantastic weekend again. Give me one more time. What was your favorite moment, Marcus?
My favorite moment was when Pokemon got to that final Togekiss Psyshock against the Shadow Talonflame against Marcus Shiny. That just shows how much Pokemon has going for him in Pokemon Go.
That was maybe your highlight of the weekend. We are going to show you some more highlights, but that was it from us, from the casters. It was an absolute pleasure to be with all of you, to do a show for you guys at home. I hope you enjoyed it too, and we're signing off. Bye.